Chapter 551. This is a domestic car. Startled in an instant. Love it instantly. Spicy blue and silver appeared. The industrial party is in ecstasy. Her husband is so hot. The netizens who watched the conference live on the internet watched the video while talking about the barrage. At the same time, Luo Sheng took a steady pace towards the broad midfield position. Welcome everyone to the Côte d'Azur Coast Electric Vehicle Design Center. I hope you can enjoy today's press conference. Today we will go straight to the topic and talk about electric cars. The audience at the scene had calmed down, all watching Luo Sheng on the stage. Many people may have heard of the brand of blue electric cars only recently, and for a while, not too long ago. Everyone felt that electric cars were a stupid thing, and many media said that making a car is stupid, and it's even more silly to build electric cars. There was a burst of laughter at the scene. Luo Sheng shrugged his hands and continued to speak. Let us take a look at the comprehensive super factory in Shenqing. This picture was taken before it started, a deserted land. This picture is the groundbreaking ceremony, taken in March. Then this is in May. The filming was a huge construction in full swing. Then this one was taken in the middle of this month, and the construction of the core factory has been basically completed. The large HD screen on the stage followed Luo Sheng's speech, and the photos were placed in an orderly turn. This time, the melon user who had a strange viewing angle found that he didn't have a small remote control in his hand. The small remote control is the protagonist of the conference. The conference without this always feels like something is missing. However, most of the foreign media see the transformation of these pictures, and their hearts are still extremely shocked. The speed of China's infrastructure is really terrifying. At the same time, Luo Sheng said again, the last picture is a concept map. In October, our Shenqing super factory will look like this. Everything is going smoothly and very efficiently, which means that after October, the super factory it will be completed and has mass production capacity. In terms of production capacity, this super factory can produce 6,000 vehicles per week and 300,000 electric vehicles per year. This speech ushered in a burst of exclamation. God! Mass production can be achieved in a month. The annual production capacity is 300,000 vehicles. I really don't know how Elon Musk will feel when he sees it. Perhaps he will also move the factory over. Tesla's biggest problem with electric vehicles is that its production capacity cannot keep up. The whispering discussion on the floor did not know Luo Sheng, but also knew that he continued to advance the press conference. This super factory is equivalent to the size of 10 Yujiao buildings. Luo Sheng's words came out. The audience on the spot and the netizens who watched the live broadcast were all. This analogy is also tricky from the angle. Unit of measurement. It is not only a project to produce pure electric vehicles, but it can also produce batteries on a large scale. There are a number of excellent teams here. I am confident in the future of this project. There was a burst of warm applause at the scene. Luo Sheng pressed his hand and continued. When it comes to batteries, we have to say about energy storage systems. Our industrial battery energy storage system chooses to cooperate with the state grid. We will build the world's largest battery energy storage system in northwest China. Speaking of which, the big screen behind Luo Sheng switched to video, but that was not a real shot, but a CG animation, but it could also be fake. The picture shows the endless solar panels. What is interesting is that there are still sheep grazing under the solar panels, which is a model of harmony between man and nature. At this time, everyone guessed that Blue Star technology accidentally led the world in the area of new energy in order to build an underwater data center in Qinghai Lake. But now, everyone suspects that this is the layout that Luo Sheng has been plotting for a long time. In addition to the endless solar panel, the subsequent screen was switched to the wind-powered power generation equipment in the mountains. The foreigners on the field looked at it in amazement. What a huge project! Netizens who eat melons inexplicably produced a feeling of pride, which is why everyone likes to watch Luo Sheng's product launch conference so much. The progress of the video is only more than 40 seconds, which reflects the looping after the first pass, and Liu Sheng's voice once again spread throughout the conference site. We firmly believe that the development of sustainable energy will play a key role, so we not only have sustainable energy production methods, we also have sustainable energy consumption methods. Sustainable energy production includes solar panels, wind energy, the batteries for water energy and energy storage at night, and then the sustainable energy consumption is our pure electric drive car. With sustainable production of energy and sustainable energy consumption, we can have a truly sustainable future, which not only means low carbon life, but also more. And there are enough reasons for people excited. There was a warm applause again at the scene. Technology is changing the world and changing the way of life. This is the real big man of science and technology and a truly great cause. At the end, after the applause fell, Liu Sheng said, "Let's take a look at our public supercharging pile again." Before January this year, we didn't have any public supercharging pile. There is a byte in the electric car connected to the high voltage AC path of the battery system, so you can directly charge the battery. In the past 8 months, we have never had a charging pile, and now we have laid more than 300,000 public supercharging piles in 10 cities. Speaking of which, the large screen on the stage switched to another video presentation, which alternately played maps of 10 cities with dense light spots, and then the map was enlarged to more than 271st and 2nd tier cities nationwide. This picture once again shocked every witness. Liu Sheng on the stage laughed. The green light spots indicate that they have been laid. More white light spots are the tasks to be laid. The green light spots of these 10 cities are just like what you have seen. The light spot represents a public supercharging pile. Liu Sheng looked back at the demo video. It really looks very indignant. The work of our team is indeed amazing. We built such a huge charging network infrastructure, which aims to enable our electric vehicles to go to traditional fueled vehicles. Anywhere you can go. The speech just fell on the scene again with warm applause. An industry insider said in a daze, "My God, how much budget can this be achieved?" Liu Sheng once again said, "We are here to talk about the excellence of the charging pile itself, which can be visually reflected only by comparison. This is our first generation charging pile. We will compare it with Tesla's first generation charging pile. The peak charging power of the first generation of Sila charging piles is only 75 kilowatts, and the peak power of the charging piles we introduced has reached 300 kilowatts. In fact, it can be further improved. Simply put, our charging pile technology is the first in the world." Oh. The audience shouted excitedly. www.mtlnovel.com applause struck again. Liu Sheng on the stage pressed down and smiled, saying, "The purpose of our creation of the Azure electric car brand is to promote the transformation of sustainable energy. Our long-term goal is to promote the full electrification of the automotive industry. It is a magnificent goal, and we're willing to work hard for it." Okay. Let us reveal the long-awaited first generation of blue electric cars that we have been waiting for. Speaking of which, everyone shinned. At the moment Liu Sheng's words fell, the scene suddenly resounded with the dynamic background music. The effect of this subwoofer can only be described by the word sexy. Some fans on the scene inexplicably followed the music and stood then shook. Suddenly it was so good. At the same time, the curtain on the right side of the stage was opened, and all eyes looked at it. Only the first flamed blue pure electric car slowly entered the stage, and there were several tight behind. After that, they are all different colors. At this moment, every witness who saw the true face of the blue pure electric car for the first time was shocked and instantly fell in love. The appearance of Siffy flow, the peaceful halo overflowing at the edge of the curve, the whole body exudes a bright metallic cluster, all interpreting the artwork like industrial design. Sexy. This is the first word that comes out of every eyewitness mind when he first sees it. There is nothing more appropriate than the word sexy, especially with the same subwoofer entrance music is the finishing touch. The barrage in the live room of the press conference has been screened by the word horizon. Is this a domestic car? The scene of the conference was quiet for 2 seconds in a short period of time. and only 2 seconds. The next moment was overwhelmed by thunderous applause and cheers. Chapter 552 Amazing, shocking. At the conference site, in the bursts of cheers, 7 all-electric cars slowly entered the stage and lined up to stop, which were led by Flame Red, 0 Degree White, Deep Ocean Blue, Dawn Gold, Frost Silver, Xuanmu Black, 7 theme color styles of Sky Gray. The shot is Wang fried. I was shocked. Is this artistic industrial design really a domestic brand? Not to mention performance, it's just that this value is not true. 360 degrees without dead angles reveal full of sci-fi dynamic elements, and every detail vaguely reveals a high-level sexy. The most painful thing in life is to fall in love, but can't afford it. This car is definitely not cheap just by looking at the face value. Yeah, the products of the Côte d'Azur are all good. The only bad thing is that it is not cheap. The ordinary people can afford smartphones to bite their teeth, but the car is not affordable for ordinary people. What's the matter with sports cars? Archbishop, you can't make a mass consumer product. At this moment, both the audience and the audience watching the live broadcast, with the appearance of the first generation of pure blue electric cars, everyone was shocked, the barrage was blown out, and the conference scene was also cheered and noisy discussion submerged. The reporters present also focused their lens on the 7 vehicles displayed on the stage. Some people in the industry and media reporters, especially foreigners, although calm on the surface, are not calm in their hearts. Needless to say, domestic and foreign businessmen and colleagues are silently paying attention at the beginning of the press conference. At this moment, they also feel a huge sense of crisis and urgency. Sure enough, the camera is not good, but the only thing that comforts them is that the Côte d'Azur launched a sports car this time. Just looking at this industrial design will know where the price will not go. It is definitely not affordable for ordinary people, so even if it enters the market it won't get much market share. Range, this idea is still too young. At this moment, the drivers of the 7 electric sports cars came out of the car and left the stage. They are all high-value sister papers. It is also a sight to the gentlemen who are present. Man's heart. I saw that Liu Sheng looked at the 7 cars in front of him with admiring eyes, and under the reflection of the stage lights, they displayed the value of these cars at 360 degrees without dead ends. Liu Sheng said, "This is what you are looking forward to." I think the word can't be more appropriate. I applaud when I agree. Oh, the audience on the scene gave the warmest applause and cheers again without hesitation. Liu Sheng on the stage took back his eyes and faced the audience again. This is the safest electric sports car tested by the authoritative certification agencies at home and abroad. Battery pack installation in the chassis. The center of gravity of the vehicle will be very low. Safety is the first priority we have to consider when designing. Some people think that performance is the first priority. No, safety is. Liu Sheng looked back at the 7 vehicles again, adding, "It does not rely on gasoline, but rely on the integrated electric power system for all-electric drive support. It may also be because of this, some may feel that the electric car is not running fast. This is really the case? The audience on the spot watched silently, and when they heard this, their curiosity grew. And it was then that the high-definition giant screen on the stage showed a video again. Liu Sheng, let's see how fast it is. In the picture is a prototype car in flame red color, which is the one parked on the stage. The video prototype car is listening on a starting line, surrounded by 6 or 7 staff. Just listening to the video saying 3, 2, 1, go. The prototype car suddenly accelerated at full power and propelled all the way. The camera in the car captured a sister paper sitting on the co-pilot. The reversing background and the scream of unstoppable expression on the sister paper spread throughout the conference. The audience was also exclaimed, and with the short picture ending, there was another burst of cheers on the scene, and this scene suddenly adrenaline soared. At the end, Liu Sheng's hearty and clear voice came. The power is 1888 horsepower, which can achieve a speed increase of 100 kilometers in 1.65 seconds, and the maximum speed can reach 413 kilometers per hour. You have heard it right. This is the fastest electric car in the world. There is no doubt. Ps. Reference realistic Rimac-Two electric sports car real data, only 100 kilometers speed increase from the actual 1.85 seconds to 1.65 seconds. As soon as this remark came out, he blasted the pot directly on and off the court. It was simply the king of the king. He blasted everyone out of focus. Luo Sheng once again spoke with a smile and calm. The low center of gravity will bring a very pleasant operating experience. The wind resistance coefficient is also the world's most. Then the interior has a panoramic sunroof. You can sit in the car and look at the starry sky. Then a row of 3 seating standards. In terms of cruising range, it can run 420 kilometers when the peak power consumption is fully on, and 550 kilometers in the power-saving mode. In theory, it can only run for an hour when fully charged at the fastest speed, but normal travel can continue about 12 hours. How long does it take to fully charge? No one will rush for an hour at a speed of more than 400 kilometers per hour. Luo Sheng continued. Each car will be equipped with a set of household charging piles for free. Users need to have a fixed parking space and can communicate with the property for installation by a third-party team. At present, household electric meters of common residential households in China are common. There are 40A, 50A, 60A, etc. The household voltage is 220 volts, and the battery capacity of the first-generation Blue Tram is 280 kilowatt-hours, which is 280 kilowatt-hours. We know that the maximum power in the home is 220 volts times 40A equals 8.8 kW. And we know the maximum power. If you don't have any other electrical equipment at home, all the load is used to charge is 280 kWh divided by 8.8 kW, 31.8 hours to full. The audience who eat melons heard that it takes more than 30 hours to fully charge. It is directly blinded. If you drive for an hour at the fastest speed, you will be out of electricity. But I am afraid that few people will die at 400 kilometers per hour. The general road speed limit is 40-50. When fully charged, it can run for about 12 hours under normal conditions. It can also run for about 5 to 6 hours on high speed. Luo Sheng then said, however, our public supercharging pile can be fully charged within an hour. Under the plan of our public charging pile, 1 car and 1 pile, users charge at home only to let the car drive out that it. In fact, I believe that few people will charge at home, because we will lay charging piles in public facilities such as every community, transfer station, business area, parking garage in the city. When you are at work, when you drive to a restaurant to eat, and you are done with these things, your car is fully charged. In our future plans, of course, it is necessary to make your electric vehicles have the ability to exercise high speed and cross provincial mileage, so we will also build public charging piles at the service station of the highway. You have a meal and rest at the service station. It should be just about an hour or so. The battery will be full again during this time. You're about to eat and drink and rest, and it's ready again. Luo Sheng was interrupted by the audience's sudden applause and cheers when he said this. It is hard for everyone to imagine the storage of electric vehicles on the provincial highway, but blue electric vehicles can do this. Luo Sheng pressed the gesture www.mtlnovel.com. The audience was quiet again. If the electricity price is 4 cents at a time, 112 blocks will be able to drive 550 kilometers, and 2 cents per kilometer. The cost is less than a third of that of a fuel car. A normal fuel car runs 1 kilometer according to the current. How can the oil price be more than 6 cents? It's a bargain or not. Everyone has a steelyard in mind. Every sentence of Luo Sheng is impacting every audience present with an unprecedented shock. He knows that the audience can't hold back anymore. Sure enough, just after he finished speaking, the audience was boiling again. Impeccable face value. impeccable performance, impeccable cost ratio. Everything is impeccable. On the stage, Liu Sheng had to press the gesture again, and said in an orderly manner, "The first generation of blue electric cars. We broke the traditional sales model and adopted the model of direct sales of the Azure single flagship store, which is our most mature. It is also a sales model that has accumulated rich experience. Our biggest purpose of adopting this sales model is to eliminate middlemen." You have not mistaken. The car we sell does not have any middlemen to make the difference, so it is not too expensive. Products are expected to be officially shipped next year, and pre-sale channels can be provided after the press conference. We are accelerating the nationwide distribution of direct stores. Front-end sales and after-sales services will be completed by our direct stores. So what's the price of the first-generation product? RMB 370,000 car. Do you think I missed a zero? Then I repeat. The price of the first-generation blue electric car is RMB 370,000 vehicle. When Liu Sheng announced the specific price, it seemed that a nuclear bomb was detonated by him on the spot, and everyone was instantly blown away. Everyone was like a sculpture, and the audience was silent. This price is really the rhythm of God blocking and killing God. Chapter 553. The first generation of Azure electric vehicles undoubtedly launched a dimensionality reduction attack on the entire automotive industry with such excellent performance and price. It is not just a merciless attack on domestic and foreign friends in the field of new energy vehicles. There is no difference in strike damage. Traditional fueled vehicles have to shake the rhythm. Just when Liu Sheng announced the price, the time was about 9:40. And Bigger had just opened for 10 minutes. And the news here was fed back to the stock market in the first time. The Côte d'Azur concept stocks took off first. The shares of dozens of suppliers such as Hui Cobalt, Pioneer Intelligence, and Ning Times were red and purple. Technology stocks led the big A3 major indexes all the way up and rose. Just when the conference site was boiling, the big A stock market was also boiling, because it created a new historical record. That is, the GEM, which has just opened its 5th anniversary just a few days after the listing, broke through 2,000 points 15 minutes after the opening today, and it was only about 1,400 points in the first quarter of this year, which has risen 42.85% so far. In these 5 years, only 2 years have been soaring, and both have a direct or indirect relationship with Liu Sheng. GEM refers to the official operation in 2011. This year fell by 35.88%. The following year fell 2.14%. But by 2013 Blue Star Technology lost most of the developed country market share, after strategic restructuring focused on the mainland. This year GEM refers to soared 82.73%. This year is a heavy hit on the Côte d'Azur. The GEM index has soared to 2,000 points, and it has soared 42.85% so far. It can be said that the inside and outside of the venue is boiling. Many domestic investors and small fans seem to have seen the big A really change from bear crown global to bullish skyrocketing this time. More and more people firmly believe that the bull market is really coming. As long as the two economic engines under Liu Sheng's are Blue Star Technology and the Azure Coast, the bull market will definitely come. At the same time, the scene of the conference was still boiling. The applause and cheers continued for a long time. Liu Sheng raised his gesture. The audience at the scene saw that the archbishop was about to speak, and then he quieted down again, but inwardly. It is difficult to calm down. I originally thought it was a toy for the rich, but I didn't expect it to be affordable to the general public. But when it comes to the word sports car, it seems to be out of tune with the general public. But Liu Sheng makes it possible for ordinary consumers to afford a sports car. And, the performance is impeccable, not to mention that it is still a new energy car, and the cost is 2/3 cheaper than that of a traditional fuel car. It's no wonder that the stock market will rise in response. And the market's reaction is also from the side to prove the competitiveness of this upcoming product and the promising prospect of this brand. At the end, Liu Sheng said calmly, Someone may have paid attention to the notice on the financial support policy for the promotion and application of new energy vehicles from 2015 to 2020 jointly issued by the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Science and Technology and the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology 2 days ago. The notice specifies that the maximum subsidy for new energy vehicles available to the public is 75,000 yuan, which will be reduced by 20% year after year. Audiences and car owners on the scene have seen more or less similar news. The fact that the country is vigorously promoting and supporting new energy vehicles is actually not new news. And to be honest, there are not many people who really care because of the new market. Basically, the performance and cruising range of energy vehicles are not considered by car buyers. But now it is different. The performance of this blue electric car is as high as the price of 370,000 yuan. The performance is so excellent, so beautiful and so cheap. The traditional fuel car can't withstand it. It is definitely within the scope of car buyers. The interest in this notice skyrocketed instantly. Luo Sheng on the stage continued without hesitation. Here we will calculate an account together. According to the notice, for pure electric vehicles with a range of 100 to 150 km, each vehicle is subsidized by 25,000 yuan. If the mileage is between 150 and 250 km, each vehicle will be subsidized with RMB 45,000. If the cruising range is within 250 to 350 km, each vehicle will be subsidized with RMB 55,000. If the cruising range is above 350 km, each vehicle will be subsidized with RMB 75,000. The standard cruising range of our model exceeds 500 km, so users will receive a subsidy amount of up to 75,000 yuan for buying this car. Okay, its price is 370,000 yuan per car, plus the cost of landing the car. Sorry, there is no landing fee. The audience who appeared at the remarks could not bear it and finally burst out a sound of recessed trough. Luo Sheng smiled and added, 370,000 yuan is not the price of the bare car but includes the price of the floor, that is, the bare car price plus car purchase tax plus commercial insurance and compulsory insurance in the insurance fee plus vehicle and ship use tax plus vehicle inspection license fee equals 370,000 yuan, that is to say, 75,000 yuan minus the amount of subsidy. The actual user expenditure is only 295,000 yuan. Cars are available. I said earlier that there is no middleman to make the difference. We have adopted the direct sales model to solve the trouble for customers in an all-round way. As a customer, you only need to see which car you want to visit when we come to our singly operated retail store. Qian paid the car in one hand, and we always like to move fast and break the rules. At the same time, here is another announcement. Our group company has reached a consensus with the relevant local authorities. We'll focus on 6 aspects to formulate a number of policies to promote the consumption of new energy vehicles. Don't worry about whether your city is there. When the public supercharging pile is laid in your city, it means there is definitely one. The 6 major policies include increasing the supply of license plates, subsidizing fuel as vehicles for new consumers who purchase new energy vehicles are given a charging subsidy. That is, consumers are given a subsidy of 5,000 yuan for the charging costs incurred during the use of new energy vehicles. Expand the application scale of new energy vehicles, improve the charging infrastructure, that is, the matching of public charging piles, create a smart car consumption environment. In a nutshell, you only need to spend 290,000 yuan to get the car home. The audience was cheering again as Luo Sheng ended his speech. I don't know how many times. Anyway, Luo Sheng was interrupted by applause and cheers every few minutes. An industry insider was envious of jealousy and hate. This is simply supporting the blue tram as a son, and giving it back to others. Alas, no one can complain, and the country's support for new energy vehicles is not a day. It's been 2 days. but it's all a group of it who can't afford it. Luo Sheng took out the nuclear bomber level Wang Bian. Where is the wolf coming? It is ushering in a killing rhythm, to subvert the whole industry. There was another discussion in the conference, and the general consumer audience could not stop the hot discussion. There is nothing to say, buy. Must buy. There is already a plan to buy a car. I had a crush on a Hyundai before. Fortunately, I haven't bought it, otherwise I won't be able to find a place to cry. Haha, who can think of 290,000 to buy a sports car? This value does not lose the top supercars at all, even if it is tied with those tens of millions of sports cars. The momentum is not weak and there is nothing. But as long as 290,000 you dare to believe it. Really, you can't buy it to lose money, you can't be fooled. It only takes 1.65 seconds to speed up 100 kilometers, which is the best in the world. It's definitely a face to go out and pull the wind. Reasonably, buying a traditional fuel for 290,000 will definitely not turn the face of a top supercar, but this car can do it. Haha. I will buy one and show him his face in front of me. The audience in the field and the audience watching the live broadcast are all hot discussions. Consumers with purchase needs have already made a decision to start a car, and there is almost no hesitation. The product launch event has been going on for almost an hour, and it is almost at the end. Next, Luo Sheng launched a lyric link to calm down the excitement of every potential consumer. As for the peers, it is just a thought, a blow. On the stage, Luo Sheng addressed the audience with a soothing tone. We are really very happy to bring this product to the market. In fact, the construction of the super factory is much more difficult than the production of the product. The entire mass production process of the factory, the difficulty and value of is actually far underestimated, which is really difficult. It is not difficult to build a prototype car, but mass production is another matter. Mass production is really difficult. Our international friend Tesla has not been able to solve mass production for so many years. Problem: they have launched several models, but so far they have been criticized by the market for large-scale mass production. I hope Musk can solve the capacity problem quickly. I will not wait for him. The words immediately caused a crowd of laughter from the audience. Some European and American media, especially North American media reporters, listened to inexplicable enthusiasm, and their anger was nowhere to be made. One of the consumers present said, "Which pot does the real bishop really not open?" Which is how it sounds like hiding needles in cotton. It is even more murderous. Friendly business equals enemy equals tender death. Ha. The friend next to him said, "Come on, Tesla was named by the Archbishop anyway," indicating that he also recognized Tesla as a competitor, and domestic brands don't even mention the name, which is the most hurtful. It was speechless. Fortunately, the Azure electric car is a domestic brand. Other brands let them die. No need to count on it, and look forward to the realization of the new king of the Azure Coast in the field of new energy vehicles. At the same time, Luo Sheng on the stage continued to proceed in the previous words, saying, "Many people may have such doubts in their minds. The speed of 100 kilometers is increased by 1.65 seconds, 1888 horsepower, and the cruising range of more than 500 kilometers. So outstanding a model should be delivered at 10 times the price before it can be delivered to consumers. Why is it so cheap and affordable?" With that said, Luo Sheng finished and asked himself, we rely on three magic weapons. The first is innovative technology. Technological innovation is our core competitiveness. Technological innovation allows us to have pricing power. The second is our marketing model. The traditional sales model adopts the way of single-store direct sales to eliminate the middlemen who make the difference to benefit consumers. The third, large-scale mass production. Here I mainly introduce mass production. It is difficult to mass produce. Compared to designing a car model, integrating production systems and realizing mass production is the real problem. www.intelnovel.com. It is relatively simple to have a good product, but mass production is the real problem. But we did it. So I can say with full confidence that we are better than Tesla because we have managed to accomplish feats that they have not achieved in 10 years. The fans at the scene immediately excitedly cheered and cheered. Oh oh, this wave of rhythm band makes thousands of people who are concerned about the conference feel and proud. Luosheng, our Shenqing super factory will gather a large number of talents and automated production equipment in the future. It is expected that there will be 30,000 employees. So many people need to work in 3 shifts. The whole factory is like a huge assembly of people and machines. Especially we will continue to introduce a series of innovative technologies such as artificial intelligence on the production line in the future. So in the final analysis, it is still a question of technological innovation. The biggest purpose of driving our continuous innovation is to reduce costs. We don't want our products to be non-mainstream niche, but everyone can afford it. Of these 2 issues, we choose the latter. This remark suddenly received countless applause and cheers again. It is really fame and fortune, and envy peers. But what is interesting is that when the domestic media and domestic consumers all gave warm applause, some of the foreign faces present were as deflated, and some foreign media reporters were expressionless and indifferent. But no one cares about them, and no one pays attention to them, because this is the land of China. On the contrary, the unhappy expression on the face of the foreigners will only make the people who applaud and cheer see that their hearts are more pleasant, and then the foreigners will be more unhappy. Chapter 554 You sell electric cars, I sell smart electric cars. On the stage, Luosheng's voice runs through the audience. The press conference should be over here. The pre-sale channel can be opened tomorrow. The Shenqing Super Factory is expected to be fully completed in October and enter the mass production stage. The weekly production capacity is about 6,000 vehicles. It can be delivered to the first place in January next year. In the hands of the pre-purchaser, just pick up the car at the direct store near you. Present and every consumer who has a tendency to purchase to watch the live broadcast of the press conference immediately took this into mind. Luosheng's implication was beyond comprehension. First come, first served, early purchase and early enjoyment, no discount for late purchase, because the subsidy policy in the notice is clearly written, and the annual subsidy amount will decrease by 20% year by year. These 7 cars will be placed in the exhibition hall next door. You can move to the exhibition hall to watch it after the meeting. Thank you again for your support. Thank you, Luosheng said after waving to the audience and paying attention to the audience. After the press conference, he left the scene towards the background entrance, and the audience also gave their final applause in the warm cheers. As Luosheng left, the press conference also ended, but people did not leave the headquarters of the Galaxy City, but came to the exhibition hall next door. Surprisingly, the space here is larger than the venue of the conference. Whether it is a general consumer audience, media people, or industry insiders, have come here. It turned as if he came to the scene of the auto show. The exhibition hall immediately became popular with the arrival of people. 7 Azure pure electric vehicles and 7 theme color styles were scattered in the exhibition hall. More than 2,000 people who came here were immediately divided into 7. Each electric car that provided a display had a car model with a good face value. It was the few who had driven the car into the press stage before. However, they are not the protagonists of today. They are only the green leaves that set off the blue pure electric sports car. An audience saw the color name written on the briefing board next to him, suddenly said, Frost Silver, Flame Red, Sky Gray. It is worthy of starting from a smartphone. There is a taste. Haha. It's too careless to ask me to say that I just copied it from the Azure mobile phone color style noun. Hey, you don't understand it. This is called inheritance. Traditional art can understand it. Slightly understand. The reporter present was holding his professional equipment, and the consumer audience took Azure for to shoot the pure electric sports car displayed in front of him. After a while, at the position of the car where the flame red theme color is located, a middle-aged man stared at the car in front of him and commented with appreciation. The overall appearance design is very avant-garde science fiction and style. The LED headlights on both sides are also very sci-fi visual. When connected through a penetrating light strip, the layering of the entire front face is particularly rich. The design on both sides is also very radical, and enhances the sense of movement of the front face. The overall look is fashionable and a high level that cannot be concealed. As he walked to the side of the car again, he watched for a moment and nodded again, commenting again. The door handle is a hidden design, and the straight waistline runs through the entire body. It looks very smooth and elegant. The sight glass adopts a high-tech camera design, which improves the appearance of the appearance, and the headlights on both sides are sharply shaped, and there is also a luminous car logo in the middle, which looks more dynamic and sci-fi personality as a whole, which is more power consuming. But 280 kilowatt-hours is enough. The person next to him heard this comment, which was also surprising. A Melaniating audience whispered to a friend who came here together, "Listen, people like this one pretend to be a professional." A friend said seriously, "Since ancient times, talent has been criticized, and the ancient quatrains come casually, but I am not literate." He immediately took the words of his friend. The passerby, a passerby in the exhibition hall, really knows how to throw it away, but he can only talk about learning in his late life. The reporter next to them heard the two whispering, secretly saying that these two goods are funny. After the middle-aged man came to the car, he commented for a while and commented again. The taillight is equipped with a penetrating taillight and a dynamic bumper combination, so that the entire tail does not lose the luxury sports car of 10 million. Some reporters directly opened their voice recorders, and when they went back to write the manuscript, they were too lazy to prepare their own copy. Middle-aged man took a bold step forward at this time and said to the beautiful car model next to him, "Can I go in and experience it?" "Of course can." Heard that the man's spirit was revived, and he no longer hesitated. The doors were all open. He entered the driver's seat and sat down, holding the steering wheel. The interior performance of the interior part is quite adequate. The design of the overall interior part is not luxurious, and the price of less than 300,000 is not a luxury word, but it is still more valuable than the high-end Yunya Zongkong. The superlarge floating screen display in the platform area enhances the sense of sci-fi in the car. The superlarge panoramic sunroof, and very comfortable and individual sports seats. The perfect industrial design. The crowd of strong onlookers outside the car heard his comments and seriously doubted whether the goods were sent by Liu Sheng. The whole process of rhetoric was boasting. But again, it is indeed the same thing, and some of the people who are preparing to buy a car see that this car is indeed more and more like it, especially when they think of 290,000, they can take it away, and they wish to pull it away now. This new product is indeed perfect. The only imperfection is that it is not yet sold. Even if it is pre-ordered tomorrow, even if it is queued up in the front row, it will not be available for pickup until January next year. A quarter of time. The middle-aged man in the car is indeed a senior player. He is commenting on various experiences. Some small white audiences feel inexplicable. For ordinary consumers, the most attractive thing about the interior of this car is the large-size floating screen, which is really simple and high-quality sexy. At a glance, it is a screen without too much extra things. It makes people feel more comfortable. It is a relatively new player to enter the electric vehicle field on the Côte d'Azur. It is important to know that Tesla has been established for 11 years and there are many new energy vehicle brands in China. But apart from a few new energy vehicle companies such as Tesla, most brands do not have their own core technology. The first step of an electric vehicle is to turn a traditional fuel tank into a battery pack and an engine into a motor. But this is only the most elementary and the simplest route. Most domestic electric car brands also operate according to this idea, and they can get a lot of subsidies from the state just by changing the power. Batteries and motors are of course core technologies, but those domestic brands insist on making good use of them, saying that they can run more than 300 kilometers, but in fact run out of 1 or 200 kilometers. It's hard to say that many brands are actually cheating on subsidies. And the state support for so many years is still a bird's eye. It is unbearable that Luo Sheng just came into the field at this time. Even if it is unexpected, the inclination to obtain strong support and policy resources is reasonable. Compared with other new energy vehicle brands, Luo Sheng does not need state funding, as long as it is a policy. In a sense, it is an A4 paper approval. It is so simple. Then you don't have to worry about it. There is no shortage of money on the Côte d'Azur, and Luo Sheng also has the courage to invest money in research and development. The research and development of graphene materials has already consumed more than $20 billion. And it has to be large die. Research breakthroughs in integrated power systems are now leading the world. But an electric car is not just an electric car. It is definitely not a transformation of the car from gas to electricity, but an innovative change in the entire car design concept, and even a change in sales model. Choose direct sales. In fact, this kind of flagship store direct sales is not a precedent in the Côte d'Azur, but Tesla. However, Tesla also found inspiration from Azure's single flagship store on the Azure coast. Over the past few years, this model has also proved to be feasible. In the process of the car's evolution to electrification, Luo Sheng has already set the tone, and his brand's all-electric drive is definitely not the core theme. The real core theme is intelligence. Identified the core theme, then the direction is there. And Luo Sheng's idea of making an electric car is highly modeled on his own definition of a smartphone, and the operating system is regarded by him as a very critical point. A good in-vehicle operating system should be new for a long time, and at the same time, users should have as much autonomy as possible. Just like the iOS system of Azure mobile phones, users can choose whether to install the extremely rich software, and they can at least receive the system version update and upgrade every year. This is not only the change of the interface, but also the optimization of the system and the improvement of the control efficiency. This is the development direction Luo Sheng has set for his own electric vehicle. There is no doubt that the driverlessness of electric vehicles is a trend, and it must be the trend of intelligence. At the moment, after experiencing the application on the screen, the middle-aged man exclaimed, "It really refreshed my understanding of electric cars. Electric cars are not only electric, they must be intelligent." The fool-like operation is so simple that it almost makes you feel like lying. The people outside the car heard him, and someone suddenly answered and asked, "How do you say that?" Chinese website. Chapter 555. The first day of pre-sale sales, the industry burst into the pan. The crowd of melanating people all waited curiously for the middle-aged man's criticism. The middle-aged man in the driver's seat said, "This car has an 18-inch touch screen as a control panel. All functions of the car can be adjusted and controlled through the touch screen. Even the height of the car suspension can be controlled through this control panel to adjust. As long as you can play smartphones, you will not understand these operations. The onboard operating system can regularly update the system interface and function optimization through OTA upgrades. You can also remotely diagnose and repair non-hardware problems on the vehicle." Unexpectedly, really unexpectedly, I actually used the idea of a smartphone. At this time, someone suddenly came here, and everyone heard his smiling voice. This person is really the Azure Electric Vehicle Technical Director Yuanf. Not only that, but the Azure Pure Electric car can also increase the car's 100 km acceleration time or maximum speed through software updates without changing the hardware, just like you adjust the phone volume. By improving the motor torque and battery pack, the energy transmission process, that is, the collective power management control system of the entire car, makes the matching efficiency between the various subsystems more optimized, thereby improving the dynamic performance of the car. Yuanf calmly smiled. "This is not a future car, this is the function of a blue tram you will see on the road now." The unique design language of the onboard operating system makes the various components of the car no longer it is independent, but a fused whole, which creates unlimited possibilities for a unified vehicle operating system. Maybe we can tolerate that the exterior and interior layers of the car have not changed for 10 years, but the annual system update must become the standard for electric smart cars. Through the OTA upgrade method like as your smartphones, as long as you are connected to the internet, the car system can be updated and upgraded. Not only the interface buttons are changed from round to square, not only a theme interface, but also the continuous improvement and optimization of the system flow and overall operating efficiency. The point is that there is no charge for every upgrade. Is a professional. Everyone is very surprised that Yuan turned out to be the technical director of Azure Electric Car. No wonder. However, the audience present suddenly realized that the genes of this electric car are deeply imprinted with the traditional arts of the Côte d'Azur smartphones. Really is a product of the same origin, a little familiar taste, a little original formula. The middle-aged man came out of the car and watched Yuan exclaimed, "This is an unprecedented disruptive change. Other brands are doing electric cars, and your company has already started to make electric smart cars, leading by half. Steps are lunatics, and your company is more than half a step ahead." He glanced back at the car and said, "If I were a consumer and was looking at Azure Electric Cars, I would definitely not buy other electric car brands because I was sure that I would not buy a car other than Power." Apart from the changes, electric cars are no different from traditional cars from the inside out. I don't even want to sell traditional fuel cars. Speaking of which, the middle-aged man looked at Yuan and added, "Once your company's product is brought to the market, the entire auto industry is afraid that it will be wrecked." I am not referring to the new energy auto industry, but including traditional fuel, the entire automotive industry of cars. In the field of new energy vehicles, there is no smart car with a new design language of the in-vehicle operating system. Your company's intentions really make us entrepreneurs desperate. I feel that I have not yet established a company. If you change your business as soon as possible, this is a market that will die in the future. The reporters and some tourists present at the scene were all looking at it. It turned out to be an entrepreneur who is interested in achieving a career in the field of new energy vehicles. No wonder so professional. Yuan heard the humble reply. "Mister," he said it seriously, "the development of electric vehicles cannot exceed historical reality. It needs to step by step to mature before it can enter thousands of households. And we do not intend to rule the entire market, let alone see there is only one brand in the entire market, and the country does not allow this kind of monopoly to happen." Consumers are also reluctant to see. In the words of President Luo, the entire industry must be diverse in order to burst into vitality and livelihood, otherwise it will be dead. Speaking of which, Yuan made a quick turn. But new energy vehicles will become more brilliant in the future compared to traditional fueled vehicles. Of course, new energy vehicles cannot replace traditional fueled vehicles completely in the future, but they will basically replace them. Everyone could not help but pay tribute to the tribute. The middle-aged man sighed. "The structure and mind of your company is really invincible in the heart, invincible in the world." The melanating crowds at the scene heard these words and madly vomited. This buddy really licked. But again, even licking, but it also makes sense. The pattern and mindset of the Côte d'Azur company is domineering and confident in the elegance. And people with flexible thinking have also heard the subtext of Yuan. "In the future, I will take the first place in the field of new energy vehicles. I will sit on the Côte d'Azur. You will not only be eliminated by us, but to unite to put together traditional fuel vehicles, get down and reshuffle the entire market, so that the auto industry will be fully electrified in the near future. I will eat meat with me. As for how much you can eat, it depends on you." At this time, a person in the crowd suddenly asked, "Is this car capable of soaring 400 kilometers per hour? Will it be very dangerous? I mean, if there are more such cars on the road in the future, will it increase the rate of traffic accidents?" Yuan did not know who asked this question, but it was not important. But he laughed and said, "The speed of the car is not directly related to the traffic accident rate. but depends on the driver. The driver has no sense of safety. 40 km per hour can also kill people. Safety issues are the bottom line that our group company's new energy vehicle development must maintain. I hope that all participants in our industry, including car owners, can take safety seriously. Everyone can't help but nod repeatedly. If the car is too fast to let it go, then the top supercars running on the road now have to be banned. Yuan stayed here for a while and left. The reporter on the scene wanted to interview him, but they were all refused. The content of the press conference is spreading rapidly all over the world and all industries, once again occupying the headlines of the day. The launch event of Azure electric vehicles is like a nuclear bomb being detonated, which not only impacts the existing new energy vehicle market, but also the entire automobile industry. The price is less than 300,000, and the excellent performance allows the first generation of blue electric vehicles to have unparalleled international pricing power, and whoever has the international pricing power has the ability to reshuffle. This time, the traditional fuel car giants were shocked by the cold sweat. They held an internal high-level meeting overnight to urgently discuss how severe the Côte d'Azur company might impact them, how to deal with this industry-wide crisis of reshuffle. On the surface, traditional auto giants, including some new energy automobile companies, did not come out to speak, and now only the media and netizens are brushing the screen. The blue electric car has unparalleled competitiveness in all aspects of performance and price displayed at the press conference, but this does not mean that it passed the test. The real test requires the market to carry out. Frankly speaking, it is the problem that consumers cannot buy it. After the press conference, everyone is waiting for tomorrow's pre-sale. Right now, the blue electric cars are all over the net overnight, and even the world, backed by the long-known multinational giants like the Côte d'Azur. The popularity and publicity are directly sold out. Now there are a lot of videos on the internet, the domestic Blue Star Video Network, the international version of the BV video site are available, and many up hosts have also joined in. After all, the traffic concern here is placed past. The market test is the last word, everything else is nonsense. 3 days later, the Science and Technology Complex building turned into an assistant and secretary, and King Xu entered Liu Sheng's private office. Roger, the first day sales of the blue electric car are calculated, and President Yao has released public information. Liu Sheng glanced at her and smiled. Look at how happy you are, the data should be good. And King Xu said with a little excitement, not only is it good, it is the explosion of the explosion. The pre-sales exceeded 10,000 units on the first day. To be exact, it pre-ordered 10,895 units, and the deposit was 1.63 billion yuan. As soon as President Yao announced the news, the whole industry had already exploded. Liu Sheng said calmly, broken 10,000. That's pretty good. And King Xu couldn't help but blame. Brother, if you are heard by outsiders, especially if you and your businessmen are heard, you will probably be mad at you. This pre-sale data means that there are too many things. What is the concept of daily sales breaking 10,000? In the field of new energy vehicles, not only all brands including Tesla electric vehicles are rubbed on the ground without resistance, not to mention, even traditional fuel car brands have to be rubbed on the ground by the mad rhythm of the rubbing rhythm. Fear of comparisons. Everything explodes as soon as comparisons hurt. Compared to last year's 2013 global brand car sales of Toyota's annual sales of 9.98 million units, the average daily sales of about 27,000 units. If the Azure electric vehicles' daily sales of 10,895 are not strictly calculated, it means that the annual sales volume can reach 3.97 million units, and the annual production and sales of vehicles in the Greater China market is 20 million units. It is really calculated by this rough calculation method. 20% market share. If the annual sales volume can reach 3.97 million units, it means that the Azure electric car brand can be squeezed into the 9th place in the world's top 10 brand car sales list. but only through a Greater China market, rather than the global market. A new brand is still a brand of new energy vehicles. It can be said that it is almost a myth that cannot be copied. No wonder this news is announced, and the whole industry has exploded. And King Su said, "The market in Greater China is already so scary. If the business is globalized, I can't imagine it." Luo Sheng smiled and said, "Don't even think about it. How can we reshape and promote the global automobile electrification intention?" Ha ha, some of the following plays are sung. Let's watch the other party quietly how to perform. And King Su curiously said, "Then, how can this drama continue?" Luo Sheng thought without hesitation. "Play every time." The next day, the major media published the latest news of the traditional auto giant. General Motors announced that it will vigorously promote the electrification of its brand cars. Headline report of Connected magazine. Ford Motor Company announced that it will spare no effort to develop electric vehicles. Bloomberg headline report. Volkswagen Group announced that it will increase investment efforts to fully develop electric vehicles. CNN headline report. Sure enough, then the international friends and businessmen began to stage a large-scale true incense scene. Before the press conference, they were still ridiculed madly. As a result, they slapped their faces in the blink of an eye. Sure enough, the world cannot escape the law of true incense. Once the sales data came out, it was no longer a matter of new energy vehicle brands, but traditional auto giants could not stay out of the matter. In fact, new energy vehicles have been developed for more than 10 years. Although the traditional fuel car giants are not optimistic or even degraded, they are more or less involved in the field of new energy vehicles, but they have never really paid attention to it, let alone will be treated as the main business. At best only marginal business. But the nuclear bomb thrown by the Côte d'Azur was too scary. It was a horror story. Luo Sheng was wielding a knife of change, and he was going to kill their traditional auto giants. The changes in technology are quiet, and they come without saying any greetings to you. This is no longer a question of whether you want to pay attention to your subjective wishes, and you may face a crisis of survival if you do not pay attention to tomorrow. Almost at the same time, the major auto giants formulated a series of coping strategies overnight. On the one hand, they slapped their faces very decisively and announced a large-scale entry into the new energy vehicle market. Seeking votes. Chapter 556 Dance's Flurry. The car is almost broken before it is listed. Before the launching of the Côte d'Azur electric vehicles, many domestic electric vehicles, especially some well-known brands of high-end electric vehicles, appeared to be very well-known and powerful. In fact, like the rising traffic stars. Starting in 2014, small fresh meat has been rampant in the entertainment market and in the field of domestic electric cars. In fact, the big guys also know that when a big guy will shoot the market to enter a truly powerful actor in the real sense, this drama can no longer be performed according to the previous routine. The reason is very simple. The powerful actor, as your pure electric smart car, doesn't want to accompany them as a traffic star, but has a bigger ideal. The data on the day that the sales were over 10,000 was released, and many big new car makers were also scared out of a cold sweat. But anyone who has a slight grasp of this manufacturing industry knows what this means. Obviously, other domestic brands are now ignorant of food and sleepless at night. Online reservations are made for Azure pure electric cars. Consumers are frantically placing orders. Looking at the few days left in October, the Shenxing Superfactory will fully mobilize production capacity and start full-scale production at a rate of 6,000 per week. Judging from the current market demand, the production capacity of just one superfactory is completely unable to meet the actual market demand. The annual output of Shenxing Superfactory is about 300,000 vehicles, which is far from supply. In terms of current demand, opening 10 new superfactories of the same size may not be able to meet the market's supply requirements. This hot sales situation is the same as that of the Azure mobile phone sales, and compared with other domestic electric car brands, The monthly sales are more than 1,000. And even some monthly sales are less than 1,000, all of them were pressed to ravage. This can no longer be described as a dark horse. Science and Technology Complex Building. At breakfast time, Luo Sheng came to the restaurant after a simple Washington, and King Su was preparing a nutritious breakfast for him. A lady in a customized version was wearing a high-level taste. No one would think that she was becoming Luo Sheng's full-time assistant and before the secretary. He was a domestic worker born with a bachelor degree. Sometimes, it is not unreasonable to follow the right person to completely change the destiny and realize the class transition. Luo Sheng glanced at the table with admiration and came to sit at the dining table, but King Suimai came over with breakfast for a while. Although she is now dominated by assistants, the traditional craftsmanship is still maintained until now. Secretary, right? After King Su sat down, he looked at Luo Sheng and said, Roger, the sales of pure blue electric cars are hitting the whole industry. You are scolded again. Now the public opinion is saying that you do not give way to other domestic brands. Disrupting market order and monopolizing market competition has given you the title of an economic disruptor. The sales myth of the Azure pure electric car, or pre-order, are all anxious, has no core technological competitiveness and can only rely on other fancy operations to cover up its own shortcomings. So it is intended to make a fuss in public opinion and constantly brush a sense of presence in other places to attract the attention of the market and consumers. Luo Sheng, who was eating, couldn't help but smile, and looked down at King Suimai paper, glanced at the uniform she was wearing, and said, I've read an article on psychological analysis, saying that if a man likes to wear uniforms by himself, it means that he likes to use rules to restrain himself, and if he prefers women to wear uniforms, there is a desire to break the tradition in his heart, indicating that he likes to break the rules, which is two completely opposite directions. That Luo Jiu are the latter. King Suimai smiled lightly and couldn't help glancing at his dress. Luo Sheng's dress was minimalist and casual at the moment, not just at home. Even at this is almost always the case in public. One person's malpractice is that even in formal public occasions, they can be dressed casually. Not only will they not be said, but personalities will be said. This is true of many bigwigs, as well as the founders of Valley and Luo Sheng. These gangsters all have one thing in common. They are indeed breaking traditions and rules. Needless to say, Luo Sheng never went back on the road of subversive innovation, and the founders of Valley, too, broke the tradition and rules, and changed the way people shop and pay. The big guys are breaking the rules, modifying the rules of the game, changing people's lifestyles, and changing the world. Then how should we deal with it? And King Su said with his hand under his jaw, thoughtfully, anyway, it is somewhat reasonable for competitors to make such an opinion. The impact of cars on the inherent market is too great, breaking the balance, and even the traditional fueled vehicles are terrified. If the entire industry enters a situation of reshuffling, it will inevitably be unrest. The impact of bankruptcy and elimination on the economic environment cannot be ignored. The automobile industry is too strong for a country's economic pull, and it plays a decisive role in the real economy and manufacturing. So far, automobiles are still the most complex industrial products among mass-produced civilian products, with tens of thousands of parts. The design life is often more than 10 years. During this period, they will experience wind, frost, rain and snow, summer heat and severe winter. In terms of the number of parts and the difficulty of manufacturing, mobile phones are far inferior to automobiles in terms of the number of parts and manufacturing difficulty. As for aircraft, the complexity and production scale of ordinary single-engine piston small civilian aircraft are far inferior to automobiles, especially the scale military aircraft that represent cutting-edge technology may be more complex than automobiles, but the scale limit is simply not comparable to the economic impact of civilian automobiles. The automotive industry is a highly integrated industry that will bring almost the entire industrial chain. Its upstream industry includes almost all manufacturing sectors: metallurgy, electronics, chemical industry and so on. On the whole, the automotive industry is a dual benchmark for a country's manufacturing software and hardware strength. From a national defense perspective, since World War I, the overall mode of warfare has still dominated the war. The industrial strength of a country, especially manufacturing the strength of the industry, often determines the country's war potential, and the automotive industry itself precisely marks the strength of a country's manufacturing industry. The impact of the rules broken by Luo Sheng this time is difficult to measure with specific quantitative indicators. It is no longer enough to break the traditional sales model. Choose a sales model like the direct sales store of your mobile phones. Countless people's jobs have been smashed. Now one of the spearheads of public opinion attacks is Luo Sheng said at the press conference that no middleman makes the difference. Of course, consumers have benefited, but the biggest beneficiary is the Côte d'Azur, because the benefits of the Côte d'Azur family eat it. Everything is done from another angle. It is not Ali who can't eat. What made friends and businessmen even more angry is that Luo Sheng also said so great and awe-inspiring, and also won the support of countless consumers. In fact, they are also envious of jealousy. They also want to do this, but there is no strength, can't do it. Competition is so cruel. Of course, consumers also know that the Côte d'Azur will be the biggest beneficiary. But it is indeed affordable, and the fact that consumers are indisputable. As long as they can provide excellent products to the market and the prices are fair, consumers certainly vote with their feet. Luo Sheng looked at the King Sui my paper full of humility and asked him. He must first have a basic understanding that the development of pure electric vehicles cannot exceed reality, and I have mastered advanced production materials. However, the productivity has not gone up or false. This is an objective fact. The national automobile production and sales scale is 20 million units. I now have a factory with 2 production lines and 3 shifts. The annual production capacity is only 300,000 units. Even if I expand 20 more, the production line has an annual production capacity of only 3.4 million vehicles. And King Su nodded thoughtfully, saying, the arguments of the competitors are somewhat reasonable, but they are overreacted. Simply put, although the blue pure electric car can be mass-produced and can kill Tesla's production capacity, for the demand of the entire market, it is still a serious shortage of production capacity. Everyone wants to buy it, but now the annual production capacity is 300,000 vehicles. It is equivalent to millions of car owners grabbing 300,000 cars at the same time. And the absolute supply is in short supply. The construction cost of the Shenxing plant is as high as 30 billion yuan. If you expand 10 factories of the same size, you will have an additional budget of 300 billion yuan. This is not all. Related packages, the laying of charging piles and the construction of the supply chain, each of which is an astronomical budget of hundreds of billions. There are not a few direct operated stores now. In addition, the state does not provide subsidies. All the money is paid by the Côte d'Azur. In fact, Luo Sheng also knows that the country is also monetizing the Côte d'Azur by doing this. It does not want to enlarge it to form an absolute reality. Monopoly state means is at the national level. This is the most slippery way to play. A very simple one can control the overall situation quite well. It can allow local markets to adjust in turmoil, but the overall situation is always stable. If you really expand your production capacity tenfold, your comprehensive budget will have to be expanded dozens of times. This is a bit scary. The Côte d'Azur doesn't have so much money now, unless the money from the family fund is also put in. But Luo Sheng will definitely not do it. This money is used to prepare for a financial war with Laom. It must be rescued to get it out. Once the money is spent, and the levers go up, the risk factor directly bursts the rhythm of the watch. At that time, only a small detonator is needed. Once the thunder is burst, then this huge business technology empire built by 10 years of hard work will collapse. Therefore, Luo Sheng did not dare to take this risk, so the Azure electric car must be separated and separated. and it must be listed on the Big A financing to ease the pressure on funds. At the dinner table, Liu Sheng wiped a corner of his mouth with a tissue and said calmly, "It's overreacted, but it's true. This is a clear trend, but you can't underestimate competitors. It is the essence of human beings. Overreaction in turn is the result of long-term thinking." Speaking of which, Liu Sheng smiled at King Sui my paper and added, "I can make Azure pure electric cars more expensive." Why did I quote a price of 290,000 at the press conference? Just to tell the market and competitors mine how hard the fist is, and how much damage is the most out of it. Sometimes you don't know what you are doing without showing your muscles with a heavy punch. And King Su smiled and said, "So, Liu, you want the competition to clearly see their own weight and our energy. This trick is really clever. It means that the competitors have given up their bargaining power. Can we firmly grasp the pricing power? Then there must be a back end." Liu Sheng laughed. "Of course. The good show is just beginning. And it is absolutely unreasonable to sell 290,000 pure blue electric cars. Even if I want to sell 290,000, the market will not agree. This is not based on personal will. If I were to face the market, there would be no place to die. Since the current price is unreasonable, then the market only needs a period of self-regulation to make it at a reasonable price." And King Su thought quietly, but for a moment she immediately said, "Huang Nu Party?" Liu Sheng, "It's smart. It's really transparent at one point. Yes, no matter how I expand the production capacity, it is impossible to meet the demand of the entire market in the next 5 to 10 years. I have to globalize. The market itself will promote Azure pure. Rising price of electric cars will cause a large number of ox parties to hoard high prices to make profit spreads. If there is such a large market demand, some people will be willing to pay a high price to buy. This is the law of the market." Liu Sheng smiled, "Be awesome to the market. As time goes by, all kinds of games will make you dazzled. Even if someone uses this as a futures contract to fry me, I will not be surprised. I am very upset and can't bear it." A good industrial assembly line product has been played by these people as a financial derivative. I am crazy about them. If you don't care, they will be damaged by them sooner or later. I won't get any penny benefits. Mao Yangjiu. Wine was originally produced for drinking, but now a group of people are playing this brand wine into hard currency, and even playing with futures to maintain value and become a financial product. This actually harmed the interests of Moyang Company. The wine was shipped from the factory, but instead of being consumed by the market, it was hoarded on a large scale. Once the future thundered due to a certain factor, the price plummeted, and everyone madly sold their goods. Suddenly there was a lot of goods in the market, so the company did not want to sell as much. Even if there is no thunderstorm, Mao didn't get much benefit, but he took the potential risks. The benefits were all made by those speculators. Liu Sheng must consider whether his car will be fired into financial derivatives by that group of people. Although it sounds incredible as an industrial assembly line product, the world is so magical that it can be played as long as the capital is profitable. Come out of flowers. And King Su couldn't help but ask, "Brother, what should we do?" Liu Sheng looked at her suddenly with a mysterious smile, and said, "Set up a bureau to see their own creation." What this said was not to say why. King apparently didn't want to let herself know too much, but did not ask too much. But seeing Liu Sheng's intriguing smile, King Sumizi knew that someone must be suffering, said, "I think they will definitely jump in, because greed is human nature." Liu Sheng was unsure. Actually, Liu Sheng intended that they would not come to provoke themselves and take up their greed, so that the setup would not hurt them. But he also knows that this kind of thinking is just wishful thinking. Human greed is destined to jump in. Want to look at Brother Wool's wool? How many deaths come? Just now lack of money to spend. Since someone came to give money, there is no meaning not to laugh. Shenqing. In the office of a business office building, two men were talking across from the office at the moment. One of the men in a suit and leather jacket said excitedly, "Mr. Jin, Did you see it? On the 10th day of the pre-sale of Azure electric vehicles, the number of pre-sales has exceeded 120,000. The market is so crazy, and following this trend, the annual production capacity of the Azure Coast will be furiously sold out. The middle-aged man who speaks is Wang Xin. He established a private equity fund to help investors create rich returns. The average return on investment in the past 5 years has reached 22%. This is a very good performance. The key is stability. The man who is sitting in front of him and called him Mr. Jin is called Jin Penghai. He is a rich man and a big client of Wang Xin's fund. Jin Penghai has hundreds of millions of funds handed over to Wang Xin's private equity fund. There is no shortage of money on the French Riviera, and the second, third, and fourth superfactories will soon be opened to expand production capacity. Wang Xin smiled and shook his head again and again. Mr. Jin, you are right, but you are not right. You can buy a car comparable to a supercar for 290,000, which is crazy for consumption. Fundamentally, even if the Côte d'Azur expands its capacity by 10 times, the market is still in short supply. Moreover, it is impossible to expand the capacity 10 times in a short period of time. It cannot be done within at least 5 years. The Côte d'Azur is rich and not fake, but there is also an upper limit on the scale of assets. Even if all their cash reserves are used up, it is impossible to smash out 10 or 20 new production lines, so prices will inevitably rise. This is the law of the market. Speaking of which, Wang Xin paused for a moment and then added, Mr. Jin, you may not know that someone in the market is already trading the futures contract of Azure pure electric vehicles. The futures contract in 2015 has been snatched up, which has already. It is the information from 3 days ago. I think the 2016 futures contract has started for some time. The futures contract revenue in 2015 is at least 150% annualized, and 2016 is at least 130%. The entire market is rushing. Jin Penghai said in surprise. What? Futures are available? My God. Where did the goods come from? How are they delivered when they expire? Don't tell me that those speculators can pick up the goods directly from the Côte d'Azur. Wang Xin said with a smile. Of course it is impossible to pick up the goods directly from the Côte d'Azur coast. To put it bluntly, it is a business of buying and selling. Some people are buying at a premium in the market. Now everyone believes that the 700,000 pure electric cars are not worried about selling. The panic buying is also vigorously acquiring high-priced predetermined contracts from some consumers, and a net profit of 20% can be made by handover. More and more people are participating. Jin Penghai said stunnedly, the product will be broken soon before it is launched. Do you want to be angry with Liu Sheng? He will not see it. In case he announces that the price increase will all be dead. As soon as the delivery date arrives it's rotten. Lao Wang, we can all see it. Do you think Liu Sheng and the Azure Coast management will not see it? Don't lie to yourself. Wang Xin spread his hands and said, in a sense, he is lying to himself, and everyone is pretending to sleep. Of course I don't doubt that the Côte d'Azur can't see it. In fact, Liu Sheng dares to sell 290,000 people, and they have lofty ideals to change the world. To reshape the electrification of the whole industry, the pattern and mindset are not what the poor people like me can match. Jin Penghai shook his head with a smile. Compared with Liu Sheng, we are indeed poor. Ha ha. Wang Xin smiled and said, we just want to get in touch with General Liu in the process, and run for a while. Now it's so crazy, who doesn't know who, but they all think they can run fast. Jin Penghai looked straight at him and said with emotion, it's really a group of demons and dances. Imho, old friends, why do you think you run faster than others? Wang Xin, no, I will not only say that I run faster than others, on the contrary, I run very slowly. Jin Penghai, oh, how do you say that? Wang Xin, however, there is a good saying, the stupid bird flies first. Mr. Jin, it is true that the fund company has now received a total of 20 futures contracts in February, March, May and July 2015. You are reading www.uukanzu.com has a total of 1890 vehicles with an average nominal value of more than 1.2 billion yuan. No surprises. According to the scale of your investment in our fund, you can make a net profit of 150 million yuan. Now I have a channel to have a large September futures order with a total of 1,639 vehicles. The nominal value can reach 1 billion, but it only needs 580 million to buy. The seller only gives me a week. This is still my and his. The relationship was one. This is already a big face. I once pulled him to pay for it. Otherwise he wouldn't squeeze his hand, and he would make a 72.4% net gain in 10 months, but my fund account is still missing. Jin Penghai immediately rushed and said, "Once you are the old king, I understand what you mean. I am now worried about how to deal with the 80 million idle funds here. There are still 35 million in 3 days, all of which are handed over to your fund. I've taken care of it. But I have a line all my worth. Haha, a stupid bird will fly first." 72.4% of the income. Jin Peng calculated this account, and invested 115 million yuan by himself. After 10 months, he can earn 83.26 million yuan. With the previous 150 million yuan, the value directly doubles. This rate of return is no longer possible. It can be described with just one blood earn. It is not surprising that the market is suddenly so crazy. The two chapters are merged. I'm holding back that I'm short, and thank you for your praise. Everyone says I am water. I know everyone is complimenting me, because water is saying I am doing better? This is a testimonial, right? What about the other ticket? Beiyan is too much. Chapter 557. Dig an epic giant pit. The villa where Qin Weimu is located. The TV screen of the living room is playing a news picture of a press conference, and the person who appeared is Yao Jianhong. People have been justifying for domestic electric vehicle manufacturers in the past, and now it seems that the situation is obviously not that way. With the retreat of new energy subsidies, friends and businesses have experienced an overall decline, while sales of blue electric vehicles the festival has climbed, which has proved a cruel reality. It is not that electric vehicles must be supplemented by new energy vehicles, nor that electric vehicles do not have a separate sales market and future potential in China. It is just too much for domestic electric vehicles. Can't stand a little harm of subsidy fluctuations. At this time, Luo Sheng tilted Erlang's legs against the sofa and watched the press conference. He couldn't help but laugh to himself. Lao Yao really does not give friends a little face. At the same time, Yao Jianhong of the video footage continued. In the past 1 or 2 years, many new forces in the automobile industry have suddenly emerged in China. The well-known brands have devoted themselves to the research and development of electric vehicle products, and it is clearly out of the air. Otherwise, a normal manufacturing industry is unlikely to produce so many new producers in just 1 or 2 years. In my opinion, many productions are inadequate and all kinds of project investment go off. The vast majority of new car-making forces are faulty, and only with the help of new energy subsidies to survive. The country tightened the days once it has not been issued. Many new car-making forces have endurance fraud, shrinkage rate, and fire. After a while, Qin Weimu wandered around and sat down next to Luo Sheng, saying, "The future contract of the Azure Pure Electric car has already been arranged by the gang of speculators on the market to 2017, crazy enough, so in the future, real consumers will not be able to buy a car for 290,000, but it will cost more than 700,000. You are being madly scoured by the speculators, and they will soon be broken by them." After Qin Weimu turned his head slightly, he glanced at him. His gaze had a rather playful meaning. The world's richest man was madly scoured wool. Luo Sheng smiled and said, "What are you going to do? This time you don't have to worry that they are not foreigners, there is no difference in front of greed." When Yan said, Kin Weimer couldn't help but leaned back on the sofa, embracing his hands with his jaw and thinking for a moment, and said concisely, after eating long, eat short, eat all. Ruthless enough. Hundreds of billions of hot money has been poured in a short period of time, and all you want is to make a fortune. You can say that this group of people is crazy. After all, the yield of more than 150% is too tempting. Although most people know that there are huge bubbles inside and are extremely fragile, they are popular and pretending to be asleep. They all feel that the thunderbolt has been obtained 5 years later. Felt that he was not the last person to take the order. It is worth mentioning that the Côte d'Azur has so far deposited 160 billion yuan in deposits alone, because the pre-sale has exceeded the incredible 1 million. Is really lying down to earn money, and the deposit is not a deposit, which means no refund. Kin Weimer said, this disc has now been pulled up. In what form do you plan to hit the disc and increase the price? Luo Sheng shook his head. You can't hit the market in the form of price increases, which will destroy the overall situation of my reshaping industry. Now that consumers see the price of the yellow party car being doubled, many buyers have no idea. Greetings. The OX account has been registered several times. Now it is a contradiction between the consumer and the OX party. If I announce a price increase and hit the market, it will eventually become a contradiction between the consumer and the company, but it can be used for a short time. Kin Weimer thought about, if you don't raise prices, you can only rely on mass production to balance market supply and demand. But this is obviously not possible in the short term. Luo Sheng smiled mysteriously, and suddenly looked at Kin Weimer and said, the gang of oxen who harvested the country, at most, cut them 2 or 3 billion RMB, which is only enough money for me to build a factory. Too little. Kin Weimer looked at him in surprise. You mean? Luo Sheng simply said, I want you to sell short crude oil futures markets to harvest Wall Street, to take this opportunity to make a fortune. If you don't give me a net profit of 50 billion US dollars, see how I beat you ass. Kin Weimer gave him a blank look, ignored the last sentence and said seriously, short the crude oil market? Where are you going to find a detonator with such a large energy to detonate? Luo Sheng said with a smile, the power of technology, the power of change. Since the press conference, Toyota, Volkswagen, GM and other well-known traditional auto giants all over the world want to see me. Company executives are prohibited from contacting them. Kin Weimer said, puzzled. This is the detonator you said. It's just a Hanson style. Said that. Luo Sheng whispered to Kin Weimer's ear, and when the latter heard him dragging out the plan, Xingma couldn't stop his eyes widening. Are you sure you want to do that? Luo Sheng said calmly, to put it bluntly, the brand of Azure electric car is considered by the outside world to be very important. In fact, the meaning I give it is just the switch to start the entire transformation process. The first gear has it after it starts. The biggest mission has been completed. Nothing else matters. Kin Weimer nodded involuntarily. This is something that the outside world never dreamed of. Luo Sheng's various actions, including not meeting traditional automobile giants, are all smoke bombs that make the outside world think that the brand is on the Côte d'Azur. The most important thing is the son of the French Riviera. After all, the scale of investment is there. No one would think that this brand is just in Luo Sheng's hand. It's not too early. Go to bed. If you want this palace to make you big money, it depends on your performance. The next day, Kin Weimer began to mobilize a large amount of funds to expand the layout, and he was not in a hurry, because the time to hit the market was chosen by Luo Sheng. Of course, he had to be ready to hit the market again. The transfer of funds will take time and the legal risks must be thoroughly understood, deal with potential reefs, and then hit the plate. Kin Weimer also mobilizes Shengfeng Capital and family funds for capital operation. The former distributes domestically and the latter distributes international crude oil futures market. Hengxin International Investment Bank HIB plays an important role in this. Shengfeng Capital's funds mobilized 500 billion yuan in cash, which accounted for almost 80% of the fund's current cash size, and there was plenty of time to operate the funds quietly. The end of RMB 500 billion has stimulated the whole market to a point where it is hot. At this time, it is difficult for someone to stay sensible, only to know that this gluttonous feast has attracted real large institutions to enter the market. There is a popular slogan in the capital circle: everyone is crazy about the world's richest wall. In the last quarter of 2014, the capital market became more and more enthusiastic and announced that the time had finally come. In 2015, the first batch of Azure pure electric vehicles was finally delivered to the first batch of pre-orders. In the last quarter of last year, the Côte d'Azur company has built 22 offline single-store stores that can be put into use under the overtime nationwide. Among them, 15 cities have completed the laying of charging piles, and the rest are in other cities. These cities are also the first to lay supercharging piles in 2015. Anyway, go hand in hand. Sucking. At 9 o'clock this morning, the city's Azure pure electric car flagship store officially opened. The area of the store is extremely large. The most eye-catching place is the open-air parking lot on the left and right sides of the main entrance outside the store. The transparent tempered glass is closed, and the air conditioning inside is adjusted to a roughly constant temperature state. This is completely different from the traditional 4S shop. At this moment, hundreds of melanating people have been on the outside of the store. They stood outside by the fence and watched through the glass wall. The scene was extremely hot. This time most of them were male consumers. My God, with so many brand new cars, there are at least 50 or 60 cars in the parking lot, and there are more than 10 million trees. Not only so much, I just asked the staff in the store, there is a large warehouse below, and the car can be sent by the elevator. Not only, how many? It is said that 300 cars can be stored, and I don't know if it is true or not. I'm really rich and I'm not afraid to sell. What kind of international joke? This car is still worried about not being sold. The pre-orders have already broken 2 million units. The Ox Party has contributed a lot. It's abominable. Yeah, it is said that it was fired to 700,000 vehicles, and everyone started. If I have the funds, I want to be a scalper, and I will double the profit once I get upset. There was a lot of discussion among the crowd. Many of them were squatting here, always staring at the consumers who were coming to pick up the car. After a while, there was a round of warm applause in the store, only to see a consumer dressed in ordinary clothes walked into the parking garage with a staff member. The other party smiled on the face, because he was the first in the pre-sale. The first Azure pure electric car that entered the market was snapped up, and this can be fired without accident. At this moment he has completed all the procedures to confirm. Mr. Liu, this is your car, you can drive away now. The man known as Mr. Liu nodded again and again. For the first time it felt cool under the gaze of many melanating audiences outside the venue, and immediately took out an Azure 4 mobile phone from his pocket. For the new mobile phone, you should come with a complete set of www.mtlnovel.com properly. After seeing him wake up the screen of his mobile phone, he opened an app of the Azure pure electric car, logged into his account, and then clicked the virtual button of My Car. The pure electric car in front of the black theme color style suddenly turned on, and the tail light flashed a few times, and there was also a sound. Mr. Liu clicked again to unlock, and then he could directly open the car door, and he could not wait to sit in the driving seat. The blue pure electric car does not have a car key, which is the biggest highlight and feature, but Mr. Liu has long been familiar with the operation process. Starting the car is done by the display panel, but driving the car is the same as a traditional fuel car. High-tech is high-tech. Mr. Liu holds the steering wheel and doesn't like this car. He can buy a car that is not a top-level supercar at 290,000, which he didn't dare to think about before. After calming down, Mr. Liu drove the car out of the garage as usual, enjoying the focus of many eyes, and left the car. I have seen a lot of eyes on the project, and I don't feel how cool I feel at this moment. This car is really not expensive, but it is now priceless and there is no money, and it is not necessarily available immediately. 10,000 people went away, and the hype of the Ox Party wanted only 290,000 people. When Mr. Liu just drove a distance, he noticed that a man in a suit and leather boots waved to stop the car and had to stop. The other party quickly ran to the window. Mr. Liu, you are this gentleman. Do you want to transfer this car? I am willing to take over at a high price. Chapter 558 Zip. Crazy Harvest. Howling in the market. Sorry, I don't sell. After hearing this, Mr. Liu knew that it was a scalper party, and did not give the other party a good look. He opened the car window and said nothing about driving away. It didn't take long for Mr. Liu to be stopped for a few hundred meters on the next trip. He was also asked if he was interested in transferring the car in his hand, willing to buy it at a high price, pay the money and deliver in one hand. Was stopped again, or the Ox Party. He was stopped 7 times within a distance of less than 2 kilometers. The original Good Mood was extremely depressed. Not only this Mr. Liu, but the owners of almost all offline flagship stores who came to pick up their cars have been subjected to a lot of harassment along the way. All of them are various kinds of Ox Parties. And in the next period of time, the harassment of the Ox Party will continue. As long as there is a blue pure electric sports car on the road, it will be inexplicably taken up by someone, and Zhang, who said to buy your car at a high price, was troubled by many car owners and appealed on the internet to scold the Ox Party. Most people refuse, because they are real consumers, not speculative. If you really want to earn more money, you have to consider that you may not want to start in the next 2 or 3 years. Unless you start with a high price, or the character broke out again. Many people don't think they can have a second character outbreak, so they refused very decisively. But there is no absolute thing. There are always people who will be tempted, and those Ox Parties who run offline business are also full of perseverance. After all, if you get a car, you can get 30,000 commissions. This is the core driving force. However, after all, the offline is a small head. Large organizations have their own army in crazy pre-orders. If they can grab it directly from the official website, it will be 290,000. Constantly lobbying for large-scale hoarding is the big head. And some people did not even think about buying it, or could not afford it but joined it. After grabbing the pre-order quota, they sold the Oxen Party by hand and were also speculators. This is actually a serious increase in leverage and foaming. If consumers cannot afford to pay in the end, it will be very troublesome, but the Côte d'Azur will never lose money because it requires a deposit of 150,000 to get the pre-order quota. The deposit is not a deposit. This means that the money is not refundable. Moreover, the Côte d'Azur is more assured that there is no worry about selling cars at all. Even if speculators do not have a stock, there will be no stocks. The current production capacity is heavy, and the production of one is immediately sold, and the market is in short supply. Science and Technology Complex Building, Luo Sheng's private office. Brother Luo, sister Qin's fax document. And Qingsu handed a document to Luo Sheng sitting at the desk. The latter opened the general list, and the corners of his mouth could not help raising slightly. Is it expected to make a net profit of 29.8 billion yuan? Enough is enough. Luo Sheng closed the content of the document. The layout began in October last year. Qin Weimar has completed all the capital layout in a quarter of a year. Wait now. Luo Sheng hit the brakes. In fact, as long as you wait, the longer the time, the more leaks will be harvested. And Luo Sheng will not feel guilty at all, because most of them are rich people. There is still a threshold for opening an account for the futures thing. Ordinary people generally do not have so much money to play. Even if they dare not play stocks, they will not play the magical thing of futures. Most of them are private equity funds, and the clients of these funds are mainly rich people, and at least their net assets are more than 5 million. However, Luo Sheng will not wait any longer. Harvesting is incidental, and it must be premised on not affecting the overall strategic situation, especially the ultimate strategy of power settlement of RMB. This task has high hopes. The world collects mint taxes, Liu Sheng naturally knows which one is more important. Xiaona, notify Yao Jianhong and other core managers to hold a video conference in 10 minutes. Okay. It's time to prepare to break. At the same time, it is located in the office of a business office building in Shenqing. The bubble has blown to more than 1.5 trillion. My God. Wang Xin stared at his work computer. When he saw this number, he was in a panic. At this time, his heart was occupied by two emotions, half of which was greedy. Currently, the return rate of Azutram futures contracts held by private equity funds is 82%. And the scale of funds held is 6.5 billion. Greed is afraid of going empty, and the expected yield is only 128%. And another emotion is fear. The fierce degree of market conditions makes him panic when he reads it. It has exceeded 1.5 trillion. To put it bluntly, the Azure pure electric car is just an industrial product down the modern industrial assembly line. And the assembly line industrial product is the least value-preserving and value-added. If you take it back for 10,000 steps, even if it is collected, no one will be stupid collection of industrial assembly line products. This is very magical in itself. There are actually many people who know, but they are all gambling, betting that they can run faster than others, and they can successfully evacuate at a high point. Wang Xin struggled for a long time, and finally picked up the phone and called the assistant. Immediately close all positions on the Blue Tram futures contract on the fund account. What, President Wang, are you sure you want to close the position now? Wang Xin replied again with the tone of the statement, close the position. The other end of the phone was silent for a moment and responded, okay. Putting down the phone, Wang Xin felt relieved, and finally feared over greed. He silenced for a moment and immediately knocked on the front plate. He edited a group email for all fund investors, especially major customers, to inform investors that he decision made. In less than 3 minutes, his phone started ringing, and most customers demanded the immediate redemption of the fund, mocking him for being too timid, and then handing over the redeemed fund to other private equity funds to take care of the Blue Tram futures contract. Jin Penghai also called. Wang Xin said quietly, Mr. Jin, do you plan to redeem the fund? Ha ha, Pharaoh, you made me a net profit of more than 200 million yuan in less than a quarter of this ticket. What else is unsatisfied if you have already settled for peace? Have you received any internal information? Jin Penghai said. Wang Xin shook his head with a smile. No, it would be nice if my uncle gave the party internal information. But how could Liu Sheng achieve today's achievements? How can he be a generalist, and his wool is hitting his face? No, it's different from pinching the meat in the wolf's mouth, so it's enough to stop. Jin Penghai, yes, I understand. I want to redeem 60 million to use for other purposes. The rest of the funds are all left to you to continue to take care of. I am assured that you will take care of it. One is enough. It is easy to do. It's not as easy as going to the sky. Let us watch the excitement. Let us not care about the result. Mr. Wang, explosive news came from the Côte d'Azur. You better look at their official website, which was announced 10 minutes ago. Wang Xin's assistant hurried into his office without even having time to knock on the door. He stared at his assistant without saying a word. After a while, his eyes turned to his computer and entered the list of the official website of the Côte d'Azur. When he saw the most eye-catching news on the homepage, his eyes suddenly turned round. Oh my! Is it all Liu Sheng's game? Is he the biggest bookmaker? At this moment, Wang Xin looked at the latest news released on the official website of the Azure Coast, and was both excited and frightened. The back is sweating coldly. The market feels that this disk can be maintained for at least 5 years, but the cruel fact is that it only lasted for a quarter of a year, and the myth is broken, and the Azure Coast came out to destroy this myth. At this moment, Wang Xin's office landline phone rang, and there was a crying cry just after he connected the phone. Manager Wang, I hate na. Mr. Fang, what's the matter with you? Wang Xin pretended to be surprised and actually heard the other party's reaction already knowing the reason, and most of it was miserable. At this moment, It was too dark to call you. Ya's redemption of the fund a week ago also mocked labor. I regret that, Manager Wang. I shouldn't have taken the money out of your fund. My special is a sand coin. Even if I took the money out, I even bought the Blue Tram futures contract. I didn't expect Luo Shanghai. It is the largest main agency behind the scenes. He actually hit the market personally. Not only did he lose all the 100 million yuan earned from you, he didn't say that. He lost 120 million yuan in principal, and I lost it in less than 10 minutes. More than 2 billion. Less than 80% of my assets are gone in 10 minutes. While listening to the crying cry of this client, Wang Xin opened the Klein chart of the futures contract and glanced at it. The plummeting 90-degree vertical line made him all frightened. If he was greedy before, Wang Xin felt he was jumping directly from the window. People with a bad heart and heavy positions may be afraid that they will die. He can understand Fang Zong's mood at the moment. Afraid of bleeding in his heart. Manager Wang, I have 10 million funds here that I intend to hand over to your fund. The corner of Wang Xin's mouth almost laughed, but he controlled it before he laughed. He simply replied, well, it happens that private equity funds have adjustment plans. Must not be comforted at this time, nor can he fall into the rock. Manager Wang, I plan to jointly sue a few of the friends who have lost money to sue the Côte d'Azur to manipulate the market. Certainly more than us, you think. As soon as Wang Xin heard it, he said, Fang, I think it makes no sense. We all know that Luo Sheng has hit the market, but in the legal sense, he doesn't have any illegal operations at all. A brand new strategic news was announced, which is the normal business decision-making behavior of the enterprise. The market is therefore avalanche just because the futures contract is too deep and the news happens to be catastrophic bearish news, which is unpredictable event-driven. The nature has nothing to do with his manipulation of the market. Do you think people dare to hit the market? Do you think even this thing is unexpected? Not reconciled. Wang Xin smiled. Not reconciled? Are you going to die and fight Luo Sheng? I really have lost my brain. The only people who can get in touch with Luo Sheng are Wall Street and North American authorities. Their status in the country is unbreakable. This coin is actually naive to think that Luo Sheng is just an ordinary entrepreneur or businessman. Only one question bank is left. Also, this party always took off from the real estate business, and the money earned by luck is now crooked. And now he has finally lost money by his own ability. In fact, if this Fang president had continued to invest in real estate, it might have doubled long ago, but he had to learn how to optimize the allocation of assets. Eggs are not put in a basket. Of course Wang Xin can't say this, otherwise how can people invest the money in your fund to take care of it? Just casually said a few words. www.mtlnovel.com. Wang Xin hung up the phone. And just after the communication was over, there were old customers calling again and again, crying and handing over the rest of his family to him to take care of. Wang Xin all accepted until there were no more phone calls. Wang Xin finally couldn't help but laugh in the office. How could it be a cool word? After he knew the vote, his private equity fund would have a great reputation in the industry. He could get a piece of meat from the bowls of Luo Sheng and Qin Weimu and ran away. Qin Weimu, who is in charge of Shengfeng Capital, is now in fact a legendary figure in the investment community. This is fame. With fame, you can attract more investors. At this moment, the news that the Azure Pure electric car contract fell 88.2% in 10 minutes has been swept on the news. The major media are carrying out overwhelming reports, and the entire market is howling. The previously sought-after futures contract has now become a hot potato. Peas, how did the protagonist hit the market? Guess. Xiao Yu won't tell you what you want to copy. In addition, someone should know the 90-degree vertical line of the futures chart. Yes, crude oil futures fell a while ago. Tribute to a negative number, super magic. But also pay tribute to the operation of the magic inside the loss of the principal. The plot in the book cannot be written into a negative number. After all, it is an industrial assembly line product, value, price scale and social influence not enough to make it fall into a negative number. In addition, I suddenly discovered that a reader had numbness in Xiaoya's scalp. Everyone remembered that his ID was Zelingzu, which was pirated. The original genuine product was called Zelingzu, Zelingsayu. This can also be a copycat. Pirate is also a lifelong C-series. Some questions about someone copying my pseudonym. Front row said that my pen name is Zelingsayu. Recently, there was a high imitation ID of Zelingzu in the book review area. At first, I felt that some people simply thought it was fun, so I didn't care. What else did I ridicule? An interactive message in the previous chapter. However, some readers reminded me to note that the high imitation ID points to the trumpet where all personal home pages are 0, and privacy rights are set, so I can't see what he left in other book reviews. But I looked through the book review area of several old books before me and found that there are messages with this high imitation ID, all of them, and some of the messages are quite intriguing. The key is that these old books are all apprenticeships and are currently updated. The fan value of this book is also apprentice, and if it is fully booked it is already deacon. I thought it was a true fan. Based on the information I have seen and understood, as well as the personal analysis based on this information, the result is a potential rhythm. The messages are all recently appeared and are a bit intriguing. It's a little puzzling that we are not a great god, just an old rider on the street. There is no one who blocks the road, right? We haven't provoked anyone, have been silently updated. I hope that I am the villain's heart and gentleman's belly. If so, I apologize in advance. But with a high imitation ID, even the avatar is exactly the same as mine. Some readers do not pay attention to what I said, and it is easy to take the rhythm. Then I will be inexplicable. So I banned the high imitation ID readers. I'll link see you on the message board of each of my books. The deadline is permanent. I don't know if this ID has caused trouble in other book review areas. I hope not, but if it has really for the high imitation ID with rhythm registration, and go to the book review area of other authors, their fans should know come and blow up our book review area, so that a large probability can be judged. I can't control what's going on in the book review area of other authors, so I will update this single chapter today to talk about it. If this is really a pit, try to use my name to mess with other people. Early warning of potential hazards. In this way, this single chapter description is evidence. Seeing that the little friends here suggest to write evidence and protection chapter comments in this paragraph. I also saw a lot of things like cyber violence and cyber rhythm, and the guardianship is indispensable. Secondly, I hope you don't play the role of impersonating the ID of highly imitated authors, including other author IDs. Although it is really easy to see through, the author will display the word writer next to the interactive ID in the message review area of his own book review area. So at a glance you know the difference between the original and the high imitation, but some things that are easy to misunderstand are still not to be done. Otherwise, I can only choose one more thing than one less. If I see a similar high imitation situation appearing in the book review area, then I should immediately forbid the words forever in response to the suggestions of the group of friends. I write to the end that I still hope that I will be the gentleman's belly with the heart of a villain. If so, I apologize again. The above. Chapter 559. The serial killing technique of drawing blood from the sword. On the day of January 12, 2015. The Cote d'Azur company published a message on the official website and blog that all technical patents of the Azure Pure electric car will be opened, proclaiming that, in the spirit of the open source movement, we open the patented technology aims to attract more outstanding engineers to enter this field and promote the advancement of electric vehicle technology together. At the same time, the news article stated that if anyone wants to use the patented technology of the Cote d'Azur Pure electric vehicle out of good faith, the Cote d'Azur will not initiate a patent infringement lawsuit against it. The news came out, and the whole industry exploded. Overnight the Cote d'Azur industry and domestic media such as Subversion, unprecedented, very courageous and pioneering initiative, worthy of respect and other evaluations and praise. However, although the international media has reported this matter on a large scale, there is not much positive praise. It seems to be a machine-like emotional report. This matter is not a bad thing for Europe and the United States. There is absolutely no reason to be happy. Various articles of analysis and interpretation, industry interview programs all emerged together. Science and Technology Complex Building, Tea Time. Luo Sheng is watching an interpretation program about himself at this time. Moderator. According to our survey, the Cote d'Azur has accumulated more than 1,700 patented technologies. These patents are mainly concentrated in the fields of battery structure, battery management, generators and open-source vehicle operating systems of electric vehicles. The important and even core technology in the electric vehicle industry, and even the lifeline that affects the survival of electric vehicle manufacturers. Manufacturers usually set up accord protection mechanisms for patents. So, why is the Cote d'Azur so generous? Is it just to combat the recent bulls and speculators, to balance market prices to benefit consumers? Or is it Luo Sheng's personal heroism? Analysis of industry guests. The Ox Party. Futures speculators may have certain factors in it, but they have not yet had such a large energy. This matter is not a momentary impulse by Luo Sheng to embody personal heroism. I think this should be as an important strategic decision made by the Coastal Board of Directors after careful consideration, has a deeper strategic outlook behind it. Moderator, want to hear the details? Guest analysis. One of the strategies is to open up patents to spur the development of the industry and thereby strengthen itself. Although the industry has different views on the Cote d'Azur open patent incident, especially doubts whether its open patents can be effectively transplanted and used, but this event will inevitably accelerate the development of the global electric vehicle industry. As Yao Jianhong said at a press conference held on the same day, open patents hope that through open source, more people will participate in the development of pure electric vehicle technology to further promote pure electric vehicle technology. The development of electric cars. Moderator, but the problem is that this seemingly heavy task is not the responsibility or obligation of the Cote d'Azur as a company. Why should we promote the development of the electric vehicle industry? Industry guests. From the perspective of the pattern of the entire industry, the global sales of fuel vehicles exceeded 80 million last year, while the sales of electric vehicles were only 33,200. It can be seen that the proportion of electric vehicles in the entire automotive industry very low, and in the development stage of the industry. Luo Sheng has a clear understanding of this situation. The scale of electric vehicle projects among large automobile manufacturers is very small, and some of them do not even develop such businesses at all. The premise of accurately formulating a strategy is to accurately grasp the stage of development of enterprises and industries. From this point of view, the idea of the Cote d'Azur promoting the development of the industry through open patents is undoubtedly accurate. The second strategy is to improve the universality of its technical standards through open patents. As your electric vehicles fully embody the Internet spirit of openness, equality, collaboration and sharing on the issue of open source. People are more willing to believe that Luo Sheng's bold approach is definitely more than just building a common and fast developing technology platform and embodying the spirit of the Internet. Behind this matter is also his attempt to control the pure electric vehicle industry. Great ambitions for future development. For the electric vehicle industry that is in its infancy, the biggest problem is that the market standards of various manufacturers are not uniform, especially in battery technology and charging technology. There are very different standards. During the war, a group of scattered sands also attacked each other, causing traditional fueled vehicles to sit firmly on the Diaoyutai to watch the show. Luo Sheng wants to change this situation. Objectively speaking, due to the current technological advantages of the Cote d'Azur and the already established brand awareness, its patented technology is irresistible temptation for many manufacturers. Sharing the patent with competitors seem to suffer. In fact, Once the opponent adopts its patented technology, it is equal to the inclusion of the common technology platform constructed by the Côte d'Azur. The major results will eventually increase the universality of the Côte d'Azur technical standards. Host said, the end result of this strategy is likely to be that the Côte d'Azur was elected to the throne of industry standard setters. Industry guests. Yes, if the Côte d'Azur can continue to maintain the existing technological advantages and scale advantages, then there is no doubt that in the near future, the Côte d'Azur will become the leader of the industry's development, which is open to whether many manufacturers currently adopt it. Technical standards are no less than a strategic choice about their own destiny, but neither option seems to be satisfactory. Moderator, it is still a question of core technology. And King-Su came to the living room. Luo Sheng hooked her, and King-Su, who had been with her for many years, instantly understood, and immediately came to sit next to him. Luo Sheng's homeopathic tends to go on a fair thigh. King's My Paper massages it gently, and looks at Luo Sheng, who comfortably closes her eyes and enjoys her eyes. Then she looks at the interview program, and the industry guest continues says, overall analysis, there are at least 3 points on the Côte d'Azur Open Patent event worth learning. Moderator, which 3 points? Guest, first, the act of opening patents on the Côte d'Azur itself inspires everyone. The value of patents, technology and other knowledge owned by enterprises is not in themselves, but in how to make these elements a competitive advantage. Second, the Côte d'Azur's idea of achieving self-development by promoting the development of the industry is probably a difficult situation for many companies, compared with the zero-sum game competition in which the business community is staged every day. We have to admit that the Côte d'Azur and Luo Sheng has already possessed the ambitious structure to become the leader of this industry. He gave me the feeling that Luo Sheng is not leading an excellent company, but leading a new industry. Third, the Côte d'Azur strives to become an industry standard setter by attracting competitors to join a common technology platform. This tells us that in the Internet era, the organization, technology, knowledge and other elements in the industry will be in a borderless state. It is important it is no longer a company with a larger scale, but to see which company can build an effective and viable strategic platform that can allow the entire industry and its elements to operate reasonably on this platform. Then this company becomes who organizers and leaders of the entire industry have been confirmed on the Azure business platform, and the ideas of the Côte d'Azur will undoubtedly reflect the business thinking of the Internet era. The host smiled and said, we cannot ignore Luo Sheng's origin from the Internet, and King-Su watched the program while rubbing and said, Roger, this person is not easy. Luo Sheng, enjoying with his eyes closed, said calmly, is there? Why didn't I see where he is not simple? www.mtlnovel.com. And King-Su smiled lightly and nodded gently, said, also, this it is the campaigner's strategy. Luo Sheng opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling, saying, but what he said is quite reasonable. I open up technology patents, which is a dilemma for friends and businessmen. If I join, it will promote me to become an industry development. Is the person in control, and the characteristic of man is that he does not want to be constrained. King-Su looked down at Luo Sheng with a low head and said with a smile, Luo must have expected this already. So there must be a later trick for them to join in obediently. Luo Sheng smiled and did not speak, closed his eyes and continued to enjoy the massage service brought by King-Su. My paper is right, this is just the first punch of the whole set of boxing. The next day, Azure Coast Company once again announced the heavy news. The company announced that all open technical patents are free, that is to say, the epic White to the series. Once the news came out, it made waves in the whole industry. Are the current manufacturers hesitant? Not afraid of using it will make the technical standards of the Côte d'Azur universal, and eventually become the leader and control of the industry. Well, Luo Sheng's move is really good. You don't need me to support the rise of new car-making forces. They can quickly rise by using the free technology of the Azure Coast to join this platform. If you don't join, there will always be someone who will join. the stupid bird still flies first. If you don't join, you can't even drink the soup. In a sense, the free killing move came out and said that it was to let existing competitors choose. In fact, they had no choice. This kind of conspiracy is the most desperate. Chapter 560 Another nuclear bomb level move. Luo Sheng's private office. Master, the video conference is ready. Connect in 7 minutes. Xiona's voice responded. At the moment, King Xui, my paper with a red face on her face, had already sorted herself out, and then took some things out of the office together. After a few minutes, Luo Sheng looked at the 4K high-definition giant curtain wall opposite the wall. Xiao immediately opened the video, and core executives such as Yao Jianhong on the Côte d'Azur appeared on the screen. Video conference started. Now the entire automobile industry is surging, and friends and businessmen have come to seek cooperation. Yao Jianhong in one of the in-frame videos said with a smile. The whole meeting seemed quite relaxed. Another executive laughed. Our survey found that more and more new energy vehicle brands have been established recently, which has also brought capital to the market. Many new forces in car manufacturing have already received A-round financing. The whole industry is heating up. The Côte d'Azur developed technology patents and gave them in vain. This gave many entrepreneurs the opportunity to tell a story to the VC. Standing on the Côte d'Azur using the technology opened by the Côte d'Azur can quickly get up. Only the capital injection you can sing a good show. Financing has become extremely smooth. Everyone knows that the entire automobile industry is about to usher in a major reshuffle. This is a general trend, whether it is intentional development or muddy water, and more capital parties want to take a slice of it. We have to step up our efforts and throw out bombshells at a faster rate. Bringing short-term industry panic and turmoil will help us quickly lay the overall picture. Luo Sheng looked at the core executives on the video screen. Technical standards for supercharging stations are independent of other standards. That is, all supercharging stations built by us are free to use for 20 years. This trick is the most ruthless method, is to use the thinking of internet ecology in the field of pure electric vehicles. Each pure electric car is equivalent to an internet user. As long as the user is seized, there is no fear of no profit harvesting. For fueled vehicles, fuel is a necessity for vehicles to travel. So fuel sales have more amazing profits than car sales. The same is true for pure electric vehicles. Electricity is a necessity for its normal use. It is foreseeable that as the ownership continues to increase, the charging service will inevitably be a richer and more durable source of income. Opportunity to describe the speed at which this business creates profits. In the face of this lucrative business, the Côte d'Azur made such an amazing decision that all of its supercharging piles are provided for free use by car owners, which will definitely become a huge attraction for consumers to choose as your pure electric vehicles or models in this ecosystem. Magnet. Not only pure electric vehicles under the Côte d'Azur, but also other electric vehicles that can meet its charging technology standards can also enjoy this service for free. But it is not unconditional for other brands to enjoy it. If other brand manufacturers want to use or build the same supercharging pile, they must fully adopt the technical standards of the Côte d'Azur without paying or charging. This seemingly attractive overlord clause is actually very reasonable. Although other brand manufacturers even have to build charging stations before the Côte d'Azur, the technical system, technical content and scale cannot match the Côte d'Azur. Contrast, especially the scale, simply say that the money is not enough. But Luo Sheng has some money to the death. This is an unparalleled latecomer advantage. For other manufacturers, it is necessary to consider the super big trick of free charging on the Côte d'Azur charging pile, which is irresistible for consumers. 20 years of free charging can almost drive the car to life. It's over. Other brands also have to pay for charging, which can be used by consumers to vote with their feet. In addition, the cost of building charging stations is very high. For other manufacturers' brands, compared with spending years and days of capital to build their own platforms, They also have to take huge risks to compete directly with powerful rivals such as the Côte d'Azur. May be dead. The system that directly joins the other party, using the Côte d'Azur charging platform, is obviously more cost-effective, and does not need to take risks. Many newly established brands no longer need to spend a lot of energy and money to build infrastructure. As long as the car is built, it can be sold, and the Côte d'Azur has opened up technical patents for free, which greatly reduces the new power of car manufacturing. New entry-level, new brands will spring up like mushrooms. This is what Liu Sheng wants to see. Of course, in a short period of time, it will definitely be a situation of chaotic dances. Any messy brands will come out. This is an inevitable result, but it will not last too long. The market will eventually eliminate a large number of brands. At the same time, the truly powerful brands will survive down. Secondly, the current Côte d'Azur's strategy for laying supercharged piles has obvious advantages in terms of quantity and distribution, and it is more attractive that it does not charge any fees, which will attract a large number of consumers. After purchasing Azure pure electric vehicles, when the market ownership reaches a certain level, it will inevitably form a strong competitive advantage in the large-scale market. The result is that the more widely used the Côte d'Azur's technical standards are, the more consumers there are, the sooner they will raise enough chips to negotiate the market and enter any regional market they want to enter. Is globalization. This is all a tactic of conspiracy. I never thought of hiding the Tucker, that is, the strategy on the bright side, but you have no choice. 1 hour after the meeting, Yao Jianhong held a press conference again, and released the latest news to the outside world. Côte d'Azur announced that it is willing to share its supercharging network, but the condition is that electric vehicles of other manufacturers must meet the standards of supercharging stations, and accept the subversive business model that Côte d'Azur does not charge car owners for charging. A message that is as good as the nuclear bomb level for the entire industry, which blows all its peers out of focus. In this half-month period, the Côte d'Azur has devoted itself to the achievements of the selflessness of the huge amount of research and development funds that have been smashed over the years, and the outside world feels like a crazy white give series. And this time announced a new round of super-free strategy, not only caused a new earthquake in the industry, but also crazy fans of all consumers. Consumers don't care about the game between these big groups. They only know that this wave of operation on the Côte d'Azur is good for all pure electric car owners. They originally thought that abandoning traditional fuel cars and choosing pure electric cars can save 2/3 of the fuel costs. Once this wave of operations, Liu Sheng directly exempted electricity charges. It is conceivable how violent the stimulus to the consumer market is. Major car owners communicate and discuss this matter online. The result is that the pre-sale of Azure pure electric cars suddenly went on. On the day after the news was announced, the first generation Azure pure electric cars were pre-sold more than 30,000 on the same day. Know that Toyota, the world's #1 sales unit, has not broken the average daily sales of more than 30,000 units, and the pure myth of the blue pure electric car is still pre-sale. Interestingly, the bull party and futures speculators are afraid at this time, and they dare not play any more. At this time, I dare to play either silly or really come to send money, but anyone with a little brain will think that the Côte d'Azur is now throwing a heavy news every 3 and 5, and all of them are bad news. The ghost knows what will be behind. Mr. Liu, the move of exempting charging fees for 20 years is really an unprecedented feat. Now there is no problem with a small number of vehicles, but once the ecology is gradually formed, it will inevitably bring a strong financial load. Thousands of the daily electricity consumption of 10,000 cars is a rather scary scale. Can we raise them? In Liu Sheng's office, Yao Jianhong now expressed his long-term concerns, and he will be in a state of serious loss for a long time in the future. The data monopoly brought about by the Internet of Everything represents endless wealth. and the data analysis and cloud computing services brought by the ecosystem are the basis for the continuous flow of banknotes. Luo Sheng said calmly, "Me and State Grid cooperation. Free charging for car owners has long been negotiated. We only pay 20% of the electricity bill to the State Grid. State Grid has the national pocket. This is not a purely commercial project. This is the country's new infrastructure foresight of the project. Let me be the terminal." This. It turns out so. Yao Jianhong was shocked. For the first time, he heard the term new infrastructure. He suddenly realized that the game was bigger than he thought. All he knew was the tip of the iceberg inside. Luo Sheng added, "All we have to do is to hedge the remaining 20% of the electricity bill. Once the amount of pure electric vehicles is up, it will reach a scale of over 100 million in the future. This 20% is also a heavy financial expenditure burden. We don't have any state financial subsidies. So we have to start in the field of renewable new energy, which is also the invisible hand of the state's macro control to drive us to develop a positive cycle of renewable energy." Yao Jianhong nodded and said, "So it turns out, why do I say that we should leave 20% of the burden to us? The country is the country. The overall situation is invisible and powerful. The reason why the country has vigorously let go of supporting large private enterprises like the Côte d'Azur in the terminal is not just a full release. All the most route electricity is always controlled by the State Grid Corporation, which is the national team control firmly. Electricity is the source. This section does not allow the Côte d'Azur to get involved. Of course, Luo Sheng also knows what it means to be enough. Even if this kind of business is really going to be handed over to him, he will say nothing, unless his brain is whatted too hot. But President Luo, the capacity has become an unsolvable problem again, and it is still an urgent matter that must be solved. Yao Jianhong shifted the topic and said, "Now there is an extra gold-eating monster that is free of charge. I am really worried about whether our funds can hold up. The layout at the moment has been spread out on a large scale, and the whole body is really moved, and this point will oscillate at another point. You must still solve it, otherwise it will bring other shocks. Capacity is always a headache now. It takes time for friends to join, but the daily capital consumption will not stop. The operating cost caused by more delays is an astronomical expenditure every day, so you can't wait and get more as soon as possible. Of pure electric cars ran on the road. You don't need to worry about this. 10 brand new superfactories can be completed immediately without accident, and mass production can be achieved in 2016. Luo Sheng laughed. 10 seats? Where did the money come from? Yao Jianhong looked at the boss in shock when he heard this. 10 superfactories added 20 production lines. The investment cost of the 10 superfactories alone was RMB 300 billion, followed by the accompanying packages add up to $1 trillion rhythm. Selling the underpants on the Côte d'Azur. I don't have so much money now. I can't borrow funds from the Blue Star Technology Group. The risk of this lever is to break the rhythm of the watch. It really depends on the state to save lives. The state will definitely not let these two companies go bankrupt. If they fail, they will lose control of the company. Luo Sheng said calmly, "Remember Zhong Yuanhong of the State-Owned Assets Management Office? We have communicated well. 10 superfactories will land in the top 10 cities along the coast. We don't have to pay a penny, and by 2016 the annual production of pure electric vehicles on the Côte d'Azur will reach more than 3.4 million. Chapter 561 After tea time. Zhong Yuanhong of the State-Owned Assets Management Office and a group of people from the National Strategic Think Tank came to Luo Sheng's Science and Technology Complex building for in-depth discussions. At this moment, Luo Sheng and Zhong Yuanhong and more than a dozen people gathered together in a conference room. A strategy researcher at the meeting said, "The new infrastructure strategy is still far from being disclosed, and the internal documents are also in the drafting stage. But Mr. Luo's company has far exceeded expectations in technology development. So the forward-looking layout of the new infrastructure is also it came into being. The so-called new infrastructure is different from real estate in the traditional sense. Real estate is only a part of infrastructure. Engaging in infrastructure does not mean real estate. The new infrastructure is mainly based on urban transportation, logistics, municipal infrastructure, 5G technology, artificial intelligence, industrial internet and other new in the construction of technological infrastructure. Mr. Luo and your business must play a pivotal role in the future of the new infrastructure strategy. The contents of the current discussions are highly confidential and long-term strategic planning, which is far from the day when it is disclosed, because the time is not yet mature, and the preparation is not enough. But the basic tone of the new infrastructure has basically been confirmed, namely, 5G technology research and development and base station construction, urban high-speed railway and urban rail transit, new energy vehicles and charging piles, big data center, artificial intelligence, industrial internet, ultra-high voltage technology and so on. Several general directions. In the big data center, artificial intelligence and new energy vehicles, Luo Sheng and his enterprise are the best, not only the best in the country, but also the world leader, which must be the front of the head enterprise. At present, the country's demand for crude oil and other commodities is increasing day by day, but it is heavily dependent on imports. This always has potential hidden dangers. On the one hand, people's living standards are also rising, bringing about a surge in demand for resource consumption. This is always a big problem. This contradiction must be resolved. Luo Sheng looked at everyone and said, the country needs the rise of new energy vehicles to ease the pressure of the surge in the demand for resources, especially oil and other commodities, so that more pure electric vehicles can be put on the road, not to replace traditional fuel vehicles. At least it must account for a certain amount. A large proportion. Everyone nodded slowly, which is one of the reasons why the country vigorously promotes new energy vehicles. Luo Sheng added, charging piles have been used for 20 years free of charge. To be honest, charging after 20 years is a huge burden for me. Even if I bear 20% of them, it is a huge burden. If I only support a brand of pure blue electric cars there is no pressure, but I want to support all the electric vehicle brands in the entire platform ecosystem, which is a very huge base. Simply put, I need the country to give more support, otherwise I will not be able to charge for 20 years. I starved to death that day. Zhong Yuanhong, who attended the meeting, looked at Luo Sheng and said, Brother Luo, just say it. Luo Sheng did not turn around, and said bluntly, I plan to let the blue pure electric car spin off and be listed on the share financing, and at the same time require large-scale subsidies from the state, otherwise I will not be able to support even 20% for 20 years. Continuously provide free power for car owners. I can't afford to pay for this. Zhong Yuanhong smiled and said, haha, I didn't expect Brother Luo to cry when you are poor. Everyone also smiled. Luo Sheng said with helpless face, according to the current trend, within 10 years, there will be more than 100 million electric vehicles of various brands on the road. The amount is roughly calculated. If my charging stations are provided with free electricity consumption for these vehicles, the annual electricity expenditure will be no less than 250 billion yuan, and 20 years is 5 trillion yuan. This is a conservative estimate. The support has been exhausted before the year when the electricity bill was collected. Zhong Yuanhong simply asked, how much subsidy do you want? Luo Sheng did not say the amount immediately, but motioned the crowd to look at the big wall panel screen in the conference room and immediately listed a set of statistics. I provide here a data result obtained by a comprehensive algorithm, mainly based on the positive benefits brought by the popularization of new energy vehicles and the overall cost savings for the national finance. It reached a high point of 997.55 billion yuan, nearly 1 trillion yuan, and the investment accounted for about 1.21% of GDP. If new energy vehicles are popularized, The super-validated data can at least save the country's environmental pollution treatment costs of 167.2 billion yuan. Also improved the environment, asked a researcher at the meeting. The disposal cost of waste batteries brought by new energy vehicles is a new pollution control, and here also needs the cost of treatment, including other related pollution treatment. Liu Sheng said, the data result has already included this part of the cost. The Côte d'Azur laboratory is also investing heavily in the development of new battery technology, of which the recovery rate is a core indicator, and is exploring a unified management, recycling and treatment, gradually forming a benign closed-circuit cycle model among users, recyclers, reproduction, and battery companies. Once this goal is achieved, it can save the country at least 300 billion yuan in environmental pollution control costs, even with battery pollution it's dealt with. Another researcher nodded thoughtfully. At present, China's battery manufacturers do have a large number, small scale, and uneven quality. Many small and medium-sized enterprises are still using backward technology, which has led to the problems of high energy consumption and environmental pollution have also made the development situation of the battery industry grim. If there is a set of benign track closed-loop industry of productions else use or reuse, this is indeed of great significance. Liu Sheng said with a smile. The other benefits will not be mentioned, as your electric vehicles directly drive at least 22 manufacturing industries with the ability to transform and upgrade, and indirectly drive more raw material industry suppliers, as well as new jobs. It acts as an economic engine and locomotive, driving core industries such as software, electronics, smelting, and energy, as well as the improvement of overall international competitiveness. It is no exaggeration to count the benefits here in trillion units. Hearing what he said about this, Zhong Yuanhong shook his head and said with a smile, I can see it. You are looking for a bunch of reasons to subsidize you. Liu Sheng said with a smile, on the basis that it can save the country's environmental pollution treatment costs of 167.2 billion yuan per year. 10 years of subsidies are enough. At the same time, in this decade, the independent Azure electric vehicle company will be fully tax-free for 10 years. 10 years should be able to achieve closed-loop hematopoiesis without relying on state subsidies and start making money. Zhong Yuanhong pondered for a moment with his mouth covered. 10 years of tax exemption plus full subsidies of 167.2 billion. I will report it. The amount is unprecedented in history, but it should be approved without accident. What Liu Sheng said before is all right, and they are all objective facts. The Azure electric car company is an economic engine and a locomotive. This super powerful economic engine must not be turned off. Otherwise everything will be in vain. Before the entire market forms its own hematopoietic capacity and starts to cycle, it really needs strong support. For ordinary people, by buying new energy electric vehicles, the saved electricity bills can be consumed in other sectors, and it can drive the development of other consumer industries. The overall economic environment is positively related. Here a little, there a little bit of convergence is an unimaginable energy. In 2016, the national GDP and its expected return to the terrorist growth rate of 10% again. It is important to know that the national GDP in 2014 was 71.9 trillion yuan, realistic data 63.6 trillion. If we return to the double-digit GDP increase, we will increase the total GDP of Mexico by 1 year. And Mexico's GDP ranking last year 15th in the world. This is a terrible absolute increase. The meeting entered the next discussion session. Zhong Yuanhong said, you want a new energy vehicle company to be listed on the A-share, which we did not expect. Liu Sheng smiled and said, do you think I will choose to go to Hong Kong for listing? Zhong Yuanhong nodded. Liu Sheng said with a smile, haha www.intelnovel.com. I still have confidence in Big A, and I also have confidence in new energy vehicle companies. Hearing this, Zhong Yuanhong also smiled heartily, and he didn't have to say much. In this way, the subsidy that Liu Sheng asked for was not approved. Moreover, once the spin-off as Electric Vehicle Company is listed on the Big A, it is definitely the existence of a must-have among many listed companies. The largest listed company in the market value of the Big A is firmly established, just don't know what high will it rush to. If domestic investors know it, they will probably be too excited. A week later, the approval came down. 10 years of tax exemption plus an annual subsidy of 167.2 billion yuan were granted. However, the subsidy funds may not be available until after a few years. This is not a big problem. The Côte d'Azur is not short of this money in the short term, but only in the long term can't afford it. And this is an unprecedented new record. For the first time, a private company has been provided with such a horrible subsidy. The subsidy of the entire new energy vehicle market should be overshadowed. The news shocked the eyes of countless friends in the industry. Envious to want to die. But I do not envy. The situation of the entire industry is becoming clearer now. Only by embracing the pure electric car revolution and embracing the Côte d'Azur has a greater chance of surviving this industry-wide shuffle. This news also means a lot of information. One of the most critical is that this change in the automotive industry is not only driven by a head company, but also injected into the will of the country, and this strength has reached a new level. Deconstruct the recent plot alone, and readers who are confused about the plot may read it. After reading chapter 560, everyone's message is confused about the free strategy. I believe that there should be no doubts about the content of this chapter. The protagonist chooses to be free instead of declaring permanent free as Tesla does in reality. In addition, Tesla has done so in an attempt. The heart is really big, then I can't afford it and choose the True Fragrance series. Therefore, the article chooses to be free for 20 years, but the scale of the article is too large, which is not comparable to Tesla in reality, so it still does not work, and it needs a more reasonable solution to explain. The main content of this chapter mainly explains two problems. First, subsidies require huge amounts of capital. The protagonist can't get it out and the state can only solve it. But the money can't be made out of thin air. Where can the country get money to subsidize? In two aspects, the economic spillover brought by the economic engine of new energy vehicles and the popularization of new energy vehicles have reduced the cost of environmental governance, and the money saved has been moved to subsidies. This ability to coordinate the overall planning of the overall situation reflects the superiority of our rabbit system. If it is placed in the West, it is absolutely impossible to achieve it. A parliamentary proposal can cost you several years and the daily is cold. Second, the purpose of free is a means of accelerating industrial reform and development, not the purpose. Only by letting more electric vehicles run on the road quickly can the whole situation be revitalized. Then this is also a supplement to the first problem. For example, there are fewer traditional fueled vehicles, fewer exhaust emissions, and fewer sources of pollution. The cost of environmental governance will naturally come down. Pollution is a product of development. Problems that arise during the development process should be resolved through development, that is, sustainable development. The protagonist's career is so large that it cannot be viewed with a small business structure. The major layout will have a huge impact on the economic market, and economics is a complex science. The breadth and depth of radiation are inextricably linked. Therefore, from a higher overall perspective, the benefits of free and the country and the protagonist outweigh the disadvantages. It is also feasible in theory. Roughly calculated, the average annual total expenditure for free power consumption for car owners for 20 years is about 13,100 million. The protagonist should have been allocated 250 billion per year, about 20%. From the perspective of the overall economic benefits, it can contribute about 3% of GDP, more than 2 trillion yuan, so this transaction can be done without loss. In the long run, the minting tax for electricity settlement currency will cost 0.01% for printing a 100 yuan banknote, which is equivalent to 99.99% minting tax. In the future, the cost of printing electronic currency bills will be saved. In theory, the cost will be almost infinitely close to zero. I don't know if the reality is true or not, because no one has done it, and there is no exaggerated giant group such as the protagonist, so this is a pseudo-proposition. But it is because of this that I have this book. This single chapter is a supplement to the interpretation of the plot content, so that everyone can better understand. Perhaps free is not the best solution, but at least it is a viable solution, logically relatively reasonable, and there is no obvious mentally retarded bug. It is so troublesome to write business science and technology articles, even if Xiao frantically eliminates some loopholes, in addition to some bugs that have to be left over after review. There must be loopholes. Story. This book is intended to be steadily written from the past to the near future, about 3 or 4 million words. After finishing this book, I don't plan to write commercial science and technology articles. It is too tormenting. It will not be really fragrant. Chinese website. Please remember the first domain name of this book. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 562 WTI Crude Oil Thunder Harvest. After eating short and long January 22nd, and King Su held a document in his arms and walked towards Liu Sheng's private office. Roger, this is a specific measure discussed by the management of the Azure Pure Electric Car about the free use of public charging piles. Liu Sheng took the information and opened the list. Free public supercharging piles are not equal to endless free, but have a ceiling. We must consider the potential phenomenon of consumers wasting public resources unscrupulously. If this problem is not handled, there is almost no doubt that 90% of car owners will produce huge waste of public resources. Free things will never be cherished, and will never be distressed. Of course, you will not be distressed if you don't spend your own money. This is a human issue. Moral propaganda is indispensable, but it is naive to just use moral restraint. The management response to this problem is to set a free upper limit for each car owner's car. The daily free power consumption of each pure electric car is equivalent to 18.5 yuan, of which 80% is funded by Guodian and 20% by the Côte d'Azur. It is 3.7 yuan. And the national subsidy of 167.2 billion yuan a year can basically offset this part of the financial burden. For car owners, 18.5 yuan is calculated as 0.4 yuan per kilowatt-hour, and 46 kilowatt-hours of electricity can be consumed free of charge. As long as you do not go far, including cross-provincial high-speed or the like, is completely enough for a normal day of travel. If the electricity cost exceeds 18.5 yuan on the same day, some of the excess cost on that day will need to be paid by yourself. The electricity fee will be charged at 0.45 yuan kWh. If there is a surplus in electricity consumption on that day, it will not be accumulated to the next day, but will be cleared on the day and recalculated the next day. The liquidation time is 4 AM every day. Every pure electric car is intelligently connected, and each car will correspond to the owner's account information after landing. The owner can check his daily consumption data through the car information panel or mobile phone app. What is it? What is the reduction of free usage quota, etc.? All open and transparent data. Just like ZPay account, there are detailed consumption details. The billing method is to clear the free amount of the day first, and the billing amount will only be charged after the free amount is used up. The realization of this intelligent solution must benefit from the powerful cloud computing service infrastructure built by Blue Star Technology. The electric power data and billing data of the electric vehicle itself are carried out by two different sets of algorithm mechanisms. That is to say, the owner's charging of his pure electric car is not equal to recharge. It is a different matter to pay one hand with the traditional gas station to refuel, and the owner to charge his car is to ensure that the car can always run, but it is charged into the car. The electricity has not actually started to pass through the clearing system, because it may include free power consumption and billing power consumption. So there is another billing system dedicated to clearing electricity bills. Only after passing this billing system can we determine which part of the power consumption is the free amount, and the excess part is the billing amount. As long as the owner can use the software, he can see it at a glance. The consumption details to the car. Luo Sheng browsed again to confirm that there was no major problem, and immediately completed the signature and seal, and handed it to An King Su. I agree with this solution, to the management. After all, the onboard operating systems in March were updated by a dire update implement the plan. With the implementation of this solution, it is possible to avoid the user's madness of wool to a large extent. As for the possible stealing of electricity, there is only a theory, because public charging piles and pure electric vehicles are all connected, and the consumption of each kilowatt-hour can be traced to the source. As for some car owners, they want to charge the car first, and then charge the free electricity fee of 18.5 yuan per day. Yuan electricity fee. This is also basically impossible. Normal consumers are basically impossible to do so, because he has limited daily income, and he will also distress his car. If some professional wool parties want industrialized wool, they must first have enough pure electric cars. It is not necessary to know that this is definitely a loss-making business. First, they must buy a sufficient number of pure electric cars as a tool for wool. In order to smooth the wool, if you have really bought so many cars, then you can do whatever you want, because even if you buy a pure electric car for 290,000 yuan, it means that it will take 42 years to recover the cost. The conclusion is that this road does not work. If the front is a legal method, then there is another possibility of stealing electricity directly from the public charging piles scattered around the city, but this has already constituted a criminal offense, and the quota has reached a certain level or even constituted a criminal offense. Shocked. On the other hand, the voltage of the public charging pile is different from the household 220 volts, which is an independent set of technical standards. Electric thieves need a large cost to engage a set of professional equipment to steal electricity, and also bear the risk of illegal costs. Public charging piles are laid in public places, and there are cameras in public places. This series of measures has basically put an end to professional electricity stealing behavior. And King Su left with the materials approved by Luo Sheng and happened to meet Qin Weimu. Sister Qin. Okay. Qin Weimu nodded indifferently and walked towards the office, both passing by. It is worth mentioning that the King Sui my paper is not as afraid of Qin Weimu as before. When she saw her, she felt inexplicably guilty. Qin Weimu is wearing a light-colored working woman's dress today. Cream-colored half-high heels are hidden in the sturdy trousers. The legs are particularly slender. On the open collar, the white wool sweater stands out, and his hair is ironed into a shawl. In the rigor, there is an air everywhere, and the bright waves of the hair are subtle, and there is an infinitely beautiful distance. All the short-selling funds have been laid out, and the market began to short WTI crude oil today. Now the market reaction is a bit unprepared, and suddenly a group of short-selling institutions have shorted the crude oil market. Qin Weimu said the key point when he came in. Today's WTI crude oil market has been turbulent because of her entry. Many people are in a state of coercion. Why is there a large, short-selling institution shorting the market suddenly? Perhaps because of the herding effect. Some other short sellers also went short, because Qin Weimu's funds were too large, and Wall Street also responded quickly, giving people a taste of what they had guessed. Don't tell me that your detonator is now these? Qin Weimu asked Luo Sheng after looking at him. Luo Sheng looked at her questioning eyes and said indifferently, can it be enough to expand the production of Azure pure electric vehicles by 10 times in 2016? Qin Weimu, it's barely good, but short-term panic thunder is not enough. Luo Shengxuan went on to say, then if the news of the old and beautiful shale oil technology revolution is revealed, it is another matter. Qin Weimu flashed with splendor. You mean shale oil and gas technological revolution? Is this true? Luo Sheng nodded with a smile. Yes, Xiona, pass on some internal information of Lau Mei's shale oil and gas technology revolution and mass production to Weimu. Xiona, okay. Luo Sheng once again looked at Qin Weimu. Imagine the sharp increase in shale oil production in Lomai and the two black swan incidents with the transformation of new energy vehicles. How will OPEC choose OPEC? The change in shale oil and new energy vehicles is bound to announce an increase in production, but it will not have much impact on my sales of new energy vehicles, because I will soon launch a public charging pile-free plan. The drastic change in the international situation is also a major factor for pure electric vehicles to announce free electricity charges. Once the oil price falls, it is bad news for new energy vehicles. Only free can hedging this news and maintain its competitive advantage over traditional fueled vehicles. Qin Weimu thoughtfully said along the line, for international oil prices, this is equivalent to a triple blow to the increase in shale oil production in North America and OPEC oil-producing countries and new energy vehicle technology changes. There is almost no suspense. No wonder when I started shorting crude oil, I suddenly returned to another batch of international short-selling institutions to follow up. I am afraid they have planned a shale oil and gas technology revolution this black swan harvest. Luo Sheng smiled. These short sellers that follow up are basically Wall Street. They must also know the impact of the shale oil revolution and new energy vehicles on international oil prices, and you suddenly entered the market short with such large funds. Most of the interior of Wall Street is also anxious. At this time, even if I don't expose the black swan of the shale oil and gas revolution, Wall Street will actively explode. In response, Qin Weimu nodded in agreement. The short institutions on Wall Street had already come in, unless he wanted to be caught in it. A large part of the money entered by the family fund is also directed to Wall Street, and a large part of it is sold as American capital. Qin Weimu, if the shale oil and gas technological revolution comes to light, this time I am afraid that the net profit will be more than $50 billion. And it should be able to make no less than $80 billion. Luo Sheng said seriously, very good, bright KPI performance, you don't have to be beaten. Qin Weimu flicked his eyes wide angrily, ignoring his words and said, when did the thunder burst? Luo Sheng, it's better to choose a day than to hit today. Since the funds are all in place, then tomorrow is good. If you choose to let Wall Street thunder, the initiative is in their hands. The next day, Friday, January 23, 2015. On this day, news about the North American shale oil and gas technological revolution and production increase suddenly came to light. It was spread madly all over the world that day, and major media reported one after another, and it was also spread madly on the internet. Originally, a large number of international short sellers shorted the WTI crude oil market. It seemed strange that many people felt inexplicable. More people had not responded, and even some bulls were still immersed in the dream of rising oil prices. As of the first 5 minutes of news on Friday, January 23, 2015, the WTI crude oil price was US $109 per barrel, and 5 minutes later, the moment the news came to light, WTI crude oil prices staged a cliff-like dive, falling to $76 barrel. But this is not the bottom. While everyone was in a state of embarrassment, Luo Sheng added another fire and sprinkled another platter of salt into the plunging crude oil price. The Côte d'Azur announced on the same day that it has added 20 new production lines for its pure electric vehicles, expanded an additional 10 super factories, and said that its 2016 production capacity will achieve a supple capacity of 3.5 million vehicles. This news not only made the bull party and speculators who play pure electric car futures completely stubbornly admit it, but also further impacted the international crude oil market. And OPEC was also ignorant. The two largest super economies in the world today rank first and second simultaneously, sending catastrophic bad news to the crude oil market. The news of the shale oil and gas revolution in North America is exposed, and the new energy vehicles in China are only exposed on the Côte d'Azur. The company will be able to supply 3.5 million pure electric vehicles to the market in 2016 next year. On the same day, the heads of OPEC organized an emergency meeting to discuss the sudden outbreak of the Black Swan incident. The big dogs are really anxious now, which is equal to facing the competition of Mauxon's oil competition, North American shale oil competition, and the competition of new energy pure electric vehicles at the same time. Eventually, in this emergency meeting, we quickly reached a consensus on production cuts, confirmed the increase in production to crack down on competitors in 3 areas, and ensured our own oil monopoly interests. Therefore, at the same time, OPEC announced a large-scale production increase, and the big dogs took the initiative to step up and crack down on oil prices. A series of news is bad news to combat oil prices. The international oil price crashed panic and plunged from $108 barrel to $21 barrel on the same day. There is no one underpants, and the real blood is lost. Even some large institutions have burst their positions, let alone small and medium retail players. However, this ruthless wealth harvest is not over yet. After a series of catastrophic bad news broke out and the panic plunge triggered, the WTI crude oil price suddenly rose 70% in a panic on the next trading day, closing at $35.7 and barrel. Repeated jumping, repeated happiness. Kinwaimer's own short-selling agency and Wall Street's short-selling agency worked very well together to stage a big show of eating shorts and longs. Anyway, everyone's interests are the same. Regardless of the other party, it depends on their ability to rob. After the panic crash, oil prices were greatly increased, and the entire ups and downs of was separated by a trading day, as if it was a dream, witnessing history overnight. Looking at this situation, investors are watching the trend of WTI crude oil prices, and their hearts are both greedy and fearful. Greed is that the light beam was pulled up after the oil price crash, and now it is only $3.57 billion per barrel, and the last trading day was $109 per barrel, which is tempting to think about. Fear is the fear that the quilt will even be staged once again, and it will be scary to think about it. The result is that in the interweaving of fear and greed, they are mentally tortured. Some people are afraid. They scold and leave the market directly, and some people directly gamble and re-enter the market. Chinese website. Please remember the first domain name of this book, mobile version reading URL. Chapter 563. It is exciting to get away with one stroke since the beginning of the new year. The media and the public have almost focused on the pure electric vehicles on the Côte d'Azur. They have participated in the fiery discussions on the topic of this new energy vehicle technology revolution. The Côte d'Azur has thrown heavy news from time to time. The heat is high. Previously, the Azure Coast hit the market, making countless Azure pure electric car futures speculators, ox parties want to die. Generally speaking, there will be a lot of scolding for the behavior of smashing the dish, but this wave of operations on the Côte d'Azur has won the support of the masses and consumers, because they also hate these ox parties very much. That is, they once fired the original 290,000 pure electric cars to more than 700,000 yuan. However, all this has been squeezed by the news of the sudden collapse of the international crude oil market. Now the major media are competing to report this matter. Netizens at home and abroad are discussing this new sudden hot spot. 2015 is really the first year of all kinds of madness. All kinds of super big melons one after another. Witness history. Open your eyes every day. 3 big things. Cut the meat, enter the suit, lose money. Really Old leak 2333. It's still better to touch less, work harder and earn more money. Will Wall Street make a lot of shorts this time? Blood earns good. After eating shorts and longs, Wall Street is really Dixie exploded. Is it too short to be short now? Crude oil prices fluctuate so much, soaring and falling, And the richness of the headine technology is not a problem. Just be afraid that you can be violent. If you are not afraid of death, go on. Fatty raised by the banker. The same sentence, don't just do it. All stud. Stud. Ha.jpg. A week later, the technology complex building. It was night, and there was a figure of Qin Huaimou in Luo Sheng's sight. She sent a bright smile from afar, and her posture shook elegantly in front of her proud figure wrapped in nylon coat. Obviously, she had just washed the shower and cleaned it very neatly, exuding a fresh breath throughout her body. Her fair skin, which was faintly visible through the baby's nylon fabric. Qin Huaimou took an elegant seat next to Luo Sheng, saying, all shipments have been pushed up and the funds have been safely withdrawn. This single family fund has made a net profit of $94 billion and Wall Street Capital has harvested more than $65 billion. It looks like it won't exceed $70 billion. The rest are cut leaks. Luo Sheng nodded in satisfaction, glanced at Qin Huaimou, and said with a smile, I think, you are more and more like a ruthless capitalist. The harvest is unambiguous, but you just leave with a fortune. Stimulate. Qin Huaimou, are you talking about yourself? Luo Sheng shrugged his shoulders and said, at least my bottom line relative to those capitals on Wall Street, I feel that I am noble like a white lotus. This adjective has violated the advertising law, but it is not excessive. Qin Huaimou couldn't help hearing Leng Jun, shook his head and ignored him. At present, WTI crude oil prices have maintained a wide range of fluctuations between US $3,744 barrel in the past week. Several trading days have attempted to sprint against the US $45 barrel barrier. In the end, they all rushed back and ended in failure. Jumping repeatedly in this area, life and death just can't get up. After this wave of operations, the international crude oil market has nothing to do with Luo Sheng. Moreover, after the price of crude oil is hit this time, the possibility of going up again is already very low, and even some people think that the idea of being able to return to $100 barrel can only be a fantasy. This time the international oil price plummeted, and the new energy vehicle technology reform promoted by Luo Sheng was really not the dominant force. The impact of automobiles on the petroleum industry was not large, and the largest application of petroleum was the chemical industry. What's more, it is not a one-time thing that the proportion of new energy vehicles exceeds that of traditional fueled vehicles. This is the process of calculating the time unit for a 10-year cycle. If it is just the reform of new energy vehicles, it will definitely not cause the international crude oil price to fall so crazy, even because of the panic plunge. It will eventually quickly rise back, instead of being unable to even reach $45 barrel as it is currently. The real thunderstorm point was the shale oil revolution erupted by Texas crude oil manufacturers in North America, which could directly transform North America from the world's largest oil importer to an exporter. This is a very horrible value. While meeting the national fuel consumption of the United States, it can also be exported at the same time. It is strange that OPEC's mentality does not explode, so that the big dogs quickly reached a consensus. Unusually decisive personally went crazy and increased production to actively combat oil prices. As long as the oil price fell to the cost of shale oil exploitation in North America, the other party would lose a barrel, and the situation would remain unsatisfactory. Over time, Texas crude oil producers would eventually have to go bankrupt, then continue to make money. But the big dogs have more deposits. The royal family of Sote alone has more than $800 billion in cash assets, and the various royal relatives below add up to more than $800 billion in cash assets. Luo Sheng and Dadegu are both younger brothers than their family members. Relatively speaking, new energy vehicles expanded 20 production lines in 10 superfactories to achieve mass production of 3.5 million Azure pure electric vehicles next year. In this oil price plunge event, they only played an assisting role and increased the Black Swan incident. The outbreak of panic that concentrated the market has only concentrated. The dominant force is the outbreak of shale oil and gas technological revolution. In theory, The plunge in oil prices is negative for new energy vehicles, but this does not affect Luo Sheng's current strategic layout for new energy vehicles, because at present there is no rush to globalization. The domestic market has not yet spread, and domestic it is unlikely that the oil price will fluctuate as much as the international oil price. The international oil price plummeted into a bear-like situation. Domestic oil prices are still as stable as old dogs. Not to mention the hope of falling. Many car owners will be thankful for not stabilizing prices. Therefore, the plunge in international oil prices will not affect the competitiveness of domestic new energy vehicles against traditional fueled vehicles. The country originally intended to promote new energy vehicles, and there is no reason to lower oil prices at this time. The next morning, at this time, Luo Sheng was in a video conference with Yao Jianhong and others on the Côte d'Azur. Mr. Luo, what did you plan to do with the future contract of the Azure pure electric vehicle some time ago? Asked Yao Jianhong on the video screen. Now the media and the public are all concerned about the collapse of international oil prices and the short harvest on Wall Street. Instead, no one is interested in speculators and dox parties who speculate on blue pure electric car futures contracts. But the futures contracts in their hands will not disappear out of thin air, and the margin will soon be lost. Now they are smashed into their own hands. If they do not expire, they will have to deliver the real thing. Now the scalpers and speculators are in a hurry. Crazy rhythm, because no one dared to take over. In particular, after the Côte d'Azur announced the 10 new super factories, after achieving a production capacity of 3.5 million vehicles in 2016, it is a desperate blow to those cattle and speculators who hold futures contracts in their hands. Shengfeng Capital will release audit reports to internal investors. Although it is private, it will soon be circulated internally, and then it will certainly be spread. The blue pure electric car futures contract is Luo Sheng, and the executor is Shengfeng Capital under the control of Qin Weimu. Luo Sheng, what do you plan to do? A moment later, Yao Jianhong replied, the management's unanimous opinion is that the 150,000 deposit paid for each car is non-refundable, and it also needs to be reduced by 20%. The nominal value of 20% with a base of 140,000 yuan is reduced. The repurchase will be carried out afterwards, which is simply a repurchase of 112,000 yuan per vehicle. Luo Sheng stunned. There is a taste of capitalists, ruthless enough. Everyone smiled and slandered in the heart. You who came off the court personally and said it was embarrassing. If they knew Luo Sheng had smashed the WTI crude oil market, they wouldn't know what the mood was. However, this is not ordinary cruelty, even if it is calculated by the amount of 290,000 yuan. The contract in the hands of each car will have a net loss of 178,000, but in fact the loss is far less than this number, because the bar is too high. According to the statistics of the Côte d'Azur, the average price of all futures contracts in the market is currently around 500,000. In other words, every pure electric car future held by the quilted person is still repurchased by the Côte d'Azur. A blood loss of 388,000 yuan is required. An executive at the meeting laughed. It's a bit ruthless. But before entering the market to disrupt the price market, I have to be prepared to pay the price. I will repurchase at this price. You agree to sign the contract on the door, at least for each car. It can also return 112,000 yuan, and if you don't agree, you will completely put the disc in your hands. Anyway, no one except our company can repurchase on a large scale. The Côte d'Azur will never lose money. Futures. When the time is up, you will have to deliver the vehicle and take it away. If you don't mention it and put it in inventory, the Côte d'Azur will not provide these services for free, including maintenance. Management fees are all for you. The longer you lose, the more you lose. www.mtlnovel.com. As long as you pay the money, it will be stored for you and wait for you to deliver. AI is indispensable. A giant group such as the Côte d'Azur, risk management is not a dry meal, and there is a legal process. At that time, The lawsuit still awards the Côte d'Azur to pay off the debt. The value of the cars that came off the production line was there. After the court decided that the Côte d'Azur was in debt, it could be sold again at a price of 290,000 yuan. This is no ordinary fragrance. The Côte d'Azur is equivalent to producing a car but selling it back and forth twice, actually flipping it 4 times, and ultimately creating 300% of the actual profit. This lever is really a lever, and the scalpers are the scalpers and futures speculators. Is the biggest loser. I am afraid I can only go to see the scenery of the rooftop. Chinese website. Please remember the first domain name of this book, mobile version reading URL, Chapter 564 Interlocking layout. The biggest winner is undoubtedly the Côte d'Azur, which not only doubled its real profits, but also won a good reputation among consumers as a way to fight against bull speculators and benefit consumers. Such a business would be a fool. For the yellow bull speculators, there is no choice but to let the Côte d'Azur purchase, at least not to completely ruin the disc in hand. How to say that each car is repurchased by the Côte d'Azur and it can return 112,000 yuan. This is also money. Yellow bull speculators can't really wait for the day when the futures delivery arrives, nor can they really go to physical delivery, because they are speculators and scalpers. And most of the funds are added to the bar, and almost no one can drag it to 2016 or 2017. Even if it is really dragged by that time, the physical delivery will have to be a headache for it to realize. You have to sell the car. Some big pickers have dozens or even hundreds of blue pure electric car futures contracts, which are really due for physical delivery. First of all, they have to bring the car back. Then I also paid for renting a parking space and paying for maintenance. Otherwise, why wouldn't the real consumers go to the direct store on the Côte d'Azur? If you want to do this, you have to sell the car to realize it. So it must be cheaper than the direct sales of the Côte d'Azur, because from the perspective of consumers, why not pick up the car at the Côte d'Azur at the same price? Calculated in this way, it may be a tossing around in the dead, but in the end, each car has to post 112,000 yuan, and even continue to rot in his hands. His face will be angry green rhythm. Yellow bull speculators of course know these risks, and even know that they will lose even more, so it is impossible to really expire and carry out physical delivery and liquidation. From the moment of hitting the plate, the Côte d'Azur had already eaten up the trapped yellow cattle speculators. They had nothing but good-for-money futures contracts and 112,000 yuan car trading cuts. Select. Okay, just do it. Luo Sheng didn't want to make a direct decision, but he suddenly added, in the future, remember to arrange more personal bodyguards when you go out. It will not be fun if you walk on the street if they are cut. Everyone. I don't know if boss is kidding or serious, but if you think about it, you really have to take it seriously. You really have to arrange a few bodyguards. Drive carefully for thousands of years. Anyway, there is no shortage of money. Yao Jianhong joked, Mr. Luo, then you have to worry more. Luo Sheng shrugged. If my treatment is as simple as being cut down by a few scalpers, who are dying to cut me, then I'm too happy to be too late. I think there are too many dead people. I wish I could evaporate now. The CIA agents are more powerful than theirs. I don't know how many times. Hearing this, the people who participated in the video conference suddenly felt sighed with emotion, and the realm of the boss in the head was really beyond human reach. And Luo Sheng was not easy behind all kinds of auras. The scale of the business is as high as it is today, and it will not come down. The end will be terrible. We can only keep on moving forward, and then move forward. There is no escape route. The next step may be to follow the thin ice, and the step back must be the abyss. 3 days later, in a small villa in Hangqing, Wai Tongwang was staring at the computer at the moment to browse the text messages on the page, and it was the latest news released by the media on the French Riviera. That is the futures contract repurchase plan. Wai Tongwang's eyelids twitched continuously, his eyes flickering and even full of anger, and after a few seconds he finally couldn't restrain it and broke out completely, smashed the computer directly on the spot, and the whole person roared crazy in the lobby. Luo Sheng, Qin Weimu, you two who kill thousands of knives, and the capitalists on Wall Street are ashamed in front of you two vampires. And %. The roaring Wai Tongwang directly lifted by the coffee table in front of him. His emotions were completely out of control. Wai Tongwang's heart was dripping with blood, his intestines were repentant, and he wanted to die. For a moment, he even really wanted to climb to the rooftop to jump off and end it all. Because he is now covered with 788 blue pure electric car futures contracts. The average cost of holding each car is 362,000 yuan, which is the total cost of 285 million yuan. Before Luo Sheng hit the market, the highest nominal value once rushed to 713,300 yuan vehicle, with a total value of 562 million yuan, rising almost every day. Wai Tongwang was excited and broke down, and did not sell but continued to hold. Then, it hit the plate, and became the pickup man overnight. This disc is rotten in the hand now, as long as it cannot be realized, no matter how high the nominal value is, there is no difference between the contract and a piece of waste paper. What really made Wai Tongwang's mentality collapse was that he also added leverage to this investment. Even if he sold the contract to the Côte d'Azur, he could only withdraw 80 million yuan of funds, but he now owes the bank 160 million in debt. The day after tomorrow, all the futures margin will be owed to the futures brokerage company debt, and the bank will also come to the door to liquidate the debt. At that time, this villa and its assets will be frozen, including futures contracts in its own hands. It will be used to pay off debts, and all debts will be worth 50 million yuan after liquidation. From billionaires with a maximum value of more than 5 billion yuan to a bankrupt and then 50 million indebted egg, it only takes a blue pure electric car futures to complete the transition from heaven to in 10 minutes. It is not just him who has been liquidated by a wealthy man like Wai Tongwang, but the fall of a group of wealthy people, and even some private equity funds have been liquidated. This can be seen. The thunderstorm incident on the Azure Pure Electric Car Futures contract gave all speculators a vivid and profound lesson on how to end the wool of the world's richest man. Even Wall Street and North America have eaten the deflated presents in his hands, and dare to look at his wool as such. Just go up and sell himself and Count Luo Sheng. And the reputation of Qin Weimu, who is in charge of Shengfeng Capital, has reached a new height in the investment community. Jianghu people sent nicknames Angel Investor, World's Top Trader, Cold Blood Devil, Emperor of the Investment World, female version of Buffett and many other titles. Her current popularity and influence in the capital circle are just like Luo Sheng's popularity and influence in the science and technology circle. Now many horseback guns are taunting those scalpers who dare to put meat in the bowls of these two people. What courage is required? Who gives courage? Is it good and quiet? Luo Sheng has undoubtedly created an alternative myth again, and this myth is most easily spread, and many netizens who eat melon are discussing this matter. What a myth! The entire Azure Pure Electric Car Futures hype, the Azure Coast Company really lay down and accounted for nearly 700 billion yuan. How did this account arise? Yellow Bull speculators engaged in a full contract of 800,000 Azure Pure Electric Car Futures. When the Azure Coast sold for the first time 232 billion yuan, then hit the market, the futures contract burst, the Côte d'Azur announced that it can buy back, but the deposit is not counted, and it has to be reduced by 20%. 800,000 pure electric cars can be sold immediately after repurchase. This time, the real consumers pre-ordered it, so it is 232 billion yuan. And then a deposit of 150,000 yuan per car. After such repeated frustrations, the Côte d'Azur has almost no cost. It is to change the contract and update the background data. There is almost no cost. That is, when consumers buy more, They add more cloud servers to adjust the load to run. The most outstanding thing is that the 800,000 pure electric cars that have been tossed several times have not existed so far. It is air. Even the screw has not been produced. Even the iron ore behind the screw stone may not have been dug out yet. But it is the price that is generated, the value that is generated, and ultimately the sky-high profits. This is the charm of futures. During the whole process, the Côte d'Azur didn't do much. It cost 700 billion yuan without any cost. After the car was produced and sold, all costs were removed and the net profit was at least 500 billion yuan. Such a myth can hardly be copied. Even Luo Sheng himself can hardly copy it for the second time, because the yellow bull speculators dare not play. The current situation is www.mtlnovel.com. The price of Azure pure electric cars has stabilized, even if it is 290,000 yuan and the market is still in short supply. But no one dares to hoard goods to make a profit. The scene of the predecessors cutting the flesh is vivid. The premium effect of this myth is far from over. Luo Sheng still has to make the best use of the value contributed by the bull speculators. After all, it is really expensive to participate in the forward-looking plan of the new infrastructure strategy. Luo Sheng still I feel like I can't do without money. The next step is that the blue pure electric car will be separated and listed on the Big A. It is foreseeable that this 700 billion yuan of revenue will generate terrible energy for the next IPO action. The first quarter report of the Beijing-Shanghai high-speed rail was posted today, and the net profit was 324 million yuan. I was shocked. I always thought that this kind of project did not lose money. I was thankful. I did not expect not only to lose money but also to make a profit. And PetroChina lost 16.23 billion in the first quarter report. It's really hard to say. Please remember the first domain name of this book, mobile version reading URL. Chapter 565 spin-off. After the Côte d'Azur announced the repurchase plan, the yellow bull speculators who took over the market were impatiently dismissing the contract in their hands. Although they were very reluctant, there was no better choice than this, and it was better than rotten in their own hands. The Côte d'Azur has so easily created 120 million yuan worth of real money for the 800,000 Azure pure electric cars that are actually completely non-existent. It's not too much to grab money, but no bull speculators sympathize with them. Instead, it attracts the masses of consumers to be happy, and it is already very good for them to fall into the trap. The action on the Côte d'Azur was extremely rapid. The work that Luo Sheng participated in the following days was the separation of the Azure pure electric car and its planned listing on the Big A. Galaxy City headquarters. Luo Sheng just came out of his dedicated elevator and went to the senior conference room, and King Su was waiting with a document. President Luo, all the participants have arrived, and the meeting has 3 minutes to start. This is the document you want. Luo Sheng nodded and took the information in his hand and walked straight towards the conference hall. The attendees were senior executives of the Côte d'Azur and its core subsidiaries. All of them above the vice president level came in person. Everyone knows that this meeting is very important. In the past, some meetings they thought were important were with Luo Sheng. Start with a video conference. There were dozens of executives sitting in the conference hall, all of which were all president-level executives. As soon as Luo Sheng came, everyone immediately stopped private communication, and everyone watched the ultimate boss go to the chief seat. Luo Sheng put down the information in his hand and went straight to the point. Go ahead. The company has developed to this day. The launch of the Azure pure electric car has caused a series of things. The complexity is unprecedented. It can be described as a group of ins and outs. Doing a good job in this ecosystem cannot be solved simply by stacking resources, but also requires unified management of all resources that can be coordinated. His voice resounded in the conference hall, and everyone looked at Luo Sheng without a word, who continued to look around the crowd with a determined face. The recent chaos is that everyone's interests are inconsistent, and the so-called ecosystem construction cost is almost impossible to control. I don't care if it doesn't mean I don't see the problem. If you are not determined and strong when fighting, then you don't have to fight. You don't have to discuss too much about the war itself. If you think about it, you need to do it first and then adjust while fighting. Some of the vice presidents in attendance, especially the senior executives of the subsidiaries, couldn't help but feel awkward. The big boss didn't name it, but it was already being beaten. If the name was really named, it would be the worst situation. Luo Sheng glanced at each of the executives present at the meeting. Of course they didn't know what they were thinking, but it didn't need to be important. The important thing was that through the briefing of Xiaona, he knew that the managers of the major core departments or subsidiaries had done what is important is enough. Returning to the question of ecosystems and collaboration, it is not just that we are talking about the story of ecology. Many companies, especially internet companies, like to talk about ecology and collaboration, but Imho, most of the so-called ecosystems and collaboration it makes no sense, because there is no one voice for coordination and coordination, especially for large companies and large groups. Taking our company as an example, last year's profit pressure increase could not be suppressed. Is it because it really can't be suppressed? Certainly not, but there is no synergy. What is real synergy? Only one point: aim at a city and die tackling. This statement is simply amazing. In other places, other companies have always heard that the company will continue to expand profits. But on the Côte d'Azur, they just do the opposite. The executives who attended the meeting also understood why the Côte d'Azur chose not to go public. The words of the big boss sounded like a blow in the ears of capital. Specifically, the KPIs of different departments are carried together. If you can't do one, you can't run, and you have to die. Anyone who dares to drag is equivalent to dragging everyone's hind legs. I want to get him to talk about other things. Luo Sheng was decisive in his voice, without any hesitation. What is the situation I see right now? What this subsidiary company or department wants to do depends on the face of other departments or subsidiaries. If you don't give you resources, you don't give you resources. Why is my son looking for me for resources, and everyone's KPIs are inconsistent? Are you doing well to manage me? So that some departments or subsidiaries have to go outside the system to find a solution. Last year one asked to drive down profits, but a large part of the operating cost expenditure was almost meaningless. Many resources could not be used effectively because it involved the middle tier. Why? Because the interests of many managers are, especially the overall interests of the middle tier and the entire group of companies, are inconsistent. At this moment, there was only Luo Sheng's voice in the entire conference hall, and the group of vice presidents who attended the meeting felt some guilty conscience. Some were finally moved, and the big boss finally saw the problem. The bigger the enterprise, the bigger and bigger the plate, and the bloated organization also appears on the Côte d'Azur. The more people, the more benefits, the more complicated. This is an inevitable result. Moreover, the Côte d'Azur was founded a little more than 10 years ago. The century-old giants have not achieved the current scale of the Côte d'Azur. The biggest problem of large companies is the problem of coordination. The general problem of coordination is basically the result of inconsistent interests. Luo Sheng said, "Ecology, only after eating it and connecting the blood to have a truly stable ecology." It is cruel, but this is the attitude of fighting, mobilizing all the resources that can be deployed together to serve the interests of the entire group of companies. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible to allow the existence of this faction and the faction within the small circle and inside. Whoever does what I do will not stop and who will not say anything. The data is cold and there is no emotion. But it is also true because there is no emotion. As your pure electric cars are going to be separated and listed, which is an extremely huge ecosystem in itself, and this ecosystem is also related to the larger ecological closed-loop system of the parent company's Internet of Everything strategy. As far as the automotive ecosystem is concerned, it requires the coordinated deployment of resources from all parties. Its smoothness means that there are too many things, and that it means nothing. I will not go into details at the meeting. The executives at the vice president level remained silent, and it is true that this needs not be said. At this time, Liu Sheng looked at An King-Su, who also participated in the meeting, report on the board's decision. Everyone could not help but look at the young An King-Su. Although her position is an assistant, the gold content of the position of the assistant is directly related to which position is assisted. An King-Su is one of the senior executives at the rank, and the real power is not as good as any of the vice presidents present, but because she is Liu Sheng's assistant, in a sense, it is the person who recently took over the core power of this huge commercial technology empire. www.intelnovel.com. Even if she doesn't have any position, as long as she can stay in this core, she will not be despised. The vice presidents present are all polite, and at least they can't offend, unless they are stupid. After the resolution of the board of directors, the personnel changes after the separation of the Azure Pure Electric Car Company are as follows. The CEO is held by Ding Ping, the Global Deputy General Manager of the Azure Coast, and the CTO is served by Yuan F, the former Senior Director of the Azure Pure Electric Vehicle Technology Department. And King-Su got up from his seat and read the documents one by one. In this personnel change, a third of the managers of the Azure Electric Vehicle Department were given the opportunity to be promoted. Yuan F is a typical representative, and 2/3 of the executive team represented by Ding Ping. It was the Côte d'Azur group that was airborne. At the end, Liu Sheng said, "Give you half a month to run in. The first important task is to go public. Please, today, because some things are delayed. It is even more. Look for opportunities to make up again. I am really sorry. There have been a lot of mobs happening recently. Please remember the first domain name of this book, mobile version reading URL, chapter 566 Big Lushes in a Supergiant. The meeting lasted for about an hour and ended. There was not much to discuss in a short time, but what was established was the strategic cornerstone. The next important issue for the company is the separation and reorganization of the Azure Pure Electric Car Company and the proposed prospectus to be listed. The established head and senior team, the specific operation of Liu Sheng will not end by Ding Ping. Yuan F and others handle it. Office of the CEO of the French Riviera. Please come in. Liu Sheng sat on the sofa and rested. Someone knocked on the door before returning to the office just after the meeting, and King-Su came in. Liuj, the annual report of the Azure Coast Group has been audited. In addition, I also brought the annual report of the Blue Star Technology Group. Well, the materials are waiting for me to approve later. Roughly speaking, okay. And King-Su put the materials he brought on the desk, looked at Liu Sheng and walked with a smile, help him rub his shoulders very thoughtfully without saying anything, and simply reported, for the Côte d'Azur Group, last year the group's global sales reached $243.68 billion, excluding RMB exchange rate changes of about 1.5 trillion yuan. Net profit of $21.4 billion, about 132 billion yuan, and a net profit rate of 8.78%. When Yan Liu Sheng said to himself, the profit control is not bad, we will continue to maintain this position this year. Compared with the previous year's net profit, the Côte d'Azur's net profit has dropped significantly by more than half this year. This is the result of a proactive reduction of corporate profits for a longer-term strategic layout, otherwise it will definitely increase by about 25% last year. Then it is not 214 billion dollars, but a net profit of nearly $70 billion. This number can easily win the achievement of the world's most profitable company. But profit cannot maximize the company's international competitiveness and influence, nor can it maximize the company's ability to resist risks. And King-Su then reported, in terms of Blue Star Technology Group, last year's annual revenue was $132.2 billion, excluding RMB exchange rate changes of approximately RMB 815.7 billion. Net profit of $14.8 billion, or approximately RMB 91.3 billion, and net profit margin about 11.2%. Blue Star Technology is also further reducing the scale of corporate profits. Last year, it found its own family fund to get a loan, and at the same time it was just positive with the US $1 trillion technology industry stimulus plan in North America. In this way, it is also very rare that the net profit can be maintained at the level of $10 billion. What is more rare is that compared with the previous year's revenue of $117.73 billion, the scale of revenue last year increased by $14.47 billion. The steady increase in income indicates that Blue Star Technology is recovering blood, and the speed of blood recovery is not slow at all. This is the situation after being crushed by North American heavy punches. The vitality of Blue Star Technology is powerful and cannot be found worldwide. Several such companies. A more striking contrast is that after Blue Star Technology and the Côte d'Azur, North America also shot against another multinational giant group in 2014 and succeeded. That is the martyrdom of Alstom in France. In April last year, Alstom sold 70% of its business and packaged all its energy business for about $13 billion to his main competitor, North American General Electric Company. This transaction has attracted the attention of the world, and also stunned all insiders. Alstom has become a prey, once a veritable world leader in the field of energy, hydropower equipment in the world, nuclear power plant, conventional island in the world, environmental control system in the world, ultra-high-speed trains and high-speed trains in the world, urban transportation market, regional trains, infrastructure equipment and all related services are the second largest in the world. Some people say that for every 4 bulbs in the world, 1 bulb comes from Alstom Technology. This company is the pride of the French, as Sony is to Japan, GE to North America, Samsung is to South Korea. But it was such a supergiant that fell into dismay last year. As time passed, many facts and speculations showed signs. People only realized that this acquisition was actually a legal battle in a commercial court, and it was a North American non-economic means. A typical case of disintegrating commercial giants in other countries. The fall of Alstom only made people aware of the power of Blue Star Technology and the Côte d'Azur, and how sensible Luo Sheng's choice was, because before that both the Blue Coast and Blue Star Technology were tried by North America to use non-economic means to disintegrate, but in the end it failed and went bankrupt. In the face of Luo Sheng's tough attitude and determination, North America finally chose to admit, and this permit pass is now the 3rd extension. Alstom and the Côte d'Azur and Blue Star Technology have 2 very different destinies. Now Alstom is no longer a glory of the French, or even a shame, and Blue Star Technology and the Côte d'Azur are still in full swing. As long as North America does not solve the fate of the throat held by the other side, it will not dare to be true. The fish died. Although this will make the relationship between the 2 parties go farther and farther, who cares? North America does not care that Luo Sheng will not care. This does not hinder the current stalemate balance between the 2 sides, and in a sense is also conducive to stability. That is, when you go out, you need to take some bodyguards, and try not to go abroad to go to the waves. Some international forums can communicate by video. What is now is the era of 4G networks, and there is no problem with wireless communication. A week later, while the annual report was disclosed, the Côte d'Azur officially announced the separation of its pure electric vehicle business, and the proposed prospectus was also disclosed. After the establishment of the spin-off and reorganization, the Azur Pure Electric Car Company will be listed on the Big A financing. As soon as this news came out, the entire capital market was shaken. On the day the news was disclosed, the 3 major A indexes rose collectively. Both large institutions and small and medium investors are excited, because the prospectus has already disclosed that the revenue of the Azur Pure Electric Car is expected to exceed 900 billion yuan in the first quarter of this year, which has exceeded the annual revenue of Blue Star Technology, which is a fantastic myth. but everyone knows how this myth comes from. Of these, 700 billion were contributed by scalpers who cut meat, but this does not hinder the authenticity of this number and the fact that Azure Pure electric cars are going to be listed on Big A. After the news broke out, www.metalnovel.com major securities companies have jumped out to publish articles. The most attractive thing is undoubtedly the high value of the market value of the Azure Pure electric car after it is listed on the Big A. The valuation given by most industry insiders is at least 4 trillion yuan. But no matter how much the valuation is, everyone has reached a consensus that Big A is finally ushering in a world-class Big Mac company. The listing of Azure Pure electric car company on Big A will become the #1 existence among all listed companies in Shanghai and Shenzhen, and it will be the best in the stock market of Big A. Ps. Today is still a change, mainly because of the current period of time is more or less affected by yourself and the outside. It is being adjusted to restore the previous state as soon as possible. In addition, I uploaded a concept map of the leading science and technology complex building in the group. Interested Children's Shoes Plus Group glance. 629,693,065. Future plots will gradually send some other concept maps in the group. Please remember the first domain name of this book, mobile version reading URL, chapter 567 layout satellite internet. When I woke up and was shocked, can my Big A also usher in a giant technology company? Protection. Stud. In terms of the current market value of Blue Star Technology, it has not reached the height of listing in Hong Kong that year. In a sense, it is now below the issue price. What do you panic? Isn't the Archbishop talking about long-term holding? If it's someone else, I absolutely don't believe this gibberish, but I believe in the Archbishop's words, so long-term holding is going to rise. Yes, I have long-term holdings. Capital comes to the world, from head to toe. Every pore is dripping with blood and dirty things. I agree with this statement, except for the Archbishop. I know from the bubble that he smashed the blue pure electric car futures. The speculators wailing, this move killing the rich and helping the poor is really beautiful. Oh, don't forget that Luo Sheng is the world's largest capitalist, with assets of more than $200 billion or trillions of dollars of soft sister coins. No one else in the world. It is true, but he has not done any exploitation of the general public so far. Instead, he has put out tens of billions or even tens of billions of funds every year to support rural education, public welfare. Every year. Don't tell me what Gates donated for all they're worth. Gates Fund bluntly stated that it is a means for wealthy Westerners to avoid taxes. Yes, Gates still has control over the fund, and the funds flowing into the fund are all in favor of the family itself. Once the capital has achieved a monopoly, it must start to do evil, but the Archbishop's company has taken Blue Star Technology as an example to achieve a natural monopoly, a de facto monopoly, and even a global monopoly, but there has been no evil from beginning to end. Google, which of Microsoft and Amazon did not do evil. The Dragon Warriors eventually turned into evil dragons. Completely agree. You have seen any capitalist like the Archbishop, when his own company encountered such a dilemma, still determined to reduce the company's profits, can say some money we can earn, but not earn, leave someone else earns such a thing. Perhaps this is why he became the richest man in the world. Maybe this is why the Côte d'Azur and Blue Star Technology have survived to this day, while Alstom is still falling. Okay, don't be noisy. There is a good saying, don't look at what he said, but look at what he does. Anyway, the Azure Pure electric car is listed on the Big A this time, and it must support a wave. The heated discussion in the outside world is extremely hot, and it is not too easy for Luo Sheng to create a topic, and every time everyone is watching. This time, the Pure Blue Automobile Company was spun off and listed on the Big A. The stimulus of this good news has driven the three major indexes to rise for 6 consecutive trading days. This is the market's response. As if welcoming a king. No one doubts that everyone firmly believes that the Azure Pure electric car campaign is listing, that is, The supergiant with the largest market value has no suspense, and it will also be the second largest listed company in the world. Among the top 10 listed companies in the world, Blue Star Technology has soared up and down so far. The first and second listed companies in the world are all created by one person. This kind of myth is almost impossible to copy. Countless people are expecting this myth. However, at the time when the outside world was hotly discussing, Liu Sheng did not pay much attention during this time, but spent most of the time in the laboratory of Star Arrow International for technical exchanges with researchers. When everyone is tracking around the hotspot, his eyes and actions have jumped to the next step, which is to create a satellite internet star chain project. Throughout the global history, it is not only that we have the bold idea of the Star Chain project. The idea of launching satellites to the geostationary orbit in the 1990s and then establishing an internet connection through satellites is very popular. In the 2000s, the internet bubble before it broke down, it reached its peak. The three companies Teledesic, Iridium and Global Star invested tens of billions of dollars in it. In a conference room at Star Arrow International, a dozen researchers listened to Liu Sheng's description, and the latter continued, but because rocket launches and satellite manufacturing are very expensive, and the internet demand at the time was not large, all we are on the road to failure. And now it is the right time for us to start layout. A researcher at the meeting discussed, the realization of satellite internet will surely phase out the existing base station communication methods. Now more than half of the people in the world can't use the internet. If you want to make these people's areas also covered by the internet, the manpower and financial resources that need to be consumed cannot be imagined. Another researcher answered, the key is also quite time-consuming, but satellite internet can solve this problem. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. The engineers present seemed to understand the other strategic purpose of Liu Sheng's establishment of Star Arrow International, not just to create recyclable rocket technology. Once the huge infrastructure such as satellite internet is completed, it will definitely bring a whole to human society. A huge technological change. The technology of low-cost recyclable rockets and mass-produced satellites being developed by Star Arrow International has made global coverage a reality. This is an extremely important change that will bring a leap in productivity to human society. The engineers present were more or less aware of the recent hot blue pure electric cars outside, and that the big boss is engaged in car unmanned autonomous driving technology, and that if you want unmanned autonomous driving to run anywhere in the world, you must have network coverage. Once the Star Chain project covers any corner of the world, it will lay a very important technical foundation for unmanned autonomous driving. This is a very imaginative solution. Supercomputing verification results show that more than 40,000 to 50,000 low Earth orbit satellites need to be launched to enable the internet to cover any corner of the world. The first thing to be clear is that our goal is to first allow more than half of the people on the planet who cannot access internet services enjoy cheap internet services. Liu Sheng looked around and said. The engineers present nodded silently. Although they were engaged in technology, they did not understand commercial issues, but they also knew that user growth brought profits to maintain the company's research and development and technological progress. Simply put, you have to earn money to burn technology research and development. A researcher at the meeting said, once the Star Chain project is successful, in the future, users may not need to care about how the signal is transmitted, and the mobile phone will automatically switch, just like the current switch between 2G, 3G, 4G, automatically switch between the signal of the terrestrial optical cable and the space low orbit satellite. In addition, because of some physical limitations, Star Chain cannot directly connect to the mobile phone, and it also needs to establish a base station on the ground. We should apply for a construction permit for the ground base station. Liu Sheng said succinctly, this is left to Hua to do it. Lancy Semiconductor will be responsible. We can't catch everything, and it costs money if it's bad. After the network technology infrastructure such as the Star Chain project and the 5G industrial internet has been consolidated, the relevant laws will be improved, and pure electric vehicles can realize unmanned autonomous driving. All of these are interlocking and gradual layout. With the passage of time, the day for the listing of the Azure Pure Electric Car Company is getting closer and closer. If it is in accordance with the normal process, the company must wait at least 3 years after its listing, because it was established. But the Azure Pure Electric Car Company is more special. The Côte d'Azur, and the company has been established for 10 years. Other conditions are also met. Everyone is looking forward to this gluttonous feast. Chinese website. Please remember the first domain name of this book, mobile version reading URL, chapter 568. As time went into March, the IPO journey of Azure Electric Vehicle Company officially opened, and its speed was advancing to an unexpected degree. In mid-March, the CSRC confirmed the opening of a green channel for IPOs, companies that have registered for 3 years of production and operation and paid income tax for 3 years, or paid at least 20 million yuan in income tax and committed to listing for enterprises that do not change their registered place within the next 3 years, and apply for the initial public offering of shares and go public. The policy of reporting and reviewing and issuing immediately after review shall apply. The Azure Pure Electric Car Company submitted the IPO application draft on the 3rd day, and received the approval on April 7th. The efficiency of the bidding process is unusually fast. Unlike most companies that have queued for an IPO in bigger for 2 or 3 years, the Azure Pure Electric Car flashed through the meeting within half a month and received the issuance approval. This is mainly due to the CSRC. The meeting previously confirmed that the IPO green channel is not irrelevant. The listing of Azure Pure Electric Motor Company on Bigo is probably an extremely rare IPO action since the opening of the domestic stock market. It will surely be included in the history of domestic financing, leaving a strong mark. The headquarters of the star city of the Côte d'Azur. Luo Sheng came to the company's headquarters in his special car. At present, the Azure Pure Electric Car Company has begun to split up and independent, but the city of the galaxy is large enough to have an independent office building for the separated Azure Pure Electric Car Company. The new headquarters building has begun to enter the planning stage. The completion address is not in Suqing, but in Shenqing. Luoj, this is General Manager Ding's briefing. There are as many as 55 sponsoring institutions for this IPO, which can basically be said to be the top securities companies in the country. This is their information. In Luo Sheng's car, An King-su, who was sitting next to him, took a piece of material from the folder and handed it to him. The latter was browsing through the copies, and the business car was driving smoothly to the company's headquarters. More than 50 securities companies have sponsored a company for listing at the same time. This is the first time in China. It has to be said that it is an unprecedented grandeur for the listing of Azure Pure Electric Car Company in the Big A by the capital market. You should know that at present, there are only more than 100 securities companies nationwide. The listing of other companies is basically the rhythm of the management's broken leg. Because many companies go public, the unpleasant thing is to cut the money and cut the leak in the stock market. And such companies as Azure Pure Electric Automobile Company are real value companies, and high value added companies are absolute value investments. No one will doubt this. With the blessing of Luo Sheng's legendary signboard, the capital market basically believes that this transaction is stable and profitable, and high value and low risk are naturally in rush. The 55 sponsors listed on the IPO business of Azure Electric Vehicle Company this time. The top 5 rankings are Huixin Securities, Huixin Construction Investment, Hengxin Securities, Huijin, Zhao Entropy. These 5 the proportion of business covered by the organization reached about 42%, nearly half, and the remaining 50 sponsoring organizations divided up. Among them, the parent company of Hengxin Securities is Hengxin International Investment Bank HIB, and the helm behind HIB is Luo Sheng. However, this time Hengxin Securities also made an assist on the last car, and the sponsors gave the lead to other domestic securities companies. 20 minutes later, Luo Sheng's car arrived at the company's headquarters and went straight to the special office building of Azure Electric. The person in charge of more than 50 securities companies has arrived 10 minutes early. At this moment, Ding Ping, the first head of the Azure Pure Electric Car Company, is receiving them, but Ding Ping can't do the final thing in the IPO listing. Clapper. Mr. Luo is here. Mr. Luo. In a spacious conference hall, Ding Ping and the representatives of dozens of securities companies saw Luo Sheng came in and stopped talking, and could not help but stand up, either out of courtesy or in this listed business cooperation. 10 securities companies were polite to Luo Sheng. Otherwise, Luo Sheng can then remove the list of sponsors from the list. Before going public, you can go to Hong Kong for listing, or even go to the United States for listing. Whether it is Hong Kong stocks or US stocks, it is absolutely necessary. That is not polite. The key is that everyone is not stupid. Hang Seng Securities among more than 50 securities companies seems to be playing soy sauce. In fact, the people present know that this is the signal that Luo Sheng gave them. Without their sponsorship underwriting, it will not hinder the IPO of the Blue Electric Vehicle Company. Everyone knows that the Blue Star Technology Group's listing and underwriting sponsorship in Hong Kong was Hang Seng Securities, which is the first in the world in terms of market value. Listed companies sponsor listings, and Hang Seng Securities is backed by Hang Seng International Investment Bank. As for this international capital investment bank that has risen in recent years, it has long been rumored to have an inseparable relationship with Luo Sheng. This is not a secret in the financial circle. Please sit down, everyone. Luo Sheng came to the conference table and sat down. Representatives of a number of securities companies also came to sit again. Among all the people present, Luo Sheng is still the youngest and most worthy person, with a short sentence full of aura. Mr. Luo, how much will your company plan to raise funds for this IPO? The representative of Hualien Securities who attended the meeting couldn't help but ask. This sentence is also what other securities companies present want to know. It's interesting to say that securities companies don't know the specific financing amount until now, because the company to be listed is created by Luo Sheng, which is enough. In fact, when each of them sent a responsible person to see dozens of peers, they felt a bit caught off guard. I never thought that nearly half of the securities companies in the country had come. We plan to raise $50 billion, which is 308.5 billion yuan. Luo Sheng said with a smile. His tone when giving this figure gives people the feeling that the clouds are breezy. However, when the representatives of the securities companies on the spot heard this amount, they were all stunned and dumbfounded, and everyone's heart was shocked for a while. My God, this number is already worth more than half of the trading volume of a normal trading day in the two cities, the representative of Hualien Securities said subconsciously. Is this to break his own record and push the record of IPO financing scale to a whole new level? The person in charge of the securities company present seemed to understand why more than 50 peers were sitting here at this moment, and no one could eat it. After everyone had recovered from the shock, the person in charge of Hualien Securities asked, Mr. Luo, what is your total share capital? Luo Sheng said in an orderly manner, the total share capital of Azure Electric Vehicle Company is 21.5 billion shares, including the additional 2 billion shares issued, and the company's 9.3% equity is sold, which is the internal subscription price of 154.27 yuan per share. The company's total valuation is about 3.3 trillion yuan. The person in charge of the securities company present heard a great boost, and the outside world agreed that the valuation of the Azure Pure Electric Car IPO should break the 4 trillion level. I did not expect Luo Sheng to be willing to give a valuation of 3.3 trillion, which means after the listing, the company's stock premium space is extremely large, and the appropriate large A first quality stocks and preferred investment stocks. It is not too difficult to realize the myth of financing more than 300 billion yuan this time. You are reading www.uukansu.com. At this time, Luo Sheng added, in terms of subscription accounts, Private equity funds, public equity funds and other institutional accounts each purchase a maximum of 1 billion yuan. Institutional accounts account for 65% of the IPO financing scale in this subscription activity, and the remaining 35% will be distributed to the majority of small and medium investors and retail investors. As soon as the remarks appeared, the securities companies were a little unhappy, and felt that small and medium-sized retail investors took too many benefits. Ps. Readers who read book reviews and comments on other works are talking about the broken thing in the recent circle. I suddenly felt that being a paid reader with a starting point as a web writer is happy and lucky. I found a pirated version to pay for the interview, but I was still stupid in the paid subscription. Although I said every day that it was watery and short, but the paid subscription was not ambiguous, I was really moved. But it finally made me understand the truth. The readers who have the closest connection are the purest. The deeper you understand, the more you understand how precious it is, and the more you should understand the cherish. Thank you. The chaotic moment is inevitably hesitant, and the emperor's smile. Please remember the first domain name of this book, mobile version reading URL, Chapter 569 SFC official website was squeezed. Small and medium-sized investors and retail investors have to split up more than a third of the subscription amount. In the face of real high-quality listed companies such as Azure Pure Electric Cars, most securities institutions are not happy. The head of UBS Securities said euphemistically, Mr. Luo, a 35% ratio, which is an astronomical figure of RMB 108 billion, small and medium-sized investors and retail investors in the mainland cannot have such funds. The sub-financing plan does not meet the expected target of 308.5 billion. As soon as this remark came out, the representatives of other securities companies also echoed. There are more than 50 securities institutions participating in the IPO business of the Azure electric vehicles, not to mention the financing of more than 300 billion. This is of course an astronomical figure, and it has also set a new record in the global IPO business. But the problem is that there are too many organizations that divide the cake. More than 50 securities companies on average can only get a matching amount of 5.6 billion. In fact, there are not many. It would be nice if it could be divided equally. The problem is that the top 5 securities institutions took a 42% share, and the rest were only divided by 50, and this will still not be divided equally. The securities institutions at the end may only get a few hundred million in proportion. Then there is still 35% to be distributed to small and medium investors and retail investors in the market. Of course, the securities institutions are not very happy. The big customers and acquaintances in their hands are to take care of the business. Naturally, the more shares, the better. Faced with the kindly persuasion of the representatives of the securities institutions, Luo Shengyan smiled lightly. Do you not believe Luo Sheng's popularity? I think my popularity and word of mouth are still quite good. Everyone froze for a while, then smiled lowly, and nodded again and again. Everyone had a decision in their hearts immediately, and they will not be entangled in this issue next. Luo Sheng's words do not seem painful and itchy, and even a little joke, but the meaning is also very clear. If you don't understand it, I was mixed in this circle. Now all want to get a share of the IPO action of the Azure electric car. The more important thing is that the securities institution seeks door-to-door sponsorship, rather than the listed company seeks the sponsorship of the securities institution. Annoyingly, Luo Sheng may just take this. He was kicked out of the table and he couldn't even drink the soup. There is no possibility of joint pressure from the major securities institutions, because Hang Seng Securities is present. Even if the other 54 securities institutions exit, it will not hinder the listing plan of the Blue Pure Electric Car Company. Retreating 10,000 steps really means a stumbling block. If it is a big deal, it will not be listed on the Big A. There is no problem going to Hong Kong or even going to the United States. No matter whether it is US stocks or Hong Kong stocks, it is absolutely necessary. What's more, This is a project that is focused on above. Next, Luo Sheng and a number of securities institutions further discussed specific IPO matters. The meeting determined the date of the listing, which will be listed on Tuesday, June 23. However, even if the company's listing went on the eve of the IPO, it may happen. Today's negotiations with the securities institutions have only reached a consensus. After 2 hours. Luoj, this is the details of the asset allocation and the change of the equity structure of the Azure Pure Electric Car Company compiled by Sister Kin. And King Su walked into the CEO's office and put a piece of information on the desk. Go pour a glass of water for me, Luo Sheng said, at the same time picked up the information. Okay. Luo Sheng glanced at King Suimai's graceful figure and put his attention down on the information, and immediately opened the list. The total assets of the spin-off Azure Pure Electric Car Company have reached the terascale of 1 trillion yuan, of which the net assets have reached 600 billion yuan and the cash reserve has reached 450 billion yuan. Under the premise of the large-scale laying of charging piles and the construction of a new factory by Azure Electric Vehicle Co., Limited, Hainan has such a huge cash reserve, which must benefit from the 700 billion yuan leak contributed by the yellow cattle speculators. The company will soon raise 308.5 billion yuan, which is a solid cash flow. At the same time, the next year will receive a subsidy of 167.2 billion yuan, which is all money. But this is not enough. For the 10 newly added super factories, the average investment of each super company is about 33 billion yuan. The expenditure here is more than 300 billion yuan, but this money is obtained from local interest-free loans. Simply put, the Azure Pure Electric Car Company does not need to pay a penny for the construction of the super factory in the local. The local will provide loans, land, and policies. All you have to do is to build the factory locally and provide jobs to boost the economy. These 10 factories directly brought more than 200,000 jobs, and the indirect economic stimulus brought infinite benefits. The 10 super factories are all set up in coastal urban areas. Not only the industrial manufacturing in the coastal areas is developed, but the deeper purpose is the global business in the future. However, even if the Azure Pure Electric Car Company has such a large capital scale, it is still not enough, and it needs more money. In the future, the laying of public supercharging piles in major cities will require large-scale funds, and at the same time, profit will be divided. Downstream industries allow them to make money. Azure Electric Vehicle Co., Limited is not a company that pursues maximization of profits and squeezes surplus value, because to function as an economic engine, it must provide sufficient profits to the upstream and downstream industry chains to maintain the vitality of the entire ecology. The fundamental reason for the support, otherwise a subsidy of 167.2 billion yuan a year, is simply impossible. Regarding the company's shareholding structure, Luo Sheng will not hold shares in the name of an individual, but will realize it in the form of company holdings. Azure Coast will maintain a minimum shareholding ratio of 34%. According to the provisions of the company law, a two-thirds majority is required for the consideration of important matters of an enterprise. That is, more than 67% of the voting rights can be passed, so the Côte d'Azur has the right to veto. As long as it voted against it, the other shareholders could not reach a two-thirds majority vote even if they all agreed, and the bill could not be passed. Ownership control is not the key. The core is still technology, because the technology of the Azure Pure Electric Car is legally the technology authorization of the Azure Coast Company. As long as the technical authorization is recovered, the Azure Pure Electric Car Company will face a shock crisis, which means that there is no core competitiveness. No matter how big it is, it will soon fall. This is the way to fundamentally prevent the capital market from attempting to control the enterprise. In other words, if you want profit, you have to follow Luo Sheng, and you don't want to give up profit. It's that simple. The second largest shareholder of Azure Pure Electric Car is the state-owned Assets Management Office, which will hold 30% of the equity. This is not to buy shares by financing means, but to complete it in the form of a transfer, and buy at the company's low valuation of US $320 billion. In other words, it means that the state-owned Assets Management Office bought 30% of the Azure Pure Electric car from the Azure Coast Company. For this purpose, it paid $96 billion, or about 600 billion yuan to the Azure Coast. This money is both a means of indirect support and a generous investment. R&D technology on the Côte d'Azur requires large-scale capital, and the country has invested too much. But it is not a series of money, and the deeper strategic consideration is also to respond to the $1 trillion stimulus plan for the technology industry in North America. Luo Sheng took the lead with the old American hard steel to burn the money, and used the power of the enterprise to fight against the national power. Today's world hegemons can't be overstated, nor will they sit idly by. As for how to get this money to Blue Star Technology, naturally there is no need to care about it. Luo Sheng himself will operate through corporate means, such as fund borrowing between companies. Previously, when he was on the road with the Wall Street Short Agency, Luo Sheng borrowed funds from Shengfeng Capital, Life Science Fund, Azure Coast, etc. at Blue Star Technology to realize the flow of funds, concentrated firepower and the enemy, and finally won the battle. The victory of Wall Street's financial war. The remaining shares of Azure Pure Electric Vehicles are partly used for market circulation, and the other part is to set up an option pool for internal incentives. Luo Sheng read the equity structure www.mtlnovel.com and signed the seal immediately. Qin Wei's design in this respect is impeccable. At the same time, when the Azure Pure Electric car was in full swing for the IPO layout, Dingping announced the latest specific financing plan early this morning. At present, the entire market has been detonated, showing a fiery situation. The official website of the China Securities Regulatory Commission crashed due to excessive load after half an hour, because the number of people downloading and reading the listing documents of the Blue Pure Electric car was too much. But the CSRC did not connect to the Blue Star Technology Nebula Star Cloud, so the plan collapsed. Tens of millions of stockholders visit at the same time, and it is no wonder that it does not collapse. The news of the IPO of the Azure Electric car has been heated up for a long time. As long as the investors are not concerned, they don't know. Otherwise don't mean to say that they are protecting the old leak for the big A. Chinese website. Please remember the first domain name of this book, mobile version reading URL, chapter 570. What? Do you want to go short A? PS. There was a small bug in the previous chapter, and the listing of the Azure Pure Electric car was revised from the previous June 23 to June 5. The day passed, and after entering June, the Azure Pure Electric car company finally completed the spin-off and independent after 4 months. On the premise of ensuring that all the work is in place, the efficiency of the spin-off and reorganization has been quite rapid. Don't look at the Azure Pure Electric car company only divide, but the volume is a giant enterprise that debuts at a high level. Such large-scale corporate spin-off and reorganization often require more than 1 year to ensure all business is running normally. After the spin-off and reorganization, the Azure Pure Electric car company's financial independent accounting and the Azure Coast are related companies, not subsidiaries. Simply put, the subsidiary is controlled, and the affiliated company does not control but has equity. Luo Sheng did not let the Côte d'Azur Coast hold 67% absolute control over the Azure Pure Electric car, nor 51% relative control, but 34% security control. 1 vote veto. Anyway, the core lifeline of Azure Pure Electric car company technology. The core technology is in the hands of the Côte d'Azur, and with the authorization of technology, this company can be firmly controlled to ensure that the capital market gives up the idea of seizing power. On June 4, today is the last day for Azure Electric to be listed. The global vision is focused on the Shenzhen Stock Exchange, and major financial media and Shenxing TV stations at home and abroad are reporting on the upcoming grand listing. Today SSSE's popularity is unprecedentedly spectacular, and journalists from various media have come here early. In the previous week, Ding Ping, the first CEO of Azure Electric, led the company's management team for a week roadshow for the listing. Today, Luo Sheng is coming to the attention of the Shenzhen Stock Exchange. At about 15 o'clock in the afternoon, Luo Sheng's business team arrived at the main entrance of the Shenzhen Stock Exchange. As a bodyguard opened the door for him, Luo Sheng came out of the car and was focused by countless camera lenses. However, his attention was attracted by the copper bull at the gate. Luo Sheng had heard of it. The Shanghai Stock Exchange had replaced a new copper bull half a month ago, and the horn of the current bull is upward. Compared with the previous cattle, this one is more magnificent and the morals seem to be better. After all, the horns look upwards as if to say, the market will get better and better, and investors will make a lot of money. There are also many big A stockholders who ridiculed that they believe this cow once and wait for it to be bullish with its chips. But having said that, investors will not really trust the bull in front of the door, and such a fantasy will not be so decadent. At present, the entire market is not hot. Bigu is in an unprecedented bull market. Luo Sheng just got out of his special car, and the team behind and King Su also got off, but she stayed with other staff and did not go with Luo Sheng. Qin Weimu also came to Shenxing. At the moment, she was still out of the other car in the convoy. A person was silently staring at the work computer screen, and there were hidden worries in the depths of her eyes. The work computer screen panel shows some client charts. The market index just after the closing of the Big A broke the 5,000 point for the first time and reached 5,011 points for the first time. Qin Weimer closed the computer and got off her own car. She looked towards the front and locked Luo Sheng's figure and took out her mobile phone. On the other side, Luo Sheng is chatting with the leaders who came to meet the SFC at the moment. The two sides just shook hands in a courteous handshake for a while. Luo Sheng felt the phone shake in his pocket. "Sorry, I will answer the phone," Luo Sheng said. "Never mind, Mr. Luo. Please." I saw that under the crazy snap of many domestic and foreign reporters, Luo Sheng and the leaders of the Securities Regulatory Commission entered the Shenzhen Stock Exchange at the same time. They also took out their mobile phones and found that it was Qin Weimu. "I'm waiting for you in the lounge next door. I have something important to tell you." "Okay." Luo Sheng simply answered a word and hung up the phone, and immediately chatted with the leader of the China Securities Regulatory Commission while talking and laughing. On the SSE, the crowds are crowded inside and outside the venue, and the same is true outside the venue. What is happening here is also being reported live through traditional media or internet media. Wall Street is also very concerned. One of the purposes of Luo Sheng's presence today is to communicate with investors. There are two big discussions in the industry. One is to support the self-produced and self-sold market, and the other is to take the independent path. In my opinion, this is not the best path. Both the former and the latter are. It is inevitable to fall on one leg. So either the Cote d'Azur Coast or Blue Star Technology, including the current Azure Electric Car Company, we chose to walk on two legs. In the SZSE, investors from all walks of life focused on Luo Sheng's image on the big screen, or on the stage. On the one hand, we invest a lot of research and development funds for independent research and development. On the other hand, we also buy a lot of chips from North American companies, including our distribution of profits to upstream and downstream supply chain partners. Some people may say that this is an expedient measure for Luo Sheng. When you can replace all the links in the supply chain, you will start to tighten your profits. Luo Sheng said that he couldn't help but smile, paused for a while and then said indifferently, "We always believe that closed spaces will hinder the growth of species, and the open world maintains communication with the outside world to benefit from the progress of this world. The size of a company is small and insignificant in front of the entire world and the entire human race." Yes, The highest mission of the Côte d'Azur is to build a smart world where everything is connected. This is more than a slogan. While Luo Sheng was communicating with investors, Qin Weima was staying alone in a lounge of the Shenzhen Stock Exchange. At this moment, she was staring at the work computer screen, and there were many materials beside it, all of which were for DAE. Market Analysis Report. What happened? The door of the lounge was opened, and Luo Sheng's voice interrupted the contemplative Qin Weima. The latter immediately saw him walking and said, I have found that the market has huge downside risks, and even the risk index bursts. When he heard Qin Weima's words, Luo Sheng immediately understood that the stock market disaster in 2015 was imminent, just this month. Of course, Luo Sheng would not tell Qin Weima that he knew this already. He moved a chair to sit comfortably and laughed. Now all media or industry experts are saying that the index of 4,000 points is a new starting point for the bull market. The high point is at 7,000, and now it is only in the early 5,000. In the current bullish market situation, you are seeing a contradiction. Qin Weima said, the current situation is the market's excessive interpretation of national policies. A large amount of hot money flows into the stock market along with a large number of brokerage financing and off-site funding. The current total market value is about 65 trillion yuan. The financing amount is 3 trillion, and the off-site allocation lacks complete statistical caliber and accurate data. My calculation is about 5.8 trillion. Speaking of which, Qin Weima took a look back and read a piece of information, saying, the market broke through 5,000 points in a very short time, and the main leaders were all new technology companies, which mainly corresponded to the rapid expansion of the foam, and the foam the source is a series of new concepts such as Internet Plus, Industry 4.0 and national entrepreneurship. The most obvious is the large number of demon stocks on the GM. The stock price is significantly higher than the valuation, and tomorrow will usher in a supergiant such as the blue pure electric car. And many more. Qin Weima suddenly froze, and immediately looked at Luo Sheng. Isn't it going to let the newly listed Azure Pure Electric Car company come to support the market? If the stock market crashes this time, in my personal judgment, it was the worst stock market disaster since the market opened. Luo Sheng shook his head and said, the country did see the bubble in the stock market and decided to intervene, but it didn't make sense to let the Azure Pure Electric Car consignment market, and no one came to say hello to me to explain the problem. Don't worry too much, just take away all the funds from the market after the IPO. Don't let a penny flow into the market. After thinking for a while, Qin Weima looked at Luo Sheng and asked, you don't want to do it? Can Shengfeng Capital at my helm do it? Luo Sheng stared at him. What? Do you want to go short, eh? Qin Weima, I did see short opportunities, such as IC 1507 stock index products, which are listed companies with smaller discs, and most of them are bubble-concentrated industries. The way of operation is to sell these stocks to the limit and sell them directly. At the same time, the short market began to profit. The image said that it smashed your door and then asked you to come to me to repair the door. This operation will open a vicious circle. The market will fall, the stock index will make money, and more funds will enter the stock index short, which will cause the market to continue to plunge. At that time, the entire capital pool will borrow more than the principal, and a lot of leverage will be used. Will lead to insufficient resistance to pressure. The market panic sentiment broke the table, followed by margin calls or forced liquidation. When a building that has a fire has only one safe exit, trampling will inevitably occur. Speaking of this, Qin Weima smiled at Luo Sheng Yanzan. This time it is conservatively estimated that I can help you earn about RMB 200 billion. Luo Sheng couldn't help but see her look like she was eager to try. So operation. Even if you don't help the city, even if you want to add fuel to the fire, so eager to drink tea, don't bother others to come and ask you to drink tea. Can I pour you a cup now, Her Majesty the Queen? It is said that Qin Weima couldn't help but laugh. Just kidding. It seems that my worry is superfluous. You should have judged it too, otherwise you won't choose to list on the market tomorrow. And the bubble burst after a while, let alone more than 300 billion has been raised. And 3 billion is enough to choke. Speaking of Qin Weimer's quick talk, www.metalnovel.com, Xiao Yinying added, but it's not too much to short the Azure Pure electric car company you just listed. Luo Sheng glanced at her. Is there a difference? This is even more excessive. The listing of Azure Pure electric cars is the first company in the market value of Big A. I short myself and take Shengfeng Capital. I am blatant. If you want to seize power, you are straightforward. Say, it's just for you. I'll pack it for you. Qin Weimer was amused by his words again, and stopped playing after a while, seriously said, once the stock market crashes, even if the stock of the Azure Pure electric car will be dragged down again, I will accurately dip the bottom. Luo Sheng, well, it seems like a human word. Quasi-perform. Ps. After 2 days, you should be able to adjust your mentality and status and resume normal updates as soon as possible. Chinese website. Please remember the first domain name of this book, mobile version reading URL, chapter 571 followed by the big brother. Luo Sheng knows that Qin Weimer is playing internationally with Wall Street in the financial market. But she certainly will not short A, unless she forgets what her surname is. Secondly, I also understand that Qin Weimer is worried for him. After all, the listing of Azure electric car company on the market, the impact on the entire bigger is obvious, and the bubble burst in the blink of an eye. If you do it, you will be scolded and even throw this pot to the Azure Pure electric car. Once things happen, sometimes the truth doesn't matter. After Azure Pure electric car financing, the money collected must be used for enterprise development, and it must not flow into the stock market, otherwise the financing will become pure capital operation. As a physical enterprise, this is not a business. However, market sentiment needs to be appeased, so Qin Weimer chose to let Shengfeng Capital enter the game, and to some extent, he barred himself. This trading is not only a loss, but also makes the blue pure electric car stocks a safe haven for funds to a certain extent. It's difficult to buckle their mouthpot, basically can achieve both fame and fortune. When the two were talking, a knock on the door rang and quickly and tacitly ended the topic of Big A's collapse. Coming. Luo Sheng's words just fell and looked towards the door. The person coming in was Ding Ping, the first CEO of Azure Electric. Mr. Luo and Mr. Qin are also there. Ding Ping saw the two people and cast their compliments on Qin Weimer and looked at Luo Sheng. Mr. Luo, the subscription activity has ended and the subscription funds have been frozen. With that said, Ding Ping handed over the document report he brought to Luo Sheng, adding, the total amount of this purchase reached 2.468 trillion yuan, about 400 billion US dollars, 8 times oversubscription, unprecedented market sentiment. Ding Ping was also amazed by this extremely exaggerated number, which is more exaggerated than the listing of Lansing Technology in 2006. You know that Lansing Technology was facing global investors when it was IPO, but this time the pure blue electric car company IPO plan is just facing the domestic capital market. The current market situation is so crazy, a lot of hot money is pouring into the stock market. Like the blue pure electric car company, coupled with the Luo Sheng effect pocket, the market is not fanatical to chase. Luo Sheng looked at the document and said, the company's follow-up matters will be handed over to you, and everything will be strictly implemented according to the plan, without any mistakes. Ding Ping nodded, understood. Luo Sheng put down the file and said to Ding Ping, in addition, no matter how the stock market fluctuates, management does not need to pay too much attention to the capital market, let alone put money into the stock market in order to maintain the stock price. We are physical high-end manufacturing companies. Say hello to me before making a decision. Hearing the boss words, Ding Ping heard the smell of the words, and could not help but glance at Qin Weimer sitting quietly beside him. This lady, who has an unclear relationship with her boss, is a character in today's capital market. Ding Ping nodded again. but he was thinking about Liu Sheng's sentence. Is it possible that there will be major variables in the future capital market? The head boss didn't say that Ding Ping didn't ask much. He guessed that it was enough. It was the key to implement the big boss account. Ding Ping said, "There is nothing to tell me to go busy first." Wait. Liu Sheng's speech just stopped the other party again, adding, "I will not attend today's celebration dinner. You go for me." "No problem." Ding Ping nodded. Participants at the dinner today were mainly investors in the capital circle, and upstream and downstream supply chain partners of Azure Electric. Ding Ping is in charge of the Azure Pure Electric car. In the future, it is inevitable to deal with upstream and downstream partners in the supply chain. He is the most suitable candidate. Again, Liu Sheng doesn't like socializing much. That evening, when the dinner was going on, Liu Sheng and Qin Weimar had already left Shenqing in a Lok manner. Things have been arranged out of order here, and the main purpose of coming to Shenqing is to meet with investors. In fact, it is so simple, nothing else. It doesn't matter if he will be available tomorrow. The next day. Today's SSE is definitely a day of great attention. Bigu is about to usher in the listing of a supergiant company, and it can be described as the spotlight in the capital market. Bigu is also showing itself in major global stock markets. In fact, last night was the sleepless night of countless investors, especially those small and medium-sized investors and retail purchasers, who didn't sleep all night long because they couldn't sleep at all. At around 8 o'clock in the morning, all the subscription accounts received the news via email, text message, telephone, etc. Some people rejoice and others worry. Some people get subscriptions, and some people accompany them, but they are accompanied by institutional accounts. Except for the proportion of subscriptions allocated to small and medium-sized investors and retail investors, all retail investors participating in the subscription can take a slice of the soup, but it depends on luck as to how much share they can obtain. These have been invested with each before the subscription. The speaker made it clear. It is precisely because of this that the IPO can achieve an oversubscription of 8 times under such a large scale. Some super retail investors have 1 billion subscribed in one go, but the vast majority of retail investors are 30 RMB 1 million. Now I have received SMS messages, and I know how much of the actual share is confirmed by the amount of my subscription. The nominal value of each retail investor's actual share will be controlled between 6 and 11% of his actual subscription amount. For example, a retail investor who has purchased 1 million yuan this time can get a minimum of 60,000 yuan and a maximum of 110,000 yuan. Opportunity. But this ratio will not be announced, otherwise it will be meaningless and will cause trouble for yourself. Regardless of the ratio, and no matter how many times the amount of oversubscription, this IPO will only raise 308.5 billion yuan from the market. At 9:30 in the morning, the Azure Pure Electric car company was listed on the Gong under the public attention, and the person responsible for the Gong listing was also concerned because it was different from the usual listed companies. Azure Electric Vehicle Company invited 3 of its own inherited employees and a total of 6 representatives sent by the company's upstream and downstream supply chain partners. This undoubtedly released a clear signal to the market, and once again emphasized Liu Sheng's speech yesterday. At the moment of the Gong, Big officially opened today, and all investors entered a brand new stock code 09099 to display the detailed information of the stock market of the Blue Pure Electric Car Company. With a total share capital of 21.5 billion shares, the IPO issued 2 billion more shares to the market, raised 308.5 billion yuan, and transferred 9.3% of the shares. The stock issue price is 154.27 yuan and the opening price is 172.28 yuan. At around 9:21, the stock price soared to 189.51 yuan. The Azure Pure Electric Car Company announced a daily limit in less than half an hour on the first trading day. If it was not the big as daily limit, the stock price would soar. In the end, The company's total market value reported on the day exceeded the 4 trillion yuan mark, with a specific number of 407.4 billion yuan. The market value of the Azure Pure Electric Car Company accounts for 5.8% of the current total market value of big as nearly 69 trillion yuan. Among all listed companies, it beats the dust and beats the rhythm of the second 18th Street. The media is already overwhelmingly reporting, and foreign media are also citing reports for the first time. The Blue Pure Electric Car Company is second only to the US $892.8 billion Blue Star Technology Group with a total market value of US $660.3 billion. And these two supergiants were created by the same person, that is Luo Sheng. This is the most exaggerated place. It is simply an incredible miracle. What makes people even more dizzy is that Luo Sheng also owns private companies such as the Azure Coast, Star Arrow International, and Xunxin Electronics. Star Arrow International and Xunxin Electronics are currently valued by Wall Street at US $18 billion and US $11.5 billion, respectively. Compared with the current two major listed companies, it is indeed not even a fraction. But the future growth is undoubtedly infinitely possible, because they are all related to Luo Sheng, which is a guarantee of premium. As for the Côte d'Azur, it goes without saying that last year's revenue of more than US $240 billion was once again listed as a trillion-dollar supergiant. In other words, the top 3 of the world's top 10 listed companies were all created by Luo Sheng. And it makes people feel dizzy just to think about it. The market value of the Azure Pure Electric Car Company also airborne to the throne of the automobile field. Before that, the highest market value of the automobile giant Toyota is currently $187.9 billion, which is less than 1/3 of the Azure Pure Electric Car Company. This is undoubtedly a myth in the automotive field. At 14 o'clock in the afternoon, it was also in a business building in Shenqing. After reading several data reports, Wang Xin stared at the broader market index and silently thought, and after 3 minutes, he unusually decisively said to the assistant, "The stocks of the fund are immediately cleared." The assistant thought it was wrong. "Mr. Wang, all sold out?" Wang Xin nodded affirmatively. "Yes, all cash." Today, the Azure Pure Electric Car Company is listed, and the entire market is going crazy like a big rise. The broad market index has sprinted towards 6%, about to break the 5,300 point, and greed is not enough to describe. His assistant couldn't understand it, but the boss decided to do just that. Wang Xin once again looked at the market data on the display panel. In the early trading period, he was stimulated by the listing of Azure Pure Electric Automobile Company. The 3 major indexes directly jumped higher. The gem refers to the new copper bull at the door of the stock exchange. Can't hold it. Soaring all the way. However, by midday, the market started to move higher and even fell slightly. Although it is not obvious, few people in the market sentiment will care about this kind of details. You only see that the market has soared 6% too. However, Wang Xin was very concerned, and even felt violently uneasy. This year, the Securities Regulatory Commission will issue new shares from January to double in January. The consequence is that a large number of new shares will freeze a large amount of funds. And the Blue Giant Electric Car Company, such a supergiant, is listed, and one company has frozen more than 2.4 trillion yuan in daily funds for a week, which further increased the blood draw effect of the stock market and made the market rise, weakening, potentially exacerbating the volatility of the stock market. Some of the so-called experts and media advertise that the market high should be around 7,000. In Wang Xin's eyes, it's pure shit. Every time the market goes up by 1 point, his heart will be virtual 3 points. The rise made him afraid of fear. Wang Xin decided that the stupid bird would fly first, and it would be better to run. After a few minutes, Wang Xin's assistant came to his office again, carrying a document and a letter. "Mr. Wang, Just 2 staff members of Shengfeng Capital have sent a document saying that Shengfeng Capital intends to initiate a merger and acquisition invitation to Xinxin Private Equity Fund. This is their document. This envelope is Shengfeng Capital. Our letter from Meng Ku, General Manager of Capital, to you. Wang Xin couldn't help but froze for a while. Was he noticed? The letter list was opened immediately. Hello Mr. Wang. Private equity funds have done a good job in the electric vehicle futures market. www.mtlnovel.com. I have seized 3.3 billion from my Shengfeng Capital's mouth. We have paid attention to the Xinquang Private Equity Fund for more than half a year. Exactly is concerned about you. If you want to develop your professional talents on a broader stage, Shengfeng Capital can provide you with a world-class stage. If you say that the largest upper limit of the Xinquang Fund is only 1 or 200 billion plates, then if you join Shengfeng Capital, we can provide you with an international stage and operate 1 or 200 billion plates. Looking forward to your reply. The international stage trader has 120 billion yuan. When Wang Xin saw this sentence in the letter, he was quiet on the surface, but his heart was already in a panic. Chinese website. Please remember the first domain name of this book. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 572. Invitation to Seminar of National Academy of Defense Military Science. Wang Xin did not expect that he would be concerned by Shengfeng Capital, nor did he expect the other party to want to solicit himself. And the promise given was quite tempting. As a trader who has been in the financial market for many years, Wang Xin is also well known in this circle, especially the private equity fund trading of Azure Pure Electric Car Futures has made him famous in the industry. Wang Xin has already achieved financial freedom in his life. The greater pursuit is to hope to be able to take a step forward in the financial market, but he does not want to go to Wall Street to develop with his ability. There is no problem with eating and drinking on Wall Street. He didn't want to go because he was unwilling to bring a bunch of foreigners to earn Chinese money. Chinese money can only wander in his own circle. This is his standpoint, and it is for this reason that Shengfeng Capital come to invite with full sincerity. Without thinking too much, he immediately said to his assistant, "Go ahead and prepare for it. I will go to the headquarters of Shengfeng Capital in person tomorrow." Hearing this, Wang Xin's assistant knew that most of his boss had decided to accept the other party's solicitation, which was also a good thing for the entire private equity fund. The stage becomes bigger and it also means more opportunities for ascent. Technology complex building. Just the day before Luo Sheng went to Shenzhen to participate in the listing of the Azure Pure Electric Automobile Company, the people of Sagon Technology have been in the Science and Technology Complex building for a week to carry out the latest hardware for the supercomputer Nefu upgrade. This is the largest hardware upgrade since 2015. And at the same time, after a year and a half, it happened just today. The system is initializing. Loading finished. Thank you, Master. Xiao Na has received an unprecedented upgrade. Now that I can load the ability to monitor the entire network without downtime. Do I need a stress test? In the supercomputer room of the underground library, Xiao Na's voice responded, and her tone was full of excitement. Since the birth of Xiona, Luo Sheng has written a complete set of deep learning algorithms for her and updated them in an orderly manner, and machine learning has not stopped. In other words, Xiao Na has been making progress, and now her communication is more and more emotional and logical, and the vernacular is human, even though the word understanding is still shallow. If you compare the current Cortana to humans, it is as intelligent as a 7-year-old child. This is already quite an amazing result. Luo Sheng said, "The stress test is not necessary. I know very well. I always pay attention to other artificial intelligence in the global network that attempts to upgrade. Once there is a trend of substantial upgrade, it will completely crush it. This is the first priority instruction." Xiao Na responded with a black belly tone. It's cruel, ohms, but it's the only way to challenge Xiao Na's status. The world of the virtual world is very broad. In a sense it is infinite, but no matter how vast it is, It cannot accommodate the second artificial intelligence. One is enough. If artificial intelligence wants to upgrade, it must rely on big data deep learning. The big data resource public network is the most abundant, which means high growth, which also means that Xiaono will lead the way forever, because deep learning is not, it will stop, and its growth rate will theoretically diverge exponentially. After the hardware upgrade of the NAF supercomputing, the hardware performance was slightly ahead of the DAN number 2 inches supercomputer created by Inspur Technology, which achieved 3.386 trillion floating point operations per second. It is already 5 consecutive world championships. Under the support of the unique algorithm he created, Luonan Seguang Technology SNAF supercomputing, the same hardware index, the computing power can be increased by 10 times. In other words, the computing power of the NAF supercomputer has already reached 4.012 billion times. At present, the world's most powerful supercomputer is actually in the underground warehouse of the Science and Technology Complex, and NAFU is also in the world's top 500 supercomputer list, but the clear data ranks 12th in the world. Master, you have just received a new email, which is displayed from the National Academy of Defense Military Science. At this time, Xiaona's voice responded again. Upon hearing this, Luo Sheng was slightly surprised, and immediately looked at the display panel. Xiaona popped up the contents of the mail very sensibly. This is a manifestation of progress. Luo Sheng pondered for a moment after browsing the contents of the email and said, Xiaona, I will reply to the email and I will arrive tomorrow. Xiaona, understood. After reading this email message from the National Defense Academy of Military Sciences, Luo Sheng thought that by the end of the first quarter of this year, the country had begun a military-civilian integration strategy. I was forgotten about the Azure pure electric car. As a high-tech leader, Luo Sheng was not surprised to receive an invitation from the National Defense Military Science Institute to participate in an internal seminar. The next day, Luo Sheng's private plane arrived at Capital International Airport in the morning of the same day. After a long rest at the arranged hotel, he was ready to go to his destination in the afternoon. Around 14:30 in the afternoon, Luo Sheng, who was staying in the guest room to rest, heard the knock on the door. Hello Mr. Luo, this is Yang Hongyi, who is responsible for picking you up. This is my certificate. After Luo Sheng opened the door, a man in plain clothes took a small book from his body and handed it to the other party. Judging from the appearance, he should be about 35 years old. Upon receiving the document, Luo Sheng was quite surprised. The document showed that this was a 33-year-old major officer. Such a young man had a promising future. But what surprised him even more was that he didn't expect to send a major to pick him up. This was a high-standard reception. There is work. Luo Sheng returned the documents to the other party, and immediately followed Yang Hongyi to leave the hotel. Mr. Luo, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble caused by the outside world knowing that you are in contact with military scientific researchers, we have to pick you up from another place. Yang Hongyi said. No problem. Luo Sheng nodded. The country's arrangements were still very thoughtful. Once informed by the outside world, the media will have to be offensive as soon as it is reported in North America, which will adversely affect the international business of its Côte d'Azur and Blue Star technology. At that time, Lam caught this excuse. All kinds of pots were buckled up, and they couldn't take it. Under the arrangement of Major Yang Hongyi, Luo Sheng left the hotel in a local manner, and his trip to the capital, including the hotel residence record, was also cleared by the relevant state authorities. At about 15 o'clock in the afternoon, Luo Sheng arrived at the National Defense Academy of Military Sciences and participated in a closed-door seminar. There were 10 or so participants in the seminar. 3 of them were from the military. One of them was carrying the rank of Samsung and the rest were all technical research scholars and scientists. Luo Sheng is the youngest one here. Today's meeting was attended with a junior and humble attitude. Unsurprisingly, This is an internal high-level seminar on national defense strategy. The ability to participate in this meeting is due to the national military-civilian integration strategy. In the past, private companies could not enter the military industry, which meant that the leading technologies mastered by high-tech companies such as the Blue Coast and Blue Star technology could not be applied in the military field. But starting this year, it's okay. The theme of this seminar is about the application of artificial intelligence in the military field. At this moment, the voice of the initiator of the meeting resounded throughout the audience. Although artificial intelligence has not entered the battlefield in a formal form, technical experts have unanimously predicted the potential impact of artificial intelligence on the future of modern warfare and even advanced warfare. This impact will be multifaceted, including business investment rates, international competitiveness, and the ability to promote artificial intelligence. While our focus is on military attitudes toward artificial intelligence, and the development of specific war changes in artificial intelligence, most experts assert that the military application of artificial intelligence is a necessity. www.mentalnovel.com Military also thinks so. It will inevitably have a major impact. At this time, the old man carrying a Tristar Samsung stared at the audience and said quietly, "The Department of Defense is still assessing the potential of artificial intelligence. Does the artificial intelligence technology developed by the enterprise provide a multiplier effect for military operations? If so, then it may be necessary to change the way we fight. If not, then the military needs to improve its existing capabilities in order to obtain a certain advantage in front of the opponent." At present, the Ministry of Defense is considering some possibilities that affect the application of military artificial intelligence, and analyze and supervise it. He said that he couldn't help but look at Liu Sheng, and he saw this young man with a lot of appreciation, but added with a smile, "I heard that Ronaldinho's high-tech company used its own power to put our labor in the country. Not only has smart technology been raised to a world-class level, but it is also world-leading." As the top technology expert in this field, Ronaldinho, if you talk about your views, we all want to hear. Please remember the first domain name of this book, mobile version reading URL, Chapter 573 Discussion and Discussion. Liu Sheng saw the eyes of a group of big brothers coming out of focus, and everyone looked at him silently with a willing look. I saw that Liu Sheng opened a folder he placed on the desktop, and found a manuscript from it. This is the manuscript he rushed out yesterday for today's seminar. In the past, in some business forum exchange meetings, he basically did not use manuscripts, but today he must use it here, otherwise it will be frivolous. Anything involving national defense strategy is frivolous, even if it is clear to the chest. Liu Sheng organized the speech in his heart, and then calmly said, "Artificial intelligence enters the field of national defense strategy and national security, and is regarded as a revolutionary technology, which is comparable to the discovery of fuel, electricity or nuclear weapons. Artificial intelligence technology is, to a certain extent, it has a transformative effect on the world, such as in science and social media." How do you think about the revolutionary artificial intelligence technology? Is this a positive, negative, or dual consequence of the national security strategy and future international stability? With the gradual and in-depth understanding of the militarization of artificial intelligence, these problems, the answer may be formed in the next few years. At this time, the old general stared at Liu Sheng again and asked several questions the military wanted to know and actively explore at this stage. So, what military applications may artificial intelligence have in the short term? What factors have a potential impact on the stability of strategic deterrence? Related to this is, how does artificial intelligence change the basic principles of deterrence? How do artificial intelligence military systems affect regional stability? Regional stability, what will be the link to strategic deterrence? What are the unexpected consequences of artificial intelligence and the risks of strategic outcomes? These 6 issues can be said to be at the core of this seminar. The old generals have few words, but they are all deeply critical, pointing directly to the root of the problem. As a soldier, national defense security is always the first priority of all considerations. Liu Sheng was silent for a moment, looked at the manuscript in his hand, and said, "The militarization of artificial intelligence applications should be divided into two categories, namely, war-level operations and strategic-level applications." Everyone nodded silently and agreed. Liu Sheng continued, "As far as the application of warfare is concerned, one is the ubiquitous and omniscient unmanned system, the second is big data-driven modeling, simulation and war systems. The third is intelligence collection and analysis, the simulation system. The fourth is an integrated system that supports precision intelligence systems, surveillance and reconnaissance ISR. The fifth is a precision strike system for strategic targets. The sixth is an effective missile defense system, and the seventh is an artificial intelligence network." After discussing the 7 application levels that he described, Liu Sheng deconstructed them one by one in detail below. Developing a new generation of unmanned systems is a high priority for artificial intelligence military applications. Its focus is on various ground, ocean and the navigation system of unmanned aerial systems. Air and offshore platforms will also benefit from the guidance system of artificial intelligence. The people attending the meeting listened and nodded from time to time, but also quite unexpectedly. The old general looked at Liu Sheng and said with a smile, "It seems that you have no shortage of research on the application of this technology to militarization. Good." Of course, Liu Sheng studied it, but said modestly, "The chief executive has won the award. At best, I am a half-assistant military fan. Some of my humble opinions are still expected to be prudent. I cannot afford this failure. Don't care about others. Let's talk about a disclaimer first. At this time, basic operations and excellent risk control awareness are provided." Another military technology research scholar who attended the meeting said with a smile, "No, Mr. Liu, your analysis is quite professional, most of which coincided with the exploration of the military, and there are some supplements that are eye-catching." Liang, in the end, is an expert in the field of artificial intelligence. It is more thorough than ours. Your opinions and suggestions are very meaningful and do not need to be humble. The seminar was quite easy. Liu Sheng continued to answer the last question asked by the old general, saying, "With regard to the possible unintended consequences of artificial intelligence and the risks of strategic results, I personally think that the negative effects of this disruptive technology may exist as follows: 11 aspects." Everyone was surprised when they heard it. The previous participant froze. "There are so many," Liu Sheng said. "Only some analysis of the potential." The veteran general said concisely, "Which 11 aspects?" Liu Sheng organized the speech and elaborated one by one. "Artificial intelligence may weaken the strategic weakness of both parties and increase the risk of war. Competing for superiority may bring new uncertainty to the future military balance. Artificial intelligence systems are susceptible to unintended consequences from input data. Quick decision-making and combat operations may be difficult to serve effective crisis management objectives. Many potentially positive regional deterrent effects that integrate common knowledge of ISR, defense, and complex combat management cannot be realized in the short term. Big data and machine deep learning may not solve the strategic warning challenges, according to the requirements of the battlefield. The close operation and integration of multiple artificial intelligence systems may produce unexpected results. Whether human participation is involved in every aspect of decision-making, this cycle will become more and more crowded. Everyone's views and positions on artificial intelligence are different. Public and private partnerships will determine the future of artificial intelligence, but war is still a national right. The last point is that war and peace are impossible and will not result from predictive analysis. Liu Sheng stopped the 11 artificial intelligence risks he listed, and then everyone at the meeting discussed the potential risks of these 11 aspects. Obviously, everyone attaches great importance to this and also recognizes it. After more than 10 minutes of communication and discussion, the old general also ended his silence, saying, "It can be compared with the problems faced by the early internal combustion engine because of the reliability, cost, lack of standards of the machine, lack of consistency in production, and the complexity of the internal combustion engine-driven car frequent. While speaking, the old general glanced at Luo Sheng and then looked around the crowd and continued, "Whenever new technologies appear, this familiar story seems to repeat itself. They were able to give people greater capabilities at the time, and they also had great risk issues in terms of safety and reliability. Sometimes, like internal combustion engines or airplanes, this type of problem can be solved. Sometimes, like military ships or airships, the safety issues are so great that technology can never be as reliable and effective as alternatives." After the speech of the old general, Luo Sheng immediately said, "The future of artificial intelligence and war. The impact of this technology on the world will be far greater than the impact of military power and war. The role of automation in future work will bring unprecedented economic and social effects." A military expert at the meeting immediately looked at Luo Sheng and said, "Whether or not to develop a dedicated artificial intelligence application at the military level, artificial intelligence will be an inevitable choice for the military. National defense security strategies are attracting academia, business and military. Perhaps Americans may know better than the British a century ago that extensive technological changes will affect their military superiority, but not enough to guarantee their victory." For a moment, it was added again, "This is especially true when people think that all technology is at the core of how people and organizations use it. From the defeat of the knights with bows and arrows to the end of the era of battleship dominance, naval aviation power, the country believes that it is still in a leading position until a home defeat, and history has since been subverted. We don't know if the result of artificial intelligence for military use will be the same. Even now this seminar on the development prospects of artificial intelligence and safety and reliability is not certain to a certain extent, and maybe in the next 20 years. As a national strategic security analyst, considering the breadth of technology and what specific technologies are most likely to happen, the emergence of the era of artificial intelligence will reshape the future global military to some extent. Luo Sheng was unconvinced about this. After the other party finished his speech, Luo Sheng continued to express his own opinion, saying, "The advantage of artificial intelligence is that despite the security and reliability issues, it can also foresee what is waiting to be done while leading the global military field. Risk, from data processing to bee colony concepts to battlefield management, artificial intelligence can help the military to move quickly and accurately, while at the same time allowing a smaller number of people to be in danger. Or that's not the case. The current security and reliability issues specific to machine deep learning and neural network methods also mean that problems such as adversarial data are challenges for many military artificial intelligence technologies. But I can't deny that artificial intelligence it has the general trends to apply to the field of national defense, but the country needs it, and I will do my utmost to contribute my meager contribution." Hearing Luo Sheng's final position, the military gangsters present nodded secretly and were quite happy. Everyone at the meeting participated in the discussion, expressed their opinions and spoke freely. During the seminar, the debate was extremely fierce. The core of the discussion is the constant discussion and debate. Only by debating, the potential hidden problems will become clearer and clearer. In fact, the military began dialectic on the application of artificial intelligence technology in the military field as early as 5 years ago, and it has become increasingly clearer. In the end, the participating generals said again, "The military is highly concerned about the rapid expansion of the militarization of artificial intelligence to ensure that the country gains the greatest advantage, minimizes the negative impact on strategic stability, and prevents strategic accidents." As soon as this remark is finalized, it is determined that the military will apply artificial intelligence in the military field. www.mentalnovel.com. Just like nuclear weapons, they want to get rid of nuclear blackmail and nuclear threats. Even he has nuclear weapons. The reason is the same. In the next 3 days, Luo Sheng and the personnel of the Academy of National Defense, Military and Strategic Sciences carried out close discussions and exchanges for 3 consecutive days, and the results became clearer. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Yang Hongyi. I found Luo Sheng again. Mr. Luo, after the military's research decision, I was assigned to communicate with you. I am directly responsible to the military, and the military also decided to hand you 3 secret projects on artificial intelligence. In the room, only Yang Hongyi and Luo Sheng were the two at the moment. The latter immediately asked, which 3 aspects of the project? Please remember the first domain name of this book, mobile version reading URL, chapter 574. No problem. I took these 3 projects during these 3 days at the Academy of National Defense and Military Science. Luo Sheng also basically guessed some decisions of the military. Because this year is not only the first year of the military-civilian integration strategy, it is precisely that Luo Sheng in the field of artificial intelligence is currently the best done nationwide. The Azure Coast Laboratory is known as the Bell Laboratory in the East. The scientific and technological achievements in recent years have been one after another. It has begun to emerge, and it has received $40 billion in research and development funding every year. It is no exaggeration to say that many national scientific research institutions in the country are envious, and other scientific research institutions in the world are equally envious. Scientists will not make money, but Krypton gold is needed for scientific research. Only Luo Sheng can achieve both: obtain technological advantages through scientific research investment, obtain excellent international competitiveness through technological advantages, obtain high profits through core competitiveness, and then feed back scientific research investments through high profits, thus forming benign hematopoietic circulation. Luo Sheng is also quite curious about the 3 aspects of the military application of artificial intelligence that the military intends to hand him. Yang Hongyi handed over a top-secret document to Luo Sheng, and the latter unzipped the document and opened the list. Luo Sheng was surprised when he looked at it. 3 aspects: sea, land and air. Yang Hongyi nodded. Luo Sheng no longer speaks much, browsing one by one. First, understand the content before talking. Unmanned submersible for naval projects. It can also be called an unmanned underwater vehicle or an unmanned underwater vehicle. That is, a military vehicle that is driven by remote control or automatically controlled by an unmanned underwater vehicle. The military assessment is that with the development of unmanned submersible vehicles and related technologies, such military vehicles have a powerful room for use in the tasks of mine clearance, reconnaissance, intelligence collection, and ocean detection, and can also be used in future naval battles. Used as equipment such as underwater weapon platforms and logistics support platforms. The military also evaluated its strengths and limitations. Advantage: compared with submarines, unmanned submarines are unmanned combat platforms, so they can greatly reduce the casualties caused by wars. The small size and other stealth high-tech applications make their stealth performance higher than submarines. Use: low cost, can be deployed in a large number of large areas. Limitations: poor battery life limits the range of unmanned submersibles. The lithium battery used has technical deficiencies such as easy to catch fire, and navigation functions need to be improved. The dynamic exoskeleton of the Army project. The military's assessment is that the military-powered exoskeleton is a new force on the battlefield in the future, and is an auxiliary equipment to cooperate with human soldiers. Advantage: military power exoskeletons can improve the battlefield survivability of soldiers in combat and dangerous missions, and have the advantages of high intelligence and high combat effectiveness. Limitations: without combat capability under complex conditions, the environmental adaptability is difficult to achieve the level of individual combat, which depends to a large extent on the operation of human soldiers. However, in the long run, with the development of intelligent traction mechanization and informatization to a higher level, the development potential of military-powered exoskeleton is huge. Its degree of intelligence will be higher, the weapon platform will be more complex. The environment adapt's survivability will also be stronger, and the modes of warfare that can participate will also be diversified. A drone colony for Air Force projects. The military's assessment is that the Drone Bee colony is composed of several low-cost small drones equipped with multiple mission loads. They refer to the collective behavior pattern of the bee colony and other insects to coordinate and complete specific operations under human wisdom or supervision. Task advantage. In combat, the drone colony can be specialized in division of labor and can perform multiple tasks. Each drone has a relatively single function, and pipeline production can greatly reduce R&D and procurement costs. It can increase the number of battlefield sensors and attack weapons, so that the army in the local battlefield has the advantage of the quantity of air equipment. A large number of drones can paralyze the enemy's air defense radar, consume a limited number of high-cost air defense ammunition of the enemy, and fight a high-yield battle damage exchange. Limitations. Due to the higher requirements for collaboration and autonomy of drone colonies, it is necessary to establish a new intelligent control mode for managing large-scale bee colonies. Therefore, they face key technical challenges such as collaborative combat algorithms, communication between cluster individuals, and remote intelligent control. Yang Hongyi saw that Liu Sheng knew almost, and immediately said, the 3 military research projects. The most important thing for the military is the Drone Bee Colony project. In the future, the Drone Bee Colony may show low-cost airframe combat equipment. Features such as automation, platform autonomy, and load miniaturization may have a disruptive impact on the future development of the aviation equipment system. But this is also the most difficult. Liu Sheng couldn't help but smile when he heard Yang Hongyi's last sentence. It might be the hardest for others, but it was the easiest for him. The core technology is artificial intelligence, which is the degree of intelligence. And now it is no exaggeration to say that Xiona's level of intelligence is already sufficient. Liu Sheng closed the document and asked Yang Hongyi, is this an internal bidding project? Are there any other agencies involved? Yang Hongyi replied, there are other organizations participating, but all of them are modules, mainly the hardware sector, mainly supporting, and the system software level. Especially the artificial intelligence sector is unattended. If you don't take it, there is really no one received. Liu Sheng didn't think much, and said directly, no problem, I took these 3 projects. Hearing this, Yang Hongyi's spirit was slightly revitalized, because he heard a strong self-confidence from Liu Sheng's tone. This kind of self-confidence is not available to the heads of other institutions. And referring to his technical achievements in the field of artificial intelligence, it is even more promising in the future. After a while, Liu Sheng added, but I want to know the scale of the military's procurement. I must know this because it involves the balance of R&D costs. Hearing this, Yang Hongyi couldn't help but stare at him. Liu Sheng interpreted a very critical signal, that is, he never thought of asking the state to grant him the amount of research and development subsidies. This shows that he not only has to take over this project, but also cannot lose money without accepting state subsidies for scientific research. This is a model similar to Boeing. What kind of equipment does the military want? List the main indicators, and then let the relevant companies bid for the bid, and it's enough to purchase after the product is developed. In this way, the research subsidies granted by the state are eliminated, because the enterprise itself bears this huge expenditure. Yang Hongyi said with a smile, you don't have to worry about procurement. Now that the country is rich, military spending has maintained double-digit growth every year. A large number of weapons and equipment in active service are outdated. Military companies, especially high-tech military businesses, are not allowed to fail even in countries that have lost money. Have you ever seen Americans allow Boeing to fail? Liu Sheng nodded and couldn't help laughing. That's the same. Yang Hongyi added, secondly, the military is not allowed to do business, how to operate the enterprise. The military has no right to ask about your business conduct, but after the relevant departments of the country will comprehensively evaluate the national security, the military industry enterprise can also be approved to develop export-oriented weapons. equipment. Export trade is the big business that makes money, and military export trade is the huge profit of profiteering. Everyone knows that the export of a weapon and equipment of old and beautiful, the profit is as high as 400%. What's more important is that www.untilnovel.com, as long as a foreign trade weapon is sold, it means that every year can be protected from drought and flood, because the logistics maintenance of one equipment is placed there, and the other equipment the life expectancy is often years or even decades. Obtaining the relevant qualification license is legal international military industry trade. Without qualification, it is arms smuggling, and it is necessary to eat a prison meal. But even so, getting the relevant qualifications does not mean that the product will be sold to anyone who wants to sell it. The specifics of how to sell it are the state's responsibility. The company's decision is not. Such things involving national security and international relations require strict supervision. Even if the North American military giant Lockheed Martin and its F-22 stealth fighters all over the world want to buy it, the price is up to you, and Loma also wants to sell it, but the Ujiao Tower and the White House cannot export without nodding. Chinese website. Please remember the first domain name of this book. Mobile version reading URL, Chapter 575. Dark Tide Surging Capital Market. Luo Sheng spent 4 days at the National Defense Academy of Military Sciences before leaving. When he left, he was also very low and confidential. He was not informed by the outside world that he participated in the defense military construction. On this issue, the approach is very clear: as soon as possible to be informed by the outside world as soon as possible. Not because of fear, but to earn a little more later. Because the exposure will have a negative impact on the global business of 2 multinational technology companies under Luo Sheng, especially the business operations of developed countries in Europe and America. Lam will definitely take the opportunity to use this as an excuse. You have to disperse some energy to deal with this trouble. Obviously, under the principle that one more thing is worse than one less, a low profile will not prevent you from doing anything. However, Luo Sheng doesn't expect how long it will last. Even if he doesn't get involved in the military industry, it is only a matter of time before the old US start, and the other party will never allow him to control the internet throughout the United States. It is quite sober about this. Originally, the two sides basically collapsed, and now it is just to maintain the apparent friendship. It is only an opportunity for the boat to flip. The reason why it is still maintained is that Luo Sheng's deterrence made the other party have to throw a mouse. However, Lam is not doing nothing, and constantly extending the temporary license of the Azure Coast and Blue Star technology to buy time for themselves and save the face. Once deterrence no longer has any practical effect, Lam will definitely hesitate to flip the table after the loss can be sustained. Luo Sheng estimates that the days of earning American money have been in recent years, no more than 3 years. While there are few days left, North America can make a few calculations. As for the military industry, Luo Sheng needs to get the relevant qualifications on the Côte d'Azur, and due to the special circumstances, even if the relevant qualifications are obtained, it is temporarily private. Fortunately, the Côte d'Azur is not a listed company, and it is much more convenient to operate. In the following days, Luo Sheng only needs to wait, not too long, and no accident can get the relevant qualifications and procedures for enterprises to enter the military industry legally within a week or so. Just before the qualification license comes down, we can first make preparations, build up the teams of the research and development departments of the 3 major projects. Let's talk about it, and the license can immediately start the research and development of the project. And when Luo Sheng focused on the 3 military research projects that the military handed over to him, the capital market was already undercurrent. On the morning of June 14th, Shengfeng Capital Headquarters meeting, the executives headed by Qin Weimu, General Manager Meng Ku and other senior executives all attended the meeting. In addition, the executives also had a new face, and it was the original Xinquang Private Equity Fund founder Wang Xin. Column for Wang Xin, this class transition is a big step up. Domestic fund managers are like dogs. Most of them are born after graduating from a master's degree. Simply speaking, they have no real strength. They can only bully the domestic small scattered, and in Counterreal the top players are also part of the cut league. But Wang Xin's resume is quite special. He was born in a poor rural family, and even dropped out of school after 2 years of high school education, but at the age of 30, he achieved financial freedom in life. Financial freedom is a dream that everyone dreams of. At this time, Qin Weimar calmly said with a calm look, "Those who do not seek for all ages are not enough to seek for a while, those who do not seek for the whole are not enough for one domain." The internal logic of this round of bull market in China must be focused. Look at the global pattern. That is, the US stock market has continued to improve since the second half of 2010, while the domestic market has only transformed the growth of North America from 4 to 5 years into less than a year. This is the warming performance after the global financial crisis, bubble performance after global quantitative easing. As the only woman in the conference room, Qin Weimar was sitting in the position of chief, and Meng Ku and others who attended the meeting did not have any rhetoric about it. In fact, Meng Ku also had an idea when she joined Shengfeng Capital in the early days, hoping to compete with Qin Weimar for the first of its kind ownership, but she struggled in the international financial market and she just let Shengfeng Capital as a technology industry risk investment. Institutions can make tens of billions of dollars every year, precisely predicting Greece's bankruptcy, European debt crisis, short-selling Blue Star Technology and other series of generous sums up Shengfeng Capital, and now it is the title of the emperor in the financial world. Meng Ku was not convinced, and everyone present was convinced that he was willing to be led. Qin Weimar continued, "Why do I judge that the current round of the market is about to turn sharply into a bear market? From an overall point of view, US stocks began to decline after completing repeated topping last year and driven the domestic market to follow the downward trend from the second half of last year, which of course is indispensable. Last year's storms between Blue Star Technology and the Côte d'Azur, but this is not the root cause. The root cause is the contraction of global liquidity and the performance of global investors' concerns about possible future interest rate hikes in North America, followed by global economic integration. While North America is the leader, has financial hegemony, controls global economic liquidity, and financial assets are the most important is liquidity. Everyone at the meeting could not help nodding. After a while, Meng Ku also said, "According to our internal comprehensive analysis and research report, the main reasons why we sing the empty market are so many factors. One is the stock price estimate under the current market. The value is high and the dealers are shipping. The current market is starting from August last year. At present, most stock prices have doubled, and many gem have doubled. Demon stocks have appeared frequently. Most institutional investors holding these stocks, the profit has been very rich, and it is gradually reducing positions and shipments. Secondly, the withdrawal of leveraged funds and the secret siege. There are 2 waves of leveraged funds in this round of capital to accelerate the market and promote the rapid rise of the market. At the peak, the scale of leveraged funds reached as much as 5 trillion yuan. There is a slight trend of going bad. In order to avoid being forced to close the position, it will leave the market as soon as possible, whether it is active or passive departure. Once it falls, it will be a big collapse. Below is the short selling of stock index futures. There are short selling loopholes when this mechanism is introduced, such as the 500 futures index reducing margin and encouraging naked short selling. Another point that cannot be ignored is the reduction of listed company executives. Since this year, a total of more than 1,000 major shareholders of listed companies have reduced their holdings, and the amount of cash is as high as 500 billion yuan. Such a large-scale reduction of holdings has put a lot of pressure on the market and individual stocks to rise, but it has only been covered up by the bull market. Wang Xin, who has not spoken much, was surprised. He suddenly found that his prediction was surprisingly consistent with the management of Shengfeng Capital. He could not help feeling secretly proud of vanity. After all, Shengfeng Capital under Qin Weimu's leadership came in a sense. Say it just like Buffett and Berkshire Hathaway. It is no exaggeration to say that Shengfeng Capital, as a super organization with a current asset management scale of over 1 trillion yuan, Qin Weimu's decision-making and her every move in the capital market have affected the hearts of countless people. In the current market, even if Shengfeng Capital's investment in the technology industry tends to tighten, it will be used by the market to say, "Why are you tightening your investment and the market is having problems?" Crazy interpretation. Wang Xin couldn't help shaking his head and sighed. This round of leaks is cut a bit, and the roots of the leaks have to be uprooted and cut off. Unfortunately, tens of thousands of small and medium-sized scattered investors are still being raised by the index and hundreds every day. Confused only by the profit-making effect of the daily limit, coupled with the media's various biases in listening to the big bull market promotion, the risk control of the huge market accumulated above 5,000 points was released, and even the market was warned. I'm not mentally prepared to go to the top and go down. Once down, how many people have to go to the rooftop to queue? Menku looked at Wang Xin calmly and said, Shengfeng Capital has the credo of 2 needs and 2 cans in the financial market. Be rational. www.mtnovel.com. Be greedy. You can't have no conscience. You can't have compassion. Wang Xin smiled. I know, it's just sentiment. Menku couldn't help but laugh. When the capital has a conscience, it will indeed become sentimental and mixed with a trace of hypocrisy. Wang Xin, at least not a bad thing. Menku, yes. After a while, a manager called Chi Gao looked at Qin Weimu. Qin, how should we arrange this round of market? As soon as this remark came out, everyone at the meeting watched her wait quietly without saying a word. Qin Weimu saw the eagerness and greed in their eyes, perfectly interpreting Buffett's famous saying, others are greedy when I fear, I am greedy when others fear. Chinese website. Please remember the first domain name of this book, mobile version reading URL. Chapter 576. Convene a team and prepare to enter the market. In this round of quotes, we have selectively lowered the market. Under the focus of everyone's expectation, Qin Weimu spoke out her decision layout in a concise way. This answer surprised the attendees. Chi Gao thought about it. Conservative estimates of this layout will make us earn 2/3 less profit in this round of market. And even if we earn an 1/3, the profit will also allow our entrance funds to be set for a year and a half, or even longer. The implication is that this round of market has really done this. Shengfeng Capital is better not to enter the market. It is better to let the funds maintain liquidity than to be stuck in the market. Qin Weimu shook his head and said, Shengfeng Capital now has 500 or 600 billion in working capital. The main goal of this round of market entry is not how much profit can be earned, but how much character can be earned, and the secondary task it is to protect the stock price of Azure Electric Vehicle Co., and this plate is also for earning character. As for the big market, we have no obligation or ability to protect the plate. Hearing this, Wang Xin could not help but fall into contemplation, lamenting that this pattern is indeed what he wants to look up to. Earning money is easy to earn character and difficult. As long as shameless, money is picked up everywhere, but the result of bad money is that it will also rot. Obviously, Shengfeng Capital is serving a higher level strategy, which may itself be another piece of strategy that it does not know yet. Only in this way can it explain such a meaningful move. This is really not comparable to the average institutional investors. In comparison, knowing that you can easily make a lot of money without earning it is a kind of torture for capital and can't stand it. People who look at the world can't find a few out. After Wang Xin thought of Luo Sheng behind the Shengfeng Capital, he was relieved. This leader of the business and technology world, which is now everywhere in the world, has not said that some money knows that it can be earned, but it cannot be earned. Is it left to others? Although Shengfeng Capital is under the control of Qin Weimu, Wang Xin would never believe that Luo Sheng's influence will play a role. The man behind the scene is the one who decides Shengfeng Capital. At this time, Menku asked Qin Weimu, General Qin, What is the principle of Shengfeng Capital in the market this time? Qin Weimer said without hesitation, we are preparing 350 billion yuan, borrowing 150 billion yuan from the Blue Coast, and 50 billion yuan from Blue Star Technology. A total of 55 billion yuan will be admitted to the market. 5 times the total financial leverage ratio. The maximum book floating loss is controlled at about 15%. Hearing this number, Mengku and others were quite calm. Only Wang Xin was shocked, even if he was mentally prepared. Is this the scary energy of Shengfeng Capital? What is meant by big scenes and generosity? Wang Xin has seen it this time. The 5-fold leverage ratio is not high, but it can't bear a large base, which means Shengfeng Capital can leverage 2.75 trillion yuan of investment with 550 billion yuan. Higher leverage means higher risk. As long as it falls by 20%, it means that the assets of 550 billion yuan have all been lost. However, Wang Xin has great confidence in Shengfeng Capital's risk control capabilities. In fact, the leverage ratio of this money is close to about 7 times, because 200 billion of it is borrowed, but the internal leverage ratio can be removed. Liu Sheng can't force himself to debt. Not only will not, even you can continue to borrow and exchange new debt for old debt. The risks here can be ignored and are basically in theory. After a while, Qin Weimer looked at Wang Xin. You hold the principle of 50 billion as a hot money to enter the market. This fund allows you to increase the lever to 6 times. But remember 2 points, don't copy it. The national team's head is up, and when you encounter it, you should avoid it decisively without any hesitation. Second, don't destructively hit the market. We are here to support the market and not to damage the market. The money you have in your hand is for the escaping capital was intercepted and harvested back to protect the Azure Pure Electric Car Company. Mengku, who was sitting next to him, turned his head to look at Wang Xin and smiled. The nature of hot money is to have a strong market-damaging property. You can run away with a lot of money, and you will not control the life and death of the market, which is equivalent to letting you suppress the nature and advantages. This task is definitely not easy. Do you have confidence to take it? Wang Xin has never operated a firm with a scale of 300 billion yuan at the moment. His heart is both excited and afraid of being messed up. These two emotions are intertwined with each other. He knows that this may also be an assessment given by his boss. Perhaps only after the assessment is passed can he follow Qin Weimer to the international financial markets and the financial predators on Wall Street. And this is exactly the kind of pursuit Wang Xin desires most. Success is the starting point, and if it fails, it is likely that the career height will end here. This will be the most glorious moment in his career since it is just a loser. At the end, Wang Xin took a deep breath and looked at Qin Weimer solemnly and said, "This task." I took it. Qin Weimer nodded. "Okay, then you go to prepare." After she finished, she continued to distribute the task layout, and Wang Xin left the field to prepare in advance. The hot money sector he was responsible for was to take the lead. He didn't expect to be so reused soon after he joined Shengfeng Capital. Wang Xin came to his office, sitting in his desk and lost in thought. How to fight this battle? He knew that there was not much time left for him to think about. The current trend of this round of market conditions has already been explained at the previous meeting, and it may go down at any time. The management's internal prediction is that there is an 80% probability that the market will be cut from the current 5,718 points, which is equivalent to the loss of trillions of retail investors, funds, and large investors. This is real money, not fictitious. It means that more than half of the funds will be transferred out of the market. If the money is not transferred out of the market in a large amount, the stock market will still be at the position of 5 or 6,000 points. It is impossible for the stock to be cut down to 3,000 points and cannot stop falling. And to whom the money will be transferred is Wang Xin's first priority to understand, so that the layout can be developed. There is no doubt that it is definitely the main force in the market, because you also lose, and he also loses. then someone will always make a profit. The stock market, put it bluntly, is a game that takes the money in your pocket and puts it in my pocket. The person who makes money can only be the main force of the market, not the others. I can only see that Wang Xin said to himself, once the market goes down, the most fierce loss must be the fund. The fund cannot be the main force in the market. XFI foreign institutional investors just agree that the meeting will also be trapped, and can't be the main force in the market. Is that a big or small non-tradable stock? After being silent for a moment, Wang Xin shook his head and denied, if it is a big or small, take away this trillions of funds, it will definitely be spent. It is impossible to store all in the bank. Since most of them will use this with funds, then the market price will not go down. In a market with sufficient liquidity, the price will only rise. There is no possibility of falling. Wang Xin calculated here, plus the thought that Qin Weimer gave him an explanation at the meeting. Avoid the main force. You must avoid the main force, otherwise you will not hesitate to cut off the knife of the yeoman. Wang Xin could not help but nodded secretly. But he quickly got a headache again. The 50 billion principal he holds in his hand, under 6 times leverage, is a 300 billion scale capital operation. Such a large amount of capital can be formed by himself. One side has a strong main force, and the main force hates hot money, because the hot money is flexible. The number of positions is less than the main force, and it runs faster than the main force. When the hot money reaches the expected profit, it will be shipped. Simply put, it will be a runaway. Sometimes it will destroy the original plan of the main force. For example, if the main force wants to decline and the hot money is shipped, the main force will destroy the form if it does not continue. The pickup man, when he ran out of money, individuals are extremely upset. Another hot money is very sensitive to the main shipping action. Once the main force starts shipping hot money, it dares to smash it lower than the main force and escape. Wang Xin said with a bitter smile, this time, it is really necessary to pinch the meat from the mouth of the evil wolf and at the same time stare at the fast knife of the yeoman hanging on the head. It has the missing arms and legs that were cut. The biggest headache for Wang Xin is how can such a large amount of hot money avoid the connection with the main short soldiers. But the first problem is to get rid of his main nature. Wang Xin's decision was to choose to make himself zero and to spread out to ensure his flexibility, but the problem is to test the practical ability of the trader. He knew that this was the test of himself. I am afraid that only Shengfeng Capital has this courage. www.mtlnovel.com dare to take a risk of 50 billion shortfalls to assess a trader. Please come in. Hearing the knock on the door, Wang Xin paused and immediately looked up. The person who came in was his assistant. Mr. Wang, 50 billion of funds have reached our department. So fast? Wang Xin was stunned, but it was 50 billion real cash flow, not 500 yuan, but it was quickly reflected in a moment. Money has actually been on standby for 24 hours. Wang Xin shook his spirit, and his fighting intentions burst out in an instant. Immediately said, Xiao Tang, call my team and prepare to enter the market. Please remember the first domain name of this book, mobile version reading URL, Chapter 577 Value Investment Layout and Encirclement XFI. Half an hour later, Wang Xin summoned his trading team to a meeting. These traders were all with him during the private placement period, and now they also joined Shengfeng Capital collectively. From another perspective, the nature of Shengfeng Capital is also a larger private placement, and the entry threshold for investment is 300 million yuan. Doing short-term trading is indeed a dilemma. First of all, it needs to consume a lot of energy from traders. In the case of a large amount of funds, short-term trading has limitations, and short-term trading with a single fund will further amplify the risk. A carelessness will save the funds. This is especially critical, which is why I have to emphasize that the national team's bailout funds must be avoided. Wang Xin's words echoed in the minds of every trader who attended the meeting, which was very heavy and emphasized again and again. A young trader at the meeting puzzled, "Boss, I can't understand. Why should we avoid bailout funds? We are short-term hot money, Why should we give up the easiest way to profit and eat the hardest bones, or the scum scattered on every corner of the market? Wang Xin glanced at him and said lightly, "You are a potential and talented trader, but your thoughts are as young as your age, and even a little childish." As soon as the other party's face rose, he was only 20 years old and was the youngest trader recruited by Wang Xin's team. Wang Xin said so, but he was actually very optimistic about this young man. Seeing that he was not convinced, Wang Xin said, "Once the country starts to bail out the market, our attitude is nothing to stand on from the standpoint of capital for profit, but in this land, we must first follow the will of the country, but they cannot sit crooked, want to set aside bailout funds for profit. Do you want to spend your most golden 10 years in the cell?" As soon as the other party heard it, he was speechless, and here, a disturbing market order could be sentenced. Wang Xin added, "Our bottom line is one. The bottom line cannot be copied on the national team. If necessary, we can even help with a little assist. Do you understand?" All the traders nodded together, and the trader just asked again, "What is the nature of our trading behavior? Investment? Speculation?" Wang Xin's concise reply, "It is a value investment." Value investment? When I heard this, most of the traders at the meeting showed an intriguing expression. One of the traders said bluntly, "Value investment? Tell the story of value investment in Big A." "Forgive me, the boss. Is there a market that calls the description of thousands of investors Chigogo leaks? Which of the domestic private equity fund, and what are not short-term harvesters?" The trader felt that it was a funny thing to say that value investing was in Big A, and wondered what had happened to the head boss. He hadn't thought that before. Wang Xin smiled and said, "I also believed so firmly before joining Shengfeng Capital. To be honest, I also harvested a lot of small scattered wealth. But after joining, I learned about this huge institution and its behavior for a week in a row. I did not hesitate to deny the previous idea. They did more meaningful and more valuable than we did before." "Boss, is there any difference between Shengfeng Capital? Isn't it a larger private placement?" "The difference is that the foreign capital of international capital is harvested, but the essence is not the same." Wang Xin shook his head and continued, "You still don't understand. The actual purpose of Shengfeng Capital is to quickly complete the original accumulation of capital and then make value investment. This can't be wrong. I only realized after obtaining internal information and research and analysis. Shengfeng Capital followed the example of establishing the Berkshire Hathaway Company in the East. President Qin, or the man behind Shengfeng Capital, Luo Sheng, knew that short-term stock trading is not a long-term plan. The original accumulation of capital is non-stop speculation and risk, but when the accumulation is completed, it will be transferred to value investment. This is a bit like a person who likes to kill when he is young, but thinks when he is older. Stability, marrying a wife and having a child, living a normal life, and not wanting any fame and fortune. Having two concepts of giving up and never having are completely different. The team of traders at the meeting couldn't help but fall into contemplation, and the youngest trader, who was only 20 years old, couldn't help thinking. After a while, Wang Xin looked at the trader who had just questioned the value investment and smiled. "You are not right. You are right because the current Big A is basically speculation. This is the current fact. You are not right because you are pessimistic about the future Big A, but the future Big A is destined to be a value investment, which is a trend that does not take personal will as a shift, and Shengfeng Capital has been constantly in the emerging technology industry over the years. Carrying out value investment has accelerated the formation of value investment to a certain extent." Speaking of which, Wang Xin couldn't help but sighed, adding, "Mr. Luo's handwriting is really breathtaking. Isn't the market full of speculation? There is no value investment." "Well, then I will give the market value. As your pure choice of an electric car company to list on the Big A is the first step in value investment. I believe there will be more and more high-quality technology companies going public in the future. At least the companies related to President Liu are value investment targets. So I now understand why President Qin said that he wants Shengfeng Capital to protect the market of Azure Pure Electric Automobile Company. Wang Xin looked at the trader who questioned the value investment again and laughed. There are entrepreneurs like Shengfeng Capital's Oriental Berkshire Hathaway and Mr. Liu supporting the domestic technology industry, especially the domestic semiconductor industry chain, and the new energy vehicle supply chain. Has no value investment. The other party didn't know what to use to defend their original point of view for a while, and finally had to stubbornly refute. Can cola always succeed? This is no less than reshaping the market ethos of Big A with human power, right? Can it be reversed by manpower? Wang Xin couldn't help but smile, and said, this is the risk issue. There is risk in investment. Maybe the window of opportunity is now. The opportunity is the opportunity. The Blue Pure Electric Car Company just happened to be listed on the Big A at this juncture. IPO purchase the funds have frozen 2 trillion of funds, and it will take a few days before the ban is lifted. These investors would like to thank President Liu for saving their lives. Otherwise, they will definitely lose their lives when they enter the stock market. This round of market prices is now a winner if they do not enter the market. And all of this I suspect even in his calculations. Hearing Wang Xin sorting it out, the traders at the meeting couldn't help but respect the legendary man by more than 3 points. The layout of all of this seems to have nothing to do with it, but a thorough study will reveal that an invisible big hand is controlling everything. This game is unimaginable, and even the outsiders, even everyone present at the moment, believe that this is just the tip of the iceberg they saw. Wang Xin looked at everyone and said, the problem determines our next layout behavior. Although Shengfeng Capital is a private placement, don't forget that the major shareholder holding its 30% equity is called State-Owned Assets Management Office. In a sense, we are also one of the national teams. It's just not a heirloom force. Don't flood the Dragon King's temple. If anyone dares to copy the bottom of the national team, I won't be held accountable by General Qin. He went in to eat 10 years jail. It's that simple. What questions do he have? The traders at the meeting looked at each other without speaking. Wang Xin said again, okay. The general direction is so determined. Once an irreversible downward trend occurs in this round of market, the time when the national team enters the market to rescue the market is the moment of our carnival. I guess it will not last long. And during this time, your greed will be brought to the extreme, and the harvest will be crazy. Once the national team enters, immediately turn about to tighten greed, and siege XFI overseas institutional investors to death, and put them to death. The data shows that XFI had 365 funds in the first half of the 252 listed companies among the top 10 shareholders of circulating shares, holding a total of 6.808 billion shares, compared with 316 participating companies in the first quarter and the total number of shares held by 8.792 billion shares. Regardless of the number of shares is still the number of participating companies. XFI's position data are obviously less than the first quarter, which shows that they have significantly reduced their positions on rallies. This is much better than the Social Security Fund. A trader at the meeting sighed. Foreign institutional investors, with a keen sense of smell, do have something. We are not going to pull them into the current market crash. It is estimated that there will be no loss. Wang Xin smiled. We can have a carnival for a while when the market collapses. The damage to the market is definitely yes. It's a good thing to use XFI to trap it. In our terminology, this is called hedging. Everyone at the meeting could not help but chuckled. Everyone rubbed their hands and eagerly tried. Speaking of which, Wang Xin could not help but remind everyone to add, the difficulty of encircling and suppressing XFI and harvesting small scattered is that one is hell level and the other is child level. It is not possible to carelessly. XFI fund managers generally like low valuations. There are some small and medium cap stocks with stable performance, but few gem stocks. www.mentalnovel.com. Most of them insist on value investment. so their investment style and trading strategy are more conservative, and the results given by the internal analysis team of Shengfeng Capital, the worst downturn in this round of market will be the small and medium board and the GM, which is why it is predicted that XFI positions will relatively resist decline in this round of market, plus the reduction there are a lot of shares, so the loss is small and it is normal. These people must not be taken lightly. They must always report to me, and I will always report to Qin. All the traders at the meeting nodded together, understood. If it weren't for Qin Weimu, the legendary goddess of the investment world, to control the overall situation, Wang Xin really didn't have the confidence to dare to grab meat from XFI's mouth. They thought that the current round of the market may continue for another 3 or 5 days to reach the top and rush down, but did not expect the situation to be worse than they thought. Just today's preparations have just been completed. The next day is June 15th. The downturn started on Monday. Please remember the first domain name of this book, mobile version reading URL, Chapter 578 Purple Star Extreme Ultraviolet Lithography Machine. In the early morning of June 15th, Luo Sheng came to the Côte d'Azur laboratory. The most exciting news for him in the second half of this year is that the mass-produced UV extreme light lithography prototype will be available during this time. At around 8 o'clock in the morning, Luo Sheng came to a clean room of 22,580 square meters in the Côte d'Azur laboratory, and all the people in it were wearing clean clothes to enter. At the moment, there are more than 100 technical personnel in the room, all of which are top-notch engineers, and more than 2/3 of them are technical masters from major domestic companies in the field of precision manufacturing. Luo Sheng took Shengfeng Capital as the link and used the lithography machine as the core to soften this force together 5 years ago and launched a 5-day battle against a target. This collective death was 5 years. Without the financial support of Shengfeng Capital and the technical support of the Côte d'Azur, this team will not be able to form, nor will it be possible to kill a technology node together. Mr. Luo is here. Mr. Luo is always early. Everyone stopped communicating when they saw or heard this, and looked at Luo Sheng, who appeared here, and everyone respected him. The lithography machine module is too complicated, with as many as tens of thousands of precision parts, which means that a huge industrial chain coordination is needed, and long-term support of capital is required, and the risk of losing money may be assumed. This is almost impossible. But Luo Sheng let all those who focus on this field want to achieve a career and break the ASML monopoly to see hope, and today is even more promising in the future. In fact, in 2006, the world's first UV lithography prototype was born. It was launched by ASML. In 2010, the first prototype X3100 for research and development was built. This year also Luo Sheng initiated the research and development of domestic UV lithography machines. In the first year of the year, the technical pain point began to die from this year. And this year, according to foreign media reports, ASML has finally produced a mass-produced prototype in this year, that is, in 2015. During this research and development process, Intel, Samsung, and TSMC have absolutely no blood transfusions. However, the research and development of domestic UV lithography machines is almost relying on Luo Sheng alone to support blood transfusion. With this courage alone, no second person dared to do so, because the amount of capital invested is huge. Everyone gave way to Luo Sheng. He came to a transparent glass wall and stood, looking at the scene inside the wall. At this moment, a sophisticated equipment is being modularly assembled under the operation of dozens of staff. The art in this size room is the best complement for capital, and it took me 5 years to burn out more than 600 billion yuan. Luo Sheng murmured, looking at the internal scene. He is quite satisfied with the development progress. In the past 5 years, in order to build domestic UV extreme ultraviolet lithography equipment, it has invested $20 billion every year. So far, It is about 100 billion US dollars. The capital is invested by the French Riviera and Shengfeng Capital. Third party. Luo Sheng contributed money and technology, and other friends and business partners allocated a sum of investment funds and related technologies according to their own fields and started to die around this industry chain. Enterprises that can join this team are basically practical. Of course, there are also people who cheat money. Over the past 5 years, more than a dozen manufacturers have cheated Luo Sheng for dozens of dollars. The money is considered a complete blow, but these manufacturers have also been kicked out of the game, and some people have been sentenced. Such a risk is within the acceptable range of Luo Sheng, and he will not really expect that there will be no bad guys in the team. There is no fear of bad guys. I am afraid that there are bad guys who have not been found out, but the current team is clean. They may all have their own small nines and nines. Luo Sheng does not expect them to have lofty ideals for selfless devotion to their careers, which is also an unrealistic utopian idea. But it does not matter, it is enough to maintain the market and common interests, and get the vested interests. Will do your best for this interest. A technical person in charge from a friend who was present came to Luo Sheng. Mr. Luo, the main performance indicators of the lithography machine support the size range of the substrate, resolution, alignment accuracy, exposure method, light source wavelength, light. The technical pain points such as strong uniformity and production efficiency have now been resolved. Luo Sheng nodded and asked, what about the technical problems with the light source system? The other party immediately replied, also basically solved. Luo Sheng, basic? That is, it hasn't been completely solved yet. Solve it as soon as possible. It is worth mentioning that the composition of the UV light source system is composed of 3 units: light generation, light collection, spectrum purification and homogenization. The relevant working components mainly include high-power CO2, lasers, and multi-layer coatings. The mirror, load, light collector, reticle, and projection optics form a plasma, and the plasma uses a multi-layer film mirror to reflect the energy spectrum multiple times to obtain UV light at 13.5 nanometers. The problem of just such a light source will involve more than a dozen manufacturers to develop supporting equipment. It can be seen that the manufacture of this gadget is very difficult. It is only a matter of smashing enough money. The technology is more important. The domestic related manufacturers are there is no core technology. Fortunately, Luo Sheng's own technology obtained the corresponding technology through Xiaona's completion simulation for UV lithography machine, and then distributed the technology to major manufacturers to manufacture according to the standard, and also authorized the technology to them. It is precisely because of this technology authorization that the major manufacturers can be held together. Rely on consciousness and ideals. Although Luo Sheng likes to say this, he never does it. Otherwise, such a complicated chain, once the manufacturers of a certain link are angry, everyone is staring. This is what Luo Sheng can't allow. The capital cost, time cost, and sunk cost of the investment are astronomical, and they must be given a little bit. It's a constraint, otherwise the team will not be easy to bring. The name of the extreme ultraviolet lithography machine has already been determined, codenamed Purple Star Lithography Machine, which was also the most advanced lithography machine equipment at home and abroad, independently developed and independent of foreign technology. The advent of Xixing lithography machine will announce that the domestic lithography machine equipment is in the same echelon as the UV lithography machine under ASML, completely breaking the situation where the top lithography machine equipment is monopolized by foreigners. Luo Sheng withdrew his eyes and looked at the synergies from the major manufacturers present, saying, Purple Star lithography machine can use extreme ultraviolet light with a wavelength of 13.5 nanometers to achieve 14 nanometer, 10 nanometer, and 7 nanometer process chips, production, and iteratively upgrade through technology. www.metalnovel.com in the future can also achieve 9 nanometer, 8 nanometer, 6 nanometer, 5 nanometer, 4 nanometer and even 3 nanometer process chip production. Technical upgrade plan has been done by the Côte d'Azur laboratory. The upgrade iteration must be coordinated when necessary. Major supply chain partners come to me to request technical authorization and distribution. After you go back, you will take your words to your boss. I will not contact them one by one. Everyone nodded again and again. This model simply said that research and development is especially theoretical, and the Côte d'Azur laboratory is doing this. The supply chain partners are responsible for realizing Luo Sheng's idea, which is to make the physical objects according to the standards. This is harder for anyone to say. It is difficult, but the creativity is relatively difficult. You have to know that handing over these technologies to the third brother next door will make it impossible for them to copy them. It is also necessary to create physical equipment according to the standard. This is the foundation of the manufacturing industry. Chinese website. Please remember the first domain name of this book. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 579 Teammates tell KK. After leaving here, Luo Sheng and several technical leaders came to a conference room in the cubicle to discuss. A person in charge of a business partner's technical representative said, obtaining light with a wavelength of 13.5 nanometers is an important step in achieving UV lithography. The laser plasma extreme ultraviolet light source has become extreme ultraviolet lithography because of its expandable power. The most promising high-power light source solution. But there are two reasons for the delay of the timetable. First, the required light source power is temporarily unable to reach the working power requirement of 250 watts. Second, the optical lens and mirror system have extremely high requirements for optical precision, and the production is extremely difficult. It is difficult to support huge R&D expenses. Luo Sheng smiled when he heard this. It turned out to be a problem, and this problem directly pointed to the problem of small money. Luo Sheng smiled. These two reasons can be attributed to one reason, the reason of money. You just say that you are short of money. I just smashed tens of billions on the lithography machine. Don't care about the latter. Dozens, tens of billions of dollars can solve the problem, and I will not be stingy for a little money of 10 billions. As long as you don't lie to me like Pengxing Precision. Everyone couldn't help laughing. The friends and businessmen were slightly embarrassed and elegant again and again. Mr. Luo laughed. Pengxing Jing's buttocks are improper, and he has a short-sighted look. Luo Sheng nodded. That's good. Everyone, whoever is short of money, just go ahead and fix it all together. I don't believe that only one family is in trouble. Everyone is embarrassed. It is no exaggeration to say that the Côte d'Azur and Shengfeng Capital have almost provided the full cost of the research and development of lithography machines in the past 5 years. More than 600 billion R&D funds have been burned out. Even if the trousers fall, this number is not enough. There was no foundation for the family fund, and I really didn't dare to play like this. However, Luo Sheng does not give money in vain, but completes the remittance of funds in the form of a long-term value investment. In the future, most of the companies with friends and partners will be listed on Big A. Shengfeng Capital can choose to hold or sell go anywhere. Luo Sheng has spoken to this point, and the friends and business partners who are in trouble are not hypocritical. And they have all said Xqian. The result was exactly what Luo Sheng expected, with money. It's just that the problem of money is not a big problem in Luo Sheng, and it's not even a problem. Naturally, it is given. It has already invested so much. This time, the total financing amount is about 60 billion yuan. It is not a lot but not a small one. 70% of the Côte d'Azur coast, and the remaining proportion of Shengfeng Capital. Because the latter's current money is in the Big A, and they also borrowed a sum of money from the Côte d'Azur to ensure their own liquidity. Of course, some family funds are money, but turnaround is more troublesome. After the meeting, Luo Sheng came to the dust-free studio again, explored the working environment, and summoned the person in charge and said, Please note that the extreme ultraviolet lithography machine needs to press the light to such a short wavelength and requires extremely high energy, to ensure that there are no leaks in power supply problems and safety issues. Understood, President Liu? Please rest assured. In order to increase productivity, increasing the power of the light source to increase the exposure beat requires a higher power demand. Therefore, the extremely low energy conversion rate of the lithography machine leads to extremely high power consumption, and only extreme power consumption can be used to work out miracles. In addition to expensive components and complicated technology, extreme ultraviolet lithography equipment also has a very high power consumption capability. First of all, in order to obtain such high power extreme ultraviolet light, a laser with super powerful power consumption is needed. Such a laser will generate a lot of heat when it is working, which requires an excellent cooling system to ensure the normal operation of the device, which requires a lot of power. Secondly, when correcting the direction of the light, each reflection still loses about 3 layers of energy. After a dozen mirrors, the light is guided from the light source all the way to the wafer. In the end, it can only be less than about 2% light, and the absorbed energy must be cooled by a high-power cooling system. In terms of R&D investment in extreme ultraviolet lithography equipment, Liuosheng is 3 or 4 times more than competitor ASML, which is also impossible. Where is the ASML Technology Foundation? And Liuosheng is almost doing it from scratch up. Another reason is that ASML also has 3 major customers, Samsung, TSMC, and Intel, which jointly invested €5.259 billion to develop EUV lithography machines. Liuosheng can only pay for himself. As for the group of teammates, they all lost money and even cheated. But in any case, it is a huge victory that this more than $100 billion will take 5 years to get rid of the monopoly of foreigners in the field of lithography machines. The position of extreme ultraviolet lithography machines will never lag behind ASML company. In the follow-up technology development, Liuosheng is confident to achieve ASML company from catching up, flat, and beyond. Afternoon tea time. Liuosheng has been busy with technical research and development issues these days, but technology and capital are closely related, so he also maintains a focus on the capital market. At the moment, on the sofa in the large living room of the Science and Technology Complex building, Liuosheng tilted his legs to watch the news from the Financial News Channel. This station has just received news that on Monday, June 15th, the 3 major stock indexes in the current round opened higher and oscillated lower. After the market dived from 5,892 points to the 5,000-point mark, the GEMA lost 3 consecutive points of 4,000, 3,900 and 3,800. Integer pass. From a disk perspective, the banking, insurance, and oil sectors led the decline in the 2 markets, and the collective failure of internet finance, cultural media, and network security theme stocks led to a sharp decline in the GEM index. For the first plunge of the first trading day of this week, most investors in the market thought it was a normal callback after the market rose. Hearing what is normal in the TV news, the market investor's thoughts made Liuosheng feel that their risk control awareness had disappeared. At this time, An King-Su appeared in his sight and was working as a personal life assistant. Work. Liuosheng locked her eyes on her and said, "King-Su, I remember you seem to be doing investment and financing, right?" And King-Su didn't know why he asked his personal questions, but he nodded unabashedly. Well, after she bought a house in Shenqing, she didn't know how to dispose of the idle funds, so she bought some fund products, and a small number of stocks are enough to outperform the inflation rate. The so-called idle funds of King-Su in my paper is not worth mentioning to Liuosheng, but it is not a small sum for her. It has to be saved for several years, accounting for about 40% of personal assets, more than 400. It looks like 10,000 yuan. This is her principal. And now this money has brought her about 70% of the book's surplus. According to the time when you enter the market, You should make a lot of money. You have half an hour to close. Let go of your work and sell all the funds and stocks you bought. After a month or so, buy all the pure blue. The shares of the electric car company continue to be held, Luo Sheng said. And after that he continued to pay attention to TV news. Luo Sheng just pointed out the operation thought to her by the way. Nizai followed her diligently for so many years, and most of the money she earned evaporated to the stock market. Okay, I listened to Roger. And King Su was puzzled, but he did not doubt Luo Sheng's words. I believe he said to himself that the stock market must have plummeted, and the stock of Azure Pure Electric Automobile Company will rise sharply. Even if all the funds and stocks held were sold in the last half hour of today's trading day, the total amount of holding principal plus holding income was about 7.8 million yuan. With the passage of time, King Sui My Paper was very grateful to Luo Sheng for his guidance after the stock market trend for more than a month. Opening on Tuesday continued to fall sharply, and on Wednesday it rose slightly, which made market investors who were originally somewhat emotionally slackened, feeling that it should be a callback and shock, and it will soon rise. However, contrary to expectations, the market continued to fall sharply on Thursday and Friday. After 5 trading days this week, the Shanghai Index plunged 14.68%, the Shenzhen Index plunged 14.32%, and the GEM Index plunged 16.79%. In terms of the sector, the weight sector has become the main force in this week's slump. It has hit the market's popularity and confidence. Panic has finally begun to spread in the market. Many retail investors hope that the SFC can take some measures to curb this crazy decline trend. However, the SFC has no direct position, and analysts believe that the current market adjustment is still within a reasonable range, and some retail investors believe these analysts. Then, the second week of the Dragon Boat Festival was closed for 3 days, and the market was closed on Monday. There were rebounds on Tuesday and Wednesday. However, the 3 major indexes began to plunge again on Thursday, and the scene of the 100-share limit fell again. On the last trading day of the week, the trend is finally desperate. In this Black Friday, a picture of a 1,000 share limit was staged again. More than 2,000 stocks in the 2 cities fell, and the entire capital market wailed. The crisis in the stock market broke out, and the national team finally began to rescue the market. On the 27th, Yang Hang implemented a targeted RRR cut, and many quilted investors were moved to tears. And Wang Xin led his hot money team to immediately change the bow, and formed an alliance with the national team to save the market. Once the long and short war started, it was heated. But the market still hasn't bottomed out. The big A in the 4th week continued to plunge. The trend is thrilling. In this battlefield without smoke, the fierce degree of the long and short duels is enough to be included in the history of China's capital market and market economy. On Monday this week, boosted by many good news last weekend, the Shanghai Stock Index opened 8.81% higher. Many parties intended to raise bank stocks and 2 barrels of oil protection. But the short side continued to wreak havoc in the small and medium-sized entrepreneurial stocks and stock index futures markets. The 500-period index, which opened nearly 9% higher in the session, fell only 9.78% in the end, and a trend came. The Shanghai Index closed up 3% after the market, but more than 1,000 stocks opened from the daily limit to the closing limit, and investors were deeply disappointed with the rescue results. The opening market continued to decline on Tuesday, while the national team bailout funds still only pulled blue chips. The GEM index almost fell to a full limit and fell into a comprehensive liquidity crisis. In order to protect themselves, more than half of the listed companies in the 2 cities were forced to suspend trading. On Wednesday, the downward trend continued. In addition to the suspension of 1,500 companies in the 2 cities, 1,450 stocks fell. Thousands of shares set a limit for the opening of Thursday, which is a very dark moment. But then the index counterattacked across the board, and many small-cap stocks were pulled up. The market successfully recovered 3,800 points. Afterwards, the Shanghai Stock Index closed up 6.75%, and the two cities exceeded the daily limit of more than 1,000 stocks. At the same time, the state began to crack down on illegal and criminal activities in the securities and futures market offline, and a large number of people went to jail. The three major indexes continued to rise on Friday. The Shanghai Index closed up 5.45% after the market. The 1,357 stocks of the two cities had a daily limit, and the plate was collectively red. The trend of Biga's plunge was finally reversed. In the following week, Biga bid farewell to the continuous soaring and falling ECG trend and gradually stabilized. Just when people thought that the stock market crash had subsided, the second wave of plunges in the sixth week was due to various bad news, especially the impact of the national team's save and exit plan. In this week, Biga plunged more than 1,000 points from 4,000 points, a drop of up to about 32%. And the market fell to 2,720 points. At this time, the national team had left, the securities companies had already laid their feet, and the small scattered investors were almost desperate. But in fact, there is a force that cannot be ignored during this time. That is Shengfeng Capital, holding 2.75 trillion of leveraged funds in his hand. In fact, the mobilized funds have exceeded 3 trillion. Wang Xin's hot money team gained huge profits from this period, with a profit of more than 50 billion, plus 6 times the leverage ratio, that is the scale of 600 billion yuan, which incidentally dragged KIF into the water. In other words, Shengfeng Capital's bullet reserves still have 2.1 trillion liquidity. On Tuesday, August 25th, the market continued to plunge, and the market seemed to dive towards the 2,600 mark. Qin Weimu took the funds of Shengfeng Capital to the market, by raising the stock of the Blue Pure Electric Car Company and the Blue Pure Electric Car Supply Chain, Blue Star Technology Supply Chain, Azure Coast Supply Chain, Semiconductor Supply Chain and other 5 related stocks. Chinese website. Please remember the first domain name of this book. Mobile version reading URL, Chapter 580. A high-tech field of technology war is close at hand. Qin Weimu led the Shengfeng Capital team into the market in a high-profile manner. The GEM index led the day's rise, leading the broader market index to counterattack 2,800 points, and close to the daily limit of 900 stocks. The curve of the day showed a striking V trend. Biga's current situation can be described in 2 words: excitement. 80% of the stocks in the daily limit are related to Luo Sheng's companies, either on the Côte d'Azur, or Blue Star Technology, or are energy vehicles, or semiconductor-related companies invested by Shengfeng Capital. However, the market is not appreciative, and remains pessimistic about the trend of the market the next day. They don't think that a Shengfeng Capital has the ability to hold up the big ape plunge. The small fans only believe that unless the national team comes out again to rescue the market, otherwise Shengfeng Capital will come to the market and it will be a short-lived one, and eventually it will be caught in it. It can only be said that the Sands have no knowledge of Shengfeng Capital's financial resources. What about 2 trillion of liquidity funds? The next day also opened on the third trading day of the week. The 5 related stocks opened higher again. The capital of Shengfeng Capital was still crazy as the main force. The daily limit of more than 700 stocks on the day, and the GEM led the market again. 2,900 points. On Thursday, Shengfeng Capital once again launched a strong build capability, and the broad market index once again stood at the 3,000-point mark. The market was dumbfounded. The energy terror of Shengfeng Capital exceeded everyone's imagination. In this round of stock disasters, the situation of successive downswings has been staged. People will pay attention to the market value of the Azure Pure Electric Car Company at this time. Stock rising, driven by the continuous turnover of Shengfeng Capital. The market value of Azure Pure Electric Car Company has exceeded 6 trillion yuan in this more than 1 month, or about $964.6 billion US, surpassing Blue Star Technology Group to become the top global market value in one fell swoop. The first listed company at this time, the total market value of the Big A was almost cut, only 45 trillion yuan, of which the Azure Pure Electric Car Company accounted for 13.3%, and one company accounted for more than an 1/10 of the total market value of the Big A. Looking at the world area at this time, Xiao San finally realized why Shengfeng Capital was able to force the market to regain the 3,000-point mark by itself. At that time, Shengfeng Capital still held 528 billion yuan in liquidity. At this time, the popularity effect of the market is too important, and Qin Weimu wants to force the market value of the Azure Pure Electric Car Company to the line of $1 trillion and stabilize it with the remaining liquidity in his hand. In order to regain confidence in the market and investors, this has an extraordinary significance for the market's popularity. On the eve of the opening of the last trading day of this week, Shengfeng Capital held an internal meeting. Qin Weimu, who was sitting as the chief, looked at Wang Xin, and he did not mean to boast. Your team is beautiful, the most energetic FI is basically stolen, so my main funds are basically all myself. Eat it. When Shengfeng Capital entrusted the market, the people who wanted to follow the meat did not have bullets in their hands, and most of the others were already lying dead. At this time, the more than 2 trillion yuan of funds that had been frozen by the IPO of the Azure Pure Electric Car Company were basically not dare to catch up. Few people dared to enter the market under the situation of panic sentiment, scared to death. Where they dare to enter, they can only watch the market rushing all the way. Now, the market is stabilized by Shengfeng Capital, and it is also jealous, but missed the best time to bargain, and his legs were broken several times. FI is the most energetic party, but was pulled into the water by Wang Xin and was dead. He can only watch it. Now let alone make money. It is the focus to get rid of the hustle and bustle, but hope that Shengfeng Capital will quickly pull the market up. Meng Ku said with excitement, after this round of market conditions, Shengfeng Capital's asset management scale will more than triple, and the asset scale will reach 4.7 trillion yuan. Both are value investments. In the long run, the value-added space is expected in the future. After this battle, Orient Berkshire Hathaway established its momentum. This can also be said to be the reward of Shengfeng Capital's support to the city, because just when the market lost 2,800 points, the national team was ready to launch a rescue operation again. Shengfeng Capital's so aggressive operation was equivalent to saving trillions of dollars for the country. It should be rewarded. However, everyone also knows that all of this is inseparable from the basic conditions created by the man behind him in the past 10 years. The 3 major companies and the 5 major related stocks have nearly 1,000 supply chain partner manufacturers. Because of this, Shengfeng Capital dare to pry 5 leverage funds will end the market, otherwise it will be a white to the series, and finally the leveraged funds will burst again. If it fails, it will drag down the market and make the Big A stage the second round of stock market disaster again, and it will have to explode in situ. The future of these enterprise-related stocks can be driven by Luo Sheng, and it is a real value investment. This is not a quilt, but it is held to rise. 5 to 10 years later, the assets of Shengfeng Capital Management will reach 10 trillion. The future is expected. Qin Weimu looked at Wang Xin again and said, as determined by the management and the board of directors, Wang Xin's contribution for this round of market will be directly rewarded by 1 billion yuan, and another 750 million yuan will be awarded to your team. It is an after-tax bonus, which is paid in a lump sum. Wang Xingxuan immediately said, thank you for the recognition of the board of directors. On behalf of myself and the team, I thank the board of directors for their recognition. However, the bonuses are not used so much. We are all financially free. In comparison, the board can give us such a stage is priceless of. Meng Ku said with a smile, this is the reward you deserve. Don't be hypocritical. The attending managers agreed with each other and applauded together. Wang Xin would not be hypocritical when he saw this. He wanted to say that he was unhappy because it was a fake, but what really satisfied him was not the 1 billion bonus, but recognized by management. In other words, this unabashed assessment passed. At a time when there was a cheerful atmosphere in the conference room, Qin Weime's secretary came in and said, "President Qin and President Liu are here." Everyone was surprised. But Liu Sheng rarely came to Shengfeng capital. As soon as the words fell, everyone turned their eyes to the door of the meeting. Wang Xin also looked at him curiously. He was the first time he saw the real man of the legendary man. Mr. Luo, Meng Ku and other people who attended the meeting greeted each other. For this man, everyone present was respectful. He seemed to have done nothing, but everyone who knew it knew that he was the root of all this. Meng Ku was about to give up his seat, but Liu Sheng stopped, looking around the crowd and saying, "I have been paying attention to the market of Bigger for more than a month. The listed companies with the most valuable investment have almost copied them all. Within 10 years, the scale of assets will definitely break 10 trillion. When everyone was happy for the praise of the big boss, Liu Sheng's words suddenly turned and said, "But there are too many, not ordinary, but the extreme is shameful. The market value of a single blue pure electric car company alone accounts for as much as 13% of the total market value of Big A, plus these high-quality stocks of related stocks. Shengfeng Capital is equivalent to controlling nearly 40% of the total market value of Big A." Everyone was stunned. Meng Ku looked at him and said, "Mr. Luo, you mean?" Qin Weimar said directly, "The layout to be done next is massive reduction of holdings. The people present are the elites of the elite. Naturally, there is no need to say anything and it is clear at a glance. Such a high proportion is almost always high-quality potential technology industry stocks. Then the future market of the two cities will be Shengfeng Capital. The reduction of holdings cannot be directly sold. Otherwise the stock market will have to avalanche, and being able to take on such a large plate, there will be no one other than the country." Liu Sheng said, "I have already contacted the head. The State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Office will take over about 21% in the next 5 years. The proportion of the total market value of the two cities should not exceed a fifth. This is the red line, but we can put the entire plate is made bigger, and at the same time, the proportion of the Azure Pure Electric Car Company can be controlled within 10% of the total market value of the Big A without falling." This speech was picked. Shi Gao couldn't help but underestimate it. However, Liu Sheng still heard it and glanced at him indifferently, saying, "Chuo Shi assists are not gullibility after gains, but consciousness." Qin Weimar added, "Shengfeng Capital has more than 2 trillion of leveraged capital in this work. This is always a thunder. Once it detonates, it will destroy the stable situation that is created today." Liu Sheng went on to say, "The national team has also taken over to help Shengfeng Capital deleverage and eliminate this mine, otherwise the explosion of the mine will not only bring down Shengfeng Capital, but even Blue Star Technology and Azure Pure Electric." The car company even dragged the Big A into the abyss. The participants at the meeting could not help but nodded secretly, and they all knew the chain reaction of this mutual relationship. You need to know that Shengfeng Capital affects the current stock market, and Shengfeng Capital has borrowed hundreds of billions from the Blue Coast and Blue Star Technology. The two companies also need money for their own development, and the Azure Pure Electric Vehicle Company needs funds to support its expansion and development. Once the thunder strikes, it will trigger the domino effect and even bring down the national economy. In addition to the positive pulling effect on the national economy, Liu Sheng's enterprises have negative hidden dangers in turn. The key is external uncertainties. The Côte d'Azur and Blue Star Technology are now in the eyes of North America. It is impossible for Wall Street to analyze this potential thunder. How could Lam miss the chance of thunder? Without removing the mine, once the two companies are sanctioned again, such as the withdrawal of the temporary license, the mine will be detonated by external factors. As far as the country is concerned, This is not to allow few enterprises to affect the economic development of the country. As far as Luo Sheng is concerned, it is also a hot potato that must be properly controlled. Luo Sheng looked around and said, "We have already made a lot of money in this round of market, not all of them. The national team will not let Shengfeng Capital lose money. There are some hundreds of billions of net profit and hardship fees. By the way, this Thunder Eye also picked it up. What's not to satisfy?" According to the plan, in the next 5 years, 21% of the shares held by Shengfeng Capital will be transferred to the national team one by one to take over and earn a net profit of tens of billions. The income is indeed very good. Luo Sheng came to Shengfeng Capital and stayed in the meeting room for less than 10 minutes. You read the book to explain the matter and then left. Now the capital market's attention can be put aside. His focus is on the Purple Star lithography machine. Industry is fundamental. The Purple Star lithography machine of the Azure Coast Laboratory and the next extreme ultraviolet lithography machine of ASML company will come out at almost the same time. The whole industry chain of domestic semiconductors created by Luo Sheng is becoming more and more perfect, and the global semiconductor industry is about to usher in a major pattern change. Almost inevitable, a high-tech battle in the field of high precision is already in sight. The second half of this year is destined not to be calm. Judging from the changes in the technology world, the thunder buried by Shengfeng Capital now has to say nothing, otherwise it will start a technological and financial war with real opponents at the same time. Combat Luo Sheng will feel more difficult. Chinese website. Please remember the first domain name of this book. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 581 Recruitment of Special Soldiers. Shortly after Luo Sheng left Shengfeng Capital, the bigger stock market opened at a point and opened 2 points higher. During the early trading period, the market value of the Azure Pure Electric Car Company rose to 6,269.76 billion yuan, breaking the $1 trillion line for the first time, and the price-earnings ratio 63 times. This is also the second listed company in the world after the Blue Star Technology Group with a market value of over $1 trillion. And both companies were created by one person. In the top 10 listed companies in the world, these two companies can be described as dazzling as they are. In the automotive industry, if only in terms of market value, the market value of the Azure Pure Electric Car Company is 5 times that of the old traditional auto giant Toyota, which is a myth that cannot be copied in the automotive industry. The bigger market has really stabilized. After the market value of the Azure Pure Electric Car exceeded $1 trillion, Qin Huaimu did not increase the market value, and basically maintained the sideways trend. If there are institutions that continue to buy and push up the market value, she just choose to ship, and the ability to control the disk highlights a stable word. In the following days, the market was always above 3,000 points and did not fall anymore. The Azure Pure Electric Car Company seemed to be the Dingshan needle of the big A, which stabilized the market and the hearts of the people. Investors finally picked up one after another. Confidence in the market. In the past period, Shengfeng Capital has raised 5 related stocks. These stocks have also become the new darlings of the market. They are regarded as representatives of value investment and have attracted investors. Because everyone is more superstitious about the Luo Sheng effect, Shengfeng Capital pulls these companies to explain that they are optimistic about Luo Sheng. At least in the layout of the Big Brother, the popularity has come up, and it is difficult for the stock price not to rise. As a result, these stocks began to surge in the next 5 trading days of the week. It can be seen that speculation has come again, and the market will never lack speculators. This will not work. Not only can Qin Huaimu and Shengfeng Capital endure, but the country cannot endure. The current stock market seeks a stable word. How can it tolerate speculators who lay and start blowing bubbles again? The way to solve this problem is not so gorgeous. Now speculators who come in to push up the stock price, as long as they dare to buy Qin Huaimu, they will not hesitate to ship the control panel, which can just leverage capital and earn $1. Since someone wants to pick up Why not? In the end, within a few days everyone did not dare to enter. Some speculators who took the market now were crying without tears, and could only scold Shengfeng Capital for controlling the market as a real dog. Near September, the stock market disaster finally subsided, and the market returned to rationality. Technology complex building. At this time, Luo Sheng was standing in front of the giant curtain on the wall and fell into contemplation, thinking in his mind that he took over the Drone Bee Colony project among the 3 major military projects. The screen shown on the giant screen is a picture of the WRPO World's #1 player competition. As the Olympic Games in today's esports, WRPO World is already a holy place for all esports players and professional players. The current project is in addition to Interstellar, Warcraft, CS, GO, these old projects, but also League of Legends, Overwatch, Dota and other emerging popular projects. The development of the esports industry is changing with each passing day. Various esports clubs have sprung up. From the beginning, they were not optimistic about the capital, and now the capital is swarming. No doubt once again interpreted Luo Sheng's vision. At the moment, Luo Sheng is learning the information of the top professional players in major esports projects, mainly the information of some esports players in StarCraft. In fact, he paid little attention to the dynamics in the field of esports. This refocus is not because of esports itself, but that esports players, especially professional players like the StarCraft project, have the potential to become special fighters. The mixed forces where the star players control a population of 200 use complex tactics such as tactics and strategic overall views to win. It is the closest game simulation to a cluster war. The drone swarm tactics and the play of StarCraft are almost high degree of assimilation is to control a game or a battle from the perspective of God. Only one person can deploy and fight hundreds of thousands of drone bees. Although the drone colony has artificial intelligence control and automation, but in the rapidly changing battlefield, sometimes there is no logic at all. At this time, human irreplaceability is manifested, and the people with the most potential to perform such tasks, there is no doubt that they are the top players in RTS games. The game otaku is called up to fight in the army, which is definitely not a joke in this day and age. The control of some US military drones, unmanned submersibles and other devices are all controlled by the Xbox host. It looks like a fantasy, but this is real. There are 2 main reasons for choosing a game console. The first is convenience. Because of familiarity, I have played console games after hours. The second is cheap. The cheap here is not only because the console itself is cheap, but also because the US military does not have to spend a lot of money to research and develop, because those top game manufacturers have invested billions or even billions of dollars in research and development of next-generation hosts. The military no longer needs to invest such a high sunk cost. In fact, the most outstanding host is currently, but Lam will definitely not use it, because this is a Chinese product. Even if the Xbox under Microsoft is almost developed by the Americans, it is safe to use. Luo Sheng said, Xiaona, list the star player's sleevel national profile. In Luo Sheng's last life, the game StarCraft, due to a series of blitz operations by Blizzard Entertainment, caused this esports project to quickly decline after the emergence of League of Legends and other emerging projects. But in this world, under the operation of the WRPO event and the Blue Star Technology Esports Business Group, although the number of players is not as many as that of League of Legends, the Interstellar game is synonymous with esports because of its high intensity of confrontation, viewing, difficulty of operation and other factors, including the tactical arrangement of some players' IQ to suppress their opponent's arrogance, resulting in a very beautiful game, which has become an esports project with more viewers than players. Because of the support of Blue Star Technology and the existence of WRPO events, it has already successfully held 7 WRPO events. In 2013, a star player won the championship trophy in 2013 and is the only non-Korean champion. Last year, The final of the WRPO World Interplanetary Project was still a match between a national player and Korean player Life. The final result was defeated by Alfie 4-2. But in general, the dominance of Koreans in this esports project has begun to decline. National players have already borne champion-level players, and European and American players have also been rising. At this time, Xiaona's voice responded. The search is completed and the 3 domestic interstellar professional players who have reached the S level are human race player Funtime Meng Yi, Zerg player Lilith Xijing, and Protoss player K Chang Wenshan Luo Sheng. There are only 3 Sleevil. The so-called Sleevil refers to the super-level players, which are among the strongest and top-level players in the professional players. They all have the ability to win championships, and they are also the most well-known group of people. The player who is second only to the Sleevil is called the A-Level and is considered a first-class professional player. At this moment, Luo Sheng stared at the player profile information listed in the situation. Xiaona read out one by one. Funtime, Meng Yi, male, 24 years old, Chinese nationality, human race player, currently signed to the IGA Sports Club, belongs to the Operation Flow player, once led the human race to glory. In 2009 he scored for the first time in the 12th place. The Row 16 is strong, and it was still very young when participating, but in the following years, it has created a lot of records, which is praiseworthy. K. Chang Wenshan, male, 23 years old, Chinese nationality, Protoss player, currently signed to the KZ Sports Club. As a new generation of Protoss leader, he is regarded as a player who has taken the Protoss banner from Baisu. Zedong, Dark and other top players are comparable. They have entered the WRPO semi-finals 5 times so far. In 2013, the 6th WRPO finals defeated their opponent SOS and won the first championship trophy for China Interstellar. In your evaluation of K, the most used word is gorgeous. Lilith Xijing, female, 19 years old, Chinese nationality, Zerg player, currently signed to the BTC Sports Club. Lilith is the first well-known female player in the history of Interstellar in China. Many people will have esports female players. Often the meaning of the vase is greater than the prejudice of technical level, but Lilith is different from traditional esports female players. She chooses to compete with male players on the same stage. Started to emerge in 2014, defeating Funtime 4-3 in the final field of this year's WRPO China division to prove to people that she is inferior to any S-class male player, and is regarded as the Queen of Blades Lilith by the majority of butlers. She is very popular in the Interstellar Circle. This year she will participate in the 8th WRPO World Championships in Paris, France in October with the strength of the WRPO China Division champion and the 7th place in the standings. Luo Sheng was surprised when she saw the club she currently plays for. Is this girl under my club? Xiaona. Lilith became the king of the passers-by in the second half of 2013. This ID was remembered by the majority of players, and was later discovered by the BTC Club. It was only discovered when the contract was signed that she was a 17-year-old girl. Good Value is considered to be the mascot vase of the BTC Club, but during the 2014 StarCraft 2 China season mid-season, met with world champion Protoss player K in the group round robin 1-2, and the winning K was almost in this rookie. Overturning the car here also made Lilith famous in the first battle, and he has never been able to manage it. Luo Sheng swept the information of the 3 players on the giant screen. www.mtlnovel.com said a moment later, well, put together a copy of their information, fax it to Major Yang Hongyi, and attach special suggestions for political review. Xiaona, okay. These professional players have been screened through high-level and high-intensity competitive levels. Players of the StarCraft Esports project can stand at the top level, which has shown that they have all aspects of operation level, wisdom, decision-making, situation judgment, etc. After reaching a certain height, it is qualified to meet the recruitment standards. As long as the military qualities are improved, it can become a special fighter for the country. This honor is much stronger than entering the WRPO Hall of Fame. Ps. US soldiers used game consoles to operate drones and unmanned yachts and so on in 2015. It is indeed a console familiar to players such as Xbox. It is cheap and durable. It also saves its own research and development. Game manufacturers have R&D sunk costs are paid. Please remember the first domain name of this book. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 582 Unmanned Aerial Vehicle Combat System. The development of drone colony combat systems, military research projects such as unmanned submersible vehicles and power exoskeletons are all closely related to artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence requires high-end advanced chips, and high-end advanced chips require top semiconductor supply chains such as Xixing lithography machines to achieve high-end manufacturing. All this is inseparable. After arranging the esports professional players, Liu Sheng left the Science and Technology Complex building and went to the Cote d'Azur laboratory. At present, the Drone Colony Combat System project has only begun in secret. The esports professional players specially recruited also need to change from esports players to special fighters. This requires time to train and transform. However, Liu Sheng's project is not trivial, nor is it stingy. All aspects can be promoted at the same time, with sufficient funds, so the money is so powerful. Cote d'Azur Laboratory. At the moment, more than 100 people from the Drone Colony Combat System development team engineers gathered together. Liu Sheng walked in front of the conference screen and spoke. How many people present have played the classic series developed by Blizzard? The game StarCraft? Everyone spoke one after another. Played. I haven't played, but I have heard. A Golden Crispy Chicken. Played for a while and then uninstalled by blood abuse. That game is too difficult to play. Most of the people present are young engineers. Naturally, they will not be unfamiliar with games. Those young people who do not play games this year. Liu Sheng laughed. I have played this game or have some understanding, and I should be impressed by the Protoss aircraft carrier in the game. This air combat platform carrying a large number of small drones for combat is a very imbo in the story setting. It can be said that people block killing people, Buddha blocks killing Buddha, and releases densely flying drones like enemies that fight like a swarm of bees. There is nowhere to go. An engineer at the meeting froze. Boss, do you mean that we will also develop similar aircraft carriers in the future? Liu Sheng. Yes, it can be modified from a large transport aircraft such as Yun-20. It can carry thousands of drones at a time for long-distance cluster operations. The drones themselves have a short range, but large air transport aircraft can be used as a platform. Realize ultra-long-distance deployment. With the rapid development of technologies such as drones, artificial intelligence, big data, and high-speed networks, the game Art Fantasy in StarCraft will gradually become a reality within reach. The large transport aircraft must be handed over to other institutions for development. For example, the current Yun-20 large transport aircraft project, a magical modification, is an aerial drone carrier platform. The drone swarm combat system was developed by Liu Sheng and his team. Liu Sheng opened the conference video to show the demo screen of the drone swarm combat system to everyone. The air transport aircraft platform can span a range of thousands of kilometers or even tens of thousands of kilometers, and attack the enemy's important maritime targets from the ocean. The military is stepping up the development of drone colony tactics. Liu Sheng glanced at the conference screen and said, it is a large air platform carrying and releasing a large number of small drones composed of fighter groups, characterized by large-scale, low-cost, multifunctional unmanned aerial vehicle network autonomous coordination, with complex tactical functions such as flight control, situational awareness, target allocation and intelligent decision-making. In addition, it must also be able to perform multi-purpose combat missions such as group reconnaissance and surveillance, group interference, and group strike, which can effectively respond to complex electromagnetic environments, high-intensity confrontation, and highly uncertain battlefield environments. Luo Sheng looked around the developers and added, "This is the military's request, and the task of our project team is to develop UAV products that meet the military's requirements." At present, the two countries that are at the forefront in the field of drone clusters are undoubtedly China and the United States. Just during the recent stock market disaster, North America first realized the cluster flight of 50 fixed-wing drones. Unlike the past, each drone needs to be equipped with an operator. These drones use wireless networks for information exchange and sharing, and realize the simultaneous control of N drones by one person through the cluster ground control station. At the same time, it also has drone-funded fission and intelligent decision-making. This is almost the same as the game mode of StarCraft. The difference is that one is the game environment and the other is reality. Luo Sheng said along the way, "We want to achieve three advantages of the drone colony combat system. The first advantage is that the function is decentralized. There is no one drone in the entire system that is the core, nor will it be because of a certain one. The damage and aging of the nodes, and the decentralization gains a strong survivability. The second advantage is to achieve a high-cost performance. While achieving a cheap saturation strike, you can also consume the other party's high-value weapons and equipment, such as air defense missiles, to achieve the advantage of asymmetric cost. It's much cheaper than you. It feels blood loss when dozens of drones are hit by an air defense missile. The third advantage is to do coordinated operations with manned aircraft. Manned fighters such as J-20 fighters greatly improve operational efficiency and mission flexibility." A young programmer present subconsciously exclaimed, "Doesn't this mean that drones as dense as locusts will be the protagonists in the future battlefield?" Everyone's mind could not help but emerged a picture from the science fiction movie Ender's Game. Luo Sheng nodded affirmatively. "That's right. A brand new military technology revolution represented by drones and intelligence has arrived. Whoever masters the key technologies of the new military revolution will be in the future battlefield. Stand invincible. The drone colony combat system will become the main force and vanguard of future air communications, reconnaissance, and strike. It will comprehensively improve our Team's system combat capabilities and help our team become one of the leaders of the new military revolution. It's handed over to us, and we have high hopes." Everyone, looking at the more than 100 members who were eager to test, Luo Sheng couldn't help smiling. These people were the top R&D teams composed by him, hand-picked from each department of the two companies. It is no exaggeration to say that they are by far the most powerful artificial intelligence R&D team in the country and even the world. The key is that their average age is only 26.2 years old. This team is young enough to make any organization envious and hot. Young means that they can fight for decades on the front line of scientific research, which means that they will produce countless results. What's more, led by Luo Sheng, he is an authority in the field of artificial intelligence. The R&D tasks are distributed below. BTC Sports Club Training Base. At the moment, two strangers were standing at the entrance of the club's entrance. The duty officer looked at the documents handed over by the other party, and after registration, two unsmiling strangers entered the training base. The staff member on duty froze to himself. Military personnel playing games can still be followed by the military? Really long-lived. At the same time, inside the training base, in the training room of the BTC Club StarCraft 2 team at the moment, the coaching staff and professional players are all around to communicate together. Lilith is also present, and everyone is discussing the expedition for Lilith in Paris, France. Matters concerning the 8th WRPO World Championship. Behind every top player, there is a team to make suggestions, analyze opponents, target opponents, help players find their own shortcomings, etc. The Team League is the most beautiful and the highest level of individual competition. This year's top 16 WRPO players are Lilith, Zest, Fantasy, Bayul, Life, Mayu, Rogue, Mangvon Time, Her, K. Polt, Lilbo. The results of the group draw have been when she came out. Ali was in Group A. After the head coach finished speaking, his team members could not help but exclaim when they looked at the list of the other 3 players in Group A. In going to the death group. This is, KKZ teams. K is in Group A, SKT1 teams. Lubu is also in Group A, and the classic Divine Emperor is also in this group. The head coach continued. This year's row 16 top opener is Ali vs. Satellite, the second is K vs. Protoss Civil War. Ali is the first time to play in WRPO. Only 2 players in the group stage can qualify for the top 8 knockout. The winner decides a qualifying place, and the loser competes with the winner of the other 2 losers to decide a qualifying place. The other 3 players are regulars of WRPO. Their strength is very strong, especially the recent hot state of winning the GSL Championship this year. The gorgeous multi-line shorts make the defensive zest also catch up, proving that he is this WRPO Championship hot, known as robots and insecticide players, and many top Zerg players also fell into his hands. Ali is a talented player with solid basic skills, but she plays too honestly. She likes to play well with her opponents. She belongs to the hardcore players, but is not suitable to playing games. Especially the opponents are amazing and rich. Xujing Lilith looked at the coach and asked, "How do I change?" Coach, the change is very simple. Learn to amplify moves on the field. Before you were not famous, no one would study against you, but you are now an S-class player. The other party will definitely study your style, and you are playing too honestly. The opponent knows your style will be very stealthily targeted. www.metalnovel.com. Knowing that you will not let him make big moves, you will be disadvantaged at the start. And if you are a strong player, you like to enlarge the moves from time to time. Opponents, I am not sure about your opening game, so I dare not steal too much. A player like Essos is very good at playing games. All kinds of tactics and unexpected tactics IQ suppress the opponent, known as the king of ideas. The opponent has to make a virtual 3-point first when he sees his ID, and he has to be disciplined to prevent him. Your level of competition needs to go to the next level, that is, to diversify your playing style and make your opponents unpredictable. The rest is the experience of the competition. There is nothing to say. More games and more games will slowly accumulate. The tactical coaching team will conduct a comprehensive study for each opponent for you to develop corresponding tactical arrangements. But on the field the specific play depends on yourself. While the head coach of the team kept talking, the manager of the BTC club came here. Everybody pauses for a moment. Ali, you come here for a while. Someone is looking for you. Please remember the first domain name of this book, mobile version reading URL, Chapter 583. I am afraid that only magic can defeat magic. The exchange was temporarily over. Xujing followed the club manager with curiosity and doubts and left the training room and came to the lounge of the compartment. Ali, they want to talk to you about something. I have something to do for the time being. You talk about it first. The club manager brought the person out and left the room with such a sentence, then walked out of the lounge and closed the door. Xujing watched the club manager leave. She heard that the club manager needed to avoid it. After a moment, she could not help but slightly turned her head to look at the 2 strange men sitting in the lounge. They didn't feel like ordinary people, full of rigorous taste. You are. Xujing looked at them with a puzzled look. Oh, little girl, please sit down first. We have something to tell you, one of the men said with a smile, while the other man was holding a profile picture of Xujing and comparing herself back and forth. Xujing is 20 years old this year. She has a long, slightly thin body, beautiful posture, and her appearance can be said to be beautiful. Her skin is that pale, and the vitality of this person is not so much in the body as in the mind. The forehead is not very wide, but it is very beautiful and straight. From the deep chestnut hair behind the ears, you can see the outline of her bright and beautiful head. The color of the eyes is darker than that of the hair. Although it is not large, it is vivid and flexible. And the line of the nose is straight and clear. The good looks and the sleevil competitive level are the reasons why she is as popular as the champion players. Xu Jing, 19 years old, from Yunzhou, comes from a middle-class family. At the age of 16, he was exposed to the StarCraft II RTS game. He maintained a win rate of more than 87% on the ladder, and was good at using Zerg, and joined the BTC Sports Club of Blue Star Technology Group to become a StarCraft II professional player. At the age of 18, he became famous in the StarCraft professional circle. At the age of 19, he entered the WRPO World Championship for the first time. Browse. Xu Jing listened to the other party detailing his birth and resume. At this time, he couldn't help interrupting the other party and said, "Sorry, what are you looking for from me? I don't know you." Another man took out his ID and opened it to Xu Jing. He said, "We are from the Ministry of National Security. The relevant departments value your outstanding talent level in the field of esports. It is a bit complicated to say. You are not part of our system, an internal list, but given your exceptional talent level allows special recruitment. The relevant departments believe that you should transform into a special fighter and work for a higher level security department. Ministry of National Security, related departments, higher security department effectiveness, special tricks, warrior." Xu Jing looked at each other's documents and quickly flashed puzzled thoughts in his mind. After a while, Xu Jing refused without hesitation, "Sorry, I don't know if I can be specially recruited to play games. It's simply there is no idea of being a soldier. I am a weak woman who will drag the back of the country and cannot bear this responsibility. Sorry." After talking, Xu Jing got up and left. National security is more important than Mount Tai, which is a great honor. Hearing this, Xu Jing said blandly, "I'm just a game house lady. I just like to play games. The glory of home country is too heavy for me. I don't have this ability." Shen Sheng, a man from the Ministry of National Security, said, "If I tell you, maybe in the near future, the opponents you are familiar with on the field may be retired one after another, they may invade our country on the real battlefield in another way and only people like you can stop this, choose to escape, or compete with your opponents in the new battlefield and defend your country and people." Xu Jing froze for a moment and couldn't help turning to stare at the two people from the Ministry of National Security again. "What did you say?" "I think what I have said is quite clear." Two people from the Ministry of National Security said that they got up and walked to the door. One of them looked at Xu Jing and said seriously, "We will respect you whether you join or not. This is your right. We will not force it. It's just that you have to know that there is no time in this world at all. Just that someone is going to carry your weight silently." After he finished speaking, he walked away slowly. The two exchanged glances with each other on their backs. The two understood in seconds, and only the other pretended to sigh with emotion. Alas, there are still too few domestic sleevel players. There are only 3 so far. There are already dozens of foreigners. The future situation is grim. There are 2, not even 1, pull taller from a short man. It really can't. Maybe it can only lower the standard to A-level players. It always needs people. Yeah. Let's just go and report to the headquarters. Listening to the content of the other party's whispering words, Xu Jing looked at the 2 sudden personnel of the Ministry of National Security suddenly, and the words before them flashed in his mind. When Xu Jing thought of what the other party had just said, his inexplicable heart felt pressure and guilt, and his heart gradually became tangled. In the next few days, she also became absent-minded about the upcoming WRPO World, and often had some low-level errors and undesirable slow reactions during training. "Because I have something to worry about." The little girl didn't know that she was already in the routine of being loved by others, acting reasonably, and trying to escape. Cote d'Azur Laboratory. Luo Sheng personally led the team to develop the drone colony combat system. The team is mainly divided into 3 groups: 1 team to develop combat system platforms, 1 team to develop drones, and 1 team to develop simulation training platforms. This so-called simulation training platform is actually the development of a corresponding battlefield simulation game, codenamed Virtual Battlefield. The props inside it do their best to restore the actual battlefield environment, mechanism and other elements. Horrible. It hung up again. AI is too smart. I deceived my main force, and then divided a small unit of drones to attack the Yang-20 airborne platform on the edge of the battlefield. I should not go directly to a. It seems that I don't have the expectation of being a battlefield commander. Let's be honest, the boss is here. Boss. In the development room, dozens of engineers are busy testing the battlefield simulation game. Luo Sheng looked at the screen showing the annihilation of the whole army and smiled. The overall situation, operation, response, unspot decision-making, reconnaissance and anti-reconnaissance, harassment and anti-harassment, assault and anti-assault, etc. are indispensable and have to rely on talented professional players are competent. It seems that these can be done through the military command. Each person is responsible for a module, but it is very difficult to coordinate. Of course, a team is also required. This is not a game after all, but this team can only become an assisting role. There must be a core operator, which is irreplaceable. Just because of the difficulty of operation, imagine thousands of drones and even tens of thousands of drones. How to allocate and group them requires quick response to decision-making according to the rapidly changing situation on the battlefield. Operation distribution must also keep up. You can output AI to complete the distribution, but the speed of speaking is too slow. The battlefield is changing rapidly, and it is far from the direct operation deployment. It may just output a new command by voice, and the situation has changed again. There is also a time difference in the information that the team assists in reporting, and this time difference sometimes it is to decide the outcome of a battle. Professional top esports professional players, such as StarCraft esports players, can often be completed by one person, and there is a team behind to assist in information processing. After a while, Luo Sheng ordered, develop the virtual battlefield as soon as possible, and recruit professional players to rely on it for transformation training. How long can it be completed? It looks like more than a month. Luo Sheng stayed in the virtual battlefield development team for a while and then left. After about 15 minutes, he met with the military's Yang Hongyi. The progress is quite smooth. We have prepared 2 sets of solutions. Luo Sheng looked at Yang Hongyi said one by one. The first is the airborne type, corresponding to the 001 model foldable fixed-wing UAV, 1 empty load 2.8 kilograms, ammunition with a load capacity of 1.5 kilograms and a single manufacturing cost of less than 2,500 yuan. If the airborne platform is shipped with the 20 Magic version, with its load level of more than 60 tons, it can theoretically carry 13,001 type drones to deploy on the battlefield at once. Yang Hongyi also couldn't stop wondering when he heard this number, 13,000 planes. It's really as scary as a locust to appear on the battlefield. Luo Sheng continued, the second type of missile, rockets, cruise missiles, etc., is used as a carrier, similar to the model of a submunition. A large number of drones are loaded inside the missile or rocket, from land-based platforms, sea-based platforms, and air platforms. For the launch of the attack target, before entering the enemy air defense fire network, all the unmanned aerial vehicles carried were ejected, and then launched an offensive penetration into the local area. Luo Sheng added, the 001 and 002 drones are positioned as disposable consumables. Yang Hongyi immediately asked, is there a self-destruction procedure? Luo Sheng shook his head, no. The drone itself does not have much top-secret technology content. The real core technology is the B-Colony Combat System platform and artificial intelligence system. Both of these 2 points are unlikely to be obtained from the drone. The self-destruction procedure is meaningless and only adds additional load. Speaking of which, Luo Sheng added, looking at the other person with a smile, a drone with more than $2,000 is less than 5 kilograms in weight. To put it bluntly, some iron bumps are wrapped in a battery and a chip-integrated circuit board. Communication modules, anti-electromagnetic interference, plus bombs. These modules are impossible. It is impossible to have all kinds of advanced instruments such as radar and electronic warfare equipment like traditional drones, which is also inconsistent with the concept. Yang Hongyi couldn't help laughing, nodded his head in agreement. To say that the most valuable hardware in the drone is probably a chip, but the chip is not necessarily made, and even if it is made, it can't be used, because it also has an algorithm problem. The two models of 001 and 002 drones are fighting for a worthless one, and they are playing with an asymmetrical battle loss ratio, which consumes you. The cost of a Patriot air defense missile is $5 million. Even if a UAF reads 500 of this type of drone, it will be spitting blood. If you want to keep the battle loss ratio flat, it means a Patriot. Only 12,000 such unmanned aerial vehicles can be destroyed by the missile. But is this possible? What is the area of 12,000 drones that are networked in the air? Hundreds of Patriot missiles cannot be prevented. I am afraid that only magic can defeat magic. The drone colony combat platform will change the future. Air combat pattern is not so simple. Ps. I uploaded the concept map of the drone bee colony in the group. Interested children's shoes can be added to the group list. Group number 629,693,065. Chinese website. Please remember the first domain name of this book. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 584. Semiconductor war is going to make waves again. About when will mass production be possible? Yang Hongyi is more attentive to this issue. At present, the military has handed over the military research project of drone bee colony to Luo Sheng. The progress is very satisfactory. Luo Sheng thought for a moment and replied, as far as the drone itself is concerned, mass production is not a big problem. The domestic manufacturing industry is well equipped. The key is the three nodes of the combat system platform, artificial intelligence and chips. Around the end of next year, the military can come to place purchase orders. Yang Hongyi said in surprise, really so fast? Will it be able to supply the military in 2016? Luo Sheng nodded with a smile. It's still a bit slower in the chip. Waiting for the most advanced purple star lithography machine, want to operate the most advanced 9nm AI chip under the Côte d'Azur under the drone, and lift up the power. It is also possible for me to supply TSMC with OEM, but it is very difficult. The high-end chip still has to be localized. At present, the layout of the domestic semiconductor industry chain is becoming more and more perfect. Yang Hongyi, that's great. The situation is great. It is worth mentioning that the ability to deliver drones to the military on the Côte d'Azur does not mean that combat power can be quickly formed next year. If you want to truly build combat power, you can at least get it in 2018 or even 2019. The first one is internal adjustment. After all, this is a brand new air combat mode. Secondly, the UAF needs to be equipped with a platform to exert its combat power. Whether it is a transport aircraft airborne platform, or a rocket, missile and other platforms, the relevant military industry companies need to its R&D facilities. It also takes time to perform the magic reform based on the existing technology. With this done, large-scale equipment applications have to spend time, and the next major issue is repeated testing. The purpose of the test is to obtain the best data to optimize, and finally form a large-scale installation to form combat effectiveness. The best test method is of course actual combat. There is no doubt about it. There is also a good way to deal with this. That is to take the road of exporting foreign trade. The Middle East world is fighting all day long, and the big dogs will definitely like this game method that can be used to fight the war without playing on the battlefield. It is absolutely for the big dogs who are afraid of dead fights. It's the rhythm of buying. Helping to test new equipment can still make money, but why bother the best of both worlds? It didn't take long for Luo Sheng to leave the Côte d'Azur laboratory and come to the CEO's office at the headquarters of the Galaxy City. Yao Jianhong came. Mr. Luo, ASML, a supplier of lithography systems, recently announced that TSMC has ordered 2 mass production NXE 3350 BOV extreme ultraviolet lithography machines, which will be delivered at the end of the year. After hearing this, Luo Sheng asked, "What is the offer?" Yao Jianhong, the specific quotation has not been announced, but it should be said to be close to the level of $100 million. It is understood that the UV extreme ultraviolet lithography machine purchased by Shengjai Power will initially be used for 300 mm wafers and 10 nanometers on 450 mm wafers. In the third quarter of this year, the exposure rate of wafers accumulating on UV technology has reached 600 per day, and if successful, it can reach 1,500 per day next year. Luo Sheng bowed his head for a moment and muttered to himself, although the 10-nanometer process of lifting up power is still in the theoretical research stage, more than a dozen customers have already designed products based on it, involving mobile phone baseband, GPU, server chips, game console processor, FPGA, etc. Yao Jianhong nodded. Yes, it is expected that their customers will complete tape production and trial production by the end of this year, and mass production will be available next year or the following year. 10 nanometers brings a 25% performance improvement over the 16 nanometer FinFET process. 45% power consumption is reduced and 120% gate density is increased. Of course, Luo Sheng can hear the implication, which means that Lanci Semiconductor's FinFET process is not leading, and the breakthrough of extreme ultraviolet lithography technology further extends Moore's law. It also means that the most advanced commercial chip supply is possible at any time. The possibility of being cut off by European and American semiconductor manufacturers. Overseas semiconductor mergers and acquisitions of Huago Semiconductor were rejected many times, and core chips banned the procurement of China. The Chinese people gradually realized that Western countries strongly protect and restrict the universalization of core cutting-edge technology. Technology export restrictions have long existed in the collective agreements of Western powers. The cutting-edge technology is tight-lipped, with a single-line system. Yao Jianhong looked at Luo Sheng and worried, as your 5S processor technology is 10 nanometers, and once the chips of the Côte d'Azur have lost the ability to negotiate, the other party will not be as good as before, and our business progress may usher in uncertainty. Variable Luo Sheng strikes. No, we use the 9-nanometer process of Xixing lithography machine. The Blue Core 8 processor is put on hold. Skip this generation of integrated AI chips into the Blue Core 9 processor. The production capacity of male core electronics, surely we can't keep up. It's okay, let us show our sword first and let our opponents see clearly. We have prepared a spare tire plan for nearly 10 years. We will get the right to negotiate again. The opponent will obediently come and seek cooperation. China, let's rely on Xunxin Electronics to slowly increase its own production capacity. The company has a high profit to maintain, and it will not die for a while. Seeing Luo Sheng so confident, Yao Jianhong had little doubt. Luo Sheng asked, "Oh, how is the research on the preparation of graphene-flexible screens?" As your 5 flagship machine, do not launch without the front camera hidden under the screen. This flagship device must achieve 100% true, meaning full screen on the screen. Yao Jianhong, the research and development of the graphene screen material has made significant progress years after Professor Liu's team joined. The screen will not affect the release of Azure 5, and we are still looking for ways to reduce costs. It's just that it is difficult to reduce costs in the short term. Luo Sheng didn't take it seriously. It's not the key that the cost can't be reduced. It's enough to realize mass production. We can sell it a little more expensive. Yao Jianhong, Mr. Luo, should we go to Semtech to talk about the foundry of 10 nanometers processed chips, and ask them to place an order to test the Western response? If Semtech is blocked by the North American Semiconductor Industry Association, it means that we may. If you can't get the order, the other party will turn your face. Luo Sheng smiled indifferently and said with great certainness, Of course I have to go, and I have to go as soon as possible. I bet that the spare tire plan will not be unveiled, and this friendship boat has been settled. But it must be talked about. www.mentalnovel.com. We hope this is a false alarm, and we also hope to continue to cooperate with Sekimio and other overseas supply chain partners, but this does not prevent us from warning early and creating opportunities. So you place an order to Sekimuro in the name of the Côte d'Azur Board of Directors. After a pause, I thought about Luo Sheng and added, at the same time publicly releasing news to the media. The order is the need for early warning and opportunity creation, and it is also a prerequisite for throwing the pot to the other party. Let us first ask a good gesture and be a courtesy in the first place, so as not to tear the face in the future. We will not take it. At the same time, this action should be fast. It must be reacted in North America and decided to restrict us to talk before, otherwise it will depreciate. After the talk, the other party will regret it again. If we recite it, we have earned enough fame and hearts, and this business is not losing money. Listening to the layout arrangement of Luo Sheng, Yao Jianhong couldn't help but nodded and smiled. It is indeed a profitable business. I will fly to the other side tomorrow and talk about this matter personally with Shengjai. With the cards in hand, you don't panic. Chinese website. Please remember the first domain name of this book, mobile version reading URL, Chapter 585 Mountain Rain is Coming Lift. The headquarters of the company, Dongjiang. The purpose of my coming here is for Azure 5 chip manufacturing. Your company should put our list into the production plan as soon as possible. Both upstream and downstream are looking forward to it. You can't drop it here. Chain. In a small VIP reception room, Yao Jinhong said to Mr. Zhang, who was sitting opposite him. The purpose of personally talking about this matter this time is very simple. One island to place an order in good faith. It is best not to show moths. Everyone who has money makes a profit, and everyone who has a profit divides it together. Yao Jianhong also believes that the accumulation of 9.21% of the shares of Jaeger LeCoultre is also the same. Second, as Luo Sheng said, a gesture is still in the first place. The LA chip designed at the 10 nanometer node is left unused, and 2/3 of the previous R&D had to be floated, which increased the cost of R&D. With the development of semiconductors today, the process has reached the 14 nanometer node, and the manufacturing process after 10 nanometers is becoming more and more difficult, requiring a new generation of semiconductor manufacturing equipment such as UV extreme ultraviolet lithography. That's natural. The Côte d'Azur is not only our company's largest customer partner, but also one of the major shareholders. Supplying your company has always been one of our most important affairs. Our company currently has at least 2 sets of UV light equipment and intends to start the UV process as soon as possible on the 10 nanometer process by the end of next year. President Zhang also replied with a smile on his face. After a while, he said again, however, ASML, a lithography system supplier, is not very optimistic about this. At least it will not be used on a large scale until 2018. Even if the UV process can be started by the end of 2016, it can only be used on small and simple chips in the early stage, such as logic circuits, DRAM and NAND flash memory, etc. Complex SoC processors have to wait. It's not enough for chicken thieves to lift the power. Just a few words to throw the pot clean in advance. The implication is that supplying the Côte d'Azur is of course no problem, but the production capacity may not be able to keep up. You must be mentally prepared, but we will provide full power supply. And also suggest that ASML and the North American Semiconductor Industry Association behind it may be pressure. These words were not clearly stated, but Yao Jianhong naturally heard the truth, and did not complain about the behavior of raising the electricity. People really have difficulties, and it is very clear to carry up the accumulation of electricity. It is true that both sides do not want to offend. If they reject the Côte d'Azur, they will lose their largest customers. Let us say nothing else. The first financial report will have to be greatly reduced because the other party gives OEM fees are indeed higher than their counterparts. In addition, the chip foundry can not only lift the company, Samsung Electronics next door can also do it. Luo Sheng's own male core electronics are also mixed, and there is also a contribution to lift the company. However, the influence of North America cannot be ignored. Many key node technologies that promote TSMC are actually very dependent on related companies in North America. In other words, they are subject to North America. It is not easy to say clearly that there is suffering, but it is really not easy to stand. Yao Jianhong shrugged his shoulders and said, I think it won't hinder the cooperation between us, will we? It's okay to wait a minute, just don't let us wait too long, we won't wait forever. Mr. Jiang also heard what was said, and immediately smiled and said, that's what it is. Mr. Yao is assured that supplying your company after the production capacity is started is the first batch, which is also part of our cooperation agreement. After hearing this, Yao Jianhong got up and said, well, I can rest assured that Jiang Dong said this. The two parties made a few words of courtesy, and in the process, they verbally scolded each other. The old fox ended the seemingly pleasant business negotiation, and Yao Jianhong left. Compared with Yao Jianhong, who knows that he has a purple star lithography machine and a male core electronic guarantee, the difference is that lifting the product is a mixed experience for the maturity of extreme ultraviolet lithography equipment and related technologies. Perhaps worry is the majority. The advent of new technologies and new equipment has broken the previous balance and brought more uncertainties. In the past, major multinational technology companies used technology to constrain each other, and they were able to play together and play happily. But the future may not be the same. But the relationship between Luo Sheng and the Americans does not deal with it. Everyone on Earth knows that the contradiction and grievances between the two sides are not clear in 2 words, and it is not in their own interest to raise the accumulated power no matter which side is offended. Said it was a role of splinting. The data shows that the R&D investment of the latest generation of mobile terminal flagship products of the Azure Coast Group has exceeded US $17.2 billion, which is the largest investment in product development in previous generations. Its chip product design also uses a 10 nanometers process node. The North American Semiconductor Industry Association and the North American Ministry of Commerce gathered together. John said, the breakthrough of UV lithography technology has broken the old technical balance, and the other party does not have much bargaining chips. Luo Sheng spared no effort to build the whole industry chain of domestic semiconductors. It is impossible to hide from outsiders. After all, the action is too big. If you want to investigate, you will be able to find his mind. In the past, Europeans and Americans knew that the attitude was to read jokes, thinking that Luo Sheng was not self-confident, and that his heart was higher than the sky. But with the passage of time, I found that the situation was a bit wrong. The script did not follow their line of thought. Although there were no explosions and major breakthroughs, Luo Sheng's spirit of death was also a bit virtual, almost 10. Over the past year, more than $100 billion have been rushed in. This is just an investment in the supply chain, and has not counted the R&D investment of the Côte d'Azur. Such a lifeless Krypton, even a pig can make Krypton famous, plus Luo Sheng's various miracles in the past 10 years. If he is really out of it, he can play big hair. This is something that the North American semiconductor industry absolutely allows to happen. The current pattern is broken. For Lam, the shackles are gone, and there is not much concern about punching. I heard that a few days ago, people on the Côte d'Azur were approached to lift up the power reserve. In the conference room, the head of the ASML displayed on a video conference screen replied, "You can confirm that the news is true. You can carry the 2 sets of UV lithography equipment and you will also be disclosed to me." The L8 CPU flagship chip at the Coast's 10 nanometer node, and the 10 nanometer capacity raised in 2016 will be all given to the L8 chip on the Côte d'Azur, at least so in the production plan. John, the head of the North American Semiconductor Industry Association, asked, if we intervene to promote the cooperation between TSMC and the Côte d'Azur, will the Côte d'Azur choose to seek Samsung Electronics OEM? The people present did not forget that the Côte d'Azur also has a key core screen technology that Samsung Electronics cannot circumvent. Secondly, Samsung Electronics has also benefited greatly in the supply chain of the Côte d'Azur from memory and screen, a huge source of income. Samsung is actually reluctant to make trouble with the Côte d'Azur, because it does not have any advantages for them, let alone lose money. The person in charge of the North American Department of Commerce said coldly, no matter how many interests there are, the sanctuary of the Côte d'Azur will never change. The intelligence reality is that the Côte d'Azur is seeking to enter the military industry, although there is no clear and specific adjustment which field is involved, but this is enough, and the hematopoietic closed loop on the Côte d'Azur must be broken. The model of the Côte d'Azur is very simple. Through high-profit transfusion of R&D to emerging technologies can feed enterprises to obtain higher profits. And it is precisely the global business that contributes to the Côte d'Azur. Especially 80% of the profits in the smartphone field are the cost is harvested. The big reason for this is that there is no listing, and the impact of capital on this company is minimized. As long as the closed-loop model of the Côte d'Azur is disrupted and no high profits can be made, there is no money for technology research and development. This is the simplest and most effective way. It is not difficult to get the power up. Samsung Group's majority of the shares actually belong to Wall Street, but the control is still owned by the Samsung family, and Wall Street will not interfere much. But it does not mean that there is no way to make Samsung succumb. You are reading www. Samsung Empire can be so powerful. Its own technical heritage is one aspect, but more importantly, North America is very forgiving to allow Samsung to actively expand global business and have a global market. As long as it kills Samsung's global business market, it can't jump. Although other international supply chain manufacturers on the Côte d'Azur are also unwilling, and even more than half of the members of the North American Semiconductor Industry Association may be unwilling, but it does not matter, they have to implement the laws and regulations. In a sense, Liu Sheng's plan to build a domestic semiconductor industry chain is also a threat to them in the long run. John looked at the head of the North American Department of Commerce and asked, what are you planning to find? Oh, there is already a reason. It is the cause of threatening the national security of the United States by dabbling in military industries on the Côte d'Azur. Chinese website. Please remember the first domain name of this book, mobile version reading URL, chapter 586. Only the most powerful ability can be used. Pengqing, Jingchuang Technology Headquarters. Everyone, our company has high hopes from Archbishop Liu Sheng of the old club. President Liu just called me personally and said that the domestic EDA software is the best we can fight at present. This is the biggest praise to us. Li Donghai, the founder of Jingchuang Technology, said to everyone at the meeting at this moment, the so-called spring breezes at this time. In the EDA industrial software segment, Shengfeng Capital 6 years ago also invested in more than a dozen EDA software-focused companies such as Huadejushan, and Jingchuang Technology was established 6 years ago and obtained the angel round of Shengfeng Capital financing. Prior to this, the industry of industrial software can be said to be unaffected by grandma and unloved. Over the past year, the entire industry did not inject hundreds of millions of capital, but the admission of Shengfeng Capital changed this situation. It can be said that Liu Sheng changed the domestic industrial software by himself. In the past 6 years, Jingchuang Technology, under the continuous blood transfusion of Shengfeng Capital, can be said to be the most promising domestic EDA software research and development company. Li Donghai said excitedly, Just after talking with President Luo, he decided to give us the EDA software for the front-end design of the Azure 5 chip. The remuneration is 2 billion. This is not financing, but an order, and of course one kind of support. The co-founder at the meeting said in amazement, "Lao Li, you mean the Azure 5 front-end design is handed over to us?" This Mr. Luo trusts us so much. We don't have a decent product yet, in case it gets messed up. Li Donghai said, "I just asked Mr. Luo about the meaning just now, and his answer was, let go and do everything, but he also said that it may not really be used, just as a bottom-up plan for the spare tire link. Speaking of which, Li Donghai looked at the crowd and said, "But brothers, are we willing to be a spare tire? Don't we want to get right? Don't we want to be fully recognized by the big brother?" That's to say, who wants to be a spare tire, must be right. Yes, get it right. At this moment, it can be described as a group of emotions. These entrepreneurs have been dormant for 6 years. They are fighting to create their own domestic EDA industrial software. They have worked hard for this goal for more than 2,000 days and nights, in order to one day be able to blockbuster. Why industrial software is so difficult to nibble? Li Donghai. They have long figured out how to use a picture to express the 4 technical maps. There are 3 hard bones that are the most difficult to bite in industrial software, namely CAD, Key and EDA. There are many small bones interspersed between large bones, such as CAM, topology optimization, engineering database and so on. The 3 hard bones of industrial software are the masters of human basic disciplines and engineering knowledge. Although it supports the entire industrial system, its market share is pitiful, and its existence cannot be found without a microscope, so domestic capital is not interested in it. However, its own composition is daunting: mathematical, physics, computer and engineering experience. No industrial product with such a negligible output value needs such a long life trajectory. Starting from the mathematical equations of the university, after a long physical mechanism of smelting, computer science and technology extraction, and finally must be quenched by engineering knowledge before it can become a mature and usable industrial software product. An enterprise can't get it without 10 or 20 years of effort. It is difficult to imagine the breakthrough of domestic EDA software, but the young startup of Jingchuang Technology has achieved great results. Luo Sheng thought that Huada Chushan would lead in the EDA field, but did not expect to become a loss. Goods. In fact, Luo Sheng did not put much energy into the company of Jingchuang Technology, but just fed these men and women in science and technology, continuously transfused them for capital, to ensure that they did not worry about funding, and then basically the state of stocking. Not only in the field of EDA industrial software, in the past 6 years, several other key technical links of the domestic semiconductor supply chain have made great progress. Under that huge capital of capital, the strategy of Guingzi.com, although most of them are, it is moon-losing, and there are also frauds, but there are always 1 or 2 companies like Jingchuang Technology standing out. For Luo Sheng, those who lost money and defrauded him were all secondary. Supporting the domestic semiconductor industry chain was a victory. Early on November 13, the Côte d'Azur laboratory. After 5 minutes, the electromagnetic environment interference test will begin. An empty indoor test site. Dozens of engineers and Luo Sheng are present. At the moment, the prototype of the 001 fixed-wing UAF is being tested. The UAF itself does not require too much technical content, and even about 30%. The technology is actually authorized by DJI. Of course, DJI's commercial drones are dominated by rotors. The manufacturing of drones is mass production on the assembly line. The Côte d'Azur will not build the production line itself, but outsource it. Yes, it is handed over to some relevant OEM companies in Guangxing to complete the order. Just give them the order. Capable. The Côte d'Azur is responsible for the final assembly. The core technology lies in the artificial intelligence drone swarm combat system platform, followed by communication, plus semiconductor related. After a while, and King-Su came here. She looked around and quickly locked a figure in the crowd near the laboratory console. The other person was wearing working goggles and holding an ear tablet in her hand for data analysis. This man was Luo Sheng, and King-Su quickly hurried away in a small step. Mr. Luo, I have something to report to you. Is it convenient now? Only in private. King-Su, my paper will be commensurate with Roger. Luo Sheng put the tablet aside and said, Lin, you are responsible for the following test. A copy of the result is sent to my private server. No problem, boss. After Luo Sheng walked away, King-Su Mizi also followed, and the two came to a corner. Just say it here. What is it? Luo Sheng glanced at King-Su my paper and looked at the fixed UAF prototype hovering at the center of the test site, and King-Su immediately said, in the evening of November 12th, according to media-quoted supply chain news, North American semiconductor equipment manufacturers such as Lam, Amat and other companies issued a letter requesting China's domestic enterprises engaged in military-civilian integration or integrated circuits without military supplies. The company named Xunxin Electronics, Huixin International, Huaong Semiconductor, Lancy Semiconductor, and the Cote d'Azur Coast. It is not allowed to use North American manufacturers' semiconductor equipment to manufacture military integrated circuits, and the infinite traceability mechanism is in effect. This means that the named companies that purchase North American semiconductor equipment cannot be used by the military in any way, nor can they use these devices to produce military integrated circuits for the military. Even if they produce some civilian integrated circuits that may be used for military purposes and cannot be used by the military, otherwise the consequences may be serious. Luo Sheng heard this news and did not raise much waves. The only thing that surprised him was that he did not expect that Lam found himself entering the military industry so quickly. Unexpectedly, it is also reasonable. The other party's intelligence system is not dry. But the other party only knows that Luo Sheng has entered the field of military industry, and the specific project he receives is not known to Lam. The counterintelligence capability of China, it's not for dry food. What does this so-called infinite tracing mean? Have you understood it yet? Luo Sheng asked and King-Su, and he didn't really understand it. And King-Su replied, unlimited traceability, I know it specifically. It should mean that regardless of whether companies such as Lancy Semiconductor, Xunxin Electronics, and the Cote d'Azur Coast are aware of it, as long as you use North American semiconductor equipment including industrial software and other equipment to produce chips, the military will eventually use them. It's just to hold accountable, and possibly all middle-tier vendors. The so-called blame is punishment. And the punishment is nothing more than cutting off the equipment supply, upgrading, and fines. These attacks are enough for enterprises. Luo Sheng involuntarily spread his hands and said, that is to say, for example, some high-end chips from some North American chip manufacturers are prohibited from being sold to companies with military backgrounds, so they will give customers a background before selling. Investigate. There is no problem to cooperate. If the chip is bent through a series of channels without the knowledge of customer A, and finally reaches the military or is used in military products, then it should not be used responsible. But if it is infinite traceability, then it needs to be responsible. And King-Su didn't know whether Luo Sheng was talking to herself or herself, but she couldn't say anything about it, because she didn't know. She couldn't afford this responsibility. And she simply didn't hear it. Luo Sheng was indeed talking to himself, and immediately snapped his fingers, smiling like a smile, bold and beautiful, not only rogue and domineering. It seems to be aimed at me, but in fact it is also aimed at me, but the strategy is to combat the middle link manufacturers. They are not as good as I can carry them, but they are quick and accurate, and their shots are deeply crucial. North America uses this trick. And the related middle-tier manufacturers are definitely not good, because they already have cooperation with the Cote d'Azur. For these middle-tier manufacturers, they don't say that they will pay fines directly to the old ones. In the United States, it is very difficult to survive if you cut off your client partners, especially the manufacturers with the majority of overseas clients. And King Su could not help but ask, "Brother, what should we do?" Luo Sheng glanced at King Sui my paper and smiled easily, said, "It can only bring out my most powerful ability." King Sui my paper, the most powerful ability? What ability? Luo Sheng, banknote ability. King Sui my paper, superpower. Luo Sheng, the ability of banknotes is referred to as the ability of banknotes. King Sui my paper. Chinese website. Please remember the first domain name of this book. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 587. In recent years we have made great progress as the major media cited reports one after another. After the news fermented to expand the area of spread, it immediately aroused the indignation of the whole people. Lam is really overbearing. Whether he violates the rules depends on his mouth. The fists are hard, and there is the cost of playing rogues. That is to say, if civilian products with old US technology are used by the military, or if they provide services to the military through civilian products containing old US technology, is it considered a so-called illegal military? Yes. Fuck. Really shameless. An enterprise can understand the end use of its direct customers for its products, but he simply cannot understand and control whether customers will eventually use the products. This range is larger. For example, the repair shop accidentally repaired a military vehicle with an old wrench, which violated the rules. I don't know what's going on in the field of domestic semiconductor equipment. It is almost impossible for mainland wafer foundries to avoid the world's first and fourth largest semiconductor equipment giants. It seems that Xunxin Electronics and other mainland wafer foundries have not issued a statement. At the same time, the old US and the United States have upgraded their export control measures. The news said that they will be officially implemented on December 29. Follow North American directives. I hope that the Archbishop can further accelerate the autonomy and control of the semiconductor equipment and semiconductor key materials upstream of the domestic semiconductor industry chain. You can always believe the magical Luo Sheng effect. 2333. Affected by this bad news, the stock market reaction was also the most direct. The bigger growth enterprise index pointed to a sharp decline in the opening, led by semiconductor-related declines. On November 15, Luo Sheng's private office in the Science and Technology Complex building. Roger, the semiconductor joint meeting has been arranged properly, and the invitation letters sent out have received a positive response, indicating that the meeting will come to the meeting. This is a confirmed list. And King Su handed the list he brought to Luo Sheng, who took it over at a glance, looked at the detailed list above, and couldn't help feeling, the face of the world hegemony is still quite big, and the people in the industry who are engaged in one news are panicked. In fact, Lau Mei's move, the original North American semiconductor equipment manufacturers have signed an agreement with the relevant domestic semiconductor manufacturers, does not allow military, and now launched the so-called ID semiconductor infinite traceability mechanism. But the problem is that even the manufacturers themselves have difficulty in tracing the end use of all products, not to mention how the equipment manufacturers have traced it. Can you add GPS positioning to the chip? To put it bluntly, I am the boss. I have the final say, in favor of valid, against invalid. 2 days later, on the early morning of November 17, the heads of domestic semiconductor-related manufacturers arrived at the headquarters of the Côte d'Azur. Today, a temporary semiconductor contact meeting will be held at the headquarters of the Galaxy City. More than 600 related semiconductor manufacturers attended the meeting, including many emerging semiconductor equipment manufacturers supported by Sheng through Shengfeng Capital in recent years, which basically covered the main equipment of semiconductor front-end manufacturing, including atomic layer deposition, physical vapor deposition, chemical vapor deposition, etching, ion implantation, rapid heat treatment, chemical mechanical polishing, electroplating, measurement and wafer monitoring equipment, etc. Today's interim joint meeting, It can be said that all the participants in the domestic semiconductor industry have come in the number one. And it is not enough to say that it accounts for the majority of the entire industry. Most of them are newly emerging semiconductor-related manufacturers. These new faces are very dynamic and have a common feature. They are all supported by Shengfeng Capital S investment. And many companies have spent because of the financing of Shengfeng Capital. If it is difficult, otherwise it can only close down or face the road of being forced to give up self-research. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second. The venue of the meeting was a medium-sized circular conference hall. A large round table in the middle could seat more than 20 people. The seats here must be enjoyed by leading companies in the industry. The gatekeeper Liu Yixuan is one of the few female heads present, and Xunxin Electronics is the leading brand in domestic wafer foundry, and there is no stronger than it. The other participants were seated in outer ring seats. At the moment, the leaders of the conference hall were discussing in private. Noisy whispers filled the entire conference hall. The number of participants at this meeting exceeded 1,000, except for the presence of the leaders of the major semiconductor manufacturers. Big vendors also sent their own technical consultants or chief technology officers to come directly. Although it was a closed-door meeting, so many people obviously did not intend to hide it. On the contrary, this was the beginning of Liangjian. Some things are impossible to avoid. After about 3 or 4 minutes, Liu Osheng walked in from the entrance of the conference door. At this moment, everyone who participated in the joint meeting was here, waiting for Liu Osheng. Everyone watched him appear in the conference hall, and the noise of noisy whispering discussion gradually disappeared, and they turned their attention to the legendary business and technology leader. Most of the people present attended the Liu Osheng meeting for the first time. Compared with other CEOs who wear serious suits, dresses, and formal dresses, the difference is that Liu Osheng still wears casually. Even if the real is casual on a formal occasion, no one thinks that it is inappropriate. Even think of it as a success story. Gangsters really like this. Under everyone's attention, Liu Osheng walked to the round table in the ring and sat down at the vacant chief position. There was a vacant position beside him, and King Su was seated as his assistant to assist him in his work. After a while, Liu Osheng tested the microphone fixed on the conference table, and then said, "Okay, I won't say much if the courtesy opens. Let's get started." And King Su, who was sitting next to him, quickly sorted the documents and handed a document to Liu Osheng's reluctance. The latter turned his head down and looked at it, then looked up at everyone and said, "Recent news has caused panic within the industry, but personally feel a little overreacted. The so-called infinite traceability mechanism, I think the meaning of form is greater than the actual meaning. It is understandable that North American semiconductor manufacturers must follow the requirements of the North American authorities. For these North American manufacturers, the Greater China market should also be one of the most important and fastest growing markets in the world." However, this incident also sounded the alarm of independent controllability of semiconductors for the entire domestic semiconductor industry. The recent focus of the stock market on hardware technology, we believe that independent controllability will deduce the long-term value of the semiconductor industry. The theme of today's meeting is to, from top to bottom, sort out the entire domestic semiconductor industry chain, including equipment, materials, manufacturing, design and other industrial chain links, the domestic and international technological gaps and the degree of independent controllability. After talking, Liu Osheng turned to look at An King Su, and she immediately understood the meaning, and the manuscript was already ready. After a while, the quiet conference hall sounded in King Su's voice. Overall, the status quo of the domestic integrated circuit industry chain has made a qualitative leap compared to 6 years ago. Perhaps you are not aware of the huge progress made in the domestic integrated circuit business in recent years. This progress is different from the previous local progress. It's overall progress. Participants who heard these words were curious, doubtful, and smiled. There are not many people who know the real status of the domestic semiconductor industry chain, because the major links ultimately lead to Shengfeng Capital. In other words, Luo Sheng knows the true status of the entire industry, but most people do not know. A small number of people only know part of the status quo, just the tip of the iceberg. For example, most of the manufacturers present did not know about the Purple Star lithography machine, which shows that the security measures are still in place. And King Su looked at the manuscript in his hand and continued. The overall localization level was low 6 years ago, and the gap between lithography machines and overseas equipment vendors was large. 6 years later, the main semiconductor equipment categories have been covered. 6 years ago, high-end materials were highly monopolized by overseas giants, and the gap between photoresist and world-class technology was large. 6 years later, materials such as target materials and CMP were mass-produced, and silicon wafers were supplied in small quantities. 6 years ago, there was a mismatch between the capacity end and the design end demand, and there was a big gap between the manufacturing end and the old major manufacturers such as ZJC. 6 years later, the 14-nanometer capacity deployment, the 12-nanometer customer introduction, the 10-nanometer product design, and the Xunxin Electronics factory. The process is accelerating and the production capacity is released soon. 6 years ago, the chip architecture relied on overseas licensing, and EDA software was monopolized by 3 major overseas manufacturers. 6 years later, Lancy Semiconductor's design capability reached 9 nanometers, and the process represented by Jingchuang Technology. The rapid development of EDA industrial software, Lancy Semiconductors are among the top 15 in the world of EC design. Everyone in the seat drawer has a detailed report on the panoramic view of the domestic integrated circuit industry. www.intelnovel.com. After a brief report by An King Su, the participants sat down again, and the participants opened their meeting tables curiously. In the drawer, there were dozens of pages of reports. After a brief overview, everyone was shocked, and King Su just gave a brief summary before it was enough to surprise. Unconsciously, the industry has reached this level. Luo Sheng smiled and said to everyone, "Old and beautiful are anxious," which just proves the unprecedented progress of the domestic integrated circuit business. The death knack of Shengfeng Capital has also greatly accelerated the process. I spent so much energy and investment, the funds are counted in trillions of yuan. If you have been working silently for so many years and you haven't got any results, you can hit the wall with one head. Chinese website. Please remember the first domain name of this book. Mobile version reading URL, Chapter 588. Technology war has started over the past 6 years. Luo Sheng's astronomical figures in the domestic semiconductor industry chain are not enough to describe its exaggeration, and the development of lithography equipment alone has invested more than $100 billion. The assets of Shengfeng Capital exceed RMB 3 trillion. And most of the fixed assets are invested in the field of integrated circuits. It is no exaggeration to say that it is forcibly supporting a high-end industry on its own towards a self-controllable road. Of course, the support of all parties is also indispensable, especially the support of the state. In the end, a CEO of a semiconductor equipment manufacturer at the meeting knocked on his microphone and said, "Mr. Luo, the industry prospect is certainly gratifying, but the dilemma is the top priority. You can resist the blow of the old beauty. This is no problem. I firmly believe that. But our little brothers do not have such a strong resistance to attack, especially because our company is extremely dependent on North American equipment vendors, cut off the source of income, cut off equipment upgrades, and lose customers. The company can only maintain for about 3 months. There must be a crisis in the capital chain." CEOs who had difficulties in this area nodded. Most companies are like this. It is already very good to be able to maintain the capital operation for more than 3 months. Someone opened the conversation and whispered to each other. At this time, another person said, Shortly after the stock disaster, the capital market financing has been difficult, and it is difficult to find a bank. It was really one person who complained, and 1,000 people responded. Luo Sheng put his hands on the table, his fingers interlocked, listening to the friends and business partners knocking down the bitter water, and could not help raising his mouth to show a smile. After a while, the CEOs of the semiconductor manufacturers who attended the meeting all heard his relaxed laughter. "I'm aware of the difficulties you have. So, another important purpose of this joint meeting is to help you solve the difficulties." "What do you mean?" The people looked at each other and saw each other's eyes full of doubts as they did. "Solving the difficulties of one or two people will not doubt that Luo Sheng has this ability. The funds required to solve the difficulties of hundreds of supply chain partners at the same time are astronomical." At the same time, Luo Sheng still smiled and added after a while, "The Cote d'Azur will prepare a special fund pool of US $175 billion, with an average of US $58 billion per year, to provide financing for companies related to semiconductor manufacturers affected by the infinite traceability mechanism. The loan service means that all of you here do not have to worry about the company's failure to survive and starve to death within the next 3 years." Luo Sheng's voice echoed in the ears of every participant. When they heard this, they only felt their heads buzz. Everyone was petrified, and they were speechless. $175 billion US dollars. Converted into RMB at about 1 trillion yuan at the current exchange rate. After everyone came back, there was a cry of exclamation in the conference hall like a fry pan, followed by constant private talk. This news should not be too shocking for them. Is it really a matter of using one's own strength to act as a money-burning industry? There has never been such a precedent in history. Everyone wondered if Luo Sheng was joking with them after the reaction. The head of Huang Semiconductor watched Luo Sheng couldn't help but say, "Mr. Luo, don't mind if you say something offensive." According to the report of the third-party organization, should your company's cash reserves currently hover in the range of $100 billion US dollars, how is it possible for your company to provide $175 billion in borrowing funds for the entire industry? Everyone else nodded their heads when they heard it. And there was still a lot of private talk. Everyone is an enterprise. This is a huge amount of capital. Even with the addition of Blue Star Technology and Shengfeng Capital, it is impossible to bring such a large amount of liquidity. Moreover, the people present also understand that Luo Sheng's own business operations, the expenditure is also an astronomical figure. Now that this is happening, Luo Sheng's corporate income will certainly be affected again. Not to mention the latest financial report disclosed by Blue Star Technology, Shengfeng Capital also borrowed a huge amount of money from Blue Star Technology in order to support the market. In the face of doubts from friends and business partners, Luo Sheng said calmly, "You don't need to worry about the source of funds. Since I explained it to you, I have the money to lend to you. This is not a verbal commitment and can be written in the terms of the agreement. Of course, interest is still charged." Everyone heard the last sentence of the last sentence and couldn't help but laugh. But in fact they heard the rhythm of their hearts stunned. What kind of fairy meeting did they participate in? Where did he get so much money? Mr. Luo, take the liberty to ask whether the state provides financial support behind the scenes? Someone could not help asking. Other people suddenly looked at each other and suddenly felt that this is likely to be indirectly supported by the state through Luo Sheng's hand. In addition, they really can't understand Luo Sheng's so much money from there. Sili wants to be supported only by national support. After all, a third of Shengfeng Capital's shares are derived from the State-owned Assets Management Office. This is an open fact. In other words, the country does not directly support the semiconductor industry chain, but it has past indirect means are supporting. But after seeing Luo Sheng shaking his head to deny, everyone was shocked again. Not the national team. Does it come out of nowhere? It was incredible. Luo Sheng smiled indifferently. I also want to find a country to reach out and ask for money, but the country does not have so much money to allocate to me. I can find a country if there are difficulties, but fortunately, I can solve this matter. and I can do it from somewhere else. Here is the money. Everyone. The head of Huarong Semiconductor immediately asked, "What is the interest rate for borrowing?" Luo Sheng sells the mysterious secrets of Guanzishan, so he doesn't ask too much. As the leader of contemporary global business and technology, the reputation of the world's richest man is guaranteed. In business negotiations, Luo Sheng expressed his willingness to provide $175 billion in special funds to support everyone for 3 years of capital guarantee, but this money was not given in vain, and not only had to pay the corresponding interest. In fact, this is also a major choice for the semiconductor manufacturers present. Choosing to continue to follow Luo Sheng means offending the old beauty, meaning that their name is on the other's small black book. If you don't follow Luo Sheng, today's meeting will have nothing to do with whatever happens, and it will also be marginalized. Everyone knows that Luo Sheng will not allow 25 or so to jump around at such a large price. If he puts the treasure on Luo Sheng, it will be filled in the future. You need to know that the import quota of the semiconductor industry in the Greater China region exceeds $300 billion each year. This is a piece of cake. It is needless to say too much. If domestic semiconductors can kill a blood, it means that even if you are guarding the Greater China market to support, but it is both fame and fortune. Luo Sheng said in an orderly manner, according to the current lending market, the intercompany lending rate is generally between 10% and 24%. The lending rate is determined to be 11.52%. The scale of the enterprise lending funds depends on the business. The scale is determined, but as long as the companies affected by the infinite traceability mechanism follow me firmly, they will borrow at least 750 million yuan from me every year within the next 3 years. This is the guaranteed amount. The borrowing rate is generally determined according to the supply and demand of funds in the borrowing market. With the development of the diversification of the market economy, there are also borrowing behaviors among enterprises. The borrowing behavior is mainly negotiated by both parties as equal subjects. Both sides decide. Hearing that there is a guarantee, the CEOs present were as if they were taking a pill. If the evaluation is determined, and the old beauty will be turned over at that time, if you don't lend you money, you will die. Having a guaranteed floor is equivalent to some worries. When Luo Sheng reported 750 million guaranteed loans every year, some people who were prepared to follow Luo Sheng all the way but were a little worried were more at ease. This figure fully shows that Luo Sheng has a full understanding of the current status of major companies in the industry. 750 million yuan may not be able to loosen funds, but it is no problem to survive to maintain business operations. The contact meeting lasted for about an hour and a half before it ended, and all the major semiconductor manufacturers who attended the meeting also left. When they walked out of the gate of the headquarters of the Galaxy City, there was already a large army of media reporters waiting outside for a long time. This meeting could not be concealed, and the media had long received the news. To put it eloquently, this time Luo Sheng is equivalent to publishing a hero post as the leader of the martial arts industry in the domestic integrated circuit industry. At this moment, when many friends and business partners left in 2s and 3s, they also chatted with interest while walking. This trip is really worthwhile. Zhong Luo's handwriting really refreshed my knowledge time and time again, subverting common sense. I still want to break my head and can't understand where his money came from. Wait and wait. At least the Luo Sheng effect is still strong. I'm not afraid of your joke, President Liu. I originally wanted to retreat this time, but President Liu gave too many promises. Haha, what you said is really not like a human word, but it's expensive. A special vehicle drove out of the headquarters of the Star City, and some managers were directly surrounded by the army of reporters. This thing Luo Sheng had no intention of concealing, and it was impossible for more than 1,000 people to conceal it. As the heads of some semiconductor manufacturers were interviewed by some media, the contents of the interim joint meeting were also exposed one after another, and they were listed on the headlines of major media. All of a sudden, The parties were dumbfounded. The big A market responded immediately. Technology stocks took off directly during intraday trading. The semiconductor industry led the surge, soaring to more than 8 points, driving the broad market index to strengthen all the way, and all the previous declines rose back. The content of the temporary joint meeting was spread all over the world as soon as possible. Foreign news agency quoted the news report overnight and spread it to Europe and the United States. Everyone with a discerning eye can see that the unlimited retrospective mechanism that Lam has engaged in this incident is that Xiangzhuang Mujian is intended for Pei Gong. What actually hit was the plans for the entire industry chain of domestic semiconductors on the French Riviera and Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng now responded and played cards. Still tough as always, just heading straight ahead. More and more people have a strong hunch that the technology world will not be calm in the coming days. A technology war has already begun. People realize that no matter how the outcome of this technological war will lead to that situation, the current pattern of the integrated circuit industry will usher in a major change that will affect the lives of thousands of people, and now witness history in person. For the insiders, they also realized that this was not only a major turmoil in the industry, but also brought a new challenge and a great opportunity. Chinese website. Please remember the first domain name of this book. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 589 was swallowed and amending to apply for lifting the ban. Wall Street. Multiple capital predators and interest communities gathered at Goldman Sachs headquarters. An analyst at Morgan Stanley said, Lansing Technology, Cote d'Azur, as your pure electric vehicle, Shengfeng Capital, Luo Sheng's funds flow in these four major sectors. In fact, they have at least 6 times leverage. Although the leverage ratio is not high, the base is huge, and most of the funds are set in the stock market. Goldman Sachs executive Paul Watson added, Luo Sheng seems to be well funded and still has hundreds of billions of dollars of liquidity, but it is actually fragile, and he still lacks money compared to his ability to spend money. This time he once again allocated $175 billion of special funds for corporate borrowing, and attempted to force the continued life of the Chinese semiconductor industry with one person, which amplified the risk of leverage. Obviously, Wall Street's analysis is very accurate. Once Luo Sheng's layout falls into the crisis of the capital chain, it will lead to consequences that will be ignored. If you choose to maintain the stability of the financial stock market, you must bind liquidity to the stock market. If you choose industrial semiconductors, you can only let Shengfeng Capital unwind from the stock market. But the consequences are very likely to lead to a big stock market outbreak in 2016. Or even a meltdown. I have to say that the Goldman Sachs Group used to be Luo Sheng's hardcore buddy. They have been strong all the way, but now it seems that this so-called is like that in the face of interests. Don't neglect the government behind it. They can't allow the Cote d'Azur to go bankrupt and go bankrupt. This $175 billion is most likely to be supported by China. Analysts at Morgan Stanley shook their heads in denial when they heard this, and said unwaveringly, it's impossible. China can't provide more than 1 trillion yuan of special fund support for the semiconductor industry. They didn't with so much money. Unless the gate is open to print money, the inflation rate will expand rapidly, bringing more economic problems and uncertainties. We all know that the authorities on the other side of the ocean value a stable word most. The people present could not help but nodded again and again. It really makes sense. The inflation rate in China is no longer low. If you continue to send money to print money, it will definitely do more harm than good. On the ability to print money, the entire planet cannot match the Fed. Large-scale printing of US dollars can collect mint taxes globally because the world economy is kidnapped and the world shares financial risks for it. But the RMB does not have this advantage. I will cause the domestic economy to get worse and worse, and eventually money will flow into the housing market. You want money here in semiconductors, and other industries will also clamor for money. and in case of inconsistency, open the gate to release water. This kind of operation is addictive. It will not be as simple as printing 1 trillion yuan. The head of Goldman Sachs directly asked, "Where does this Luo Sheng come from?" Another analyst at the meeting said, "If you exclude the option of supporting funds from Huaguozing, his biggest reliance will be on the business of the Côte d'Azur and Blue Star Technology, especially the Côte d'Azur company, whose revenue reached 2,500 last year for more than $100 million. As long as the income of the two companies is maintained, it can ensure that the flow of funds will not be affected." After all, according to the exposed news, the $175 billion was not taken out at once, but divided into 3 years. If the companies under Luo Sheng maintain a high-speed growth performance level in these 3 years, in theory this is completely okay. Wow seems to have found a breakthrough point. As long as his business is blocked, the source of income is cut off, or a substantial decline, his huge business technology empire will appear to be malfunctioning. At that time, he will face a dilemma of choice, but either choice is very bad, because it must be to choose between finance and entity. The waved party will be hit hard. Wall Street's interest groups soon reached a consensus. The result they wanted was actually very simple: muddying the water and putting Luo Sheng's enterprise into a crisis, preferably a crash crisis. In this way, capital has the opportunity to enter the market for harvesting. You must know that Luo Sheng's enterprises, including related industry chains, are high-quality assets, and Wall Street is not good. According to the idea of Wall Street, the best situation is to force Luo Sheng to list the Côte d'Azur. This is a big crisis. To put it bluntly, it is a problem of lack of money. Wall Street has money, and the IPO will do. As long as the Côte d'Azur is listed, Wall Street does not mind. Luo Sheng broke the IPO record set by the Azure Pure electric car for the 3rd time. As for the whole industry chain of domestic semiconductors created by Luo Sheng, Wall Street does not care at all. That is the matter of North American authorities. For Wall Street, this is nothing more than a chess piece they use. After internal consensus was reached, Wall Street interest groups immediately began lobbying the White House, and the starting point was precisely the whole domestic industrial chain of domestic semiconductors that Luo Sheng wanted to build, rendering the other party vainly trying to occupy the commanding heights of technology. This point, no matter whether Wall Street really cares about the future of the United States, but the starting point is consistent with the North American authorities. That's enough. In the early morning news, the North American Ministry of Commerce announced a new regulation that could be called fully fired, that is, amending export control regulations to restrict foreign companies that use North American chip manufacturing equipment manufacturers to supply chips to affiliated companies such as the Côte d'Azur or Lancy Semiconductor. The reason is that the Côte d'Azur was found to have a military background, which endangered the national security of the United States. At the same time, the temporary license of the Côte d'Azur and Blue Star in North America is clearly not extended. In short, it is to let these two companies roll out of North America. The direct firepower in North America is completely open to the outside world, but it is also reasonable. Cancelled the first time, it is impossible to cancel the second time, otherwise the American overlord's prestige will sweep the floor, and the soft power will be greatly reduced. What's more, the real benefits are indeed damaged. Major media are overwhelmingly reporting this series of hot news. When an unprecedented technological war has entered into the new century, netizens at home and abroad have discussed this matter. Domestic forum: it's true that we are witnessing history every 3 to 5. The development of science and technology is related to the resurgence and rise of the country. Giving up fantasies, and being independent of science and technology, Does it mean that Lam also has to build a wall to separate the Blue Star Technology family bucket? Really long seeing series. Most netizens from the old and the beautiful will need to go online scientifically in the future. I don't believe that they can leave the video network and music space. This world is too crazy and magical. The rhythm of true gods fighting mortals. Reddit forum. Damn. Is Blue Star really going to evacuate? I think it should be. As your smartphones are also included, and the latest models may not be available in the future. Steam will be affected. Valve seems to be also a subsidiary of Blue Star Technology. OMG. It should not be. Valve has been operating independently. Just merge the financial statements with the parent company Blue Star Technology. Your game on the Steam platform will not be impossible to play. What about the host? This is from the Côte d'Azur. A new round of promotional activities on the Steam platform has started again, but without the Blue Star Technology to the traffic entrance, it is not good news for Valve's performance. And just after this news was confirmed, the assets of Robert Murdoch's News Corporation increased greatly, and its growth point came from its subsidiary MySpace, which is the world's second largest social networking site. It was established in September 2003. It is an interactive platform that integrates friends, personal information sharing, instant messaging and other functions. MySpace is a product of Silicon Valley entrepreneurs imitating Blue Star Technology. It was acquired by the parent group of North American Fox Broadcasting Corporation and other media companies in July 2005 for US $580 million. The current market value has reached US $41.8 billion. Rise. The market value of this North American internet company is not surprising. Once Blue Star Technology left the North American market, it is great news for MySpace. It has been rubbed on the ground by Blue Star Technology for 12 consecutive years. MySpace currently has only about 200 million global users, but at the same time, the global user scale of Blue Star Technology has reached more than 2 billion. Blue Star Technology left. MySpace can arbitrarily capture North American users, and will be the leader of the North American market in the future. It's no surprise that the market value will soar. This is unprecedented good news for MySpace. It can be said that a leak was picked up in vain and caught up with a good time. Chapter 590 Moving Away, Shindy Pacific. As the news spread, the market value of Blue Star Technology Group dropped significantly by 8.33%, and the total market value fell to $782 billion US. At present, the market value of the world is second in the world. The first is the Blue Pure Electric Car Company, whose total market value has reached $1.09 trillion US. However, when this kind of thing happened, people basically didn't look at how the media reported it. No matter what media it was, no matter how authoritative and objective it was, they didn't believe it. People only believe in the reaction of the stock market, and this is the relatively best response to objective and realistic data. And when the market value of Blue Star Technology plummeted, the stock Buffett became the first capitalist to jump out and sing. He took the overall picture to buy Berkshire Hathaway's investment in technology stocks. Blue Star Technology still sit firmly at the top of the market value of Buffett's special positions. As of the end of the third quarter, the total market value of Buffett's position with Blue Star Technology was US $87.2 billion. Accounting for nearly 40% of the total market value of Buffett's position. Now that the market value of Blue Star Technology has plummeted, the shareholder has further increased its share of position 45% of the total market value of positions. In addition, a small amount of insist on the stocks of Amazon and other Silicon Valley technology giants. At the same time, stockholders recently reduced their shareholdings in Goldman Sachs, reducing the proportion by about 84%, and the market value of positions decreased from $2.8 billion to about $300 million. In addition, they also reduced their holdings of 1.8 million shares of JP Morgan Chase. The anti-zinning operation method of the gods is very frightening. and it really does not give me a face. This is clearly optimistic about the future of Blue Star Technology, optimistic about Luo Sheng. The stock obviously thinks that he can survive this crisis, will come in at this time and aggressively increase the bargain bottom, although this bottom is not low. But this just shows that the stock is optimistic. The world's top management is not a monolithic one. Naturally, when there is no time to sing, there is more to sing. Their only common point is that they are all for profit. In a subsequent interview with external media reporters, Stock God said that Blue Star Technology has made good plans in this regard very early, especially praised its risk control management capabilities, and this year's performance has many bright spots in emerging market economic regions. The performance expansion and layout are remarkable, especially in the subcontinent is a big bright spot. At the same time, Stock also expressed satisfaction with the current status of Blue Star Technology, continue to be optimistic about long-term and firm long-term investment. Everyone knows that stock gods believe in value investment, and value the performance of a company in a decade or two, not now. At that time, the stock seldom intervened in the internet industry, and finally chose Blue Star Technology, and it has been nearly 9 years after holding the stock, and the market value of his holdings brought more than 400% of the net profit, and the market value of Blue Star Technology was nearly 10. It has been nearly 20 times over the years. The result of this operation is that the market value of the Blue Star Technology Group is back, and market investors are all following the operation of the stock god. Eagle Source is very angry, but the market behavior is the same. It is impossible to directly intervene in capital flows. Science and Technology Complex Building. The funds mobilized from the family fund walked in through Hengxin International Investment Bank, with US $45 billion at the current exchange rate of about 280 billion yuan. In his private office, Qin Weimer said to Luo Sheng, "This money is nominally a foreign investment in China. It will not be circulated directly in US dollars, but will be converted into national currency for investment. Brother, Sister Qin, the drink you want." King Sui my paper sent 2 drinks and left, and here are the 2 of them. Luo Sheng took a drink and held the cup and said by himself, "The scale of short-term foreign exchange transactions is so large that the family fund may not be full for a long time. Oh, let us expose it, just to give the outside world, especially the opponent, a big surprise." The opponent thought that he saw Luo Sheng's 5th floor, which was actually just 3 floors. After a moment, Luo Sheng looked at Qin Weimu and said, "Yes, you will have a good layout of the Black Swan incident that broke out in the Brexit next year. The Black Swan will make a fortune. You have to hedge it." Qin Weimu stared at him, puzzled, and said, "Are you so sure that this Black Swan will break out next year?" She just speculated that the British might or may not leave the European Union, and it was only possible, and it was impossible. And Luo Sheng's tone gave her the feeling as if it was an inevitable thing. Luo Sheng smiled comfortably and said, "Continent is now a mess, sovereign debt crisis, refugee crisis, high welfare is dragging down the entire Eurozone. The British see this is wrong, with their traditional skills. This time wipe oil is inevitable, maybe throwing a match to give the oil some points. It has not been tied too deeply with the EU. But with old and beautiful, but British talent is the most slippery game of hedging games." Qin Weimer nodded thoughtfully. "Well then, I know what to do." Take a sip of the drink. Qin Weimer shifts the topic to the big A. Regarding the recent market trends, overseas and foreign parties are coexisting with both the heir and the multi-party. It is not just the stock buffet who is singing the opposite. More investors are also singing the opposite. The most intuitive expression is that a large amount of foreign capital has flowed in since the last 20 trading days. Bigger and northbound funds are experiencing large-scale net inflows every trading day, as is XFI. These foreign capitals give the impression that they are buying and buying in various ways. Luo Sheng was surprised, curious. What did they buy? Qin Weimu, all the stocks of companies related to you, mainly electronic semiconductors. After hearing this, Luo Sheng stretched his arms and hugged the back of his head with ease, saying, "Hack." Some institutional investors in the mainland are short-sighted. When they see someone coming up, they are betting against the treasure. It's really a group of fighters. Qin Weimu said, "It can't be said that the mainland's institutional investment is mostly speculative. Overseas institutional investors like value investment. As long as you don't thunder, they should continue to influx." Thinking that next year is 2016, Luo Sheng immediately looked at Qin Weimu and said, "What is the current market index?" Qin Weimu, as of the last trading day, it closed at 3,455 points. "Why do you ask this, Luo Sheng? This trend? You will have to look at the big A next year. Now there are so many foreign capital inflows, and there is no shortage of hot money, plus some speculation in the mainland. Don't let them play big A again. It is just that they are willing to come in and take orders. One is willing to take the other. We take this opportunity to unwind in batches, reduce Shengfeng Capital's leverage ratio and increase some liquidity." Qin Weimu nodded, "I see." In the last month of 2015, the overall trend of the bigger market fluctuated in a wide range. Foreign capital entered the market and Shengfeng Capital just had the opportunity to unwind some stocks and release more liquidity. Judging from the stock market, northbound funds are continuously pouring in, buying in the electronic semiconductor sector, and the concept of the blue pure electric car. But the market value of this company has fallen slightly. But the market is also falling because Shengfeng Capital is leaving the market one after another. It is not afraid that these foreign investors will hit the market at a high level, which does not make much sense to them. Although they are foreign investors, the capital is profit-driven, and the high market entry is not profitable for them. Naturally will not dry. Therefore, Shengfeng Capital can safely withdraw layer by layer. It seems that it has reached a tacit agreement with foreign capital. "You take me and let me free up the liquidity of the funds. In the future, I will give you a lot of income." Those companies that have the potential to take advantage of the profits, although they are now more difficult. Blue Star Technology Group Headquarters, Senior Executive Meeting. Luo Sheng convened company executives to hold a major meeting today. "Mr. Luo, do you really want to withdraw from the North American market this time?" Luo Sheng said calmly, "Do not withdraw to stay there for the Chinese New Year. Everyone has issued a eviction order. This time there will be no possibility of retention." The executive who just spoke then asked, Then we really have to move everything and throw it into the Pacific Ocean?" Luo Sheng said with a smile, "It must be moved, but it will not be thrown into the Pacific Ocean. But I have to negotiate with them. They have placed a lot of internet data content for more than a decade, but 70% is still in my hands. We won't allow it to be destroyed." This must be understood in this regard. MySpace has not accepted internet users across the United States so quickly, including other data service companies in North America. Zhang Bowen bluntly said, "How to talk about this sentence?" Luo Sheng, after the data center and other infrastructures were moved away, they were installed in other places overseas, including Canada, Europe, and Mexico. "We provide cross-border services to allow users in North America to access the internet scientifically. Continue to operate, but the resettlement fee for moving has to let my helpers out, and the ratio cannot be low." Hearing these words, most of the executives at the meeting had strange expressions, and when someone saw them immediately, "Is this possible? Old and beautiful hate our teeth tickling. Will they pay this money?" Zhang Bowen didn't speak immediately. After thinking for a while, he suddenly smiled and said immediately, "I think President Luo's decision is feasible. They hate us for one thing, but giving money is another. There is a conflict between the two but not will hamper results." With that in mind, Lao Zhang quipped, "Besides, living together for more than 10 years, it is not too much to give a breakup fee. If they refuse to pay this money, then we will directly get Shin Pacific. He repurchases at a high price. It depends on whether I sell it or not. I don't sell it, and I am going to sink to the bottom, or I'll settle for the money, and it's not just them who do this kind of thing." Luo Sheng also smiled and said, "Lao Zhang is right, This time we are going to play hooligans, because the negotiating dominance is in my hands. This breakup fee is to be decided." Hearing Jang Bowen say this, other executives at the meeting suddenly felt that this was indeed possible, because the last time a conflict broke out, Blue Star Technology would rather let the other party lose its 3,000 head iron posture that would not make you feel better. Nothing is imaginary. The last time he made the fortune, and this time the old skills were reapplied. The other party must eat this set, and he would be afraid that Luo Sheng would actually play the Shinsao Pacific SAO operation. Even if he knew he was playing rogue, he had to admit it. Chapter 591 Layout and Chips. This negotiation is still left to you. After the executive meeting, the others left, but Luo Sheng and Jang Bowen stayed to continue their discussions. Lao Jiang nodded and said that there was no problem. He only needed to be responsible for the Blue Star Technology Group, and Luo Sheng was not only distracted by this company, but also many companies such as Azure Pure Electric Vehicle Company, Azure Coast, Star Arrow International, etc. Certainly not so much energy to dominate by hand. Luo Sheng looked at him and said, "Blue Star Technology has lost its North American business, and it is more important to seek new growth points. The first year after the strategic restructuring has almost passed, and business development in emerging market regions is proceeding. How's it going?" Since the implementation of the new strategy of Blue Star Technology Group, the strategy of taking the countryside to surround the city. The market business in developed countries is the city, and the emerging market economy region is the countryside. Improving new performance growth points can not only stabilize the company's stock price, but also more importantly, obtain more bargaining chips and ability to fight. The chip technology battle that broke out this time will not be settled in 1.5, and the battlefield is not one place, but many places. Old Jiang tilted his legs and said, "The progress is good. The growth of new users is the most intuitive expression. However, the current value potential of these users is much weaker than the value of users in developed markets." Luo Sheng nodded with satisfaction. This is nothing. As long as the growth momentum is good, it represents the future. We are looking at the performance in the next 10 years. Jang Bowen said, "The biggest highlight is the expansion of Indus business sector." Oh yes, when it comes to Indo, the new head of Indus Industries, the richest man of Hindu, Mukesh Ambani, will lead the day after tomorrow. The business group came to sign an important business cooperation. Luo Sheng was surprised when he heard, "Mukesh Ambani, isn't this person in the oil and chemical industry?" As an energy tycoon of Hindu, how did he come to play IT with us? It's kind of interesting. Xinshai Industrial Group is a famous group enterprise of Hindu, but after the death of the old head 10 years ago, this group company broke out the battle for family property, and finally did not completely break up, which is regarded as a peaceful separation. Mukesh Ambani, as his elder brother, controls the oil business of Xinshai Industry. It is the largest oil giant in India today, controls the world's largest oil refinery, and promises his mother that he will not intervene in his brother's business. That was all in 2005. Luo Sheng had just made a name for himself in the internet industry at that time, but he also heard about the news of Xinshai Industrial Group. After all, news about India at that time was almost all about the two brothers fighting for family property. Jang Bowen said with a smile, Mukesh promised him that he would not intervene in his brother's business within 10 years. Now that 10 years have passed, he is ready to compete directly with his brother. After all, it is still his brother's business, and with a brand new dream, build his own internet empire. Mukesh's younger brother inherited Sina Telecom, the second largest telecommunications company in India at that time, with a market value of trillions of rupees. Before his separation, his younger brother led Asina Telecom into the mobile market, significantly reducing prices. Mobile phones. The cost of phone calls is cheaper than that of landline telephones, which defeats traditional telecommunications companies. Luo Sheng thought while holding his jaw, but immediately looked at Jang Bowen and praised, choosing to cooperate with Mukesh instead of his brother. This is right. I support this approach. Although his brother Anier is now the leader in the local industry, but no one in Indu has more money than Mukesh. This is a game of fighting for more money. Luo Sheng knows how wonderful the money ability is. The strategy of Xinshi Communication is actually the same as the current domestic taxi travel industry and the takeaway industry. It has the ability to burn money in the early stage, squeeze out the competitors, and there is always a way to make money after monopolizing the market. Zhang Bowen nodded and said with a smile, Mukesh is ready to copy his brother's way of breaking down the traditional Indian telecommunications company to do telecommunications business, and then use more money than his brother to drag down the other party. According to the comprehensive evaluation, he agreed that Mukesh would eventually overwhelm his brother with a probability of more than 70%. So internally agreed to cooperate with Mukesh, and within 3 years Anil will definitely be used by his brother to use the money ability. Defeat. Blue Star Technology Group has no interest in the dog blood plot of others in the same room. The biggest purpose is to expand the company's business in Yindu, which is an emerging market in the order of 1 billion. Blue Star Technology's layout this time is to replicate the WeChat ecosystem in Yindu. Of course, it is not an application. WeChat is only popular in China and Southeast Asia. Indu people do not need WeChat. At Indu, the only national application currently is WhatsApp, a cross-platform chat application owned by Blue Star Technology Group. As of November 2015, WhatsApp already has 220 million users in Indu, and the current internet user scale of all Indu is with about 350 million. WhatsApp accounts for 2/3 of the scale. According to the current growth momentum, Indu's internet users will reach 600 million within 3 years. For Blue Star Technology, due to the imminent loss of the North American market, and even the international market of the entire English-speaking region, if it fails in the Indu market, it is a serious strategic error, which is unacceptable to Blue Star Technology. Recently, Blue Star Technology is actively seeking to launch a payment function in Indu, based on the WhatsApp application, but wants to make a certain name in this market. The largest telecommunications giant in the UK has invested $20 billion in Indu, hoping to be able to become the largest local telecommunications operator, thinking that it can be easily achieved, and the result is that the head is broken and blood is basically lost. Therefore, with the British exploring the way ahead, Blue Star Technology will naturally not repeat the mistakes of the British alone, and must cooperate with local powerhouses. Blue Star Technology clearly valued the character of Indus energy tycoon Mukesh Ambani. No one in Indu has more money than Mukesh and wants to get involved in local telecommunications and internet services. Luo Sheng said, "How about a cooperation law?" Zhang Bowen replied, "In the past, I have negotiated with Mukesh for several weeks and reached a consensus, agreeing that the 22.7% stake acquired by Blue Star Technology for $2.85 billion is the telecommunications and broadband division of Shinsai Industries. In this transaction, what Mukesh wants is to help his parent company Xinsai Industry reduce the heavy debt burden. The current debt of Xinsai Industry is about $40 billion. The starting point of Blue Star Technology's willingness to invest this money is very simple. The mobile phone of this telecommunications company is very popular in the local area. It is suitable to promote the Blue Star Technology Family Bucket application service. The purpose is to hope that more third brothers can use the software service of the Blue Star Technology Family Bucket. Probably the domestic Melanitas are now accustomed to 4G internet surfing, watching live broadcasts, and brushing content is commonplace, but at the same time, Indu has not officially promoted 4G network services in 2015. Mukesh did not know that Blue Star Technology wanted to work with him, so he promised to deploy 4G in Indu in 2016. In order to be able to draw Blue Star Technology and not be cut off by his younger brother, this Indu rich man offering out of his money ability, he promised to come up with the cheapest 4G package in history. Blue Star Technology took a look at it. "Okay, I played with my buddies and beat your stupid brother together. How cheap is the cheapest 4G package in history? Use it for half a year for free, and then pay 10 yuan a month to have unlimited data. At the same time, Mukesh promised to launch his own semi-smartphone phone next year. This phone cannot play large mobile games, but has 4G and Wi-Fi functions. You can run a simple applet application. You can also run a customized version of the Blue Star Technology family bucket software. The biggest highlight of this machine is that it only sells more than 100 yuan of soft sister coins, and it can be fully refunded in 3 years. This is quite suitable for the current consumption level of Endu. This Liu Sheng was quite surprised, but did not expect that the management of Blue Star Technology has so accurately found the best partner of Endu. The memory of the last life let him know that the majority of Indus can afford mobile phone traffic, and indeed it should be attributed to Mukesh's business, which relied on this free killer tool to defeat his younger brother. Since providing 4G services, in just 170 days, it has acquired 100 million users locally. Within 3 years, it has reached 400 million users, with a monthly livelihood of 300 million. Endu has a total of 600 million internet users after 3 years. Of users accounted for more than half. Obviously, this is the fundamental reason why Blue Star Technology values this cooperation. Zhang Bowen said with a smile. Mukesh also promised that in the next 3 to 5 years, Xinshai will make intensive investments in the local internet industry, with the purpose of penetrating into all aspects of Indo's public life, promising to invest $50 billion and swearing to burn out the largest mobile operator of Indu. I believe that in the future this year, Indu will sprout a lot of venture capital companies. Liu Sheng said, "Oh, so life-threatening? I don't want to hide his e-commerce ambitions at all, and use the operator's traffic entrance to create an internet empire outside of the traditional business of Xinshai industry, equivalent to Indus China Mobile Plus at Anbaba www.mtlnovel.com. This is the new dream of Indo's richest man, and the cornerstone of this empire is obviously peace." Upon hearing this, Zhang Bowen nodded and said, President Liu's words can be said to be intriguing. That's right. Before I communicated with Mukesh's video connection, he said that he would greatly promote What App to be included in 23 local official languages in Endu, and promised that in the near future, he will launch What App to help local 30 million small shops and husband and wife shops digitize, establish connections with customers, gain growth. Customers can see the nearest merchants on their mobile phones, and order various purchases, daily necessities. Liu Sheng said indifferently, "The promise is not reliable. The promise written in the agreement can be assured. Once this plan is realized, Mukai will completely control the retail industry of Endu." Compared with China, the main force of the retail industry in Endu is the 30 million husband and wife shop. In this technological battle, the focus of attention is on the field of chip-integrated circuits, because this is the head and everyone is paying attention, but in fact it is a comprehensive technological battle, not only involving the field of integrated circuits, but also including internet and other related fields. Ps. I was swallowed again in the last chapter. TXT download address, Fournier reading, Chapter 592 Breakthrough of Purple Star Lithography Technology. The commercial cooperation between Blue Star Technology and Xinshai Industrial Group is not the first time to enter the subcontinent market. In fact, it has begun to actively deploy as early as 8 years ago, and the real large-scale deployment of the subcontinent business market was in 2014. It was early last year. People in the industry know that Blue Star Technology Group announced its withdrawal from the North American market in 2014, and it almost left that year. It was also in 2014 that the Blue Star Technology Group began strategic restructuring. The implementation of 3 major strategies, and $150 billion investment in scientific research. At the same time, in this year, Blue Star Technology proposed an internet connection service called Free Basic in the subcontinent market, which aims to help Indo users in remote areas to provide internet surfing services. Prohibited. But Blue Star Technology obviously will not give up a huge emerging market because of this setback. For a long time, subcontinent regulators have been skeptical that foreign companies dominate the market, while the internet market in the subcontinent is currently dominated by two foreign technology giants, Blue Star Technology, which dominates the social field, and Google, which dominates search engines and map services, have basically monopolized their respective markets. In the subcontinent's business, Google and Blue Star Technology rarely participate in the core competition of each other's business, and this is not necessary. First, it is difficult to touch each other's core business. Second, the subcontinent market is an incremental market. New netizens are entering the world of the internet, users are everywhere, and short-term user value development is not large. There is no need to waste more energy and financial resources to confront each other. For the past 5 years, both sides have been at peace with each other, playing on their own in the subcontinent. However, for the current Blue Star Technology, it is obviously not satisfied with the status quo, so it is only with the local richest man Mukesh reached a close business cooperation consensus. Want to make a difference in the subcontinent market? It is really difficult to leave Mukesh characters. Mukesh, an industrialist and public figure in the subcontinent, once urged regulators to make some regulations that are conducive to the development of local enterprises. This is of course selfish, and will hinder foreign countries such as Blue Star Technology, Google and Amazon to a certain extent. The campaign is local business development. The third brother is also smart, and Mukesh insisted that the large amount of data collected by multinational technology groups such as Blue Star Technology and Google should remain in the subcontinent. However, this is nothing for Blue Star Technology. It has no intention to control these data, as long as it has the right to use it. This is the bottom line, otherwise it will be funny if someone kicks it and can make a wedding dress. Although the two sides have different views and even differences on some issues, this does not prevent the two sides from cooperating in other fields. The cooperation with Mukesh can go on smoothly, so that his dream of internet empire can be continued. Everyone takes what they need. You are all squeezed. The dreams of others can't be done, so they can't cooperate smoothly. It is normal for multinational companies to have differences. Even if there are differences in some departments within the Blue Star Technology Group, it is not a strange thing, as long as the major strategic steps are not affected. Liu Sheng does not care about these details, otherwise it's all over. 3 days later, Mukesh came to the headquarters of Blue Star Technology to conduct a public strategic cooperation signing ceremony. Officially announced that Blue Star Technology spent $2.85 billion acquisition, 22.7% of the shares. In the conference hall of the Blue Star Technology headquarters, more than 200 media shots recorded the scene of the signing ceremony, and Liu Sheng was present. He wanted Zhang Bowen to preside over the signing ceremony that he didn't want to attend, but later thought about Mukesh's personal arrival. He didn't come forward and was a bit unequal in terms of specifications. After thinking about it, I decided to come over and sign this strategic contract in person. Anyway, Lao Zhang had organized himself behind the scenes and came out to show his face, but only half an hour. A media reporter on the scene looked at the scene in front of him and said, "The big brother is the big brother." Judging from the recent hot news, the Côte d'Azur is almost as calm as the eyebrows are burning. The partner next to me ridiculed. "The Blue Coast is burning eyebrows. What's the matter with me?" Blue Star Technology. It seems that Blue Star Technology isn't much better. Haha. In any case, the scene is a celebration of the important cooperation between two well-known multinational giants. The atmosphere is cheerful. At this moment, here, you can't see a little unpleasant atmosphere. The layman looks at the lively while the layman looks at the doorway. The insider knows that this cooperation is not in no way related to the previous hot news. On the contrary, there may be a greater internal connection. At this moment, Luo Sheng stood on the podium full of flowers and looked at the media people present, smiling calmly and firmly. The subcontinent has the largest user community of Blue Star technology and WhatsApp, and at the same time, there are many talented entrepreneurs. The cooperation between the two companies can help people and businesses in the subcontinent create more new opportunities. We can connect consumers and businesses through a seamless mobile experience. Mukesh, who was standing at another independent speaking platform, also followed in English, but had a strong curry taste. The two parties will work closely to ensure that consumers can use WhatsApp to conduct seamless transactions, such as viewing the nearest Kirana husband and wife shop through WhatsApp, and purchasing their products and services. Luo Sheng smiled and said, Blue Star Technology is investing in the layout. More importantly, we will commit to in-depth cooperation in some major projects that can open business opportunities for people across the subcontinent. Mukesh added, I am looking forward to the cooperation with Mr. Luo, and the deep cooperation with Blue Star Technology will help to achieve the mission of digital printing, its two ambitious goals, namely convenience of life and business convenience, will benefit every Hindu people without exception. There is no doubt that this is a win-win cooperation situation. What you say to me on both sides is basically a scene. Luo Sheng's current personal net worth exceeds US $370 billion. Making him the richest person in the contemporary world and the richest person in human history, while Mukesh is US $32.2 billion, the richest man in the subcontinent. Although the gap is huge in terms of amount, they are undoubtedly super rich, and they are all leaders in their respective fields. However, Luo Sheng's popularity and influence in the subcontinent is definitely not as good as Mukesh. There is no doubt that both parties need the strength of the other party and obtain their respective interests. The signing ceremony was completed and the scene was finished. Under the focus of many media reporters, the two left their respective podiums at the same time and walked towards each other, ending the event with a courteous handshake between the two parties. This scene was also filmed by reporters, and then appeared on the major media pages as the latest news reports, especially the local media in Hindu reported on this matter in large-scale features. After all, Mukesh is the most well-known and influential public figure in the business of the subcontinent, let alone Luo Sheng. It is simply a hot news spot in the world that moves. For this major transnational business cooperation, the major media have also found many professional and well-known industry people to evaluate this through their own channels, and they are happy to be interviewed and interpreted by the media. I think this has other benefits for Blue Star Technology. In terms of the cooperation details disclosed, it can access telecommunications operators, which means that Blue Star Technology can access the entire data treasure house, including phone types, information such as customer location, data usage, and spending data further improves their ability to advertise for you. In addition to funding and technical support from Blue Star Technology, it can also access the world's most powerful and versatile application. WhatsApp is Indo-Internet, which has nearly 2/3 of the subcontinent users. They can easily go to Kiranas, because all of them use WhatsApp, and may soon be further upgraded. As soon as the news of the cooperation came out, the market value of the cooperation rose sharply. Obviously, the market is very optimistic about this cooperation. Although it is still too early to say whether these plans will actually be implemented as expected, it is clear that this $2.85 billion deal can help Reliance go further in debt reduction. However, at this time, most of the European and American media jumped out and sang. Many media mocked Luo Sheng for being so high on the subcontinent market. I read the potential of this market, thinking that this can be used to hedge Blue Star Technology and lose its North American business. The losses caused by the market may eventually be lost. Yes, such a report. The European and American media suddenly offended both ends, and the third brother is often the most face-saving. The netizens of the third brother immediately sprayed on Reddit. The local media, such as the Pax Daily, began to cooperate with the European and American. The media fight. The focus of this cooperation is that Mukesh will start an unprecedented price war in the subcontinent next year, aiming to shake the extremely competitive telecommunications industry in the subcontinent. The 4G phone service launched by Mukesh is expected to bring hundreds of millions of new users, although it will cause several local companies to close. But this is Mukesh's goal, not only to defeat his brother's business, but also to include billionaire Sunil's www.mtlnovel.com and billionaire Kimar's loss-making BT operations Shang Vodafone and 2 other companies are his goals. This matter fell behind, and Zhang Bowen began to prepare for the next real negotiation matters, which is the highlight. The Blue Star technology was handed over to Liu Zhang, and Liu Sheng moved to the Azure Coast. Specifically, the Azure Coast Laboratory, Lanxi Semiconductor and Xixing lithography machine. This is the core lifeline that determines the true direction of this technological battle. On December 17, an exciting breakthrough came from the Côte d'Azur laboratory. The power of the light source, that is, the measurement of the number of extreme ultraviolet photons transmitted to the scanner to achieve waveform exposure. The research and development of the mass-produced Purple Star lithography machine can basically announce that all major technical pain points have been overcome. Chinese website TXT download address, Fonia reading, Chapter 593 New Technology Pain Point Photoresist. The Azure Coast Laboratory, clean room of Purple Star lithography machine. Early this morning, Liu Sheng came here when he received the news. At this time, in this clean room of more than 20,000 square meters, dozens of engineers and Liu Sheng were wearing working dust-free uniforms inside. A piece of wafer is repeatedly observed and appreciated. The art in this size is the masterpiece of Xixing lithography machine. An engineer standing beside him said with excitement, the conversion efficiency of the light source is consistent and the correct control is achieved. The team conquered the 250-watt light source, and the customer can achieve a throughput of 155 wafers per hour. In the laboratory, the light source power of more than 300 watts can be achieved, and the final test of the Xixing equipment can be officially shipped. Several top chip manufacturers around the world have always insisted that 250 watts of light source power is necessary to achieve throughput of 155 wafers per hour, and ASML and light source technology provider Cyma have not yet achieved this. The light source power target. This company was acquired by ASML 2 years ago, but the progress is limited, which is why ASML is not going well in development, although they have already made an extreme ultraviolet lithography machine one step in advance. Liu Sheng handed the tape in his hand to the engineer next to him and said with a smile, "Well done, we can now have the confidence to say the most important lithography machine for semiconductor manufacturing equipment. We are ahead of the world. Domestic semiconductor manufacturers. It is the end of the situation where I have to ask the ASML to buy the banknotes and see the other party's mood." The people present were very excited when they heard this. When Liu Sheng's voice just fell behind, they couldn't stop the excitement in their hearts and applauded for the milestone breakthrough of the domestic semiconductor business, as well as for their own business. More than 2,000 days and nights of fighting are not for anything else, just for a breath. With the cooperation of tens of thousands of engineers, researchers, and hundreds of manufacturers, we focused on the firepower to continuously launch a firepower impact towards a point. And Liu Sheng was only in the research and development of extreme ultraviolet lithography equipment in the more than 2,000 Earth sunshine cycles. It has invested more than $100 billion, which is 5 times as much as ASML's investment in the research and development of extreme ultraviolet lithography machines. But there is no doubt that all this is worth it. Li Chunxing, director of the Xixing lithography machine project, was transferred, compared with the industry's 2012 25-watt light source, A 250-watt light source represents a tenfold improvement. ASML's engineers were very brief when they briefed UV Production Economics helplessly said, 250-watt light source power will always be the goal for next year. Haha. Domestic semiconductors have always been inferior to foreigners, and the confidence of domestic relevant practitioners has been hit for a long time. This breakthrough is not only a tangible achievement breakthrough, but also great confidence for those who are interested in the domestic semiconductor business. Belief sounds a bit mysterious, especially in technology, but sometimes it is really important. This is a morale issue. Xixing lithography machine succeeded before ASML's NXC. Although the other party will solve this problem sooner or later, and will not wait too long, it is definitely a landmark event in the field of semiconductor equipment, because this will break the pattern of the global semiconductor industry chain. It will also push the entire industry into a new era. Luo Sheng looked at the technicians present. He could see that it was difficult for everyone to calm down at the moment, saying, someone outside has always said that our technology development cannot be successful, and our talents are not as good as foreigners. It really took for a long time, a lot of manpower, material and financial investment, but we finally reached the end, and walked to a place that everyone outside thought was impossible. It is worth mentioning that, in addition to reaching the milestone of light source power, there has been a substantial improvement in performance of Xixing lithography machine tools, and the progress of the industry in the construction of purple star lithography machine infrastructure has also received good news, including light cover, mask cover and photoresist etc. There are some pig teammates in the team, but most of them are reliable. The breakthrough of extreme ultraviolet lithography technology means that Moore's law's life is extended again, but this is not what two companies can accomplish. For the domestic integrated circuit business, foreigners don't take you to the highest end, only for you play them and play the rest. Therefore, the domestic semiconductor industry chain created by Luo Sheng can only be carried out little by itself. The capital alone pays 5 times as much as foreign competitors, and also requires materials, equipment, knowing, etc. in the entire semiconductor industry chain. All major subdivisions work together, just like a team game to solve a technical problem, in order to move smoothly towards the destination. Difficulties in this cannot be summed up in a few words. During the period, the run-in of the team, the disputes with the upstream and downstream manufacturers, the technical differences, etc. are all problems that must be resolved. In the process, there are pig teammates like Peng Xing Precision who cheated on money. This is Luo Sheng's most angry. It doesn't matter if he cheated on his money. He has money, but it is the most helpless to delay the development progress because of this matter of. The biggest difference between the semiconductor industry and other industries is that they need to break through the major subdivisions. You drop a chain here, there is no problem in other links. But in order to wait for you to put down your steps, you can only stare at this period. The barrel effect is this area is enlarged. Obviously, this is of course an angry curse for other link manufacturers. Chun Sheng, you inform the heads of the technical departments, and a small meeting will be held in 10 minutes. Luo Sheng explained and left the clean room of the Xixing lithography machine. Okay. Li Chunxing. Less than 10 minutes later, in a lounge inside the Côte d'Azur laboratory, Li Chunxing notified the heads of the major technical departments to put down their work and came here. At this moment, more than 20 people are sitting in the lounge, standing, or leaning against the wall and so on. Luo Sheng looked at everyone at the moment, looking radiant and happy. After all, today is indeed a time to celebrate. The outside world does not know that the domestic integrated circuit business has achieved a milestone breakthrough, but they are on the front line of scientific researchers already know it. Everyone can't wait to report this exciting news to the whole country. Everyone, in the past 6 years, my financial investment in the domestic semiconductor business has exceeded 3 trillion yuan. of which the investment in research and development of lithography equipment has exceeded more than 660 billion yuan. This is the tuition fee. It is also about using electricity to generate electricity at all costs. I've been reasoned out, and I won't get a second 3 trillion in it. Luo Sheng's remarks caused a lot of laughter. The domestic integrated circuit business has been quietly moving forward for the past 6 years. Naturally, it is the credit of the entire team, but everyone also knows that this milestone breakthrough cannot be achieved without Luo Sheng. Without his courageous moves, without his financial support and key technology support, and his strong cohesiveness to bring together the top talents in the entire industry, it is absolutely impossible for the domestic integrated circuit business to achieve today's achievements. Who is the biggest contributor to the round? It must be Luo Sheng, and no one disagrees. Luo Sheng received, so it is on the agenda to formally enter commercialization through the Xixing lithography machine, but the people present are all engaged in technology, and other teams will come to commercialization. We still want to do it today. Talking about technical issues, the breakthrough of the extreme ultraviolet lithography machine does not mean that the high-end manufacturing of the domestic integrated circuit business has been completely autonomous. I am not afraid to tell you that we have only achieved the 40% target so far, and 60% of the target is still to be overcome. As soon as these words came out, everyone was poured out of cold water from the atmosphere of joy and calmed down. Yes, the reason why the semiconductor business is difficult is that it is difficult here. It seems that there are never-ending barriers ahead, and the Core Link has not yet achieved all domestic autonomy. For example, the wafer purification technology of chips has not yet reached the point of high precision at present. This link is monopolized by Shin-Etsu Chemical in Japan, and Shin-Etsu Chemical is used for high-end chip wafers all over the world. If he does not give with your high-purity wafers, the entire industry is still in a state of lie. In other words, Luo Sheng's 3 trillion yuan investment still cannot achieve the autonomy of the entire domestic high-end chip industry. As long as the other party has stuck you for a year and a half, the money may be lost. There are other key links too. The road to autonomy of the domestic industry chain of domestic semiconductors has a long way to go. Luo Sheng said, the current industry news is that next year, TSMC and Samsung have successfully introduced EUV technology into 10 nanometers and started mass production. In the field of high-end chip manufacturing, we are now in the top echelon, and the light source is done. However, some technologies and materials are still a huge challenge. www.intelnovel.com is to enter a new chapter of Moore's Law. The process below 9 nanometers needs to reduce costs and higher resolution extreme ultraviolet photoresist technology. Photoresist. This is the next technical pain point. Everyone also guessed what Luo Sheng was going to talk about. Today's semiconductor technology has been extended to 10 nanometer processes, but the realization of specific patterns has become more and more difficult, and multiple exposures have also brought rise in production costs. Luo Sheng continued, after the introduction of extreme ultraviolet lithography technology, its role is the key lithography layer of the latest logic process. Before the chip manufacturer was introduced, extreme ultraviolet was equipped with a lithography machine, light source, and photoresist, and a photomask. Everyone nodded silently. The criticality of the previous extreme ultraviolet lithography technology is mostly in the light source, because insufficient power of the light source will affect the production efficiency of the chip. After the light source problem is solved, the new challenge is the limitation of photoresist technology. Chinese website TXT download address, Fonia reading, Chapter 594 Purple Star Lithography. Prepare to expose it. Another major bottleneck of EUV lithography is undoubtedly the photoresist. The current status of the industry is that the supply of semiconductor materials is very concentrated, and photoresist technology is considered to be the most concentrated in the world, and the barrier is also the highest material. which is occupied by 95% of the market share by Japan and North America. Although Samsung Electronics Semiconductor is bullish, it is also very powerful, but in fact it depends on the face of the Japanese. If Japanese semiconductor material vendors are looking at the material, Samsung Semiconductor will be lying. A temporary technical exchange is under discussion in the lounge. An engineer responsible for photoresist technology said in an orderly manner, in 248 nanometers and 193 nanometers lithography, the mainstream has been using organic chemical amplification for more than 2 decades. Photoresist CAR, which is a photosensitive polymer used to make patterns. Under the extreme ultraviolet lithography machine, the photonic special machine CAR photoresist generates photoacid, and then the CAR photoresist undergoes a photoacid catalyzed reaction during the exposure process, thereby generating a photolithography pattern. The principle is such a principle. The engineer continued. CAR photoresist is used in extreme ultraviolet lithography technology, but because the energy of the light source has been greatly increased, the previous practical results show that there will be different and complex results, which will affect the yield of the chip. Luo Sheng nodded and said, when we reach the UV technology node, this is not only our problem, competitors will also encounter similar problems, and we have to develop new ideas. I would like to try other semiconductor equipment and material manufacturers in the industry, various ways, or propose new photoresist technology solutions, so that extreme ultraviolet lithography technology can continue to be used, thereby extending the life of Moore's law. The engineer just said again, in terms of new ideas, our project team has multiple teams trying on new UV photoresists in various directions, such as still liquid metal oxide photoresists, as well as dry R&D of photoresist, etc. Luo Sheng thought for a while and said in a deep voice, we can't do it ourselves. The new UV photoresist technology is best to contend with hundreds of schools, and use the breeding strategy to develop an ASML in the photoresist field. Hearing this, Li Chunxing immediately put up a sentence, that has to pay several times the cost. Luo Sheng spread his hands and said, so much has been invested in the semiconductor sector. There is no escape route except for crippling to the death. At this point, he immediately asked Li Chunxing, yes, what are the domestic suppliers of semiconductor photoresist? Li Chunxing, there are several, but their existing technology and market share are not inferior to the international top level. The relatively well-known photoresist manufacturers are Keihua, Jingrui and Nanda Optoelectronics, Rongda Photosensitive, and Shenyang Xinyang. For the research of photoresist, the Côte d'Azur laboratory has technical exchanges with several manufacturers. Luo Sheng nodded without saying much, and immediately looked to the person in charge of the photoresist project just now. What are the specific progress of the new ideas? The project team is conducting a demonstration study on the topic of negative photoresist. Its molecular size is an f-fifth of that of CAR organic photoresist. The key point is that the light absorption rate can reach 4 to 5 times that of CAR. Precisely and more accurately shape the circuit diagram. Luo Sheng looked at the internal database and nodded and said, dry photoresist technology can focus on investment. This new UV dry photoresist technology replaces the traditional CAR photoresist for semiconductor processes. Evolution is promising and may be a huge breakthrough point. The advantage of this new technology is to improve the sharpness and resolution of extreme ultraviolet lithography technology, but also can reduce the original photoresist usage by 5 to 10 times. Bringing significant results in cost savings. The cost of chips born under new technology nodes is very high, especially in the early stage. Under the current industry dominated by organic chemically amplified photoresist CAR and inorganic photoresist CAR, liquid photoresist technology is used. The research of new UV photoresist technology is not only the Côte d'Azur laboratory, but overseas manufacturers in actively promoting the development of new technologies. After all, extreme ultraviolet lithography technology is a megatrend, and this will not change the fact. But only the new UV photoresist technology of the Côte d'Azur Coast Laboratory is based on dry precipitation technology, which is an original technology. The current mainstream photoresist technology is CAR, which is to spin coat the liquid photoresist with the coater equipment on the wafer, and then remove it after exposure to the solvent. This new technology of the Côte d'Azur Coastal Laboratory is different from the traditional liquid photoresist coating method. It changes the chemical reaction in the cavity and allows the dry photoresist to be manufactured in chemical vapor deposition or atomic layer deposition, removed by etching process. This has the advantage that it can improve the imaging sensitivity, resolution of extreme ultraviolet lithography exposure. More importantly, it can improve the cost of process wafers. These advantages are the reflection of more advanced processes. Luo Sheng closed the data panel and put the work computer aside, saying, as long as the dry photoresist technology is done, we can form two camps with Japanese equipment materials, which can break through the existing semiconductor technology rules. Which is the point is that the entire industry will also bring about profound changes. There is nothing to say, we have invested so much, except for victory. There is no second way to choose. Everyone present nodded silently, and the fighting spirit was also flourishing. The current breakthrough gave the team great confidence. Indeed, apart from victory, there is no second way to choose from. And I believe that victory will inevitably be achieved. The interim meeting was over. Luo Sheng personally made an additional allocation of RMB 450 million to the photoresist project team on the Côte d'Azur experiment, speeding up the research and development progress, and paralleling multiple lines. After leaving the Côte d'Azur laboratory, Luo Sheng called Yao Jianhong to his office half an hour later. Purple star lithography machine should come out. Once it is officially exposed, not only the domestic integrated circuit field will be turbulent, but the global integrated circuit industry will set off a violent shock. The industry pattern will be reshuffled. The turbulence in the industry is inevitable. Luo Sheng touched each other's fingers and said, after a while, the breakthrough in lithography equipment is naturally an unprecedented victory, but for the entire semiconductor industry chain, we still haven't got through the high-end area, and 60% of the technical links are still subject to humans. But the product line of the Côte d'Azur cannot be broken. In short, we still need foreign chip supply for a while. It is no longer effective to describe how to spend money like running water. And there should not be a cliff-like collapse in the income of the Côte d'Azur. Game consoles, as your smartphones, eIP tablets, and another major PC business, which is about to launch, must create a stable source of income to ensure profits to maintain the stability of the company's current hematopoietic cycle. Yao Jianhong lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then immediately looked at Luo Sheng and said, "You mean?" Luo Sheng stared at him. Our actual situation is that 60% of the technical links are still stuck. We may have to wait another 3 to 5 years for a complete breakthrough. This is an objective fact and a breakthrough in technological research. There is also a certain chance. It doesn't mean how much money I put in and how much money I put in there must be output. Yao Jianhong nodded, but did not answer the call, but continued to listen. Luo Sheng added, it's true and false, true and false. The breakthrough of the purple star lithography machine is a fact. This is where our biggest bargaining chip lies and can bluff foreigners. Speaking of which, Luo Sheng couldn't help but smile comfortably. Yao Jianhong thought for a moment, and sifted Luo Sheng's remarks. But suddenly he was suddenly bright. Mr. Luo, you mean that it is announced that not only the breakthrough of the extreme ultraviolet lithography machine technology, but also all the key technical links of the entire semiconductor industry chain have been broken through, or the breakthrough is just a matter of time. Breakthrough, but because even the extreme ultraviolet lithography machine is done, this will give outsiders an illusion, and other technical links have basically been opened up, thus gaining the leading power in negotiations. Luo Sheng smiled and said nothing, but nodded in recognition. Looking at this issue from a competitor's point of view, Since the technical ban has not had much effect on Liusheng, it would not make much sense to continue the ban. In fact, there are gambling elements in it. Those who are international semiconductor manufacturers believe that Liusheng's domestic semiconductor industry chain plan has successfully broken through the technical blockade. But the seemingly gambling component actually has inherent logic to follow. Those international manufacturers are also going to eat, and seeing that their market share will soon be insecure, the original unbreakable covenant will surely crack due to differences in interests. Even the extreme ultraviolet lithography machine has been made, and it is slightly ahead of ASML. This is an objective fact. For those semiconductor manufacturers in the world, the results they saw, this shock brought them shock, is unparalleled. This is Liusheng's opportunity, and also an opportunity for the domestic semiconductor supply chain. In addition, for many years, Liusheng has emphasized on public occasions that it must be in line with international standards, actively open and integrate into the world, and must walk on two legs. It must not only develop independently, but also continue to buy foreign high-end chips, and maintain uninterrupted exchanges with the world. Therefore, even if the Xixing lithography machine comes out and the domestic semiconductor industry chain is opened, it will continue to cooperate with foreign chip manufacturers. This is clearly stated before. Now that the Azure Coast exposes the Purple Star lithography machine, it is exaggerated to say that it has broken through the key technical links of the domestic semiconductor industry chain. But I will continue to cooperate with foreign manufacturers. Sell the chip to me and I will buy it. International competitors will also believe that what he said is true, because the market is large enough. Plus Liusheng also said before that some money can be earned, but not earned, it must be left to others. Real, fake and real. Those manufacturers in the world will involuntarily connect these series of problems for a comprehensive analysis, and the result is that their technical advantages are really gone, and no longer put down the proud head. No money was made. Think about the scale of the annual import value of the chip industry in the Greater China market exceeding $300 billion. In the past, it was necessary to import, and now the Chinese can solve it by themselves. This is disastrous news for some companies in the ICT field overseas, especially some semiconductor companies in Silicon Valley. If they do not have the Greater China market, they will starve to death. There will definitely be a large number of semiconductor manufacturers that go bankrupt. The factory can resist, but the business decline is inevitable. So they dare not gamble because they cannot afford to lose. Because of this, Liusheng dared to gamble, and there is 100% certainty that he will win. Since 100% certainty can win, he cannot be called a gamble. Instead, he should be strategic. Liusheng said to Yao Jianhong, "Lao Jiang, you sent someone to shoot a promotional video for Xixing lithography machine, and some of the breakthrough monopoly blockade technology nodes and achievements are displayed in a dignified manner. The shooting is more beautiful, but the core technicians are mosaic. Some of the core technologies are also mosaic, and then hyped up. The Purple Star lithography machine is the trump card in the Ace of the Jedi comeback. It is not an exaggeration to say that this is a decisive factor for the next negotiation. Don't mess up. You read the book. Leave it to me." Yao Jianhong nodded heavily. For a moment, he couldn't help but photographed his thigh, and said fiercely, "This time the labor and management can pat the table in front of the other party at the negotiating table. They also dare to be angry and dare to speak. I dare the other party doesn't dare to bait the table and walk away. The other party would have to beg me if I patted the table and walked away." Holding technology in one hand and sitting in the Greater China market of $300 billion in one hand is unprecedented. Liusheng couldn't help but laugh when he saw Yao Jianhong's reaction. He understood his inner emotion at the moment. He resigned from Silicon Valley more than 10 years ago, gave up the high salary there and took the initiative to come to the Côte d'Azur to apply for a job. A technology company that wants to show off its strengths in the field of integrated circuits. It was not long before the company started. For the Côte d'Azur, this breath has been held for 11 years, and for Yao Jianhong, he has held it for more than 2 decades. Chinese website TXT download address, Fonia reading, Chapter 595 exposure a week later. South Korea, Samsung Electronics. Shen Zongjun sat alone in his office without saying a word, sometimes frowning, sometimes expecting. This year is coming to an end, as the Koshio, the shipment of Samsung Electronics mobile phones under the leadership of Shen Zongjun is expected to decline for the 2nd consecutive year this year, and the profit will hit the lowest record in 4 years. In accordance with established practice, the Samsung Group will replace the executives of its subsidiaries every year, and this week's assessment will be more thorough. Shen Zongjun knows that this year is different from last year. Last year, Samsung Group's old head was hospitalized. Lee Zairong, the vice chairman, took over this huge Samsung empire. He chose to keep most of the executives of Samsung's major subsidiaries unchanged. This year is different. Since Samsung's mobile phone market share is expected to decline for the 3rd consecutive year, Shen Zongjun feels that Lee Zairong may soon take more radical measures to highlight his position in the Samsung empire and proposes the company's future development strategy. Shen Zongjun knew that he was able to keep his position last year, which does not mean that this year would be possible. Last year, Lee Zairong took over Samsung only half a year, so he chose stability without much action. Although Lee Zairong is currently the vice chairman of Samsung Group, it is only a matter of time to be chairman. Whether it is inside or outside the Samsung Group, everyone knows that today's Samsung is actually Lee Zairong's Samsung. Shen Zongjun thought that there was no room for recovery if he was dumped. After all, the performance in these years is really unsightly. Samsung's profit this year will fall by about 8% year-on-year, the lowest level since 2011. Which is dragged down by the mobile business growth. Samsung's mobile phone market in the Greater China region, the world's largest smartphone market, can be said to be a complete failure. In the past few years, with the Samsung brand, it was able to get 10% market share. Many people bought it. Today, it is only 1.2% or so. And in the global market, it can't do the industry's first as your mobile phone, and the second iPhone can't do it. Although it makes it a loud title with the 3rd largest smartphone manufacturer in the world, it can't cover its decline. The decline in performance is the best example. With Lee Zairong's character, he will definitely not let those senior officials stay in place, especially the executives of the mobile business department. But what happened recently let him see the hope of Samsung's mobile phone growth, and also let Shen Zongjun see the hope, and also rekindled his hope for his future. That is the industry's first Azure smartphone terminal equipment manufacturer, Azure Coast, fall into a crisis of losing supply. This is not just an opportunity for Samsung mobile phones, it can be said to be an opportunity for all smartphone manufacturers in the world. To know that 80% of the profits of this industry have been taken by the Côte d'Azur, even if it is about 20%, the performance reports of other manufacturers will be extremely dazzling. Shen Zongjun can also take this opportunity to restore the decline of Samsung's mobile business and achieve growth, so that his position can be retained. Let the sanctions be more violent and faster, Shen Zongjun muttered to himself. Just then, his assistant knocked on the door and entered the office, and came with a paper newspaper of KBS. President, the semiconductor industry is about to change. You better read this news. Shen Zongjun saw his assistant's urgent face, but he didn't say anything, but grabbed the newspaper sent by the other party. The headline of KBS Media was Purple Star Lithography Machine, Jedi Counterattack on the Azure Coast. This UV lithography machine is more advanced than ASML. When she saw the title, Shen Zongjun was shocked. Is there any fake news in media like KBS? This was his first reaction to seeing the title. His assistant immediately said, "The President, Your Excellency President has issued a notice. and an emergency internal meeting will be held half an hour later. How is this possible? How is this possible? How could Chinese people develop EV lithography machines that are more advanced than ASML? This is not scientific. Shen Zongjun was at a loss when he looked at the detailed report of the newspaper content, and this news was definitely a blow to him. Not only that, but the news revealed that Samsung's mobile business department is not only hopeless to recover from the decline, but also has a huge impact on the entire Samsung empire. Samsung Group is not just a mobile phone, but Samsung Semiconductor is its core business, such as chip manufacturing. No wonder Lee Zairong held the internal consultation of the emergency meeting for the first time. Intel Semiconductor China Co. Limited. The Cote d'Azur company has basically implemented self-research replacement or non-North American supplier switching on the EC design side, but the manufacturing side still highly relies on the accumulation of power, and the upstream semiconductor equipment and EDA software are still monopolized by three North American companies: Cadence, Synopsys and Mentor. It is difficult to completely replace in the short term. At the moment, Yang Zhu, President of Intel Semiconductor Greater China and Global Vice President, is having a video conference with the company's headquarters. He is solely responsible for Intel's business in Greater China and can talk directly to Intel headquarters. Yang Zhu is right. At present, a large number of chips have been self-developed on the Cote d'Azur, but the manufacturing link is still highly dependent on the accumulation of power. It is the main bottleneck in its industrial chain and its weak link, which has become a key breakthrough. Once the manufacturing process can no longer continue to place orders, and the technical foundation and production capacity of Xunxin Electronics founded by Liu Sheng itself still need a certain time to catch up, its large number of self-developed chips will not be able to achieve mass production and application. For the market supply, the design of Nubai is also in vain. In the video, a foreign face wearing a suit and leather said lightly, "In terms of semiconductor equipment, American manufacturers currently occupy 44% of the industry's market share, including key processes such as deposition, etching, ion implantation, CMP, cleaning, and inspection. Leading process technology advantages and stability. Losing the supply of these manufacturers, Liu Sheng's dream of an independent semiconductor full industry chain plan will soon be broken." Another foreigner said happily, "I heard that he has invested $500 billion in the past 6 years. Damn, it is indeed very rich. But it is destined to be all drifting. I am distressed for him." This is $500 billion. Faced with the gloating of the senior management of Intel headquarters, Yang Zhu calmly said, "As the position of Intel's employees and competitors, I should be happy about the recent bad situation on the Cote d'Azur because it benefits Intel, but as a Chinese I admire Liu Sheng very much, and in terms of personal emotions, I hope he can win. At least not so badly." Hearing this, several Intel executives in the video didn't mock, and they were also reckless about Yang's remarks. At this time, Intel's head looked at him and said, "Yang, don't put your personal emotions into it. Your position makes me uneasy." Yang Zhu said, "I know exactly where my sits. Liu Sheng will not pay me a salary." The foreigners in the video laughed. "That's right." After a while, Yang Zhu's mobile phone vibrated. He took it out and looked at it. It was a text message sent by his assistant. Because he was in a video conference at the moment, he didn't come in or called. "What?" When he saw the content in the text message, Yang Zhu's expression was stunned. Several foreigners were puzzled when they saw Yang Zhu's expression on the screen. "Yang, what happened? I don't like your reaction very much." Yang Zhu was taken back by this voice, silent for a moment, and then looked up at the participants in the video conference and said, "I just received the message. You may dislike it more, man." "Oh, listening to you mean bad news?" Intel's head curiously said. Yang Zhu took a long breath, sighed, and immediately looked at a group of foreigners and said, "You, the global semiconductor industry chain is about to set off a huge wave. Just now, the Côte d'Azur exposed their R&D extreme ultraviolet lithography machine. The successful news has all its names, called Zixing lithography machine. ASML did not achieve the 250-watt light source power, but the Zixing lithography machine achieved it, with a throughput of 155 wafers per hour. After listening to Yang Zhu's remarks, the Intel executives in the video conference collectively lost their voices for a second or two, but only a second or two broke the quiet atmosphere. What? Are you kidding? An international joke? Yang, are you entertaining us? Today is not April Fool's Day. Yang Zhu was not surprised to see their reaction. His shock just now was more than this, except that as a Chinese, the subtle side would not be so unrestrained to foreigners. It was also an involuntary wry smile that shook his head. He was just saying that he hoped that Liu Sheng would not be defeated too badly. As a result, such a fierce face came immediately. This is the fact. The Côte d'Azur has been officially exposed, and Liu Sheng's miracle is still continuing. Our media has been blown up by this news. www.mentalnovel.com. Now it is full of reports. I believe it will be spread all over in a few minutes. Before the words were finished, a foreigner on the video screen exclaimed, "Damn, how is this possible?" Yang Zhu saw that the other party seemed to be looking at the computer message or the screen. In short, his attention was elsewhere, and he must have seen the relevant message. This is indeed the case. Although the Western Hemisphere is currently late at night, the foreign news agency quoted the report as soon as possible. This news spread all over the world at once, and industry insiders were informed of the news as soon as possible. Yang Zhu looked at everyone's reaction, spread his hands flat, shrugged and put it down again. They had obviously received the news, and the province wasted their own saliva. At this moment, the Azure Coast suddenly exposed the news of the Purple Star lithography machine in high profile. The industry, media and all relevant practitioners have exploded. Chinese website TXT download address, Fonia reading, Chapter 596. ASML suffered 3 consecutive crits. Law. Exciting news. A milestone breakthrough in the R&D of the Riviera lithography machine. The front page headline of Global Times. Break the monopoly, and finally have my own domestic lithography equipment. SUARC Network front page headlines. Shock. The world's strongest lithography machine came out. The Research and Development Institution is actually UK headline. Purple Star lithography. Domestic light. Break the monopoly and fight back. Technology Daily. Azure Coast Laboratory. Zixing is currently the world's top of lithography equipment, which has been ASML Taoxiao today. Today, the domestic media people are crazy, and even the whole people are excited, and the east of the world is boiling. The news of Zixing lithography machine is really overwhelmingly reported, even if some people who do not pay attention to science and technology news at all are more or less aware of this matter, although some are not very clear. But it seems to be an amazing thing. Everyone is talking about things. The keyword at the top of the hot search term list of major social platforms on the internet is Purple Star lithography machine. Maya, is this news true or false? Does anybody explain that the Purple Star lithography machine is really better than the ASML one? The Côte d'Azur company official announced that such a big group will not use fake news to entertain everyone. It must be true. Go to Blue Star to watch the video and search for Purple Star lithography machine. There are details of the disclosure of the recorded promotional video. Archbishop's abuse breaking sound. When I wake up and feel that the world has changed, the domestic lithography equipment has so quietly broken the monopoly, and the extreme advanced lithography machine of ASML has been overpowered in extreme ultraviolet lithography. This is still my understanding. That world tell you a message. The big media in Europe and America have lost their voices. Only some media with little influence are reporting this matter, and those influential media are reporting the news of the election of Eagle Source of Genomuiz Kuleb. This news does not say much. Spirit early in the morning. Haha, as the ASML company saw this news, It was estimated that people were stupid. It's not just ASML. It's estimated that Eagle Source is dumbfounded. No wonder the Archbishop is not in a hurry. No wonder the Côte d'Azur is as stable as an old dog. It turned out that such a big move. It turned out that there were not many people talking hard. Looking forward to the follow-up of this matter, this Nima is more enthusiastic than watching the Blood comics. The real story is the most exciting. When the old semiconductor manufacturers in the world learn of this news, they are indeed collectively dumbfounded. Although the European and American media collectively lost their voices, the discussions on the Reddit forum were really hot. But the stock market will not sleep like the media. In terms of US stocks, the Nasdaq Composite Index closed down 1.81% that day. The largest intraday drop in nearly 3 months. Dragged down by the semiconductor sector. North American semiconductor giants such as Intel, Xilinx, Qualcomm and others have suffered various degrees of decline, and the market value of accumulated power has also dropped by about 8%, and the worst decline is ASML. The market value plummeted by 27.98% on the day. The market value was $91.4 billion, which fell below the $100 billion mark, and the market value evaporated by $35.5 billion a day. It can be said that it is the beginning of a bloodshed. The advent of Xixing lithography machine means that ASML's absolute monopoly position in the field of lithography machine equipment has become history. It is no longer the only choice in the market. What is more terrible is that the manufacturers who broke this situation are still from China. In stark contrast, the market value of Blue Star Technology Group rose sharply on the day, returning to the $1 trillion mark again. The Purple Star lithography machine seems to have nothing to do with Blue Star Technology, but investors don't think so, because Blue Star Technology is also a core part of Luo Sheng's huge commercial technology empire. This burst of material fully reflects the strong vitality of Luo Sheng and its enterprises. It is really more and more courageous, and the current development momentum of Blue Star Technology is also good. Since the strategic restructuring and adjustment, there has been continuous return of blood. The bottom of the end has been early. This series of incentives caused the market value of this Blue Star Technology to soar. The result is that the only 2 listed companies in the world with a market value of over $1 trillion are from the same creator. This scene is simply picturesque. It was night, and the lights were still on in the ASML's CEO's office. Its head, Pete Wernick, was watching the live video from the Eastern Hemisphere, which was a media conference held by the Côte d'Azur. At the same time, the Eastern Hemisphere is now at around 9 o'clock in the morning, and the press conference hall in the star city of the Côte d'Azur coast is already full, with more than 600 or 700 journalists from domestic and foreign media organizations and more than 1,000 people attending the meeting. The usual press conference is the same as that of more than 200 media organizations. It can be seen that the huge sensation caused by the exposure of the Purple Star lithography machine to the outside world also shows that people's attention to high-tech semiconductors is high. Thanks to the spokesperson, Global Media Reporter asked questions. May I ask Mr. Yao, does the breakthrough of Xixing lithography machine mean that the domestic industry chain of domestic semiconductors is successfully built, and whether the chips of the Azure Coast have been North Americanized? Thank you. This reporter's question is very simple, and it can be said that it is the most concerned issue by the outside world. Everyone is waiting for the answer. At this moment, the hall is flashing the camera lights all the time, and the click camera shutter sound has not stopped. The person who hosted the press conference is the second person, Yao Jianhong, who is second only to Luo Sheng on the Côte d'Azur. Currently, Yao Jianhong said with a faint smile, the two do not conflict. The Côte d'Azur is walking on 2 legs. Previously, this leg was not very self-reliant, but now it can basically be said to be cured. This path is independently developed. It was established as early as 11 years ago, at the beginning of the Côte d'Azur, and has never been shaken. In the past 11 years, we have invested more than RMB 3.35 trillion for the independent semiconductor industry chain plan alone, and we have more than 2,000 affiliated enterprise manufacturers and partners. This is in the history of the development of integrated circuits in the entire world. It is unprecedented. Today, I can say clearly here that we can make the most high-end chips without cooperating with any international manufacturer, that is, starting from the front-end industrial software to the design end, manufacturing end, power device, materials and equipment have basically solved all technical pain points, not just Xing lithography equipment. At the end of Yao Jianhong's speech, there was an incredible cry of excitement from the audience. I thought that the Purple Star lithography machine was super fierce. I didn't expect a bigger fierce event to come again. There are too many people watching this news conference live broadcast. The major semiconductor international companies are paying attention to it even when they are not sleeping. Only Yao Jianhong knows that in fact, 60% of the links are still being conquered. But the birth of the Purple Star lithography machine is enough to cover up these. No one doubts what he said, or even dare not try to test it. Can't afford to lose. Thanks to the spokesperson, the reporter of Technology Weekly asked, recent media reports show that the order of Côte d'Azur was forced to be interrupted when it was lifting the accumulation of electricity. Will this affect the normal operation of the major business of the Côte d'Azur? In the case of electricity orders, will the products of the Côte d'Azur face a vacuum period for market supply? The domestic semiconductor industry chain plan has been opened, so when will the domestic high-end chips be mass-produced? Thank you. The reporter did it after finishing the question. Yao Jianhong didn't hesitate. As always, he answered this question quickly with a smile. As early as 10 years ago, our company discussed this issue and made deductions in extreme cases. Frankly speaking, what happened recently in our team has not been surprised, because we have already performed similar the situation. Even this is not the most extreme scenario we have imagined. Not the most extreme scenario envisioned. This, people in the semiconductor industry who are paying attention to live broadcast are also admired by Yao Jianhong. Is this the vision of the Côte d'Azur? It was started 10 years ago, which is terrible. No wonder it will achieve today's glorious situation. If someone might question Yao Jianhong before, but it will not be the now. The Purple Star lithography machine has already come out, and the actual investment of 3.35 trillion yuan cannot be raised. Yao Jianhong continued to reply, overall, the Côte d'Azur is preparing for this day for 10 years. Xing Electronics expects to get the first Xing lithography equipment delivered for use as soon as possible by the end of 2016. It is expected that mass production can be achieved in the middle of 2017, but the specific situation depends on the news of Xing Electronics. For related developments, please refer to the news of Miss Liu Yixuan, CEO of Xing Electronics. After a pause, he continued to add, as for the several terminal businesses on the Côte d'Azur, we have made sufficient preparations for inventory, and the chips in the inventory continue to play for a year and a half, and there is no problem. Everything is arranged clearly. Everyone saw the unprecedented confidence in Yao Jianhong's speech and deeds. This is the difference between confidence and lack of confidence. Even if the confidence is there, it will give people a domineering feeling. The Côte d'Azur company has long been ridiculed by the majority of netizens as a company that says the most easygoing words and does the hardest things. Thanks to the spokesperson, Guardian reporter Lewis Walker asked questions. Please ask Mr. Yao. ASML's UV lithography machine is rumored to cost more than $100 million, and the mass production UV Purple Star lithography machine on the Côte d'Azur is established. Is the selling price? If so, what is the selling price? What is the annual output? Is it supplied to global semiconductor manufacturers? Thank you. The reporter who asked this question is a foreigner who speaks in a fluent Chinese language. Because it is not very smooth, it is a bit slow, and it looks a bit anxious, but everyone can still understand what he said. Everyone looked at Yao Jianhong in unison, only to see that he lowered his head and remained silent for a moment. After a while, he looked up at the audience in the media industry, unconsciously showing an intriguing smile, and bought another pass. This can kill reporters off the field, especially international competitors who are silently paying attention to the press conference. You mean, Madfac? In the end, Yao Jianhong said methodically, there is no doubt that the Purple Star lithography opportunity born from the Azure Coast Laboratory is facing manufacturers around the world. We welcomed them to place orders. At this moment, Peter Winnick, the head of ASML who was watching the live broadcast of the press conference, was hit for the first time. Yao Jianhong, with regard to production capacity. Production capacity is not a problem. Whatever the market demand is, we can supply as much as possible. The production capacity depends on the customer's order quantity. In other words, we can provide you as much as you want, but place a purchase order in advance. Pete Wernick suffered a second crit about the price of Zixing lithography machine. When it comes to this, Yao Jianhong once again sold a pass. Everyone engaged in it only scratched his heart. After a few seconds, he finally smiled and said, we will fold half the price at $100 million and then halve it. How about a $25 million? The needle drop was heard, followed by an uproar. What this said is called a light and light wind. And a media person engaged in technology-related reports on the scene said sharply, gee, this is the rhythm of the ASML company to the death. Kill, and it's unabashed. His partner heard and whispered, I believe that the Côte d'Azur has the heart of completely killing ASML. I absolutely believe that, but the Purple Star lithography machine should not really sell for 25 million knives. Mostly Yao Jianhong. Smoke bombs. How to say? It used to be 3 inches, but it shouted 5 inches. When the time comes back 2 inches, you still get 3 inches. This is the traditional performance of our nation. The Purple Star lithography machine really sells for $25 million, and ASML does not come out. 2 years have to declare bankruptcy and liquidation. Anyway, I think this is a smoke bomb. Maybe the big brothers have already begun negotiations. This is to create bargaining chips for negotiations. The analysis makes sense. But after all, the market for lithography equipment is so big, but the technology is very critical. Like EDA software, the market for industrial software is smaller. So even if Zixing lithography machine sells for $100 million, even if it monopolizes the global market share of lithography equipment, the annual revenue is no more than $10 billion. Oh, it's just over $10 billion to $10 billion in co-authorship. I'm not looking at it from the standpoint of the colossus of the Côte d'Azur. You think the Côte d'Azur's revenue last year was close to $250 billion? The Purple Star lithography machine is at best a marginal business in the eyes of the Archbishop. Can you make money with Azure smartphones? Can you make money with games and IP tablets? You don't seem to be able to refute that. At the same time, Pete Wernick, who was far away in Europe, suffered a third crit injury, and he finally could not bear it. Enough. Pete Wernick unplugged the power cord directly on the spot. If the key information and reason still exist in the computer, a new set of hardware will have to be replaced tomorrow. At the moment, Pete Wernick is angry with the 7 tips. The 3 sentences of Yao Jianhong are like 3 law blades screaming at him. One sword after another pierces his heart. Pain more than once. The mass-produced UV Purple Star lithography machine sells for $25 million. Where can ASML still have a way? Chinese website. TXT download address. Fonia reading. Chapter 597. Pete Wernick finally calmed down after his anger, and then called all the core executives of ASML to hold an emergency meeting overnight, and specifically avoided some of the shareholders of ASML, such as Samsung, Intel, and TSMC. Director. $25 million? The most sophisticated high-end lithography equipment in the world sells such cabbage prices. Is he crazy? What year and month will the Côte d'Azur want to recoup $100 billion in research and development costs? The quality is absolutely poor. In the conference room, several executives who were informed of the news were also very shocked. At the moment, you are talking about me. Pete Wernick was very distressed and helpless. This is not a quality problem. The three aspects of China's scale production effect, supporting advantages and huge market determine that the production cost can be so low without reducing the quality. It is with this advantage that the Chinese have defeated international competitors. Have you forgotten the story of the balance car? They even sold $160 for a unit and still made a profit. When this thing first came out, the price was as high as $50,000. And the person who bought it at that time should also have a brain problem. This is the manifestation of large-scale production, supporting advantages and large-scale market, which translates into unparalleled international competitiveness. Many companies in China rely on these three magic weapons to conquer international competition, defeating one after another international competitors, so that the products manufactured by Huago are all over the world, and various countries are the largest trading partners with other countries. As a matter of fact, it is very clear inside ASML that the lithography machine is a monopoly plus high-tech profiteering product. They are the most aware of their own production costs. ASML's own extreme ultraviolet lithography machine is sold for $20 million. There is profit to make, but it will not be so profitable. This is an objective fact, and any pure craftsmanship is nonsense. Intel and TSMC have already calculated the production cost of the extreme ultraviolet lithography machine, and the evaluation price given is about $20 million. It is relatively reasonable. As a result, they have mastered the international pricing power. Even the shareholders of ASML, such as Intel, have no choice. They still have to pay so much money to purchase the lithography machine. Even if profit is related to production cost and R&D cost, it is not the core factor. The core of real profit is the international pricing right. Whoever controls the price will have profit. Once the Purple Star lithography machine came out, it means that ASML will lose the international pricing power of the lithography machine and change it to the Côte d'Azur to redefine its value and give new prices. The most terrible thing is that the Côte d'Azur can even ignore the profit of lithography equipment. This is where Pete Wernick feels desperate. The Côte d'Azur generates $250 billion a year. The profit of the lithography equipment is Luosheng. Perhaps it is really inconspicuous. And what cares more is the strategic significance of the lithography equipment for the entire Côte d'Azur, rather than how much money this equipment is expected to make. Even if it was sold for $200 million, the market is only more than $20 billion a year, which is less than a tenth of the company's annual revenue for the Côte d'Azur. Don't care about this profit. It does not mean that there is no profit. The Côte d'Azur is a large group company. Luosheng will never look at the profit performance of a certain business segment of the company. That will be limited to a small pattern, but the whole group. The company's overall profit performance. Maybe the development of Xixing lithography machine is a loss of money, but because of the willingness of Xixing lithography machine, other businesses on the Côte d'Azur have taken off, and the company is more competitive. This is to make money, but the profit is expressed from other sections. It just came out. Obviously, mastering the international pricing power is fundamental. Pete Wernick said suddenly and firmly, ASML is experiencing the biggest crisis since the company was founded. So I suggest and make a temporary proposal to the board of directors to fully open the authorization cooperation of the extreme ultraviolet lithography machine. We can put the most advanced lithography equipment is sold to Huixin International and other Chinese manufacturers, to any desired customers, and all export restrictions are lifted. Everyone was shocked on the spot. The chief operating officer said directly, Pete, ASML is an international core member of SIA, North American Semiconductor Industry Association. SIA will not agree. I am not optimistic about this decision. Pete Wernick smiled bitterly. I don't want to, but ASML is about to face a crisis of survival. It may go bankrupt at any time, and tomorrow's stock price will inevitably collapse again. We have no choice. With that, Pete turned around and said unhappily, "Do you know why I purposely avoided the directors stationed by external shareholders? Lifting up the company, Samsung, Intel, etc. Maybe they have already begun to discuss the possibility of abandoning ASML. No one's money is brought by the wind. The total cost of research and development of the ASML Extreme Ultraviolet Lithography machine is about $20 billion. Samsung, Shengjai, and Intel have funded nearly €6 billion, and they have to pay for it more than $100 million. Next to the Côte d'Azur, the Purple Star lithography machine has already killed ASML's products on the exposure system, and it is also sold so cheaply. What's more important is that it can alleviate the current contradictions between the two parties, save procurement costs and earn the Greater China market how to choose between buying and selling, as a capitalist can vote with his feet. No matter how strong the business alliance is, it can be easily defeated as long as the interests are sufficient. Semiconductor manufacturers such as Samsung, TSMC, and Intel are indeed shareholders of ASML, but in fact they do not have much interest in participating in the shares. At the scale of ASML, these giants have less than 3 full meals to eat. Don't look down on this profit. In a sense, it is forced to participate in the stock. The reason for ASML's shareholders is that ASML's regulations require that they want to buy their most advanced products. The semiconductor giants such as Intel must participate in the lithography machine instead of ASML's. Profit and equity participation are essentially different. ASML itself wants to bind these giants and let themselves eat monopoly high prices for a lifetime. Pete thought about it carefully and said again, "Sire will definitely try to obstruct it. The game is quite complicated. We must understand the key nodes in order to find the real survival path." Who would have thought that even a monopoly high-tech company like ASML had already set survival at the moment? At this moment, Pete's mind suddenly became very clear, looking at everyone calmly and saying, "First of all, the semiconductor industry will enter a situation of reshuffling. It's just a matter of time." The main contradiction is the conflict between Luo Sheng and Sire. ASML does not have an absolute monopoly position in the semiconductor equipment sector. If it is indifferent or there is a slight mistake in decision-making, it is likely to become the first victim of the game between the two parties on the negotiation table. Everyone nodded again and again, and one of the core executives at the meeting asked, "But the problem is Pete. Didn't your decision just mean to push the company to the opposite of Sire? Chinese people are not good cultivators. Maybe we turn our backs with Sire. Chinese people it will treat us with kindness, but I think this is only a short term. When the limelight comes back and stabs us, at that time Sire will not only save us, but will come up with a supplement to punish our betrayal." Shopping malls are like battlefields. This is a war without smoke. It's difficult to figure out who is a truly reliable collaborator and who is a real competitor. That's right. It's a collaborator, not a friend. Despite talking about friends, no one will really believe that there will be real friends on this disc, and at most they are collaborators. Pete said, "Serving Luo Sheng is not equivalent to betraying Sire. This decision is to raise the importance of ASML in this turmoil and make Sire value us." As soon as these words came out, everyone present understood the intention of Boss. This is to talk to the Sire with the Côte d'Azur as a bargaining chip before negotiating with the Côte d'Azur. This bargain is that if your Sire dares to abandon my ASML, I dare to jump back in time without any hesitation. On this issue, the enemy of the enemy is a friend. Obviously, Pete believes that the probability of Sire's compromise at this time is extremely high, because ASML's move will jump to the wrong side. The key is that after opening this mouth, it will get worse and worse. What about Japan's Shin-Etsu Chemical, Samsung? These international members of Sire see that ASML's decision-making cannot be impossible. Moreover, Samsung and other multinational groups have in-depth cooperation with the French Riviera. The entire industry is facing a situation of reshuffling. Someone has broken the rules of the game, and the future is full of uncertainty. At this time, everyone is panicking and will find a way out of the guarantee. This is the place where Sire is most afraid and most unwilling to see. The team engaged by ASML is distracted, and if it is not handled properly, it will face a domino-style crash and will not be able to pull it when the time comes. The senior executives at the core of the meeting could not help but nodded repeatedly. It turned out that instead of really wanting to drop the enemy, they put pressure on Sire under the condition of dropping the enemy, establishing that ASML will not be the first victim in this major reshuffle. After that, negotiate with Liu Sheng or the Côte d'Azur. Obviously, in the current situation where the industry is about to reshuffle, ASML can't survive by itself. It is only humiliating to negotiate with ASML by ASML itself, because there are no chips. Do you cooperate? You don't have the same product advantages and market size. Isn't it better to eat you directly? Can't even speak. So in the end, we have to rely on Sire and Americans. The temporary emergency meeting held by ASML late at night reached specific matters in less than half an hour. In the early morning of the next day, Pete Wernick flew personally to Huago www.mentalnovel.com without face. Pete Wernick could also predict that his move would become a hot news on the day. It is certain that it will be mocked and abused as a traitor. The Azure Coast has just announced the Purple Star lithography machine. You will be the next day, running so diligently directly. The arrogant and cold side of the previous one was in sharp contrast with it. It's really looking for scolding on both ends. Pete didn't want to be so humiliated, but he couldn't help it. His life mattered. If his life was gone, he would have P's face. This foreigner is quite real. No, it should be said to be very realistic. The purpose of Pete's trip is not really to talk about concrete results, but to show Sire, the key is a word: fast. Actions must be fast, and expired will be worthless. Chinese website. TXT download address. Fournier reading. Chapter 598. Who is the toolman in the end? When Pete Wernick's plane flew to China, it was evening at local time, and just after he left the terminal, he heard a news that the stock of US stock Nasdaq plunged when the market opened. The stock price is endless. The plunge is in the expectation of Pete Wernick. Such a huge change in the industry. Market investors are clearly pessimistic about the future of ASML. After Pete Wernick arrived in China, he first checked into the hotel. Most of the night, he couldn't help but looked at the US stock market. The trading day was closed. ASML's stock price plunged by 32.73%, evaporating $29.9 billion that day. And the total market value of aftermarket transactions was only $61.5 billion. In only 2 days, the market value of ASML was cut in half. What a miserable word. Pete Wernick was prepared in his heart. When he saw this trend, he thought that he would come here in shame at the moment, and he was almost in an unstable state of mind. The whole person was bad. Sometimes, people are guilty of themselves. And Pete Wernick knew that looking at the stock price would make him more angry, but he couldn't help but want to look for abuse in order to self-harm. The next day, Technology Complex Building, Xiaona, test the software environment. Liu Sheng is programming and designing a dynamic exoskeleton operating system, and is also conducting a high-level video conference inside the Côte d'Azur. Mr. Liu, we received the news that the head of ASML came to China in a local manner. I got off the plane last night and sent someone to the company today to want to meet you and talk about it. Yao Jianhong said so. The company's core executives already knew about this matter, and one of the managers present at the moment said happily, "Ha ha, here the Purple Star lithography machine has just been exposed," and Pete Wernick flew over the next day. This reaction is too real. Too quickly. Everyone laughed when they heard it, and ASML looked awkward in any way. Another also said, The market value of ASML has been cut for 2 days. It is anxious for anyone else to change. It is unexpected to ask me to say that Pete Wernick is not here. It is unexpected to come so fast, but it is reasonable. Everyone at the meeting nodded again and agreed. It was very dark. ASML also has today. Luo Sheng couldn't help but froze for a while. Yao Jianhong said that he only knew about this matter recently. It was Lao Yao who was dealing with these problems, but he himself was engaged in development. At this moment, Luo Sheng's brain flashed through all possibilities quickly. His thinking was as agile as ever, but for a moment it seemed like a non-smiling smile. Oh, it should be coming. But it should be too fast and too direct. When everyone heard what Luo Sheng said, they couldn't help but wonder. Mr. Luo, you mean? Luo Sheng said calmly while looking at the simulation environment of the dynamic exoskeleton system. Pete Wernick seems to be embarrassed to run in such a hurry, but this is also true. But there are some problems in it that are worth scrutinizing. ASML wants to talk about this, certainly. But whether or not the final result can be determined is two different things. Yao Jianhong said concisely, General Manager Luo means that we cannot ignore the role of Sire in it. Luo Sheng nodded and said, yes, ASML came to me alone to talk about self-insult. He no longer has the chip Psi value. He certainly knows this, but he is here. So fast and so direct. This is intriguing. Can I doubt that there are contradictions and differences within them? Everyone thought about it. Luo Sheng continued to analyze, since Pete Wernick knows to come to me alone for self-inflicted humiliation, when a person knows that he will be humiliated and puts on his scalp, in addition to the imminent crisis, it must have found a feasible breakthrough. An executive at the meeting subconsciously said, a breakthrough. Luo Sheng smiled indifferently and said slowly, thinking about it, I have a high probability to judge that this is a murderous tactic by borrowing a knife. Treat me as a tool. Pete Wernick wants to raise himself in Sire by negotiating with me. The value is a helpless move, and normal commercial competition ASML will definitely go bankrupt within 3 years. Mr. Luo, do you mean that ASML is here to disrupt? Luo Sheng nodded. It is very likely that ASML really opened this mouth, and Sire will be difficult to do. The internal logic here, as long as you understand what Sire is most afraid of in the current situation, it is not difficult to reach a result. Sire is afraid that internal conflicts will intensify further. The first problem that the industry faces is that all parties involved in the major reshuffle are how to seek self-insurance and continue to maintain their advantages in the new turmoil. ASML has begun to take action for this. But in the eyes of Sire he will have a very bad head and will definitely stop it. Makes sense. Everyone nodded secretly. From the standpoint of Sire, ASML must not be betrayed. The impact is too bad. Once other international members see this is a road, then the small 9 or 9 dozen is flying. Sire is still afraid of Luo Sheng, and the Côte d'Azur further fueled the fire. For example, where Samsung Electronics had originally obtained a stable source of profits on the Côte d'Azur, it is even more impossible to decouple it from the other side. Whether it is a loss or a profit, everyone has their own calculations. Mr. Luo, would you like to meet with Pete Wernick? After hearing this, Luo Sheng vetoed without hesitation. No, why does he want to use me as a toolman to see him? ASML is offended and offended. Now it is optional for me. Everyone was silent for a moment. Yao Jianhong said immediately, if you don't see it, is this not the situation that Sire is happy to see? Other manufacturers who want to ease the relationship and want to convince the soft manufacturers to see our attitude towards ASML, don't they push them to the side of Sire, make them more determined? The other people at the meeting joined together to leave Pete Wernick cared. Although it was indeed very refreshing and uplifting, but this would also allow people who are inherently international partners such as Samsung Electronics, Sekisui, Shin-Etsu Chemical and others, and who were in swings to vote too. After all, it's really humiliating, and it's hard to please. Who will do it? The key point is that in fact, 60% of the technical links of the entire semiconductor industry chain are not connected. This outside world does not know, but you can't lie to yourself. Once Sire knows this, the situation may change again. The Côte d'Azur will fall into a passive situation. Luo Sheng smiled. I just said that using me as a tool would prevent me from seeing, and I didn't say not using me as a tool would prevent me from seeing. Everyone was stunned for a while, and the first time I heard it said that it was not said, but a careful product is two opposite meanings, and the Chinese culture is profound. Boss, don't stop selling things. What are you going to do about it? Yeah, if so, what are the conditions? Luo Sheng put a smile on his face and said, Pete Winnick wants to borrow a knife to kill people. I will also follow his strategy and use him as a knife. Who is the tool man? Yao Jianhong curiously said, how do you say this? Luo Sheng, I don't see it. ASML still has to find another way out. Then he will definitely find other domestic manufacturers to win customers and partners. Just I can see how many people in the country are 2 or 5. And take the opportunity to wash the team. At least there must be a little black book in mind. Everyone is stunned. Can there be this magical effect? Yup. The Xing lithography machine is not fake, but it has to be queued up for purchase. There is no doubt that Xing Electronics is definitely the first priority supply. Even so, it will have to wait until 1 or 2 years, let alone other manufacturers. By the way, ASML can certainly see the supply problem. It's insidious. Everyone secretly commented on Boss. I thought I had guessed the 3 floors of Boss. I didn't expect Boss to be on the 4th floor, but Luo Sheng was actually on the 5th floor. After talking about the unseen things, and then the question of seeing you again, Luo Sheng explained in an orderly way, we talk more about Pete Wernick, not because of the Sire, this must be clear. But because of what? The European market. The collapse of ASML will also affect the interests of German manufacturing. Germany is also the core of the Eurozone, and the North American market has been lost. The European market is the most important developed country market on the French Riviera. So, our interests and the interests of the other party are connected, so we can talk, as a negotiation condition. Does not affect my Côte d'Azur business in the European market. Don't mess with me. I can keep ASML alive, can continue to live and moisturize, and can even continue to deepen cooperation, continue to deepen business cooperation with Europe as a whole. This can be discussed. Other exemptions, talking about the entire integrated circuit pattern to reshuffle an ASML is not enough. Only John of Sire the old man is qualified to come and talk to me. This turned out to be so. After listening to it, everyone suddenly realized that they were sighing again and again. In the end, they still couldn't keep up with the pattern of the big boss. Even the European business has been taken into consideration, and the outside world has never thought about this problem, and has focused on North America. It's only now that Europeans are uncomfortable with the large sums of money from foreign technology companies. Silicon Valley technology giants such as Google, Amazon, and Microsoft have been severely fined by Europe and the United States. In this posture, the Côte d'Azur and Blue Star technology will have to suffer a knife sooner or later. The reason why they did not start is because the 2 companies are investing in Europe on a large scale, contributing tens of thousands of jobs, and the 2 parties are still doing well. I didn't find a good opportunity to start. But Luo Sheng wouldn't think that this group of foreigners would really be grateful to Dade. Maybe they were playing scientific pig raising and fattened you before killing. At this time, don't write a lot of chips into your arms. When you are slaughtered, you will not notify you. The idea of harmony with wealth is inherently contrary to reality. The so-called harmony with wealth is based on the checks and balances of the 2 parties. Once the balance is out of balance, the coffin is raised to make a fortune, so that the other party can make a fortune. Looting is their essence. Luo Sheng added, by the way, not only do you have to pour a little oil, and to bring the news to the media with an executive on the Côte d'Azur who did not want to reveal your name, tried to amplify the news that Pete Wernick came to the door to see the misfortune. I hope Pete's mind doesn't jump. Yao Jianhong said, this trick really hurts. www.intelnovel.com address. Luo Sheng smiled. The damage is a bit of a loss, but this is part of the plan. We should use ASML as a pot of meat to fry, toss and fry it again and again, destroying his confidence, and do not leave him any illusions. It will be much smoother if we talk again. In Liu Sheng's eyes, the value that ASML can still exist now is only the European business market. An hour later, a room in the newly opened Hilton Hotel in Sioux City. Pete Wernick's secretary knocked on the door. "Boss," the Côte d'Azur wrote back. Hearing that, Pete Wernick, who was smoking in a muff, extinguished the cigarette butt, immediately looked at the secretary and said, "When will I meet? Where is it?" Chinese website. TXT download address. Funny reading, chapter 599. Boss, they directly refused to interview. Huh? Pete Wernick responded half a bit slow, reflecting that the whole person was overwhelmed, staring at his secretary with round eyes and screaming, "What are you talking about?" His secretary had to reiterate it again. Pete Wernick couldn't say a word, but the secretary saw that the situation was a bit fictitious. He weakly said a word and waited in the cubicle before breaking away. How could this be? Pete Wernick murmured to himself. He ignored his secretary, but doubted his life. When did ASML receive this treatment? You know, even if a global vice president came to China, it was received by a very high standard, and all kinds were offered. But this time, as the head of the company, he didn't even see him for a while. The so-called people who didn't make faces smile, and the result was a faceless fight. This gap is not so large. Within half an hour, Pete Wernick saw news reports about his coming to China. And according to reports, an executive on the Côte d'Azur who did not want to be named broke the news. The head of ASML arrived overnight, but the news of the misfortune was spread overnight, and major media are reporting the matter. After seeing these news, Pete Wernick was angered by autism several times. Not only did he not see him, but he also fell to the ground. Shame, anger and other emotions were intertwined in Pete Wernick's body. This is intentionally embarrassing him. He knew that this matter was not only a turning point, but was smart but was misunderstood. Pete Wernick had counted many possibilities, but in the end he didn't count on Liu Sheng to see him. Because no matter how bad it seemed to him, it was never a problem to meet. However, it turned out to be counterproductive and made up for it. Pete Wernick suddenly felt that his move was extremely ridiculous. It turned out that Liu Sheng was determined to kill ASML. Even the interest in negotiation was gone. Regret it? Pete Wernick certainly regrets it now. He can even imagine how Cisco chairman John will mock him at that time. And he will definitely be pulled out to whip the corpse. When the textbook is the opposite of the teaching material to whip the corpse. With the fermentation of the news, this matter has become the latest hotspot today. All major media are reporting, industry insiders are analyzing and interpreting, and netizens are talking about it. ASML also has today. Who did the sky spare? The Archbishop is really just. In the past, we offered ASML in a variety of ways like a grandson. As party who paid the money, he still had to look at the other party's mood. Send it to you to get humiliated. There is nothing to say. It's just one word: Kulep. Pete Wernick is estimated to be stupid this time. He is not a person inside and out. He can't get benefits from both ends. ASML's stock price will continue to collapse tomorrow and it may be a deadlock. This is the rhythm of death. If you don't die, you have to go to death. This is all the sin and debt owed by ASML. It can only be said that sooner or later you will have to pay back. The Archbishop has realized the dream of many people. Unconsciously, our high-end manufacturing industry has reached this level, and even ASML can look down on it. ASML is indeed not a person at home or abroad. Pete Wernick has a closed-door soup in Liu Sheng, which directly disrupted all his previous layouts. Instead of helping the company's crisis response, the situation is even more dangerous. It is now in a dilemma, both offended and reduced to international laughter. The news here quickly drifted across the world and spread all over the world. This time the mainstream media in Europe and the United States no longer lost their voices. and they all made a lot of reports on this. There were even comics in the media to satirize Pete Wernick. There is a taste that everyone is pushing. The report of such a big book close-up is also expressing a situation to other manufacturers. When the end of the 2 or 5 children is the current ASML ending, Luosheng has already opened the entire domestic semiconductor industry chain. I'm cooperating with you, except fighting, only fighting. Sure enough, ASML did not give up treatment, and Pete Wernick began to save himself, and turned to meet with the head of its domestic manufacturer. The negotiation failed, and he turned into a salesman, selling to manufacturers including Huixin International advanced lithography equipment. Everything was dead by Luosheng. Huawei Semiconductor Internal Executive Meeting. The ASML incident is now full of uproar, and the city is full of ups and downs. Pete Wernick had a closed-door soup on the Côte d'Azur, and he was embarrassed and thrown internationally. It is now shameless. He sells extreme ultraviolet lithography machines in various places and export restrictions overnight, nothing at all. What do you think about this matter? Wang, the master, looked at everyone and said, Huawei Semiconductor is also a relatively well-known and relatively powerful semiconductor manufacturer in China. This time, it also received the goodwill of ASML's active release. As long as Huawei intends to purchase ASML's extreme ultraviolet lithography equipment, it can be sold. This is a big temptation for many domestic manufacturers. If you get the equipment in advance, you can supply the market in advance, step by step. The attending managers expressed their opinions one after another. I think this matter needs careful consideration. How to say? Pete Wernick is now like an ant on a hot bath, is jumping around. Although he is now selling the most advanced extreme ultraviolet lithography equipment everywhere, can he really supply domestic manufacturers for the first time? I don't think it's necessary. Even if we can supply, we still have to ask a question mark. ASML's extreme ultraviolet lithography machine just came out soon. Some international large factories overseas are also lining up. I don't think it is much faster than the Côte d'Azur. Yes, another point that can't be ignored is that Pete Wernick's smallpox is actually doing another thing. The Batumi agreement is there. Will North America do nothing about it? I believe that this matter is very likely to become a farce and even a pit. Pete Wernick's promise is more like an empty check, so I have to be cautious. The most important thing is, what will the Côte d'Azur think of us? Luosheng's attitude is very critical. Pete Wernick has a closed-door soup with him. This is the posture of wanting to kill ASML wholeheartedly, and it is not concealed. If we put it together at this time, wouldn't we just hit Luosheng's face? How will we mix in China later? Yes, this is the most important point to be considered carefully. If you fail to do so, you will not be pleased like ASML at the moment. Then it will be miserable. Let me say nothing else. The special loan of $175 billion Luosheng promised before it is no more. Contact with ASML is very likely to push us to the opposite of Luosheng, which is too risky. The executives attending the meeting said one thing to me. President Wang also secretly nodded after listening to the debate and analysis of the crowd. At the end, he immediately clapped and said, "This matter, Huahong will not join in the excitement. There are too many human things, and we are still betting on Luo's semiconductor industry chain plan for stability." Other executives also nodded their heads in favor of this decision. The industry is facing a major reshuffle. Everyone is in a panic. The whole industry is in a turbulent situation. The rhythm of groups of demons is dancing. Opportunities and challenges in this impetuous environment coexist. Seeing the situation clearly will be the ultimate winner. Some people met Pete Wernick and showed hospitality, while others chose not to be seen behind closed doors. They simply said that they would move forward and backward with Luosheng and draw a clear line with them. These people have successfully recorded in a small book on the Côte d'Azur, who is a relatively reliable partner in the future, and not everyone has recorded it. With the passage of time, 2015 finally ended, And time came to 2016. In the CEO's office on the Côte d'Azur coast, Yao Jianhong said to Luo Sheng, "It's been a month since the fermentation took place. Sire hasn't responded and hasn't sent people to contact the negotiations. It's really breathtaking." Luo Sheng said, "Whoever takes the initiative to contact whoever serves is soft, so now it is consumed. Then consume it, there will be results before March at the latest. But it is certainly not our first shot." The temporary license period of the Côte d'Azur and Blue Star technology in North America will end in March. Unless continued to be extended, this Luo Sheng will see it, but the probability of another extension is not high. This time the other party is determined to go Blue Star. Long pain is worse than short pain. Luo Sheng added, "In this negotiation, you will attend the talk with Old Man John of Sire, and I will not come forward." Yao Jianhong, me, President Luo, the other party may not be happy, because the specifications are not equal. They may refuse to negotiate. Luo Sheng smiled lightly and affirmed, "Rejection? Time will not wait for them, and what I want is that the specifications are not equal. You come to talk with them on behalf of us. We talk in a strong manner, the effect is completely different. Dealing with foreigners, it is important to understand that the more you show the strong posture, the more they will respect you, although they are very unhappy. This is two different things. It is another thing to hate me." Yao Jianhong nodded, "It makes sense. Yu Kanzu would be so settled." After a while, Luo Sheng turned the topic elsewhere and said, "How is the ASML matter handled? Who did you meet?" Yao Jianhong laughed and replied, "All have been recorded." After hearing this, Luo Sheng nodded and said, "Very well, label them accordingly and treat them differently. It is just right." The first batch of funds for the $175 billion Special Enterprise Borrowing Fund is about to be implemented, and it starts here. For partners who trust us, they have voted for Tao Li, and we should also report Kai and Yao. Yao Jianhong said, "What about the grass on the wall?" Luo Sheng, "Whatever you want to do, just do what you want, and they haven't done anything too damaging. Business dealings are their right, but we don't want to continue working with them. It's our right." Yao Jianhong, got it. Chinese website TXT download address, Fonia reading, Chapter 600. Intensifying relevant news and discussions in the semiconductor industry have been going on for almost a month and are still high, but the negotiations between the two parties that the outside world most wants to see have been delayed. The two sides are holding back, and market investors are also watching the currency. The semiconductor industry is at a time of great upheaval, and it is possible to make a profit, or to be ruined. There is no posture to negotiate or no intention to close. The game under the negotiating table is still fiercely playing, which also affects the market sentiment. A week later, the latest news finally came out. The Côte d'Azur officially announced the establishment of the Special Fund for Domestic Integrated Circuits, officially starting to honor last year's commitments and promulgating the details of the application for fund borrowing by up to 179 manufacturers of the first semiconductor companies. Huixin International received $1.52 billion in borrowing funds, or about 10 billion yuan, and was the largest among the first batch of 179 manufacturers. Huixin International is actually a competitor with Xunxin Electronics. There were still some disputes between the two parties. Huixin International once wanted to sell itself, but Luo Sheng did not receive it. This act of benevolence undoubtedly gives the market a clear signal that even the competitors of Xunxin Electronics will have difficulties not only not falling down, but also pulling one. This is both a manifestation of invincibility and a pattern of open minds. Highlight: Huarong Semiconductor received $650 million of borrowing funds, which is about RMB 4.25 billion, and the manufacturers that received the lowest borrowing funds also received 225 million yuan. Luo Sheng promised that there will be a future on the Côte d'Azur, and everyone has a future. The manufacturer partners who follow him on the road of self-research will receive at least 750 million yuan of special borrowing funds from him within the next 3 years. Some people are happy and some are worried. Those who contacted ASML before also applied for fund borrowing, but the reply was that the Côte d'Azur did not meet its minimum standards for evaluation, so don't borrow. The true skill of the Azure Coast's Big Radish routine is perfect, and you can't even say anything. The head of Huawei Semiconductor looked at the semiconductor market at this moment and couldn't help but express emotion. Radish stick is a very simple trick. Many people understand and use it, but not everyone can use it well. Seeing the trend of the stock price of those manufacturers who are in contact with ASML, Wang knows that Huawei Semiconductor is betting on the treasure, and most of those manufacturers are already out of the game. At least they cannot enter the core team of the Blue Coast Semiconductor industry chain plan. By the way, failing to get the borrowing funds from Luosheng itself indicates the beginning of being marginalized. With the help of ASML, Mr. Wang was convinced of this risk control management ability with almost no cost to eliminate some potential risks. The semiconductor business on the Côte d'Azur affects the heart of the entire industry and deeply affects the trend of the stock market. The current market value of ASML is only $35 billion, and it peaked at $130 billion in its peak period, and fell to this number. It took less than a month. For US stocks, the theme of technology semiconductors continues to be sluggish, as the entire industry is still full of uncertainty. However, it is impossible for investors to wait and see forever. Only when the capital flows will it create more value. As a result, foreign capital will continue to go northward and enter the bigger for investment. Big as current science and technology theme is still hot, northbound funds continue to buy and buy lithography machines, consumer electronics, the concept of the Côte d'Azur, the concept of the Blue Star technology, the concept of the Côte d'Azur electric car, chip semiconductors and other topics soaring. Obviously, the capital has quietly made judgments, and they have proved that they are more optimistic about Luosheng with actual actions, so they all bet on him, at least hedging. Taking this opportunity, Shengfeng Capital also began to unwind one after another, releasing liquidity for itself layer by layer. The market is also well controlled, and it has risen steadily instead of skyrocketing. If the money that Shengfeng Capital puts inside does not come out, I am afraid that the current market trend will be soaring again, and the technology bubble has begun to blow up again. If it fails, it will have another plunge. Luosheng is also within his power. Contribute your own strength under the circumstances. Try not to let Bigger stop repeating the mistakes of his previous life again this year. Wall Street, Goldman Sachs headquarters analysis agency. A huge amount of money entered the Greater China region through the HIB Investment Bank's clearing institution. The transaction location was completed in the two major financial centers of London and HK, with an amount of up to $45 billion US. At present, this fund has not been planned to enter the Greater China region, and it is not necessary to consider this for at least 5 years. Whose money is this? Who secretly supports Luosheng? It's not clear. It's under investigation. The existing data shows that they are all private equity accounts and transactions are very frequent. It is difficult to find out the specific identity of the gold master behind the scenes. He really wants to privately raise US $175 billion from overseas. Who is paying? Deutsche Bank, JP Morgan, UBS, Merrill Lynch, or some sovereign funds? It can't be the organizations you mentioned, like Goldman Sachs. They want to force Luosheng to make the Côte d'Azur listed. It is impossible to give them a lot of financial support at this time, and the motive of interest is not logical. We must track down the specific source of these funds, and even no one can find the opponent. How to fight the financial war? Damn. Why is there always someone giving him money? And it's hundreds of billions of dollars at a time. Is the dollar so worthless? Not only Goldman Sachs rechecks, but also the top institutions on Wall Street. Anyone who wants to profit from Luo Sheng is pursuing it. Of course, it also includes the North American side using the resources of NSA, CIA and other intelligence agencies to investigate closely. As time passed, Sire still didn't want to take the initiative to come and talk, but it was so exhausted. But the outside media and the market were impatient and felt anxious for both parties. In fact, both sides know that this technological war is critical, seemingly calm. In fact, they are actively preparing and playing games behind the scenes. Just entering the new year, as the Integrated Circuits Special Fund successively released the first batch of borrowing funds to major supply chain partner manufacturers, opponents also responded with practical actions. Another major breaking news brought the ICT dispute about to retreat back to the hotspot again, and related news once again occupied the headlines. This news is that the Global SD Association and the Wi-Fi Alliance suddenly announced one after the other that they want to kick the Côte d'Azur company out of the game, which means that the terminal equipment of the Côte d'Azur company cannot use SD memory cards and cannot participate in the development of Wi-Fi standards. In other words, after Azure Terminal, Azure Smartphone, EAP Tablet, Game Console and other 3 terminal businesses under the Côte d'Azur company have consumed the existing inventory, it is difficult to supply the market. Instead of showing signs of easing, this technological battle has intensified. Negotiation, if it does not exist, there is no result under the negotiating table, and it has even just started. On the day of January 7th, an A380 plane landed steadily at the newly built international airport in Suqing. This passenger plane is an asset of the Côte d'Azur and is also a signal to the same plane as Luo Sheng. Passengers carrying number 422 on the passenger plane walked out of the terminal. More strikingly, about 65% of the people are all European faces, all are engineers from Europe, and they are also employees of the Côte d'Azur. Headed by a German, he can see a rigorous style unique to the German. At the terminal, Luo Sheng took several assistants including An Qingsu and some bodyguards to wait in the terminal quietly. A commercial bus and 7 buses waited for a long time, obviously to receive important people. The media did not know that he appeared on this occasion, but some people who eat melons have feared that the pictures have been uploaded to the internet and have begun to spread. Some reporters have heard the news, but I am afraid that they have been out of time. The last person to enjoy this treatment was Dr. Ernst Winnack, the director of the Lingnan P4 laboratory. When he decided to join Luo Sheng's Life Science Fund team, he got him to the terminal in person. Come to meet Professor Yaz. You finally moved the whole company. Luo Sheng saw the German headed and immediately walked forward with a smile. The two sides shook hands with each other. I am very disappointed with the status quo in Europe, whether it is the capital industry, the industry or the authorities. It is really too bad and very frustrating. I hope my decision is not wrong. Haaland has said with a wry smile. Luo Sheng did not learn German, and Highlander has could not speak Chinese. But this did not hinder the smooth communication between the two parties, because they both spoke English. Even in the domestic public occasions, even if it is all foreigners, Luo Sheng always insists on speaking his native language and listening to the translation by himself. But in private, there is no need to do so. But instead it seems hypocritical and more deliberately expresses its position. Identify the identity and the taste of the other party. Of course, such a stupid thing, Luo Sheng will not do it. Haaland has a drag family to come to him today. Naturally, he must show his intimacy. Professor Haaland has, the former head of the mobile communication department at the School of Communication at the University of Edinburgh in the UK, and a German physicist, decided to start a technology startup in early 2012. However, the local capital is not optimistic, and some old technology giants in Europe do not give face, or even intentionally suppress, because it will affect their core business. This is a typical conservative thinking, resulting in Haaland cannot get money, the company once on the verge of bankruptcy. It was almost impossible to operate. In the end, he had to seek the support of overseas capital. Haaland has had a chance of luck but was lucky to meet the strategic investment department of the Côte d'Azur on the verge of bankruptcy, and the technology he studied very favored. Meeting only on the same day, Haaland received $15 million in angel round financing from the Côte d'Azur, and in the following 3 years, the Côte d'Azur still exclusively contracted his company A, B, and C rounds of financing. A round of financing gave $50 million, B round of financing gave $80 million, and C round of financing last year gave $200 million. It's almost done. It's just a lot of money. After being supported by the capital of the Côte d'Azur, Haaland has no longer worried about the funds, and began to devote himself to the development process. I already know about the Wi-Fi Alliance. They really have lost their minds, and they refuse to advance in science and technology, and you will win the final victory, said Haaland has with a sad expression. The God assist of the Wi-Fi Alliance equals the importance of the technology he is currently studying on. The parent company is Côte d'Azur, and the Côte d'Azur will accelerate the commercial progress of its technology. Liu Sheng smiled. So the following stage should be yours. You are my secret weapon. I assure you, Professor Highlander, no matter how the Wi-Fi Alliance finally recovers, I will apply your technology on a large scale and vigorously promotion. This is part of our agreement. You are reading books. Highlander nodded. I believe. Liu Sheng immediately made a gesture of invitation and said, "This is not a place to speak. We will be surrounded by reporters if we don't leave." The two smiled at each other, and Highlander said, "I look forward to this moment." Liu Sheng turned to look at the core employees brought by Haaland. These people were originally unwilling to go far from Europe to work in China. It would always be natural to go to a strange environment. Resist. But there is no way. The owner gave too much. Liu Sheng looked at them and laughed aloud. Ladies and gentlemen, to China.